If I can do it? Jianni repeated this sentence, then suddenly raised his head and stood proudly. Of course I can do it. Selkaya, you don't think that one failure can knock me down? At this moment, Jianni's ambition suddenly emerged. The sword is proud, it is better to bend than to bend. This is true of the sword heart, and so is the law of the sword. Never retreat in the face of a strong enemy, never fear death even knowing it is death. Carry out your own sword heart, carry out your own will, and carry out what you do and think. Clang! Jianni suddenly drew out the sword, like a black dragon entering the sea, and the dragon chant like a tide. The sword energy all over the sky surged towards Jianni suddenly, as if favored by heaven and earth, lingering around Jianni. When Selkaya saw this scene, a trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes, but she also understood it in her heart. Jianni, is this guy an epiphany? I said a few words to him just now, and he immediately realized that the mentality of being competitive is too heavy. However, Selkaya didn't feel that there was anything wrong, and instead felt happy for Jianni. Sometimes, having an opponent is a very lucky thing. As for Jianni, the sword energy lingering around him surged like a wave. The surging sword energy is like a long river, condensed like a real river, coming towards Jianni. Jianni also understood at this moment, quickly closed his eyes, and sat down cross-legged. What emerged from behind was the phantom of the throne of the law of swordsmanship. Since Selkaya was still by his side, Jianni wouldn't worry too much, but directly chose to break through. Because Jianni believes that Selkaya will also protect him. It's better to tell the store manager Qi about it. Selkaya looked at Jianni, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Although stayed behind to protect the law, he was still a little worried. In the case of a breakthrough through epiphany, the success rate is always lower than that when it happens naturally. In case of an accident, Selkaya can't handle it. Maybe, store manager Qi will have a solution. What? Jianni also had an epiphany breakthrough? No bragging, no blackmail. When Qi saw this news, he was indeed a little confused. What's the matter with you two? They are really old opponents, even the way of breaking through is the same, and they are rushing one after the other. Why don't they break through together? In the past, Jianni was the protector for Selkaya, but now it's a good thing, and it's exchanged. I'll be there in a moment. Qi finally decided to take a look. The current chaotic area is no better than before, and the threat of the demon god is still quite large. It might not be safe enough to have Selkaya as a guardian. Anyway, Qi is quite free now, so it's okay to go and have a look. The erection of signal towers also makes travel much more convenient. More precisely, it should make Qi travel much more convenient. If the customers still need to use the signal tower to open the door of space after the demon god is completely wiped out, then Qi Leke will be charged. Now it's free, it's all for God's realm, to destroy demon god. But the demon gods have been wiped out, and if they continue to pay for free, isn't that doing charity? Qi is a store manager, not a philanthropist, and he cannot do business at a loss. Wait, charge. When it came to the issue of fees, Qi didn't know why, but suddenly became energetic. And the one who became energetic with Qi was the system. System, host, what charges are you talking about? You greedy and stingy system, when it comes to charging you pop up. Qi mocked unceremoniously. System, joke, if the host doesn't want this, can this system know? Good guy, Qi was stunned by the direct rebound of an attack. Bickering for too long has made this Irby system more and more able to refute key points. So Qi decisively changed the subject. I'm talking about the gate charge of space. Look, now our branches are all over the major kingdoms of God, and they are many times easier to use than those teleportation arrays. If you set a reasonable price for the gate of space, wouldn't it be another income? Qi drew a blueprint for the future of the system. Because the door of space, if you are not in a hurry, what you earn is actually not the faith stones of the main gods and gods. It is the belief stone of those cultivators, or ordinary people. After all, the speed of the main god is not slow. Even if he has not mastered the laws of space, he does not necessarily have to use the gate of space. Unless it is like now, in order to chase the demon god, every second counts. As for the words of those gods, it only takes a few days to cross a small kingdom of God with the fastest speed. Because compared to the speed of ordinary practitioners, the speed of gods isn't known to be many times faster. To use a simple metaphor, if ordinary practitioners can walk at the speed of normal people, then gods can walk at the speed of airplanes and high-speed trains. But even if this, at the level of speed, it would take a few days to cross a small kingdom of God. It can be seen how vast the territory of a kingdom of God is. And this is just a small kingdom of God, let alone those large kingdoms of God. Therefore, the existence of the gate of space is still very reasonable, and it must be profitable. You know, even if there is no space gate, every kingdom of God has laid a teleportation array to communicate with other kingdoms of God. It's just a little expensive to use. Before the virtual shopping platform was launched, the Logistics Alliance jointly established by the major chambers of commerce also used these teleportation arrays. It also caused the courier fee to be a bit inflated. After all, the cost is there, so you can't lose money and make money. Therefore, in order to make it more convenient for customers, Qilu resolutely decided to take over this arduous and great task. Well, it's actually stealing business. Wouldn't it be a pity to give up the door of space that I finally came up with after using it once? Qilu made such a decision by adhering to the good morals of being thrifty and not wasting creativity. In this way, the Logistics Alliance jointly established by the major chambers of commerce will be the first batch of users of the Space Gate. It is mainly used for cargo transshipment on virtual shopping platforms. That is a huge income. System, host, can you really eat the water you poured out? Hearing this, the system was a little startled. Speaking of the logistics industry earlier, Qilu personally said that it should be left to those chambers of commerce. After all, Qilu's manpower is really limited. Even if he stays for himself, there is nothing he can do. What the logistics industry needs is an extremely large amount of manpower. But now, this unscrupulous host actually used this method to get involved. Hey! Qilu tried to pass the test by being cute. System, this system has never seen such a brazen host. Hey, your Irby system, you must be out of your mind. I'm doing it for our own benefit. Oh, I almost forgot, you have no brain at all. Qilu almost choked to death by this sand sculpture system. Where did this phrase come from? System, that's right, the system almost didn't realize that we are at the same end. System, it must be that you, the host, are too black-hearted, causing this system to feel a little bit sorry, and my conscience is aching. You have a conscience too? I'm afraid that if the dog eats your conscience, it will poison you to death. Qilu scoffed at the words of the system. Isn't it just mutual harm? Who is afraid of whom? System, that's right, where is the conscience of this system? Then it's all right, host, you continue. This system will definitely support you. This. As long as you scold yourself hard enough, no one else can scold you. The system is well versed in the essence of this way, Qilu said. He was speechless. But bickering is one thing, and the business that should be done cannot be left behind. Relying on the space doors opened by each branch, how to commercialize it really needs to be carefully planned. It's okay to intervene in the logistics industry, but the matter of earning faith stones is not out of the question. I believe that after the door of space is opened, the major chambers of commerce will be even happier. Because it reduces the cost of shipping goods. Then there is the chaotic area, the door of space opened with the signal Toir as the node, which cannot be put down. Prior to this, due to the lack of signal in the chaotic area, the delivery address of the virtual shopping platform had not been able to be located there, and could only be picked up near the Kingdom of God. It's different now. With the signal tower, there is no need to run back and forth to pick up the goods. This is a great thing, and it is convenient for many people. Presumably, the major chambers of commerce are not the only ones who are happy. But now it's just a standardization, and if you want to implement it, you have to wait until these demon gods are eliminated. Otherwise, the current gates of space are all open for free. Do you really think that maintaining the gate of space is not consumed? Let's take a look at Cerkaya first. Qila suddenly remembered that he still had business to do. The law of the sword is different from the power of most natural laws. Because the sword is not a naturally born thing between heaven and earth. And the way of swordsmanship is naturally not a natural law. It's just that there is a law for everything, and there is a way for everything in the world. Based on sword skills, with the heart of the sword as the foundation, and with the intent of the sword as the way of the sword, the law of supreme strength is formed. Its strength is determined by Jianqin. If the heart of the sword is tough, the way of the sword is tough. If the heart of the sword is straight, then the way of the sword is straight. If the heart of the sword is invincible, then the way of the sword is invincible. At this moment, the sky is full of sword energy like rain, and the majestic sword intent is like the sea, but it is centered on where Jiani is. A heart of sword, like a sea god needle, falls in the sword chi and sword intent, unmoving and unshakable. It is so suppressed that the sword energy does not fall, and the sword intent does not startle. This momentum is much stronger than when you broke through before. When Qila came over, he happened to see this scene, and couldn't help talking to Cerkaya. Jiani is a person with extraordinary talent, and his understanding of the way of the sword is also unique. Now breaking through to the realm of the main god with the law of the sword, the future achievements should be limitless. Yeah, I think so too. Cerkaya nodded. This is nothing to admit, anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Although the law of war and the law of kendo are comparable in rank, they are not the same type of law power. To put it simply, one main intelligence, one main force. The movement of the sword law is a bit louder, which is normal. You can see it. Qila shrugged. He just came over to take a look. The main purpose is to prevent those demon gods who don't open their eyes from rushing over. After all, a main god who is breaking through is much easier to deal with than ordinary main gods. Maybe there will be demon gods who can't help it. Roar. Well, poisonous milk takes effect. Qila didn't expect that, just thinking about it like this, a demon god would really appear. Killing the main god is of great help to the demon god in recovering his own strength. It is instinct to devour flesh and blood and feed war with war. If it wasn't for the demon emperor using means to suppress his instincts, all these damned guys would die in the kingdom of God. It turned out to be an intact demon god. Cerkaya also sensed the demon god appearing nearby, and his expression changed immediately. If there is no demon god who is injured, it is still very difficult to deal with. It's not that Cerkaya will lose. The main reason is that he is afraid that it will affect Jiani, who is still in the process of breaking through. Send out the location, and find a few more main gods to encircle and suppress. Cerkaya moved quickly. The siege is not only fast, but also quiet and safe, which is very suitable for the current situation. However, Cerkaya. Although his movements were fast, Qila's movements were even faster. The first time he caught a glimpse of the roaring demon god, Qila frowned. The looks of these demon gods always look vicious and violent, and they are definitely not good-looking anyway. But Qila didn't discriminate against their looks, but felt that it was impolite to shout in public like this. Noisy! With a low shout, Qila reached out and grabbed it. In an instant, it was as if the whole world was held by Qi Lu, and the boundary of the void was distorted and broken on the spot. Space lock destroy. Take another light grip. The space locked by Qi Lu using the law of space collapsed inside. Therefore, all the things trapped in that space were annihilated into nothingness, and disappeared between this piece of heaven and earth. With Qi Li's current strength, it's that simple to deal with these demon gods. Sir Kaya, who was watching from this side, was stunned, and he hadn't had Tomito take back the virtual dual crystal that he just held in his hand. What is this? It is well known that store manager Qi's strength is unfathomable. But after seeing it with his own eyes, the strength of store manager Qi is so strong, it is too outrageous. Let them deal with an uninjured demon god. It will take at least a few days to fight alone, and it is not known whether they can win. Therefore, it is mostly in the form of encirclement and suppression. But even if it was encirclement and suppression, it was not so fast. Sir Kaya saw store manager Qi raising his hand, probing, shaking, and then the demon god that appeared disappeared. What is this concept? This means that these main gods are at this level, in front of manager Qi. What are you doing in a daze? Take the things back. Qi Lu glanced at Sir Kaya and said. To be honest, Qi Li's current opponent is already an enemy at the level of the Demon Emperor. These demon gods who are far away from the Demon Emperor, and because they are resurrected, their strength has been greatly reduced. In front of Qi Lu, it's really not enough to look at. To deal with these demon gods, Qi Lu only needs to use pure law power to crush these guys with ease. The whole process can take up to 3 breaths, and it doesn't take too much time. It just has to be met. Thousands of miles away, it is still difficult to deal with these demon gods. Qi Lu didn't have that much free time either, there was no need to go to those hidden demon gods all day long. It's better to use it to train those newly promoted main gods, lest they really encounter wars in the future, and they will be in a hurry. After all, the invasion of the Tianji territory is different from the current small fights. Once it is opened, it will be a big event that will affect the entire Sky God realm, and it cannot be solved by the fall of hundreds of main gods. Therefore, the actual combat training must be prepared now, and it is a little bit more experience. Shop manager Qi, I was still doubting you just now, sorry. Sir Kaya put away the virtual dual crystal in his hand, and said with a smile. Previously, Sir Kaya really did not expect that manager Qi could solve the problem so quickly. Because he hadn't seen store manager Qi take action much before, so he thought of encircling and suppressing him just to be on the safe side. Looking at it now, I really underestimated the strength of store manager Qi. It doesn't matter. Qi Lu didn't care about this kind of thing, he could see how others liked, and it didn't affect him at all. But looking at Jiani, who was in the process of breaking through, Qi Lu also began to think about another question. Why has it become easier to break through the realm of cultivation recently? Of course, it's not just Sir Kaya and Jiani. In fact, in the realm of Absolute God, during this period of time, there are not a few powerful gods who have been promoted to the realm of the main god because of their accumulation, or because of accidental opportunities and sudden realizations. This made Qi Lu feel a little strange. Usually, there is no new main god appearing in thousands of years, so why did they all erupt in this period of time? It would be a joke to say what is the result of accumulation. If this is the case, why don't these guys break through normally? Is it because this time period is festive? Good guy, do you have to choose an auspicious day to even be promoted to the realm of the main god now? But it's not necessarily a celebration. The birth of the demon emperor and the revival of the demon god, which one is considered a good thing? What's more, all the good things can be put aside, let's just talk about how many main gods have fallen in recent days. Wait, the fallen Lord God. Qi Lu suddenly thought of this matter, and his thoughts froze for a moment. As I said before, the Vault of Heaven God realm is actually divided into 2 parts, the Heavenly Extreme Realm and the Divine Extreme Realm. The main reason for the conflict between the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm is the balance of power in the vault of heaven God realm. The total power in these two worlds is constant, one side is strong, and the other side is weak. Then, every time a main god falls, it is equivalent to vacating a position, waiting for a new main god to succeed. If you think about it this way, it seems to make sense. The recently fallen main god, perhaps, has become an opportunity for the promotion of a powerful god. If you think about it further, you can imagine the consequences of the battle between the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm. It's no wonder that in troubled times, it is a time when geniuses emerge in large numbers, and all kinds of opportunities are everywhere. The Tao of the demon god cultivated by the demon emperor can be explained. The way of the demon god may be to seize the share of power possessed by the slain. And the demon emperor wanted to make the divine realm chaotic, just a fish in troubled waters. The more fallen main gods, and the wider the flames of war, the greater the chance that the demon emperor can get. I see. In this way, it all makes sense. The way of the main god is to use the power of faith as a bridge of communication to gather the power of the heavenly gods and master the power of laws. The way of the demon god is to use killing as a means to seize the power of the vault of heaven god realm and strengthen itself. The fewer competitors you have, the more likely you are to become stronger. The battle that may break out between the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm at any time is probably due to this reason. In the name of a big war, to eradicate your competitors and pave the way for your own further progress. Perhaps the king of humans was aware of this, so he chose to seal off the sacred mountain in the central territory. Could this be the profound meaning that I hadn't thought of before? Does the idealized Lord God want to create a world without disputes? Unfortunately, it is impossible to have no competition. As long as the comparison still exists, the competition will not disappear. And along with competition comes jealousy and hatred. If Qi Lu were to say it, healthy competition should be a good medicine to promote progress, while vicious competition should be avoided. But what the King of Man really thinks, Qi Lu doesn't know. But looking at it now, in recent days, powerful gods have been continuously promoted, and this is probably the reason. This also made Qi Lu figure it out. No wonder the demon emperor is so keen on stirring up chaos. Sure enough, he is a betrayer of the god realm, and he can ignore everyone for his own selfish desires. Fortunately, Qi Lu almost understood what the demon emperor thought. Now all you need to do is to quietly see and dismantle the tricks. After all, the demon emperor is a good person, and every time he does something, he can always bring Qi Lu a lot of money. This is not only the income of the stone of faith, but also the income of the power of faith. Including those believers is simply a surprise. The last time Qi Lu saw the demon emperor, he had the urge to ask the Systemto make a pennant on the spot, but he held back in the end. Thinking about it now, I should have taken out the pennant back then to see if I could make the demon emperor mad. Selkaya, have you encountered a demon god again? No way, your place is some kind of geomantic treasure. 2 demon gods appeared in a short period of time. Hey, you're not lying to us, are you? The demon god didn't sense the breath. Shop manager Qi, why are you here? While Qi Lu was thinking about this serious question, many main gods rushed over from a distance. Although Serkaya put away the virtual dual crystal just now. But because the action was too fast, the positioning information was sent out, saying that he had encountered the demon god again. In the end, who knows, Qi Lu was crushed by that demon god before the virtual dual crystal could be put away. At this speed, even if it was a second faster, Serkaya would not be so embarrassed. I'll come over to see what's going on with Jianyi. When Qi Lu saw the main god coming from a distance, his heart turned and he wanted to understand what was going on. I thought to myself, Serkaya's hand speed is really powerful, faster than his movements, and he has already sent the message for help. Well, you guys are late. Store manager Chi has already dealt with the demon god that appeared. Sir Kaya said with a sullen face. Are we late? As a result, Sir Kaya replied with such a sentence, and the main gods who rushed over were all confused. Is it too late at their speed? It took less than a minute at most from seeing the positioning message flourishing over the gate of space. What can you do with such a short time? That's right, you guys are indeed late. What can I say about Manager Chi's strength? Sir Kaya also knew that this incident was indeed a bit unbelievable. After all, they did not see it with their own eyes. It was an intact demon god, and it appeared so suddenly that Sir Kaya felt that if he did not encircle and suppress him, the aftermath of the battle would definitely affect Jianni's breakthrough. That's why I asked for help directly, and then attached a location message. Who would have thought that the moment store manager Chi stretched out his hand, the demon god opposite would disappear immediately. It was crushed to powder on the spot. This kind of scene, Sir Kaya also saw the king of people from a long time ago. And after that is, after the fall of the human king, Sir Kaya never saw him again. Look, even the main god who has seen the world like Sir Kaya, the new main god, can't believe it. Then let alone these new master gods who haven't seen the world. Outrageous. Sir Kaya finally chose such a word to summarize the strength of store manager Chi. Although in Sir Kaya's heart, he didn't think that store manager Chi could match the fighting power of the king. But there is no doubt that store manager Chi's fighting power must be among the best in the current god realm. Of course, Chila didn't think that he could be compared with the king of kings in his heyday either. Don't say anything else, just talk about the time when you fought the demon emperor before. In that battle, the demon emperor he met was still in a weak state. Chila needed to borrow some strength from the system in order to fight against the demon emperor. So what terrifying power did the demon emperor possess in his heyday? As for the human king, he was able to suppress the demon emperor in his heyday. Needless to say, what a terrifying combat power that is. Therefore, Chi Lu still admires the king of men. Not only the spirit of the human king, but also the strength of the human king. But Chi Lu won't say this kind of thing. Who will take the initiative to reveal how much strength they have? Isn't that stupid? If what you say is true, it's really outrageous. The main god and Sir Kaya, who rushed over, stared at each other for a long time before listening to Sir Kaya finish the matter. In a flash, a demon god died on the spot and turned into flying ash. Didn't you just say that it was annihilated into nothingness? Is there a difference? That's right, there seems to be no difference. The point is not the strength of store manager Chi. Why is he so tyrannical? Strange, is it something that can't be affected by the tyrannical strength of store manager Chi? That's right. Didn't we all know before that store manager Chi is at least at the same level as the dragon god? Now it's just a little too much, it's not a big deal. What you said makes sense. After some discussion, these main gods looked at manager Chi in a different way again. Dealing with demon gods is only a matter of flipping hands. Is it really just the level of fighting power of dragon gods? To be honest, in the hearts of these main gods, there is only one thought at this moment. That is, how strong is store manager Chi? This is an unsolved mystery in the vault of heaven god realm, the extreme god realm. All the customers in the store know that manager Chi's strength is unfathomable, but no one knows how strong he is. They only know that store manager Chi will always be stronger than they imagined. Whenever they feel that the strength of store manager Chi may be at this level. After a while, store manager Chi will be able to slap them in the face with facts. It really is a monster that came out of nowhere, and I have never even heard of the name before. Okay, don't talk about this. What is the character of store manager Chi, do you still not know? The stronger store manager Chi is, the more difficult we are, shouldn't we be happier? You know, these doors of space are all thanks to store manager Qi. After several silences, a main god suddenly spoke. Immediately, there were countless voices of approval. Although they thought that manager Qi was very strong in the past, that was all, and they didn't have a definite concept. And now, after they got a firm concept, a sense of awe also appeared. Because the ideas of these main gods are similar to those of Sirkaya. Store manager Qi can crush a demon god so easily, so dealing with them is equally easy. They are all new main gods, even if they are strong and weak, they will not feel that they are really much stronger. At least in front of manager Qi. Are estimated to be of the same level. Therefore, amidst the former respect, now there is an extra fear. But just as the main god said, no matter how powerful store manager Qi is, at least he is in the same camp as them. There is never any doubt about this, you just need to see how many things store manager Qi has done. From the appearance of the demon emperor until now, the demon god has struck. Store manager Qi has used his own methods to support the entire divine realm from beginning to end. If there is no store manager Qi, these main gods can imagine what the Shenji will be like at this moment. Absolutely corpses littered the field, devastated everywhere, the kingdom of God was shattered, and the flames of war raged. Just the previous killing puppets and blood demons caused enough trouble. Not to mention the current demon god. So far, it hasn't been processed yet. Then let alone the demon emperor after these demon gods. If you wait until the demon emperor shows up, who can stop him? Therefore, the strength of store manager Qi is actually a good thing for them, the newly promoted main gods. As soon as this idea was put forward, it was quickly approved and echoed. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you say a few compliments without losing your meat. Hey, the one sitting over there, could it be Xuanhuan? Didn't store manager Qi just say that he came to check on Jiani's situation? Wait, why did Jiani also break through, and he also had an epiphany? This is too fast. While speaking, these main gods suddenly noticed Jiani at the side. I was attracted by Sirkaya's story and store manager Qi just now, so I didn't notice it for a while. But now, with the sword energy and sword intent surrounding the sword becoming more and more powerful, it is impossible not to notice it. It was also at this time that these main gods suddenly remembered why store manager Qi came here. Did you just notice? Sirkaya's face showed great doubts. You guys are all gods, when did your perception become so low? It's not that I just noticed, the main reason is that when compared with manager Qi, the importance has dropped. A certain main god explained with some embarrassment. Indeed, manager Qi's attractiveness is still stronger. However, as soon as this sentence was said, Qi Lu was a little embarrassed. Ahem, what do you mean when you compare with me, the importance will decrease? Qi Lu touched his nose and said. Can you Master God speak clearly, so that we don't make it seem like there is any relationship between us? That being said, it does make sense. At this moment, a sword sound sounded. The long river of sword energy and the lake of sword intent lingering around Jiani were suddenly shaken. Immediately afterwards, the phantom of the throne of the law of swordsmanship that appeared behind Jiani slowly rose and floated above the lake of sword intent. In an instant, the sky filled with sword energy rushed towards the phantom of the throne of the law of swordsmanship, and the lake of sword intent rushed towards the phantom of the throne of the law of swordsmanship like a stream returning to the sea. This scene should be the last step of Jiani's promotion. Integrate thousands of sword chi and sword intent into one, and turn it into your own original power. In fact, the process of advancing to the realm of the main god is not the same, but every god is different. After all, the power of the laws you master is different, and the perception you get is also different, so of course it will not be the same in the process of breaking through the realm and sublimating yourself. For example, the scene that Jiani provokes now is even more majestic than Balkaya at that time. But at the same time, the risk is also greater. If Selkaya's law of war fails to break through, it will be nothing more than a life without an inch of progress. However, on Jianyi's side, if one is not careful, he will not fully control the sword energy and intent. I'm afraid it will be torn apart in an instant. The sound of swords reappeared again. What followed was Jianyi's saber, which suddenly unsheathed automatically, and then flew in front of him. According to Cercaya, Jianyi's saber was brought by him from a lower plane, and he was tempered all the way through the promotion, turning it into his natal weapon until today. However, looking at it now, weapons made of materials from lower planes are still a bit fragile. Perhaps in terms of offensiveness, due to the refinement of Jianyi swordsmanship, it has become stronger than most artifacts. But in terms of its own material, it will always be a flaw. Oops, something is going to happen. After staring at it for a while, Qi Le suddenly said. There may be no problem with Jianyi's control over the laws of the way of the sword. After all, the law power transformed by one's own sword intent is much easier to control than the natural law power. But on the other hand, the sudden sublimation of the law of the sword, the requirements for the carrying objects are not low. Click. As soon as Qi Le finished speaking, there was a crisp sound. A crack suddenly appeared on the saber floating in front of Jianyi, and it was still expanding. No way, how could this happen? Cercaya also saw this scene, and his expression changed immediately. The thing carrying the law of the sword is broken, so what should I do next? This situation has broken through a hammer. Qi, store manager Qi, in this situation, can you think of any solution? Up to now, Cercaya can only put his hope on the store manager Qi. Because he is a godman who has repeatedly created miracles. We can only look at Jianyi's ability, and good luck. Qi Lu frowned slightly, and said. I thought nothing happened, but it turned out that something happened. The main gods who rushed over from around also became nervous at this moment. When fighting against demon gods and the heavenly extremity territory, having one more main god means having more strength. When is this? Are you still thinking that if you lose one main god, you will have more resources? When you reach the realm of the Lord God, you will have to compete with the general trend of the world. One more main god, one less main god, in fact, the impact is not that big. Jianyi, let me see how powerful your sword heart is. Qi Le thought of a possibility, so when he turned his palm over, the golden body core of the law of swordsmanship appeared in his hand. Then flick. Whoosh. Clang. Only a crisp sound was heard. The core of the golden body of the law of the sword directly smashed the saber in front of Jianyi. Shop manager Qi? Seeing this scene, Cercaya and the main gods around him almost didn't cry out. Good guy, the saber before was just a few cracks, it can't hold it. It's all right now, you old man can do it yourself. Are you going to send Jianyi directly on the road? No, wait, it's not me. As we can see, Jianyi's condition seems to have stabilized. However, after an exclamation, Cercaya calmed down first. Because Cercaya knew that manager Qi was by no means the kind of person they thought, and his character and character were obvious to all. So store manager Qi must have a deep meaning in doing this. Immediately afterwards, Cercaya saw that although the saber was shattered, Jianyi's aura stabilized instead. This is really strange. The carrying objects of the law of the sword are gone, and there is no riot in the law of the sword. Hey, what's that? Although Jianyi's saber is broken, a phantom in the shape of a sword is still there. It's sword soul. What? Jianyi condensed a sword soul. After being calmed down by Cercaya's voice, several main gods suddenly noticed this. The soul of the sword is the soul of the law of the sword. As long as the sword soul is not destroyed, the law of the sword will not be out of control. This is also the reason why Qi Le didn't throw the golden body core of the law of swordsmanship to Jianyi, but directly flicked at his saber. As for the degree of mastery of the laws of the sword, as well as the level of perception, Jiani is not bad. The only thing that went wrong was the load. That being the case, it is enough to condense another carrying object that will never be damaged. The Supreme Throne carries the power of law, while the sword soul carries the sword energy and sword intent. The extremely strong aggressiveness of the law of the sword, and the invincible destructive power are all in the sword. At this time, Jianyi's breakthrough has also come to an end, and it is basically considered a success. It's unlikely that there will be any more surprises. Sir Kaya also breathed a sigh of relief. Store manager Qi is still the same store manager, and can always create miracles. Store manager Qi, you really can always think of a solution to the problem. I don't know what can be difficult for you. At this moment, Sir Kaya sighed from the bottom of his heart. Shouldn't Jiani say this sentence? Qi glanced at Sir Kaya and joked. These two guys, in the current relationship, don't look like rivals, but rather like more hurtful friends. That's right, Sir Kaya, this kind of words should really be said by me. Shop manager Qi, this time, thank you very much. At this time, Jianyi's voice also suddenly sounded. You are welcome. Qi replied coolly. Jiani has an upright temperament, although he is a bit preoccupied, he is actually a person who will repay his kindness. If you invest properly, you will definitely not lose money. Jiani, how do you feel now? Sir Kaya also came up and asked. I feel good now, better than ever, even better than I imagined. The sword glanced at Sir Kaya, and with one move with one hand, the sword soul floating in front of him got into the center of his eyebrows. With the soul of the sword in hand, the sword is integrated into the body, which is much stronger than the previous saber. At least it is easy to carry, one thought can summon the sword soul, and transform it into thousands of sword principles. This is much more powerful than the fabled sword control technique. The power of thousands of swords can almost be said to be invincible. I can rest assured that. Sir Kaya nodded with a look of relief. Are you concerned about me? Jiani said suddenly. Sir Kaya was taken aback for a moment, then said with a chuckle, how is it possible, if you die, I will lose a competitor? I was just thinking, if you died in the hands of the laws you mastered, it will be too ugly. Harmful friends just like to use their words to gain advantage, but one is more active than the other in action. Then don't worry, Sir Kaya, I won't die until I get rid of you with my own hands. Jiani replied slowly, and then his mind moved. The soul of the sword suddenly drilled out from between the eyebrows, and instantly turned into a long sword that filled the sky, and was frozen in the sky like a torrential rain. The sharp edge, the escaping cold air. It's creepy even without getting up close. The main gods who came over were so shocked that they took a step back unconsciously, and then suddenly felt something was wrong, and stood back again. This? Qi had a panoramic view of this scene, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching. This subconscious reaction is too real. Are you serious about taking that step back? Although, Qi also admits that the sharpness and strong offensiveness of swordsmanship principles are indeed among the best among the powers of many laws, and there are few other laws that can match them. But in other respects, it is lacking. The law of the sword is in charge of pure offense, but there is only offense. If this can make these main gods retreat, then it will be fine when they meet the real demon gods in the future. From this point of view, there is still a lack of exercise. Alright, Jiani, put it away. Qi waved his hand and said. The long sword transformed by the law of swordsmanship is not for attacking. It's just that Jiani is showing his strength to Sir Kaya, proving to him that he has also stepped into the realm of the main god. It's quite a show-off and a demonstration. Yes, Manager Qi. Jian nodded, and then waved his hand. The sky was full of long swords like a forest, but it condensed into a sword soul in an instant, and a long rainbow flashed from the sky, returning to Jiani's eyebrows. It is worthy of the power of law condensed by the heart of its own sword. It has just been promoted to the realm of the main god, and it is like a finger. Shop manager Qi, just like Sir Kaya, since I have received your favor and saved my life, if I have something to come to you in the future, I will go through fire and water, and I will not hesitate to do so. After taking back the soul of the sword, Jiani stopped bickering with Sir Kaya, but came to Qi Lu and bowed. Then he said it solemnly. These words are sincere, without any hypocrisy, nor are they polite. Because it was indeed as Jiani himself said, and he knew very well in his heart that his promotion to the realm of the main god was actually more dangerous than that of Bilkaya. When there was a crack in his saber before, it was impossible to say that Jiani was not nervous. Without the help of store manager Qi, when the saber is broken, the law of kendo is out of control. At that time, it is almost a certainty that he will be torn apart by the law of the sword. But store manager Qi was able to make a timely move, not only helping him toe break through successfully, but even condensing the soul of the sword that had not been seen for tens of thousands of years. From Jianyi's point of view, this kind of kindness can't be repaid, it can only be repaid with life. Going through fire and water is not a joke. Whatever you want. Qi Lu smiled and didn't bother to answer the conversation. Although what Qi Lu wanted was this result, it was not his character to repay the kindness. Having a grateful heart is more important than anything else. The seeds planted now will always bear fruit one day in the future. It's also hard work for you to run, I'm sorry. At this time, Sir Kaya is also interested in those who don't know where, said the main god who rushed over. It feels like the shadow of the princes in the Fenghua opera. If Selkaya knew the story. It's okay, didn't you see the store manager Qi? Yeah, I also saw the process of Jianyi's promotion to the realm of the main god, which is worth it. If you say it's hard work, it's because of store manager Qi's hard work. We are just taking advantage of the convenience of the space gate. These main gods waved their hands again and again when they heard the words, and reasoned that they hadn't done anything. Although this is true, the heart still has to accept it. After a few more pleasantries, all the main gods also left. The demon god hidden in the chaotic area, everyone can get it and kill him, saw there are still many things to do. After all these demon gods are wiped out, it's not too late to have a drink and talk. And speaking of this wine, in fact, those ordinary people in the divine realm have developed it very well. Above the vault of heaven god realm, the god realm is so vast, there are so many races living here, and the number of creatures is so huge, there is no shortage of food and drink development. Don't underestimate the ability of these intelligent races. So Qi Lu has never planned to bring up those delicacies from his shop. Then I won't stay any longer, I'll go back to the store first. Qi Lu said hello and then slipped away. Things have been dealt with, and the ones staying here now are the two main gods anyway, and they are afraid of being plotted against. When going back, Qi Lu also thought of something. For example, in such a good time period, there are many opportunities for breakthroughs. Then Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi should also work harder, trying to break through Toth realm of the main god as quickly as possible. But there is a problem. Although the opportunity is there, Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi are newcomers after all. They have only been in the sky god realm for a short time and their savings are insufficient. Compared with those powerful gods with backgrounds, Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi are still a bit behind the accumulation of time, and I don't know if they can catch up. On this issue, Qi Lu could only do his best to support it. If Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi can be promoted to the realm of the main god, Qi Li himself can relax a lot. The power of the spirit of time, as well as the power of the human king, must be released to fight against the Tianji domain. That being said, let's help them find something to defend themselves. Immortal Demon Battlefield, haven't I been there for a long time? Qi Lu suddenly thought of this. When one's own strength is getting stronger and stronger, many purchase channels in the past have become less important. so subconsciously, I didn't care too much. No, you don't want to take advantage of the bastard, you should go and have a look. It can be said that the battlefield of immortals and demons is the purchase channel that Qi Lu has always remembered so far. 1. Because of the scene in the battlefield of immortals and demons, Qi Li has never forgotten it. Another reason is that the artifacts in the battlefield of immortals and demons still have some effect. For example, the soul-refining magic beads found before are still useful today. Wait, if you put it this way, it seems that I can become stronger by beheading enemies, just like the demon emperor. Qi Lu slapped his palm and suddenly realized this problem. But soon, he became depressed again. Because Qi Lu thought of it again, what the soul-refining magic orb devours is the soul and the power of law. But those demon gods resurrected with resentment don't have these two things, and they can't use them to devour them. I can only curse in my heart as a waste. Then, let the system help to open the door to the battlefield of immortals and demons, and walked in. It was the long-lost rotten air, and it was a scene full of death. Even if he had reached the realm of the main god, Qi Lu still couldn't feel comfortable in the dead zone of the battlefield of immortals and demons. Let's look around first, and see if there is any armor with a better appearance. As Qi Lu spoke, he walked towards the depths of the battlefield of immortals and demons. Having come to the battlefield of immortals and demons so many times, Qi Lu's own cultivation level has also improved a lot. By now, Qi Lu could see it. Although the appearance of these fairy and magic artifacts depends purely on luck, but as for the grade, the deeper you go, the higher you go. The immortals fighting in this fringe area are obviously inferior to the immortals who cut out the depths in terms of cultivation. The same is true for the grades of immortal artifacts and magic artifacts. In fact, there is another saying that the more you go out, the more intact fairy artifacts and magic artifacts will be. Because the immortals and demons in the periphery are not high in cultivation level and lack of strength, there will be fewer immortal and magic weapons broken. And the deeper you go in the battlefield of immortals and demons, the stronger the strength of those fighting immortals and demons will be. If you fight to death, you must go all out. The fairy and magic weapons used must burst out with all their power to fight to the death. In the end, there are very few fairy and magic weapons that can survive. But overall, it's all about luck. Qi Lu boasted that his luck was not bad, but of course he was not much better than that. So the goal this time is just a piece of armor that is relatively intact. Let's equip you sheer first, so as not to cause any surprises. It's just that the sky doesn't go as planned, and when you want to find armor, you are destined to find no armor. Qi Lu felt this deeply at the moment. I wonder if this damned battlefield of immortals and demons is targeting him, a guest who came here only once after so much trouble. I didn't find the armor, but I saw a lot of weapons. Hey, this is. Among them was a small sword about the size of 2 fingers, which was exquisite in appearance, which aroused Qi Li's interest. Picking it up and looking at it, the shape is really exquisite, even if it is only the size of 2 fingers, Qi Lu is quite moved by it. The blade of the 2-finger sword is rare and clean, with no patterns and not races of battle. Only on the hilt of the sword, there are some not-so-complicated formations. After observing it over and over again, I feel that this small sword is not a weapon, but a model. But the integrity of the appearance is the highest one Qi Lu has seen so far. It can't be the sword fairy's toy. Qi Lu frowned, looking at the small sword in his hand, thinking in his heart. Bringing toys to the battlefield, it can be seen that this sword fairy really has a childlike innocence. Could it be said that he will be a teenager until his death? Bah, I missed it, that's not the case. But after thinking about it carefully, I feel that it is okay to take this small sword back. Anyway, if you can't find the armor, it's better to bring back a fairy artifact with the most complete appearance, just in case there are surprises. Okay, don't choose, just this. It's bad luck this time, come in next time and have a better look. Holding the two-fingered sword in his hand, Qi Lu yelled system in his mind. System, host, your mentality is really good. If my mentality was not good, I would have made you irritable. Qi Lu shrugged, walked through the gate opened by the system, and returned to Toth's store. Then he threw the two-fingered sword in his hand to the system for identification according to the usual practice, maybe. There is also a repair process. If there is no repair, the time required for identification is still very small. It's a pity that no suitable armor was found. It seems that Yu Shi'er is still unable to leave the shop. To be honest, now Qi Lu feels that Yu Shi'er needs to guard against the Demon Emperor more than guarding against the Demon God. Because of the current chaotic area, as well as the major kingdoms of God, with the quick support of the Space Gate, the threat level of the Demon God has been greatly reduced, and it is not as unhandy as before. But the Demon Emperor alone cannot use the Spatial Gate to solve the problem. From the current point of view, the only ones who could fight the Demon Emperor in the entire God realm were the Dragon God and Qi Lu himself. As for those ancient gods who didn't show up, to be honest, Qi Lu didn't have the slightest hope. Therefore, regarding the matter of recruiting apostles, it is better to continue with the recruitment fair. System, host, the identification result is out. Really, show it to me quickly. Qi Lu calculated in his mind, it didn't seem to take much time, so it shouldn't need to be repaired. I just don't know what level of fairy weapon or magic weapon the two-finger sword brought back this time is. After all, besides the sword immortal, there is also the sword demon. I hope it's not really a toy, or it's going to be a joke. Although it is definitely impossible for others to know about this and will not make fun of Qi Lu, this Irby system is different. So Qi Lu quickly opened the backstage of the store manager and entered toe check. Non-destructive sword heart, legendary special props, one-time props sword heart fusion, non-destructive, invincible. Another one-sentence introduction. Qi Lu deeply remembered that the Heaven and Earth chessboard he took out last time was also a one-sentence introduction. It's just that all the chess pieces on the Heaven and Earth chessboard have been lost, and they probably won't be found, so they are basically half-waste products. Why is it like this again this time? It can't be half a waste product. Those two half-waste products add up, isn't it a whole waste product? System, host, is your brain not working all of a sudden? Qi Lu admitted that he did think of some bad memories. After all, the name of Tiandi chessboard sounds domineering, but it has not played any role so far. But the system will say this sentence, maybe it is saying that this non-destructive sword heart still has some effect. The fusion of the sword and the heart, no damage, no destruction, invincible. Fairly simple introduction. Look at the front again, disposable props. A one-time prop at the legendary level, it should not be a toy. That's good, at least it exceeded his psychological expectations, so Qi Lu was satisfied now. What's the use after fusing the non-destructive sword heart? Is it just purely condensing Jianqing? Qi Lu asked a question. Qi Lu still knows about Jianxian, because he has seen it on Jianyi before. Concentrate the heart of the sword and the intent of the sword to master the laws of the sword. Looking at it this way, is the role of the indestructible sword heart to lock and master the law of the sword? Compared with the law seed launched by Qi Lu before, it seems that there is an additional function of locking the law of the sword. And the law of Kendo is not such a high-ranking law. Thinking about it this way, this non-destructive sword heart is not very good. System, of course not, host, is the grade mark of this system dropping in value like this? System, the non-destructive sword heart can be listed as a legendary item, how could it only have such a small effect? Being questioned by Qi Lu, the system suddenly became unhappy. After all, from the perspective of the system, something that is a legendary item must have its reason. I didn't see the Heaven and Earth chessboard from before, and the system didn't mark the grade. I just said, have the chess pieces been lost? Then tell me, what's the use of this non-destructive sword heart? Qi Lu continued. There is no way, the introduction of the system does not make it clear, so I can only ask in this way. System, it's very simple, the first function, sword heart is not destroyed. System, after fusing the sword heart without damage, it can make the sword heart of the fusion person non-destructive, indestructible and indestructible. I see. Qi Lu nodded. That's how the name of Wuxian Jianqing came about. The heart of the sword is not damaged, which means that the law of the sword will never get out of control. If Jiani could fuse this harmless sword heart before, even without Qi Lu's help, there would be no possibility of failing to advance to the realm of the main god. Even if the saber was broken, it would still be able to condense the sword's soul. And another function of the sword heart is not damaged, that is, the comprehension of the law of the sword can be improved to the extreme. To be honest, throwing this thing to Qi Lu actually has some uses. Because Qi Lu is a body of laws, he can also master the laws of swordsmanship. It's just that Qi Lu doesn't like to use it. So this non-destructive sword heart is destined to be sold. Even Qi Lu has already figured out who to sell to, that is Jian Yi. So, this time is Jian Yi's opportunity, not only to condense the soul of the sword, but also to buy a non-destructive sword heart. System, and the second function of indestructible sword heart is to strengthen the power of the law of the sword, raise the level of the law of the sword, and help the law of the sword to be truly invincible. What? What did you just say? Qi Lu was still thinking about what price Wuxian Jianqing should sell at a better price, and was shocked on the spot. This does not damage the heart of the sword, but can it also improve the level of the law of the sword? There is one thing to say, except for the natural law power, the special type of law power similar to the law of Kendo, in fact, the level of law is not particularly clear. Most of it depends on the master's own understanding, whether it is high or low, it may be uncertain. However, the function of non-destructive sword heart not only forcibly improves the understanding of the law of the sword, but also improves the level of seeing the law. It really deserves to be a legendary one-time item. These functions are to change. No, it is tough. Thinking about it this way, the price of Wuxian Jianqing should be able to increase by 100 million points. I believe that Jiani has no reason to refuse. Speaking of which, all the functions of Wuxian Jianqing have actually been introduced. Because Wuxian Jianqing's introduction is only 3 sentences, 12 characters. Needless to say, sword heart fusion. No damage, and invincibility are also reflected. As far as this function is concerned, it is indeed a legendary prop, although it looks a bit like a toy. Qi Lu suddenly realized that his luck this time should be pretty good. Although the ideal armor was not found, on the other hand, it can be regarded as making up for it. Perhaps, after Jiani merged with the non-destructive sword heart, he could protect Yu Shi'er in the dark until Yu Shi'er successfully broke through Toth realm of the main god. With the blessing of Jianqing without damage, Jiani should be able to fight the demon emperor twice. This is much better than armor. After all, armor is something that depends on the wearer's cultivation level. And when Jiani fought against the demon emperor, the delay was enough for Qi Lu and Dragon God to arrive. Do as soon as you think of it, Qi Lu is still well known for his swift and resolute actions. On the other side, after chatting with Sir Kaya, Jiani was about to leave to find the missing demon god. Before he left, he saw store manager Qi coming over again. Shop manager Qi? The two looked at Qi Lu curiously, wondering what he was doing here again. I want to make a deal with you, are you interested? Qi Lu laughed. And me? Jiani pointed at himself. That's right, it's with you. Qi Lu nodded. Store manager Qi, don't make any deals. If there is anything I can help, just say it. Jiani said seriously. Store manager Qi helped him so much before, how could he take advantage of it? don't say that. Affection is affection, and a transaction is a transaction. These are two different things, and they are confused together. Qi Lu waved his hand and said. In fact, what I thought in my heart was, Jianyi without the fusion of Fen and destructive sword heart may not be able to withstand the demon emperor's move. If he just handed over the task to Jianyi, with his upright character, he might really die in the hands of the demon emperor. So from this aspect, the lossless sword heart still has to be given. As long as Jianyi can completely integrate with the non-destructive sword heart, then the combat power will definitely rise several steps. Although there is still no way to compare with the demon emperor, but facing the demon emperor in a weak state, he will not be the target of instant killing. At least he can go through several tricks and delay a lot of time. This is the power of the non-destructive sword heart, and it is also a legendary one-time prop, the tyrannical place. Otherwise, why would a mortal sword heart be classified as a legendary commodity? Since store manager Qi said so, I'd rather be respectful than obedient. Jian nodded his head and said nothing. Manager Qi is his benefactor now, so he can do what his benefactor says. Okay, then I'll get straight to the point. I need you to protect Yu Shi'er in the dark until she is also promoted to the realm of the Lord God. Qi Lu nodded slightly, and then spoke aloud. As for Lanyi, she will work with Yu Shi'er to recruit apostles and develop believers. While Jianyi is protecting Yu Shi'er, he will also take care of Lanyi, so there is no need to tell her. Miss Yu Shi'er? Sir Kaya exclaimed beside him. Then he said quickly, Store Manager Qi, what happened to Miss Yu Shi'er? Why do you need Jianyi's protection? If you want to protect Miss Yu Shi'er, I can also help you. Sir Kaya recommended herself. After all, Yu Shi'er is the successor of the human king. For the followers of the king like Sir Kaya, it is the spiritual pillar that must not cause any accidents. So when it came to the question that Yu Shi'er might be in danger, Sir Kaya became a little agitated. Jianyi glanced at Sir Kaya suspiciously. Although he was a little curious about why Sir Kaya showed such an expression, he didn't ask. If you want to go, I won't stop it, but it will be very dangerous. Qi Lu took a deep look at Sir Kaya, and then spoke slowly. To protect Yu Shi'er in secret, what needs to be dealt with is the demon emperor who may appear at any time. It's normal to be in danger. Otherwise, Qi Lu wouldn't have thought about giving Jianyi the indestructible sword heart. I'm not afraid. Sir Kaya heard the words and answered firmly. Qi Lu shrugged, but didn't try to persuade him any further. For the followers of the King of Human Beings, protecting the successors of the King of Human Beings is a kind of belief, and it can even be said to be a kind of obsession. There is no need to persuade them, just let them do it. Perhaps this is also a kind of fateful relief. Jianyi, since this is a deal, and you agreed to my conditions, then I will give you the early remuneration. Qi Lu looked at Jianyi, and a small sword the size of 2 fingers suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as Wu Shou Jianxin appeared, Jianyi's eyes were firmly locked on it, and he couldn't move away. For Qi Lu, the attraction of Wu Shou Jianxin may not be that great, because he has seen too many good things. Moreover, the effect of Wu Shou Jianxin on Qi Lu was not as great as expected. So the reaction will be mediocre. However, for Jianyi, the non-destructive sword heart is the most precious treasure in the entire Sky God realm. He can guarantee that his sword heart is undamaged and indestructible, and Hatsan also enhances his understanding of the laws of the sword to the strongest and his control to the extreme. This is simply a treasure among treasures. Moreover, the power of the indestructible sword heart is not limited to this one, and it can directly improve the level of the law of the sword. This power is even stronger than Jian Xian Burue. Although Jianyi didn't know the power of Wuxian Jianxin at this moment. However, this does not hinder the attraction of Jianxin to Jianyi. Because this is the perception of the non-destructive sword heart by the law of the sword, it is a natural intuition. Knowing that there is no harm to Jianqin is of great help to oneself. Shop manager Qi, may I ask, what is this? Jianni took a deep breath, tried hard to calm down his mood, and then asked aloud. Although the lossless sword heart is very attractive to Jianni. But it was only because of the guidance of the law of the sword that Jian Yik knew that the thing that manager Qi brought out was a precious treasure. But what exactly this precious treasure is, Jianni does not know. Indestructible sword heart, after refining, you will know what its function is. With a flick of Qi Li's wrist, the small sword in his hand flew towards Jianni, and then hovered in front of his eyes. A sharp sword intent escaped from the innocuous sword heart, condensing into a sharp sword energy, which made people feel terrified. But in Jianyi's view, this sword intent is the most charming power. Now, it was sent directly to my eyes. Shop manager Qi, if I accept this item today, even if I die in the future, I will fulfill your entrustment. Jianni took a deep breath, suppressed the urge in his heart to immediately refine Jianqin without damage, and said solemnly. This is not like saying a promise, but rather a solemn oath. Don't be so serious, we are all living well. Qi Lu waved his hand. Is it really good for you to plant such a real flag now? But this is also like what Jianni will do, although it is best to be alive. After speaking, Jianni didn't speak anymore. Because the attraction of the non-destructive sword heart is indeed very strong, right now, the sooner it can be refined, the better. Soon, a sword intent erupted from Jianyi's body, and then intertwined with the sword intent that did not damage Jianqin. This is not fusion, but confrontation. If you want to refine Jianqin without damage, the first step is to prove that you have this qualification. This was probably one of the reasons why Qi Lu didn't want to refine Wuxiu Jianqin. Because the sword intent has little to do with the power of the law. Jianni can possess such fierce sword intent because of the law of the sword way he comprehended, which is the transformation of sword heart and sword intent. However, Qi Lu was able to master the laws of the way of the sword only because of the power of the body of laws, which had nothing to do with sword intent. Therefore, Qi Lu still has some troubles if he refines Jianqin without damage. It's better to give it to Jianni. The two sword intents intertwined and annihilated each other. Although the battle was silent, the degree of danger was not low at all. Don't look at the non-destructive sword heart as just a prop, you think it won't cause damage. In fact, the sword intent of Wuxian Jianqin is stronger than most artifacts. It's just that it can't be as easy to control as an artifact. To put it a bit exaggerated, if you throw the sword heart without damage, it will land in a random place. Then, after hundreds of years, this place may turn into a fierce place because of the sword intent escaping from the heart of the sword. In a few hundred years, it may change from a fierce place to a dead zone. At that time, the sword intent will pervade, and the sword energy will be raging. It may become a good place for those sword masters to sharpen themselves, but it also shows the tyranny of Wuxiu Jianqin. Therefore, when refining the sword heart without damage, the entire refining process is quite dangerous. Once Wuxian Jianqin's sword intent gets out of control, it will directly hurt the soul. Jianni is the most suitable candidate for this treasure. Sir Kaya looked aside for a while, before suddenly speaking. It's not about being envious or not, for things like treasures, chance is very important. Just like the non-destructive sword heart in front of him, even if he gave it to Sir Kaya, he couldn't refine and fuse it. And it's impossible for Sir Kaya to feel bad because of this kind of thing. This is Jianyi's opportunity, as an old opponent and old friend, I should be happy for him. Right. Qi Lu did not deny it. From the current point of view, the best candidate for refining Jianqin is indeed Jianni. Because Qi Lu has not found another one who has stepped into the realm of the main god with the law of swordsmanship for the time being. Of course, Qi Lu himself was an exception. The body of law is a special case. Although the confrontation between sword intents is extremely dangerous, The process is not complicated and there are not so many changes. Whoever can persevere will win. The sword intent of Wuxian Jianxin may be strong, but it does not exist to kill the enemy after all. It appeared to test the refiners, so Jiani finally crushed the sword intent emanating from the non-destructive sword heart. Then, with his own sword intent, he enveloped the heart of the sword without damage, refining it bit by bit, until the sword hits all his thoughts into the heart of the sword without damage. The next moment, Wuxian Jianxin turned into a streak of light, which penetrated into Jiani's brow. Sa! A burst of sword energy rolled up like a gust of wind, and swept in all directions like a storm. But on the ground, in an instant, countless sword marks appeared, and the incisions were extremely smooth. After refining the non-destructive sword heart, the destructive power of the sword energy erupted by Jiani became even more astonishing. The sword intent also became fiercer. At first glance, the straight Jiani looks like a sharp sword standing between the heaven and the earth, with the ability to cut through the sky and earth. No damage to the heart of the sword, it really is the pinnacle of the way of the sword. 2. There is such power. The one who possesses the heart of the sword must be some supreme sword immortal. Qi Lu saw the aura and coercion erupting from Jiani, as sharp as a sword that opened the sky, and couldn't help but feel it. A shield suddenly appeared in front of him, resisting the terrifying sword energy that swept over him. The sword energy, which clearly possessed the power to split mountains and divide seas, melted in front of Qi Lu, like ice and snow meeting high temperature. Kaya, who saw this scene, was astonished, but also took it for granted. Jiani, which incorporates a non-destructive sword heart, may not be the same. But compared with store manager Qi, it is still far behind. This non-destructive sword heart has helped me much more than I imagined. Shop manager Qi, for such a great favor, I will definitely repay it with death. It was only after Jiani refined the non-destructive sword heart that he learned how precious the non-destructive sword heart was. Especially for a sword cultivator like myself, whose origin is the law of the sword, he is absolutely a supreme fetish. Store manager Qi took it out just like that, which is no less than a Kinesto rebuild. Such a great kindness is not too much to pay off with life. Looking at Jiani with a serious expression and seriousness, Qi Lu only helped Jiani up after receiving this gift. Okay, Yushir's safety will be left to you to protect. This is the most important question, don't put the cart before the horse. It's natural. Jiani naturally remembered the task assigned to him by store manager Qi. With the blessing of a non-destructive sword heart, those demon gods are no longer Jiani's opponents. Within 10 moves at the most, Jiani can take down those demon gods who had to fight for a long time in the past, but they might not win. Then I'll go first, manager Qi. Seeing that Jiani left first, Kaya also left. To protect the successor of the king of human beings, Kaya, as a follower of the king of human beings, is obliged to do so. So seeing that Jiani left here and was ready to protect Yushir, Kaya will naturally not fall behind. There is even a competition with the sword one by one. After all, Jiani is not a follower of the king of human beings, how can they be compared as followers of the king of human beings? And it's not just Kaya, I believe that other followers of the king will also contribute after learning the news. It's just that it's not known how much force it can exert. One more thing done. Qi Lu watched the two leave, and said in his heart. After that, Qi Li's life became idle. There are not many situations where Qi Lu needs to take action. When the demon emperor was unwilling to show up, Qi Lu and Dragon God also fell silent. The Dragon God didn't stay in the Dragon God Palace of the Holy Dragon God Kingdom recently, but went to the vicinity of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. It is to prevent the demon emperor from having thoughts about the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. On the other side, more and more signal towers were erected in the chaotic area, and the coverage area was also increasing. Although the surviving demon gods were well hidden, there was no place to hide under this kind of covering search, without dead ends. One after another, the demon gods were found out, and then the main god who got the news was sent to encircle and suppress them. With the passage of time, Shinjiyu once again calmed down. However, after encountering such huge disasters one after another, a wave of efforts to become stronger broke out in the entire god realm. Even those main gods felt tremendous pressure. Because before the appearance of the demon gods, these main gods always felt that with their own strength, they were invincible in the realm of the gods. The long-term stability and peace made these newly promoted main gods forget that there is no end to the improvement of strength. There will be an end, but only your own potential. He didn't even see the peak of the main god, so he wanted to rely on maintaining this false peace, to pretend to be stable. If these few catastrophes occur, if there is no store manager Qi to help, the entire god realm will become chaotic. At this moment, many main gods recognized the identity of store manager Qi as the savior. Perhaps, the appearance of store manager Qi is the blessing of the entire god realm. However, there is still a difference between the recognition of the main god and the worship of believers, although he is convinced of the strength and actions of store manager Qi. But if you really want to talk about faith, it's better to avoid it. The state of mind of the Lord God is doomed that faith is not so easy to appear. The higher the level of cultivation, the more you want to fight. Compete with heaven and earth, and the Lord God. Compete with fate and chance. It is obviously unreliable to hand over one's beliefs to others. But things like becoming stronger cannot be accomplished overnight, let alone just shouting slogans. So in addition to retreating and meditating, many main gods also set their sights on Manager Qi's shop. It's the battle space cabin. Selkaya's epiphany, as well as Jianyi's epiphany, have already been spread. Especially after being promoted to the realm of the main god, Jianyi has such a strong combat power that the main gods who have seen it before are shocked by it. Because apart from Qi Lu, Selkaya, and Jianyi himself, no one will know about the matter of harmless sword heart. So those main gods all thought that once Jianyi was promoted to the realm of the main god, he would possess such terrifying strength. Naturally, it was impossible for Qi Lu and Selkaya to speak out about this kind of thing. But Jianyi didn't bother to argue, he still had to complete the task assigned to him by store manager Qi. That is to protect Miss Yushir's safety. Well, covert protection. Speaking of this, I have to mention one thing. With Jianyi's secret protection, Qi Lu no longer asked Yushir and Lan Yi to stay in the shop. Because Yushir and Lan Yi want to become stronger, what restricts them isn't their understanding and potential, but the accumulation of the power of faith. So staying in the store all the time really didn't help much. Then get back to business. It was because Jianyi's fighting power was so strong that it was unbelievable. So those main gods suddenly went crazy, and they all thought it might be because of the fighting space hut. After all, they also knew about the frantic competition between Selkaya and Jianyi in the fighting space hut. Soak in the combat space hut every day, without sleep. And on the leaderboard of the battle space hut, it has never been lowered. So, after the demon god's problem was almost dealt with, the fighting space hut became lively again. Fortunately, Qi Lu has worked tirelessly to build branches of combat space huts and mirror space huts in various divine kingdoms. In this way, even if each branch is a bit crowded, it is still within the acceptable range. The business in the store has also flourished again. Then, it was another matter. It was also something that Qi Lu had considered before, to open the door of the space for a fee. As the first step to participate in the Xinjiu logistics industry, it may also be the last step. Qi Lu is naturally caring. Because the problem of manpower may always be a problem that Qi Lu can't solve. So it can only provide support on technology, no, it's technique. Having said that, someone may have to ask. Didn't store manager Chi also participate in the logistics industry before? That is, the rapid delivery of one of the two delivery methods provided on the virtual shopping platform. Position on the spot and open the door of space. This is not wrong. But under normal circumstances, there are not many customers who choose this method. Unless it is an emergency and the purchased goods are urgently needed, the average buyer prefers normal express delivery. Cheap is one aspect, the main thing is not to use it in a hurry. Unpacking the express delivery is very exciting. Therefore, the quick delivery option provided by Qi Lu, more often than not, plays a supplementary role. The real earners of faith stones are still on normal express delivery. And if you think about it carefully, the transaction volume on the virtual shopping platform is just for Qi Lu to look at. Because the virtual shopping platform only charges a small fee, and the merchants make money. Otherwise, why would Qi Lu set up an online store? Not to mention, it is much higher than the income of my own offline physical store. At present, among all Qi Li's income, Wu Dao Xiang from the online store is the highest. It is sold all the time, and the quantity sold each time is quite a lot. It is definitely a pillar commodity. As for the small law golden body that goes with it, it's not a consumable. When it was just launched, sales really hit a new high. After all, there are indeed many customers who need it. But it's calmed down now. At present, among all Qi Li's income, Wu Dao Xiang from the online store is the highest. And the small law golden body that goes with it is not a consumable. So it was only when it was just launched that sales hit new highs. Then it calmed down. Not to mention the battle puppets, standard battle supplies, there are really not many situations where they can be used. After the disaster of killing puppets, sales also dropped rapidly, and then remained at a relatively stable level. Then there are law seeds and signal towers. These two commodities are also not consumables, so the stable sales volume is naturally impossible to compare with Wu Dao Xiang. If it weren't for the fact that the beast eggs are not easy to sell in online stores, it is estimated that they can become a pillar commodity like Wu Dao Xiang. Then there is the package income of the signal fee. After the erection of signal towers became more popular, the signal fee packages sold better. It should have gathered a lot of customers in the chaotic area. As for the offline physical store, due to the problem of the storefront, it is in no way comparable to the online store. Fortunately, there are branches in the Battle Space Hut and the Mirror Space Hut. In the case of full 24 hours, the overall turnover is not low. However, the income of the main store can only be called worrying when compared with the online store. That's why Qi Lu thought about other sources of income. Especially now that signal towers are pretty much laid out in chaotic areas. Then it is time to expand the scope of the logistics industry that matches the virtual shopping platform. In this regard, the paid space gate launched by Qi Lu is an indispensable thing. Because in the major kingdoms of God, there are still ready-made teleportation arrays available. But in the chaotic area, it can only be engraved again. Before the teleportation array spreads everywhere, the space gate provided by Qi Lu is the only choice. After all, the vastness of the chaotic area is far from being comparable to the kingdom of God. It is also for this reason that the difficulty of engraving the teleportation array is quite high. Qi Lu couldn't believe it anymore. On the basis of providing the door off space, those chambers of commerce were willing to spend a huge amount of resources to engrave those teleportation arrays, unless they were crazy. In fact, store manager Qi is willing to intervene in the logistics industry, and those chambers of commerce are too late to be happy. Because the virtual shopping platform is so popular, the logistics alliance jointly established by many chambers of commerce has made a lot of money. It is no exaggeration to say that all the chambers of commerce that participated in the establishment of the logistics alliance now have at least one level of wealth in their hands. Core Chamber of Commerce and even more. And with such a huge amount of wealth, it is a joke to say that no one is jealous. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even those gods are a little coveted. Therefore, if store manager Qi is willing to participate, anyone who dares to think about logistics alliance must weigh it. See if you have the ability to offend store manager Qi. It's just that in the past, although those chambers of commerce understood this truth, they didn't have the ability to invite the store manager Qi. Store manager Qi is the main god who they can only look up to. How dare I have the cheek to negotiate terms with store manager Qi? So, after Qi Lu asked the system to release the news about the paid opening of the space door on the virtual duel platform, those chambers of commerce suddenly boiled over. I know this door of space, it is the one that was opened in various kingdoms of God not long ago. Yes, at that time, it seemed that store manager Qi provided it for free Taos in order to deal with the demon god. At that time I was thinking, if the door of space can be used for express delivery, how fast it will be. It's a pity that after those damned demon gods went to the chaotic area, the gate of space was closed. It's great now, store manager Qi is willing to open the door of the space. I heard that the branches of various kingdoms of God are still the fixed opening points. That's good, wouldn't it be nice to have a fixed opening point? You haven't read the content of the announcement, you can buy fixed opening points. There is no doubt that the leaders of these chambers of commerce have already discovered the value of the space gate for logistics before this. It's just that I don't dare to disturb the store manager Qi, so I can only sigh regretfully. But now it's all right, store manager Qi is willing to open up the use of the space door, that's really great. Moreover, in the announcement issued, it also mentioned in detail the rules for opening the door of the space for a fee. One is to temporarily open the door of space. Opening at the location of the buyer requires virtual dual crystal positioning. The price is relatively cheap, but it will only exist for 3 minutes. This is for most idle customers. The opening point is the place where the buyer confirms the location when he clicks to buy. Wherever you want to go, you just need to locate in advance. However, if there is no positioning at the other end, the door of space cannot be teleported. And when the 3 minutes are up, it will also be closed. It's like a waste. The other is to open the door of space at a fixed position. This method requires an additional application, and the price is relatively high, and a base needs to be purchased for installation. But the advantage is that the door of space will always be open, and you only need to occasionally put faith stones in the base of the door of space to maintain it. What these chambers of commerce want is this kind of fixed open space door. In this way, it can replace the teleportation array. After all, every time the teleportation array transmits, it needs a faith stone as an energy source. The fixed space door can be used all the time as long as the faith stones of the base are not used up, so there is no need to worry about closing it. This is where the fixed space gate far exceeds the teleportation array. At this time, someone may ask, isn't it a one-shot deal to install the door of the fixed space with the base? In fact, it is not the case. Only a small part of the faith stones filled in the door of space is used to maintain the door of space. The rest is pure income. Moreover, the interconnection of the fixed space doors is also very troublesome. Because of the need for repeated positioning. You should know that the same shipping point, the goods sent out, are not the same receiving point. Not to mention the number of transshipments in the middle, the key is that repeated positioning is very time-consuming. So in order to solve this problem, Qi Lu specially made the system set Upanather fixed space door with location recording function. In this way, the coordinates of all transfer points are recorded, and there is no need to repeat positioning. Just choose the coordinates before shipping. And this location recording function requires additional money. But even so, the convenience of the fixed space door is far from being comparable to that of the teleportation array. The most fundamental point is still the speed of arrangement. Engraving the teleportation array requires a lot of materials and a lot of manpower to arrange it. And to open the door of the fixed space, all you need is a base. It is not only convenient to erect, but also has no material requirements, which can be said to save time, effort, and resources. In addition, Qi Lu specially prepared the location recording function to record the coordinates, eliminating the trouble of relocating every time the destination is changed, and it also adds a bit of convenience to the fixed space door. Comparing all aspects, the teleportation array was eliminated on the spot. Pity these teleportation arrays that have existed in the vault of Heaven God realm for an unknown number of years. If they were conscious, it would be impossible for them to imagine that on 80 they would be eliminated. The times are indeed constantly changing, stagnant, and can only be abandoned by the times. This point is perfectly reflected in those businessmen. The fixed space door brought out by store manager Qi is more convenient, easier to use, and saves resources, so why not use it? Isn't it just to re-establish the transshipment point of the Logistics Alliance? The time is not urgent, it is a trivial matter. In this aspect alone, the sales volume of the base of the Gate of Space is already a terrifying figure. Because of this thing of transshipment, every kingdom of God must have it, and it cannot be missing. According to the size of the territory of the kingdom of God, if it is small, it may only need to set up a few hundred transfer points, while for those large kingdoms of God, it is necessary to set up more than tens of thousands of transfer points. This expense is indispensable no matter what. And every pedestal of the door of space needs a stone of faith to maintain its operation. Although the consumption of each pedestal is not large, but the accumulation of small amounts adds up, and the continuous income that can be brought to Qi Lu is not low. Then, in addition to the kingdom of God, there is a demand for the base of the Gate of Space. Those chambers of commerce are very shrewd, and their business sense is also quite keen. After learning that the chaotic area is covered by signal towers, we plan to take over the transfer point into the chaotic area. This is another reason why the fixed space gate is easier to be accepted by those chambers of commerce than the teleportation array. Simply use the location of the signal tower as the standard to divide each area. Then in each area, set up a transfer point. Even these transshipment points can directly undertake the work of the delivery point. When they meet a buyer who is close, they can directly deliver the goods to avoid another transshipment. And the number of transfer points arranged in the chaotic area may be more than those of the kingdoms of God combined. In short, these chambers of commerce are adhering to one purpose, no matter what the place is. As long as the signal of the virtual dual crystal is covered, there must be a transfer point that the Logistics Alliance can reach. Any buyer who buys something on the virtual shopping platform can rest assured and leave the express delivery to the Logistics Alliance. To be honest, there seems to be such a purpose, which seems to have been instructed by store manager Qi. What is service first? Although in Manager Qi's store, there is no service attitude at all. But then again, who would dare to ask store manager Qi to come out and say welcome? Store manager Qi dared to say it, but would he dare to pick up the customers who came into the store? From the current point of view, in the entire God realm, no one can answer the words of store manager Qi. However, store manager Qi's theories are always very rich. Often a few words can benefit the heads of these chambers of commerce a lot, and I don't know where he got it from. Logically speaking, as store manager Qi, there is no need to know these things at all. Manager Qi's service is paramount? But let's not talk about these issues. The presence of chambers of commerce in various divine kingdoms has aroused the enthusiasm of many customers for shopping. Especially those customers who were in the depths of the chaotic area before, although they have heard of Manager Qi's shop. But because the journey is too far away, some of them will always give up. It's all good now. Once the signal tower is erected, the major chambers of commerce have also spread the express delivery business. At that time, these customers were brought back and contributed their faith stones. This, to Qi Lu, was expected. Because Qi Lu had already thought about this aspect when he was thinking about opening the door to the space for a fee. The erection of the signal tower has included the chaotic area into the signal envelope of the virtual dual crystal, so there is no reason not to develop the remaining residents in the chaotic area into customers. It's just that it's hard for Qi Lu to do this, because it's too cheap. So I can only use the convenience of the space gate to fuel the flames off those chambers of commerce and let them help out. Facts have proved that the effect of doing so is quite good. Because of the attractiveness of the virtual shopping platform, to a certain extent, it can be regarded as the most attractive commodity in Qi Lu store, and there is not one of them. After all, what the virtual shopping platform brings is the ability to communicate with all merchants who are stationed in it. In the virtual shopping platform, to put it a bit exaggerated, you can find almost anything you want to find. Of course, the premise is not to think too much up. Except for store manager Qi's online store, other merchants still don't have god-level products. Because other main gods do not open shops, and even ordinary gods that open shops are very few. It's not a matter of falling prices or losing face. This sentence cannot be said. Because I said it, it was a bit like punching the store manager in the face. After all, store manager Qi has opened a store on the virtual shopping platform, and you actually said that opening an online store is a loss of status. So, are you looking down on store manager Qi? So even if there is such an idea, it is impossible to say it. Going back to the previous question, the main reason why those main gods and gods did not enter the virtual shopping platform to open stores was because they did not know how to do business. There is a specialization in the art industry, and compared with professional businessmen, even the main god has no competitive advantage. Of course, if these main gods are willing to forge artifacts to sell, there is still a market. If you are willing to sell the treasures you have collected, there are also a lot of buyers rushing for them. Anyway, it is also the collection of the main god, can it be worse? But in this way, it will give the other main gods an illusion. Is this guy unable to survive? He even sold his own collection. As a main god, there is still such a day, TSK, 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 this is too pitiful. Thoughts like that. Once it is spread, it is really embarrassing. This is different from store manager Qi, because store manager Qi started his business by opening a store and was even famous in the entire sky god realm. So those main gods have only admiration for manager Qi, and have no other thoughts. Based on the above reasons, although the number of merchants currently registered on the virtual shopping platform is extremely large, at a rough look, they are all in the hundreds of millions. But there are very few of them represented by a certain god. This may be the only shortcoming of the virtual shopping platform. But it doesn't matter, because Qi Lu made up for this shortcoming by himself. Manager Qi's online store has long been the most popular merchant on the entire virtual shopping platform. No one, and there will never be another business that can stand shoulder-to-shoulder with it. Therefore, with the attractiveness of the virtual shopping platform, as long as the signal can be covered, Qi Lu does not believe that those customers who have tried it will obediently contribute their faith stones. So far, let those chambers of commerce organize manpower, material resources, and financial resources to cover the depths of the chaotic area. Even in some missed places, they will erect their own signal towers. Then go on to explore deeper. As the hidden demon gods were all wiped out, the chaotic area gradually became a place covered by the virtual dual crystal signal, and if any omissions were found, they would be quickly filled in. So, as time passed, Qi Lu discovered that signal towers had been erected in most places in the chaotic area. The remaining places are all inaccessible and almost unexplored places. That is to say, in the areas on the outermost edge, there is almost no trace of the existence of living beings. In this kind of place, the heads of various chambers of commerce held several meetings and made a decision after detailed discussions. That's all for the exploration of chaotic areas. Farther away, there are no living beings, and it is meaningless to overwrite have virtual dual crystal signal. In this way, the situation in the God realm is basically under control. Qi Lu stayed in the store, quietly watching the development of this matter. Qi Lu will always know the extra functions of the signal tower. The system is not human. System? You're really not a human being. Qi Lu vaguely felt the emotion of the system, and couldn't help but say something. System, this system knows about this, but if you tell the host directly, this system can't bear it. Your mind is getting smaller and smaller. Qi Lu always felt that the Irby system was looking for trouble. But the occasional quarrel can be regarded as a way to adjust the boring life. Ever since the Demon Emperor disappeared, apart from letting those demon gods come out to fix things, there has been no movement. To be honest, Qi Lu felt that the Demon Emperor was at the end of his rope. No kidding, if Qi Lu hadn't made a move, with the Demon Emperor's series off punches, Shinjiyu would basically be in a state of half-useless. Even if it didn't fall into chaos, it would probably be almost paralyzed. Killing puppets deal with ordinary people and cultivators, gore fiends who are able to grow continuously, and are extremely difficult to kill, deal with gods. And the demon god that appeared last was used to deal with the main god. The chains are intertwined, gradually showing murderous intent. If he didn't break the trick at the beginning, let the Demon Emperor carry out the plan safely to the end. The divine realm is probably about to be destroyed in the hands of the Demon Emperor. So up to now, Qi Lu really didn't think that even the ultimate move of the demon god had been used. What else could the Demon Emperor do? Up to now, the only way to be able to compete with those demon gods is to let the Demon Emperor go out in person. It's a pity that in the previous battle with the Dragon God, the Demon Emperor defeated the Dragon God, but he was not caught by Qi Lu. In desperation, he could only use the secret method to escape, guessing that the injury was serious. The current situation is probably not very good. Otherwise, how could the Demon Emperor not show up at this time? At the very least, you should continue your previous actions and attack those dormant ancient gods. Otherwise, in the case of the Demon Emperor, he wants to rely on time to restore his own strength. That Qi Leke is easy. It is no exaggeration to say that without tens of thousands of years, it is impossible. And if Qi Lu could have tens of thousands of years to accumulate faith stones, would he still be afraid of a mere Demon Emperor? There is one thing to say, if the Demon Emperor is willing to hide for tens of thousands of years and never come out, Qi Lu will really give the Demon Emperor a penance this time. I would like to thank the Demon Emperor for his kindness, for being willing to give me such a long time to grow up in such a grand manner. When the Demon Emperor appears, Qi Lu must give the penance to the Demon Emperor first. Then slap him to death. However, if Qi Lu came to think about it, he knew without thinking that this was definitely not the character of the Demon Emperor. With the insidious temperament of the Demon Emperor, can he wait tens of thousands of years before coming out? But Qi Lu is now waiting for the Demon Emperor to make a move, and then he will break it. Because every time the Demon Emperor does something, as long as it doesn't succeed, it's giving Qi Lu a big gift. There's no way, look at the new tricks that the Demon Emperor has put together. If Qi Lu doesn't come out with new products, there's nothing he can do. Deal with. So we can only try our best to develop new products. And the goal of the Demon Emperor is the entire God realm, and every incident is quite serious. As a result, every time Qi Lu develops a new product, it can be sold very well in the entire God realm. Then the result was that every time Qi Lu checked the background data of the online store, he could see that the sales had hit a new high. He wanted to laugh, but he felt that the situation at that time was not funny. But, if the Demon Emperor knew about this, Qi Lu would probably laugh out loud. However, this is impossible. Qi Lu could only have fun secretly by himself. So Qi Li's current thinking is he can't find the Demon Emperor anyway, so he just waits for the Demon Emperor to make a move. As long as the Demon Emperor's method fails, Qi Lu will be able to achieve a big growth while breaking the trick. Come a few more times, maybe you can deal with the Demon Emperor without borrowing the power of the system. I just don't know what the Demon Emperor will do this time. Qi Lu thought silently in his mind. Before I knew it, I began to look forward to it. I really don't know if the Demon Emperor will be so angry that he vomits blood after knowing Qi Li's thoughts. The Vault of Heaven God Realm, a hidden place in the extreme God Realm. It has to be said that all the kingdoms of God and most of the chaotic areas are covered by the virtual dual crystal signal. Basically, they were covered by Qi Li's perception, and the Demon Emperor was able to hide his tracks. He is indeed a master of running. And the Demon Emperor lurking here also knew that all the demon gods that had tried to resurrect had already fallen. It's okay if they all fall. Now it's dust to dust, dust to dust. It is your wish to die in battle, the demon god of the extreme heaven realm. The Demon Emperor looked at the horizon, which was the direction of the divine mountain of the Central Territory, and also the direction of the Tianji Territory. Although the Demon Emperor was called a betrayer of the extreme god realm by the Dragon God and other ancient gods, in fact, the Demon Emperor did not have a good opinion of the extreme heaven realm. After all, the reason why the Demon Emperor's state of mind was broken was caused by the demon god of the extreme sky region. Under such circumstances, how could the Demon Emperor have a good impression of Tianjiu? So when he heard the news that all the revived demon gods had fallen, the Demon Emperor didn't feel much trouble in his heart. Because in the eyes of the Demon Emperor, this result was not surprising at all. The dragon god of Shenjiu still exists, and there is still the kid of the human race. There is always a way to deal with these demon gods. The demon god, who was resurrected with condensed resentment, is far less powerful than he was before his death, and his brain is not working well. He will always be exposed by his bloodthirsty instinct, and then fall into death. The only thing that surprised the Demon Emperor was that this result appeared a little earlier. Boy of the human race, your ability seems to be stronger than what imagined. This time, those demon gods will be cleaned up so quickly, you must have contributed a lot. Although the Demon Emperor didn't know what method Qi Lu used. But what is certain is that the human kid must have contributed a lot to being able to wipe out so many demon gods so quickly. Because in the current extreme god realm, the only ones that the Demon Emperor can look up to are Dragon God and Qi Lu. The rest of the main gods are nothing more than some wastes who have stepped into the realm of the main gods by luck, bearing the name of the main gods in vain, but have no great skills. The dignified Lord God was described as a waste. I'm afraid only the Demon Emperor can say it. However, the Demon Emperor does have this qualification, this ability, to say such things. Those newly promoted Lord Gods were really helpless in front of the Demon Emperor. For the specific situation, you can actually refer to what Qi Lu was like when facing those demon gods. It really can be destroyed with a backhand, and it doesn't take any effort at all. It's just that Qi Lu wouldn't say such arrogant words. But it doesn't matter, the purpose of this deity has been achieved. Those demon gods should die, sooner or later. Only the human king is left. Is it really fallen? He has been unwilling to show up. There are also the inheritors of the human king, who are so ostentatiously walking on the top of the gods, the human race boy. I am afraid this is the bait you released, and you want the deity to deal with the inheritors of the human king. And you are in the dark. As for you Sheer, the inheritor of the human king, the Demon Emperor naturally knew her movements. The Demon Emperor will never forget the aura of the human king. That's the guy who threw him into the grave with his own hands, and he must take revenge. But the inheritors of the human king are not as important as the human king in terms of priority. Damn it, is the human king still staying in the sacred mountain of the Central Territory? If there are only inheritors left, it will not be a good thing for the deity. The Demon Emperor secretly thought about this question in his heart. Inner demons, if you want to eliminate them, you must find the root cause of the inner demons. And the remaining inner demons of the Demon Emperor are rooted in the human king, not the successor of the human king. Therefore, if the human king really falls, it means that the demon king can no longer eliminate his demons. This is a very bad thing. It seems that the plan must be advanced. Since you want to maintain the peace of the god realm, the king, then I will personally destroy it for you. The way to get rid of the demons, sometimes, doesn't need to defeat you head-on. The demon emperor stood up slowly, his aura gradually rose, and his coercion filled the sky. It was as if the power of the heavens had shaken down, and a strong wind held. In the next moment, the figure of the demon emperor disappeared in place. Only the world torn apart by the terrifying coercion was left, which proved that the demon emperor had stayed here. Demon Emperor, how will you move? During these peaceful days, when Qi had time, he would think about this question. On the other side of the sacred mountain in the central region, there is Adragon God guarding it, so there is no need to worry. In other places, whether it is a branch or a signal tower, the perception is basically covered, and there is no need to consider it. As long as the demon emperor appeared within the range of perception, Qi would be able to perceive it immediately. But it's not entirely accurate. Because the demon emperor deliberately concealed his breath and concealed his words, Qi might not be able to fully perceive it. But it's okay to vaguely perceive an approximate location. And with this clue, it is very simple to find the location of the demon emperor. Go directly to the vicinity, strengthen your perception, and continue toes arc. This is also the most convenient method. It's just a pity that on the side of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, the perception still can't cover it. Otherwise, Dragon God wouldn't have to stay there all the time. Perhaps, the demon emperor is still looking for the trace of the human king? Qi thought of this again. It is a must for the demon emperor to restore the power of his heyday and eliminate his inner demons. And the demon emperor's remaining demons, now, are only the human king. However, what is very regrettable is that the human king has indeed fallen. The devil emperor's desire to eliminate his inner demons by defeating the Kingoff people is doomed to fail. This was also the biggest reason why Qi wanted to know what the demon emperor would do next. Even the biggest killing move has been pulled out, what should I do next? Are you looking for the inheritor of the human king, Yu Shi'er? If you dare to come, demon emperor, I think you will definitely regret it. Thinking of this, Qi couldn't help laughing. How could Qi be at ease, just letting Jiani protect Yu Shi'er? You must know that it is entirely possible for the demon emperor to find the successor of the human king when he cannot find the trace of the human king. Yu Shi'er may be a bait, but it's a bait that Qi Li's perception is completely locked onto. As long as there is any movement around Yu Shi'er, Qi can sense it immediately. If the demon emperor dares to come, there will be no return. Under the current situation, Qi can completely guarantee Yu Shi'er safety. All of this is also due to the fact that those chambers of commerce have spared no effort in arranging the pedestals of the space gates in various places. As long as there is a base of the door of space, for Qi it is equivalento having space coordinates. This is one of the most important functions of the open space door this time. Now, in the entire God realm, anywhere, as long as there is a pedestal of the gate of space, Qi can come and go freely. If it was the same as before, because of the suppression of the space barrier off the vault of heaven God realm, to go to a place that was too far away would require crossing several space gates. Then when Qi arrived, the day lily might be cold. Therefore, the appearance of the base of the gate of space is also Qi's confidence to protect Yu Shi'er. Because he was able to reach Yu Shi'er after he noticed the abnormality and before the demon emperor. In short, the fishing net has been cast out, and whether the fish can enter the net depends on whether the fish is smart or not. Qi will overestimate the demon emperor's resourcefulness as much as possible, so while making adequate preparations, he will not hold out too much hope. If the demon emperor came, that would be the best, to solve the problem once, without leaving any future troubles. If the demon emperor was alert enough, then Qi would not be disappointed. Because the longer the time dragged on, the more favorable the overall situation would be for Qi Lu. Not only is the spirit of time on Qi Li's side, even time is also on Qi Lu's side. Huh? Something happened. Suddenly, Qi Lu sensed something unusual and appeared beside Yu Shi'er. The familiar evil aura surged out, and a cloud of blood color condensed in the surrounding sky, like blood floating in the air. Such an obvious and iconic movement, the Comer, is self-explanatory. Demon Emperor, you really can't help it, you want to make a move. Even if the human king is dead, he can still count on you. In comparison, you are still far behind. Qi Lu suddenly got up, and opened the door of space beside him. Although he was worried about alarming the Demon Emperor, he was alerted and left early. But Yu Shi'er's safety is the most important thing. Anyway, this is just an attempt, and it is not necessary to use Yu Shi'er as a bait to lure the Demon Emperor. On the edge of a chaotic area in the God realm, Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi are wandering in these places. The fastest way to develop believers is to cooperate with the apostles to perform miracles in the lower planes. Supreme power represents the highest authority. Believers' belief in gods is mostly derived from awe and worship of supreme power. Because they feel that by believing in that unrivaled power, they can make themselves close to this power and become stronger. Although the idea seems illusory, when a miracle appears in front of Uraeus, everyone will feel lucky. When the thinking changes, the spread of belief becomes easier. So gods are sometimes very busy. If you want to cooperate with the apostles to perform miracles and spread faith in the lower planes, unless you have the powerful power to tear the space barrier of the sky and the gods, you can do whatever you want without caring about the place. If you don't have this kind of power, then go to the vicinity of the pick-a-point honestly. Because the space barrier near the lead point is the most vulnerable place in the vault of Heaven God realm, and there are ruins of the road to the sky. Although most of the roads to the sky in the lower planes are destroyed, the space coordinates will not disappear. Borrowing the ruins of the road to heaven can also save a lot of effort. This is also something that can't be helped. If you want to quickly develop believers, this is an indispensable process. After all, Qi Lu is a special case, the particularity of the system, it is impossible for anyone to imitate it. If you want to have the background of the power of faith, you can only be honest and follow the steps. And on this day, Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi were near these contact points as usual, contacting the apostles of the lower planes. There is no need to worry about the lower planes that have been fully controlled. The beliefs passed down from generation to generation will only become stronger and stronger. Occasional downfalls of gospel blessings are enough. But the lower planes that are not controlled always account for the majority. Think about it too, those old gods, which one has not experienced thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. During such a long period of time, he has continuously developed believers and controlled new lower planes. It is still a bit difficult to catch up in such a short period of time. So I can only continue to work hard. The low plane coordinates provided by Qi Lu are definitely enough. In this regard, there is no need to worry, you just need to develop believers with peace of mind. However, accidents always appear inadvertently. Whether it is Yu Shi'er or Lan Yi, although their cultivation level is not high at this time, their talent and potential are beyond doubt. The perception of the outside world, as well as the intuition in the heart, are all first class. The blood-colored clouds that suddenly appeared in the sky attracted the attention of the two of them immediately. What is that? Yu Shi'er looked up, a trace of solemnity appeared in her brows. Although the sudden evil aura was very strange, there was a voice in Yu Shi'er's heart telling her, it was very dangerous. This may be a warning that the human king remains in her power. Whether it was in the ancient times, or in the most glorious era of the King of Kings. There are only a handful of beings who can reach the pinnacle of the Lord God realm and stand side by side with the human king. And this kind of existence, as long as there is contact, it will be imprinted in the memory of the king. Like profound. let alone a mortal enemy like the Demon Emperor. This breath should be the Demon Emperor. Lan Yi took a deep breath and said with a serious face. Yu Shi'er only came to the Sky God realm not long ago, although she learned about the Demon Emperor from Qi Lu. But after all, he never saw the Demon Emperor. As for Lan Yi, when she followed Qi Lu to the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory, she felt the breath of the Demon Emperor, so she naturally remembered it fresh. Only the Demon Emperor has this bloody smell and the evil. Magic Emperor? Yu Shi'er glanced at Lan Yi in astonishment, and then looked towards the sky. The name of the Demon Emperor can be described as thunderous, but the more important reason lies in the relationship between the Demon Emperor and the human king. Undoubtedly sworn enemy. Probably thought of this possibility a long time ago, Yu Shi'er quickly calmed down after the shock. I didn't expect to find it so soon. I can't think of it either. Lan Yi was still breathing deeply, but she was ready to fight. It's too early to show up now. It is indeed too early. What kind of cultivation realm is the Demon Emperor, and what kind of terrifying combat power? Even an ordinary newly promoted main god has no power to fight back in front of the Demon Emperor. Then let alone Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi, who are not yet in the realm of the main god at this time. The inheritor of the human king is indeed here, and this deity is not a waste of time. But at this moment, a haughty voice came from the sky. A figure descended from the sky. In an instant, a huge palm appeared, like a mountain falling from the sky, falling down. The Demon Emperor may have thought that the appearance of the successor of the human king here is likely to be a decoy. So no nonsense at all. As soon as he makes a move, it is a killer move. Boom! A giant palm like a mountain appeared in the sky. The blood-colored clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed, and at the terrifying speed, there were bursts of thunder. Just the palm wind in front of the giant palm has already crushed the ground with countless cracks. If this palm is allowed to fall, I am afraid that within 10,000 miles, it will be turned into nothingness. Ordinary gods may not even be able to resist palm wind. However, Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi are not ordinary gods. When facing this terrible attack, even if they have difficulty breathing, they will never sit still and gather their own power of law. The law of time. The law of reincarnation. These two law powers are one of the highest level laws. Appearing together at this moment, the power produced by blending together is extremely terrifying. It's just a pity that in front of the Demon Emperor's attack, he looked so pale and powerless, and couldn't even create the slightest obstacle. Time. If only I could have a little more time. The violent force crushed down, and the terrifying palm style was suffocating. Under the coercion from the giant palm, Yu Shi'er's face had already turned pale. This kind of terrifying power is really depressing. But Yu Shi'er did not give up hope. Hold on, Shi'er must hold on. Brother Qi Lu will definitely come over. At this moment, Lan Yi had the same thought. Facing the power of the Demon Emperor, even those newly promoted main gods have nothing to do. The only ones who could fight against the Demon Emperor were Dragon God and Qi Lu. Indestructible sword heart, sword slashing heaven and earth. Kaishan, Duan Yue. However, what appeared before Qi Lu was a long sword that cut across the entire world. If you look closely, you can find that this long sword is not a solid body, but is completely formed by the condensation of sword energy. I don't know when it appeared between this piece of heaven and earth, and slashed towards the overwhelming palm. The person who shot was none other than Jianyi. In fact, when the breath of the Demon Emperor appeared, Jianyi had already noticed it. The reason why he didn't make a move immediately was to condense the sword move and try his best to kill the enemy. Although Jianyi had never seen the Demon Emperor, the harmless sword heart fused into his body gave Jianyi the biggest warning and told him. This time the enemy is extremely dangerous, once you make a move, you must go out. Therefore, Jiani no longer showed up to block directly like dealing with those demon gods. Instead, charge up and attack. The sword energy is flying across the sky. That picture, like a sword slashing out, separated the world, carrying the ability to open up the world. There are guardians of this level of strength, beside the inheritors of the human king. Human boy, did you arrange it again? The demon emperor sounded a bit surprised, but he was just surprised by the power of this sword. Because in the view of the demon emperor, if there is no guardian around the inheritor of the human king, it will be unreal. It's just that I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful main god above this realm of gods. What I have mastered is actually the way of swordsmanship. La. Boom. The long sword in the sky collided with the giant palm pressing down. The bursting air wave crushed the surrounding void in an instant, causing the sky to collapse on the spot. The sword energy on the long sword swirled, sapping the power contained in the giant palm. The world-shocking power is so terrifying. It has to be said that Jiani's combat effectiveness has indeed improved by leaps and bounds after merging with the non-destructive sword heart. Coupled with the law of the sword, it is also known for its aggressiveness. Jian Yi's charged blow unexpectedly blocked the demon emperor's attack abruptly. Is this the demon emperor that store manager Qi mentioned? Jian Yi suppressed the blood surging in his chest, which seemed to be spewing out, and thought in his heart. Regarding the matter of the demon emperor, because when protecting Yu Shi'er, he would have to face it sooner or later, so Qilu also talked to Jian Yi about it. Of course, what Jian Yi said was not just the abbreviated version that the main gods knew. It was the detailed version that Qilu knew. The tyrannical existence that once stood at the pinnacle of the Lord God realm, the Devil Emperor. However, when the Demon Emperor reached this level, he had already betrayed the God realm. That's why it is said that although the betrayal of the Demon Emperor was spurned by the ancient gods, he did get the power he wanted. This also strengthened the Demon Emperor's idea of continuing to go on, and gradually became his current obsession. To be able to receive the palm of the deity is indeed a bit of a skill. However, from the look of your aura, this deity is already a little scattered. I wonder if you still have the ability to continue fighting? The Demon Emperor's voice came out again, and even though he was nowhere to be seen, one could still imagine the arrogance on his face. Once Jian Yi made a move, it was impossible to hide his tracks. It is a matter of course that he will be locked by the Demon Emperor. Whether I can fight again, I don't need you to worry about it. It's you, it should be the Demon Emperor, right? When Manager Qi arrives, you won't be able to leave. Jian Yi slowly adjusted his breath, and said it bluntly. The duel with the Demon Emperor just now really made his breathing a little messy. Although the non-destructive sword heart has made a qualitative change in Jian Yi's combat power, and even raised the level of the law of the sword. But in terms of cultivation level, there is still a huge gap between Jian Yi and the Demon Emperor. In addition, even if the Demon Emperor is under the same level of cultivation, his combat effectiveness is one of the best. Facing Jian Yi, it is naturally impossible to have any weakness. This blow also gave Jian and Dui a clear understanding of the strength of the Demon Emperor, knowing that he was absolutely invincible, so he could only delay as much as possible until Store Manager Qi arrived, and let Store Manager Qi deal with the Demon Emperor. Thinking of this, Jian Yi was also secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, I have integrated the non-destructive sword heart. At the same time, it also made Jian Yi think of it. No wonder Store Manager Qi will directly hand over the non-destructive sword heart to himself. If it wasn't for the blessing of indestructible Jianxin, it would be based on Jian Yi's strength just promoted to the realm of the main god. Facing the Demon Emperor, it is absolutely impossible to receive the palm just now. But even so, Jian Yi was willing. Without compromising the strength of the sword heart, if you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. For Jianyi, who has a strong obsession with entering the Tao with the sword and condensing the principles of the sword with the heart of the sword and the will of the sword, even if he chooses again, that Jianyi will also choose, accept the non-destructive sword heart. Even after that, he would die because of fighting the demon emperor. Jianyi has no complaints or regrets. Shop manager Qi? You said, but that human kid? The demon emperor never knew Qi Li's name, of course, he didn't want to know either. It is troublesome enough to have a human king once and become one's own demon. Now there is another one. The demon emperor doesn't want to repeat what happened in the past. Probably. With his eyes drooping, Jian answered slowly. The sword soul lingers around, dancing endlessly. Heh, what a guy who overestimates himself, dares to threaten this deity. If you dare to say such a thing, you must be able to hold out in front of the deity until that human kid shows up. After the demon emperor finished speaking, the scene in the sky changed again. A black shadow suddenly appeared, and the shadow cast was actually a fist that covered the sky and the sun. This time, the demon emperor turned his palms into fists and slammed towards Yuashir and Lanyi. The incomparably terrifying power is even more earth-shattering. The way of the demon god is like this: without the blessing of the power Afla, you can move mountains and seas, change stars and change moons with just a few gestures. As soon as Jian saw this, his face changed. He didn't expect that the previous palm was not the full strength of the demon emperor. This punch was obviously more terrifying than the previous attack. The momentum is so great that it is like a catastrophe coming, and the might of the sky is mighty. You really deserve to be the demon emperor. You really are so tyrannical. But I, Jianyi, promised store manager Qi that even if I die, I won't let you do whatever you want. However, Jianyi stood proudly, looking directly at the fist that fell from the sky. The sword soul lingering around him turned into thousands of long swords in an instant. In an instant, the sword energy flew up, and the sword intent was like a waterfall. The heart of the sword is condensed, and the intention of the boundless sword helps me. Heavenly execution! Jian let out a low shout, and took a sudden step forward. Thousands of long swords shook suddenly, and in the next moment, they soared into the sky, dense as a forest of swords. Weave into a web. At this moment, the sky was full of sword energy, and based on the majestic sword intent, it turned into a big net covering the sky. It was like a shield of sword energy stretching between heaven and earth, firmly blocking the demon emperor's attack. This punch that covered the sky and the sun was like a mountain range smashing down. There is no need to doubt the power carried in it. It must be a devastating attack. If it is not blocked, Jianyi can be sure that there will be no vitality in the area affected by the attack. So Jianyi is not only defending, but also going all out to attack, using offense instead of defense, to resist the demon emperor's attack this time. Like Lin Jianqi flying upwards, thousands of long swords flew towards the sky like reverse rain, facing the falling giant fist to attack and kill. Confidence is a good thing, but overthinking one's ability is the way to seek death. Seeing the incoming sword energy, the demon emperor couldn't help sneering, and said contemptuously, "Then try it and you'll know if I've overestimated myself." Jianyi returned without showing any weakness. Yu Shir and Lanyi, who were also shrouded in the shadow of the giant fist, also looked tense and dignified at the moment. They do have an impression of who Jianyi is. After all, both Yu Shir and Lanyi have stayed in Qi Li's shop for a while. And Jianyi would occasionally come to the store to take a look, so naturally there was something familiar. Seeing that Jianyi was entrusted by Qi Lu to protect them now, he was filled with emotion in his heart. But I also know that Qi Lu must be on his way. There is also a little more peace in my heart. However, although Jianyi has been promoted to the realm of the main god, his strength is still insufficient in front of the demon emperor. This point is not only clear to the demon emperor, but also to Jianyi Shert. Even Yu Shir and Lanyi who are watching can see it. The strength of Jianyi, although the sword energy is all over the sky, the momentum is huge. But compared with the Demon Emperor, he still fell behind. If it is said that Jianyi really can't last until Qi Lu arrives, then there is no doubt that everything will turn into the worst situation. No one can escape from the Demon Emperor, there is only one battle. Click. But at this moment, a broken sound sounded. Sure enough, the thousands of long swords that went towards the giant fist, the first ones, have already begun to shatter. This is the most authentic 1 force drop 10 meeting, there is no skill at all, it is pure strength crushing. Boom. The forest of swords soaring into the sky was smashed, and the giant fist slammed into the shield net intertwined with sword energy. Jianyi, who stood proudly, turned pale immediately, and a stream of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Although Jianxin cannot be damaged or destroyed. But this does not mean that the sword's soul can also follow without damage or destruction. When facing the attack of the Demon Emperor, even the sword's soul tempered by the principles of the way of the sword appears fragile. It's just that there is a non-destructive sword heart, even if the sword suli's completely broken, it can also be recondensed. But when the sword's soul is shattered, the damage to Jianyi's soul is unavoidable. After all, the soul of the sword communicates with the soul. If the sword's soul is damaged, it will also be reflected on Jianyi's body. It's just that when the sword's soul is completely shattered, Jianyi's soul will only be severely injured, not completely shattered. But it will take a long time to restore it. Didn't you say, let the deity try it? Is that all there is to it? The Demon Emperor was naturally aware of Jianyi's situation, and couldn't help but taunt him at this moment. Because he has been looking for the king for a long time, but has never been found, the devil's temper has become a little irritable. If the problem of inner demons is not resolved, it will be a hidden danger after all. Who knows when it will erupt and devour itself completely? You must know that most of the time, the inner demons are those existences standing on top of the peak, the most feared enemies. Because no matter how powerful an existence is, it is the same when fighting against demons. It's like fighting with yourself. No matter how strong you are, you need to be cautious when facing your inner demons. It's just that in normal times, the Demon Emperor would not show his anger because of this kind of thing. But when he found the successor of the human king, there were still people who wanted to hinder him. This made the Demon Emperor look a little impatient. Human race again. Why do you humans have so many things? It's not over yet, Demon Emperor, why are you in such a hurry? Are you also afraid? Afraid that after Manager Qi appears, you will be left here forever? Although Jianyi's face was pale and there was still blood on the corner of his mouth, he was keenly aware of the impatience in the Demon Emperor's tone. It seemed a little impatient, even a little anxious. So suddenly said. How is this possible? Do you think the deity might be afraid of such a thing? Guy who is overestimated, you should worry about your own safety. The Demon Emperor was silent for a moment, then sneered. Said indifferently. Maybe the Demon Emperor has indeed become a little irritable in his heart, but will never admit it, and he doesn't bother to admit it. Also at this time, Jianyi suddenly felt it. The power contained in the giant fist became even more terrifying at that moment. The pressure on the shield net intertwined with sword energy increased several times in an instant. The shield net, which was already a little unsupported, suddenly became damaged, and the sword energy collapsed from the edge. Ripples also appeared in the sword intent lake below, as if disturbed by the battle above, and became a little restless. Only Jianyi understood in his heart that the shield net condensed by the sword energy had already become crumbling. It may collapse at any time. At that time, when the giant fist falls, everything will be wiped out. No, you must not just give up like this, and you must not live up to the trust of store manager Qi like this. Jianyi focused his eyes, and the sword souls around him gathered together again, turning into a forest of swords like rain, soaring into the sky. It is impossible to resist the Demon Emperor's attack by just using the sword energy shield net. So Jiani still chose to attack. Even if you fail once, it doesn't matter. The soul of the sword soars to the sky. Kill. The flying swords flying all over the sky, shuttled under the lake of sword intent, seemed to be coated with a layer of golden light, and suddenly became extremely dazzling. Immediately afterwards, it merged into the intertwined sword energy, turned into an overwhelming sword forest, and came out to attack and kill. Thousands of flying swords continued to wear down the strength of the giant fist. It was like a meat grinder covering the sky and the sun, crushing the piece-soft meat that entered the meat grinder. Or rather, a block of iron. It's useless. Even though your strength is good, you are still too weak in front of this deity. Why do I need to waste time on a guy like you who can't control himself? You'd better die earlier. When the Demon Emperor saw the flying swords attacking again, he let out a disdainful sneer. The irritability in my heart may have been reduced by 3 points, but the strength above the attack has been increased by 10%. Because the Demon Emperor also knew that he must not waste any more time here. Although the Demon Emperor is proud, he is also very clear that before he returns to his prime, whether it is the dragon god or that human kid, he can bring him a lot of trouble. If they seize the opportunity to join forces, even if they are themselves, they will not be able to please. So hear things, the sooner the better. Have you become angry from embarrassment? Jiani clearly felt the pressure he was under, and it was still increasing, and he might be crushed at any time. But he was not ready to admit defeat, but said lightly. Humph. The Demon Emperor snorted coldly. An extremely violent coercion hit instantly. This is the real coercion of the peak of the main god realm. Although the Demon Emperor was in a weak state, the coercion that erupted was not something an ordinary main god could bear. As soon as the sword was hit hard, his face suddenly changed, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. Even the spirit has shrunk a lot. This is a manifestation of soul injury. Sword 1. Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi below suddenly understood. The purpose of Jian Yi's doing this seems to be to attract the attention of the Demon Emperor. In order to prevent the Demon Emperor from attacking them, Jian Yi had to find a way to attract all the firepower of the Demon Emperor. What a noisy guy, if your ability is as good as your mouth. It won't be what it is now. The cold voice of the Demon Emperor came out slowly. Along with this sound, there was also the crisp sound of the flying sword meeting the giant fist, which was constantly broken. After all, the sword energy shield net couldn't hold it anymore, and the collapse of the boundless sword energy suddenly intensified, and it was crushed like a battered fist in front of the giant fist that covered the sky and the sun, and even the sword intent lake below collapsed. The terrifying fist power descended into the world like a catastrophe, covering the land within a radius of 10,000 li. Oops. The shattering of the sword's soul, again, caused Jian Yi's soul to be impacted again. Even with the blessing of the non-destructive sword heart, it is impossible to condense the sword's soul for the third time in such a short period of time. Even the body-protecting sword energy lingering around his body began to show signs of collapsing at this moment. The strength of the Demon Emperor is simply beyond imagination. Even if Jian Yi had the heart, he was powerless at the moment, and could only watch helplessly as the giant fist fell. The law of time, stagnation. The law of reincarnation, recovery. Of course, Lan Yi and Yu Shi'er would not do nothing. The power of the law of time and the law of reincarnation erupted at the same time. The stagnant time only stopped the attack of the Demon Emperor, and it collapsed completely in less than a moment. Feedback to Lan Yi is also a damage to the soul. Puff. Lan Yi's movement stopped, and she felt a tightness in her chest, as if a heavy hammer appeared in her mind, and she slammed it down hard. His face suddenly became miserable, without any blood. It is unprecedented to fight against the main god in the realm of gods, and it is impossible to succeed at all. However, Yu Shi'er's law of reincarnation was applied to Jian Yi. The law of reincarnation has the power of life and death. It can be used for treatment, of course. Yu Shi'er knew very well that she couldn't fight against the demon emperor now, so she could only fight from the other side. Send. Since you can't do output by yourself, let's be an assistant honestly. For a human king to have the power to shock the world, it is also supported by the realm of cultivation. Thank you very much. It's just this time, even if I recover to the peak, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist. As soon as Jian lowered his eyes, he could feel the power of the law of reincarnation, which was repairing his damaged soul. However, I will try my best to delay the time. Facing the demon emperor, all he had to do was desperately. In an instant, the sword energy surged, protecting Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi. Since I have agreed to store manager Qi, then even if I die, I must die before them. Exhausting his last strength, he called out the sword energy, turned it into a shield, and protected the two swords, with a hint of relief on their faces. At least before he died, he had fulfilled his promise. The giant fist that came under the pressure, and the terrifying coercion carried by it, had crushed the earth to pieces. Under such a terrible attack, the ordinary gods may have been shattered into pieces. But Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi were safe and sound under the protection of sword energy. That is, I don't know how long it can last. You've done a good job, Jian. Leave the rest to me. Just at this critical moment, a familiar voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, Qi Li's figure appeared in front of the three of them. Shop manager Qi. Qi Lu. Brother Qi Lu. Whether it was Jian, Lan Yi, or Yu Shi'er, when they suddenly heard Qi Lu's voice and saw the familiar figure in front of them, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because Qi Lu is the strongest person in their hearts. Lan Yi and Yu Shi'er had unconditional trust in Qi Lu. Demon Emperor, I really didn't expect that you really came. Qi Lu took a deep breath, spoke slowly, and said to Tianji. It seems that I still overestimated you. But at this moment, it was not the time to chat. Qi Lu stared at the sky. A huge fist like a mountain came pressing down on it, with a mighty momentum, like a judgment from heaven and earth. Really shocking, crying ghosts and gods. But Qi Li's expression didn't change much, he just frowned. It's really kind of you to come here to bully the juniors. After saying that, Qi Li twisted his waist and punched, his body was thrown out like a spring, and the wind of the punch was like thunder. Boom! The whole world seemed to tremble. With one punch, all directions will be destroyed. In a pure competition of physical strength, Qi Li will not be half-hearted, and it is even less likely that he will be afraid. Last time, the Demon Emperor didn't win, and this time, it's even more impossible to win. Even if the Demon Emperor's attack had been accumulating power for a long time, to overwhelm him to this point, he had borrowed the power of heaven and earth. But when Qi Li punched, he didn't have the slightest thought of dodging, as if thunder had pierced through the sky, but the strike came first. The two fist winds collided without a doubt. The outgoing shock wave swept out immediately. In an instant, within a radius of 10,000 miles, a terrifying gust of wind blew up, crushing everything in its way. This is just boxing style. And what will collide next is the power core of the two attacks. Human boy, you are here. I won't be merciful this time. The Demon Emperor sensed Qi Li's arrival immediately, and immediately erupted with even stronger power. Qi Li never thought of being merciful, so when he punched out, he naturally did it with all his strength. Joke, when did I let you show mercy? If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. Why do you have to think about your damn face? And in his mouth, Qi Li also taunted him mercilessly. When supporting the dragon god before, if the Demon Emperor hadn't escaped, I'm afraid this scene would not have happened today. It's good now, the Demon Emperor still wants to earn some face and go back? Qi Li is not Jian. When he faces the Demon Emperor, he doesn't have any weakness. Unless the Demon Emperor can return to his full strength, Qi Li's strength will not lose to the Demon Emperor at all. In the next second, the attacks of the two really bombarded together. At this moment, violent power surged out, causing the sky to collapse, and the mountains topple the sea and the sky. At the end is a scene of the silence of heaven and earth. The terrifying impact force spread towards the surroundings like plowing the ground. The sky is like a shattered mirror, covered with countless cracks, and the earth is crushed into powder by the impact. At a glance, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, a thick layer of land has been cut off the ground. The closer to the center of the impact burst, the thicker the ground will be obliterated. The place where Qi Lu was standing at the moment was almost a dry trench. If one can look down at a high enough sky, one will find that the obliterated shape of the earth is quite like an inverted cone, and Qi Lu is standing on the tip of the cone. Such horrifying scenes are truly terrifying. But Qi Lu acted as if nothing had happened, stepping upward step by step in the deepest part of this inverted cone. Yu Shi'er, Lan Yi, and Jian Yi were all protected by Qi Lu. In the confrontation just now, it was not affected at all. Demon Emperor, your strength seems to have weakened. Could it be that when you escaped last time, you consumed too much? Qi Lu said aloud as he walked towards the void. This is also a very important problem that he noticed in the confrontation just now. The strength shown by the Demon Emperor seems to be not as strong as in the previous battle. On the face of it, this might be a good thing. However, with the cautious personality of the Demon Emperor, it is impossible to choose to take risks before recovering to a certain level. If he could have guessed that the successor of the King of Kings was a bait, it would be impossible to make such a hasty move. Therefore, it seems very strange that the Demon Emperor's strength will become weaker. Isn't this an act of risk? Weakened? This deity is enough to deal with you. The Demon Emperor asked back with a sneer, but instead of answering Qi Lu's question, he said it arrogantly. You seem to have become more arrogant, is it my illusion? Qi Lu stepped on the void and kept climbing. Until stepping into the sky, in the bloody cloud that gathered again, I saw the Demon Emperor. The second meeting was still not a good thing. Qi Lu looked at the Demon Emperor coldly, and said, this time, I won't let you escape again. Oh, really? The Demon Emperor's expression was indifferent, as if teasing. But Qi Lu just shook his head slightly, and continued, originally, I should have appeared earlier. This is the truth. Rather, Qi Lu had already arrived here the moment he noticed the abnormal movement. However, in order to prevent the Demon Emperor from After escaping, Qi Lu didn't appear immediately, but went around and blocked the space nodes of this world with the law of space. In this way, unless Qi Lu is defeated head-on, it is absolutely impossible for the Demon Emperor to escape with the secret method like last time. During the process of blocking the space nodes, Qi Lu was naturally also staring at the Demon Emperor. Because of the existence of Jian Yi, Qi Lu was able to be so calm. Therefore, Jian Yi still has meritorious service. It can be said that this non-destructive sword heart flower is not a loss, and it reflects some value to some extent. However, in order to allow you to stay here forever, I will appear a little late. Qi Lu stared at the Demon Emperor, and said, slowly. The traitor who survived from ancient times to the present could be said to be the biggest behind-the-scenes boss in the Vault of Heaven God realm. At the very least, before the Tianji realm did not wantonly attack the Shinji realm, the Demon Emperor should be the enemy with the highest cultivation level. Able to stand side by side with human kings and dragon gods. Among the information Qi Lu has learned, at present, there is no existence beyond these three. Yes, since it is the biggest boss, in terms of combat effectiveness, it should be given some respect. Even though the Demon Emperor is a traitor, his strength is beyond doubt. Therefore, as long as this big boss is eliminated, Qi Lu can at least be safe until the seal of the Central Divine Mountain disappears. And it's unknown how long it will take until the seal of the Central Divine Mountain disappears naturally. Qi Lu still has great confidence in King Ren. At that time, it may not be the Tianji domain attacking the Shinji domain. Instead, Qi took the divine realm to attack the Tianji realm, and he was bound to give those demon gods a surprise. Well, the prerequisite for doing all this is to keep the demon emperor here. Get rid of this behind-the-scenes boss. After finally waiting for this opportunity to invite you into the urn, of course this opportunity cannot be wasted. So, that trash who has mastered the laws of the sword is the means you use to lay the deity? Human boy, you really have a good idea. After hearing Qi Li's words, the demon emperor couldn't help laughing. Even when he laughed, he said aloud, "Do you think that you can really defeat this deity?" Boy, blind self-confidence is not a good thing. The last escape was already regarded as a disgrace by the demon emperor. How could it happen again this time? It's just that Qi Li doesn't care what the demon emperor thinks. When dealing with bosses, he can't be too cautious. Is it me who is blindly confident, or you are arrogant, and there will bear salt soon? Demon Emperor, you don't have to be so anxious. Anyway, this time, you won't be able to escape. Qi Li said slowly, you lost the last battle. This time, your strength is not even as good as before. Where did you get the confidence to think that you can win? To be honest, before coming here, Qi Li was fully prepared. Because Qi Li felt that since the demon emperor dared to show up, he must have recovered a lot of power. At least, it won't be weaker than last time. So Qi Li made the worst plan. But who would have thought that when they arrived at the scene, after a duel with the demon emperor, they suddenly discovered that the demon emperor was not even as strong as last time, which was unbelievable. Qi Li thought he could play the second form of this behind-the-scenes boss. There are many ways to win, Terran kid. When the demon emperor said this, a strange smile flashed across his face. The inheritor of the human king is not the human king after all. Even if she inherits the power of the human king, she cannot replace the human king. This deity just wants to use the successor of the human king as a bait to lure the human king. But I didn't expect that it was you who was caught first. These words have already explained the idea of the demon emperor. From the very beginning, he knew that even if he wiped out the inheritors of the king, it would be impossible to eliminate the demons brought to him by Feking. Coming back here is just to find a bait to catch the king of Ren. It seems that the demon emperor is still unwilling to believe that the human king has really fallen. If Qi Li didn't know the reason, he could really think that the demon emperor is so infatuated. So you're disappointed? Qi Li followed up. I want to see how the expression on the demon emperor's face will change. But unfortunately, the demon emperor's expression didn't change at all. He just went on to say, this deity will not be disappointed. Whether the human king will fall, this deity knows it well. Even if the king is no longer there, this deity has a solution. What he said was quite confident, even a little conceited. Hearing Qi Li couldn't help but say, but you are destined to stay here now. The meaning in the words is obvious, as long as you die here, no matter what good method you have, it will be empty talk. Human boy, have you forgotten what the deity said just now? Unexpectedly, the demon emperor suddenly raised his head and stared into Qi Li's eyes. There are many ways to win. If the inheritors of the king of human beings are not included in these methods, then why would the deity risk his life? What? When Qi Li heard this, he knew it was not good. My own conjecture may be coming true, the demon emperor's strength has dropped strangely, which is really weird. Human boy, have you heard of the incarnation of magic thoughts? The demon emperor continued. The incarnation of magical thoughts is a unique technique created by the demon emperor by combining the way of the Lord God and the way of the demon god. Based on the power of blood and law, reshape a new physical body. Carrying a ray of magic thought again, forming an incarnation outside the body, walking outside instead of the body. Qi and blood are flesh, laws are bones, and demonic thoughts are gods. Compared with the body, the strength displayed is not much different. No wonder, the demon emperor dared to come over when he realized that the successor of the human king was simply a bait. It turns out that even if it is lost, it is just an incarnation of magic thoughts. Damn it! Qi Lu knew that the demon emperor had escaped again this time. Facing such a cautious boss, even Qi Lu felt quite a headache. Moreover, a boss who is so cautious can be regarded as one of the strongest bosses. Isn't this even more of a headache? To be honest, Qi Lu would rather fight those bosses that have several forms and have super powerful combat power, and he doesn't really want to fight this kind of boss who doesn't fight you head-on at all. Because as long as the boss is willing to fight head-on, there is always a chance to defeat it. But for an insidious boss like the Demon Emperor, he only appears when he is in his prime, when he is absolutely safe. So, has the Demon Emperor also read the story of a certain prudent brave man? It seems that you should know, boy of the human race, this incarnation of evil thoughts should be regarded as a gift from the deity. Don't try to use the law of time to find the whereabouts of this deity, can't find it. The Demon Emperor watched Qi Li's expression change, and his expression suddenly became extremely cheerful. An incarnation of magic thoughts is indeed no match for this human kid. However, the scene that can make this human kid deflate is still very interesting. The law of time? When Qi Lu heard the method mentioned by the Demon Emperor, he took another look at the incarnation of demonic thought in front of him. In the Demon King's demonized body, it is filled with the power of killing gods, which exists as another kind of insurance prohibition. It seems that it is these god-slaying powers that make the Demon Emperor say such things. Indeed, the power of killing gods will consume the power of law. If under normal circumstances, the power of the law of time is used to trace the traces of the Demon Emperor on the incarnation of magic thoughts, the power of the law of time will definitely be wiped out by the power of killing gods, and no results will be obtained in the end. That's why the Demon Emperor has this self-confidence, and can even be said to be arrogant, to take the initiative to speak out about this matter. He just wanted to see Qi Li's deflated expression. Because the Demon Emperor also knew that beside Qi Lu, there was a little guy who mastered the law of time. It's a pity that the method is right in front of you, but you can't use it. This feeling must be uncomfortable. And Qi Li's expression at the moment is indeed changing. Qi Lu has also experienced that the power of killing gods can obliterate the effect of the power of law. So much so that the last time he fought against the Demon Emperor, he also borrowed power from the system to strengthen his physical body to the limit of the realm of the main god. So even if the Demon Emperor reminded him, Qi Li's expression would only become uglier. However, at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Qi Li's mind. System, host, there is good news for this system. Good news? At a time like this? What good news can you have? The expression on Qi Li's face was constantly changing when he suddenly heard the sound of the system. Two questions were asked in my mind on the spot. The system is really in a hurry, and it doesn't even look at what time it is. After finally catching the trace of the Demon Emperor, and now I don't know where to hide, what a headache. System, of course, and it's good news that is very helpful to the host's current situation. From this sentence, it can be seen that the system is definitely paying attention to the external situation in real time. Then hurry up and listen. When Qi Lu heard this, he said it immediately. It is very helpful to the current situation. Could it be that the system has discovered the location of the Demon Emperor? System, I don't know about the host, but remember, last time this system asked you to submit a lot of god-slaying power. Of course I remember, the memory is still fresh. It was the last time when we fought against the Demon Emperor, the system said that it wanted to study the power of killing gods, and then issued a task. It's just that Qi Lu clearly remembered that after the power of slaughtering the gods was submitted to the system, there was no other movement. So, in fact, it is not that the system has not done anything, but is it only now that the results are being researched? As predicted. System. After the research of this system, it is now possible to prevent the power of killing gods from obliterating the power of laws. It is enough to have this sentence, which is indeed good news. If the demon emperor's demonic incarnation, the god-slaying power restriction cannot take effect, then Qi Le can use the law of time to trace the source and find the location of the demon emperor. And this time it will never be lost again. The devil emperor was really smart all his life, but now he is smart and was mistaken by cleverness. Your good news came in a timely manner. This time you will be credited. Qi Li's eyes lit up, and there was a slight change in the way he looked at the incarnation of magic thoughts in front of him. This time, this guy is no longer an incarnation of magic thought with the function of ridicule, but a clue left by the demon emperor himself. Human boy, your expression is really wonderful now. I really want to see with my own eyes what kind of mood you will feel after hearing the news. The devil's incarnation of demonic thoughts was still taunting aloud, as if he had decided that Qi Le couldn't think of a way. If it was before this, these mocking voices would really make people angry. But now, Qi Le shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly, and said, "Don't worry, Demon Emperor, your wish will come true soon, I promise. The deity wants to see if what you said is true or not." The incarnation of the devil's thoughts of the demon emperor smiled coldly, and immediately after that, the aura on his body suddenly rose. Although it is just an incarnation of magic thoughts, it will not be Qi Le's opponent. But what a demon emperor exists, even if he loses, he cannot be captured without a fight. Even if this incarnation of magic thought was ready to give up from the beginning, it would still tear off a piece of the opponent's flesh in the end. Therefore, fighting is definitely inevitable, and it will even become extremely difficult because of the desperate efforts of the incarnation of magic thoughts. It's useless to say more, but it's just an incarnation of magic thoughts, so don't waste my time. Qi Le was also well prepared, so naturally he wouldn't be caught off guard. When the aura of the incarnation of magical thoughts rose sharply, the coercion on Qi Li's body also rose. Directly with the momentum of rewinding, completely suppressed the aura of the magic thought incarnation soaring into the sky. If the real body of the demon emperor was standing in front of him, then Qi Le would still be afraid. But if it's just an incarnation of magic thoughts, it's really not enough to see. Regardless of the combat effectiveness of the demon emperor's demonic incarnation, it seems that it is not much worse than the demon emperor. But don't forget, the current demon emperor is still weak. For the demon emperor in its heyday, a mere incarnation of magical thoughts is really not a high-end combat power. It's just for chores. So after knowing this, what Qi Le thought of was to make a quick decision. If it is so difficult to deal with an incarnation of demonic thoughts, how can we deal with the demon emperor? What's more, there are new results from systematic research, which can effectively prevent the power of killing gods from restraining the power of laws. In this way, Qi Li's body of law, the most powerful side, can be fully displayed. Human kid, you. His own aura was suppressed, causing the expression of the incarnation of magic thoughts to change slightly. Probably thought of something. It's unbelievable, your cultivation realm seems to have improved again. In such a short period of time, you can have such a level of improvement, you human race, what's the secret? The consciousness of the demonic incarnation is transformed by a ray of demonic thoughts from the demon emperor, so it is naturally connected with the demon emperor. To say such words at this moment, I am afraid it is also what the demon emperor is thinking. I don't know what secrets the human race will have. Besides, compared to this matter, demon emperor, you should still care about your own situation. Qi Le didn't want to talk too much, he had nothing to say with this incarnation of evil thoughts. It's better to find the demon emperor as soon as possible, and don't let him continue to make trouble. After the two sides talked, the war broke out suddenly. After all, the incarnation of demonic thoughts is transformed by a ray of demonic thoughts from the demon emperor. Even if his cultivation level is not as high as that of the Demon Emperor, the combat experience is indeed inherited in its entirety and brought into full play. The power embodied in the physique does not need the blessing of law power at all, and it can shatter the world with every gesture. And Qi Lu was also accurate, and he did not lose the slightest bit in the battle with the incarnation of evil thoughts. On the contrary, he was able to keep taking the lead and suppress the next move of the incarnation of magic thoughts. The result of this battle seemed to be doomed from the very beginning, and the incarnation of magic thought had no chance of winning. Qi Lu was neither surprised nor happy about such a result, and there was no disturbance in his heart. If you can't even match this incarnation of magical thoughts, then it's okay. What is there to rejoice in? The power of the law is flying all over the sky, always locked on the side of the incarnation of magic thoughts. Jian Yi, who was outside the battlefield, was also very excited. This level of battle is usually not seen. Regardless of the movement that occurred, it seemed that it was not as big as when he was fighting before. But Jian Yi knew in his heart that it was because store manager Qi used the power of law to seal off the surrounding space. That's why the aftermath of the battle was not allowed to escape. This kind of terrifying control is the most powerful place. Even in the battle between store manager Qi and the Demon Emperor, there is no such thing as the law of swordsmanship. But this level of battle scenes can still benefit Jian Yi a lot, making him mesmerized watching. The fluctuation of the power of law is like a wonderful movement. Even Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi, who were on the side, were staring intently at the situation on the battlefield at the moment. One is concerned about Qi Li's safety. Second, it is also learning the experience of fighting. Law condensation break. With a low shout, Qi Lu suddenly raised his palm and slapped Mon Yanhua on the mouth. Qi Lu has been waiting for this flaw for a long time. In an instant, the overwhelming power of laws poured into the body of the incarnation of magical thoughts along Qi Li's palm. At this moment, the movement of the incarnation of magic thought stopped. The violent power of law, from the inside out, destroyed the vitality of this body, and also sealed that ray of magic. After all, it's just an incarnation of demonic thoughts, and it's nothing to worry about compared with the Demon Emperor. If only the Demon Emperor could solve it so easily. Thinking so in his heart, Qi Lu took away the palm that was slapped on Mon Yanhua Xian's mouth. At this moment, the incarnation of magic thought fell straight from the sky like a puppet that lost its string. Boom! It hit the ground heavily, creating a deep hole. Jian Yi raised his eyebrows in shock, and looked at Qi Lu, who fell from the sky in some amazement. Shop manager Qi, is the battle over? It's over here. Qi Lu replied, and then with a hook of his finger, he pulled the incarnation of magic thought out of the deep pit. Hiss! Jian Yi couldn't help taking a deep breath. Manager Qi's strength is indeed terrifying. The opponent that he was almost dead and unable to defeat before, was so vulnerable in front of store manager Qi. And looking at the current appearance of the store manager, it is obvious that he has spare energy and is able to do a job with ease. Qi Lu, brother, are you all right? Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi also ran over. What can I do? The person who came here this time is not the Demon Emperor himself. Qi Lu shook his head, and then pointed at the incarnation of magic thoughts laying on the ground. The puppet who lost the string has been unable to move for a long time, but the magic is not extinguished, and there is still a touch of consciousness. Magic thoughts, incarnation? Listening to Qi Li's words, Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi looked at the bodies on the ground in amazement. Jian Yi also came over, but his brows were tightly furrowed. Just a demonic incarnation of the Demon Emperor, he is no match at all. So how powerful should the Demon Emperor himself be? The road to the realm of the Lord God is really far away. Demon Emperor, you should not be dead yet. Qi Lu didn't pay attention to Jian Yi's thoughts, but said to the incarnation of evil thoughts. He didn't remember that he had killed him just now, the demon emperor's demonic thoughts were not so easy to erase. And Qi Lu will not destroy the demon emperor's demonic thoughts now, because he still needs to use this ray of magic thought to trace the location of the devil emperor. Human race boy, the deity has already said, so what if I give you this incarnation of evil thoughts? Although the incarnation of magic thought couldn't move at the moment, his tone remained the same as before. What is there to be surprised about is something that has been expected. You really have confidence, demon emperor. A playful smile appeared on Qi Li's face. Do you really think that the god-slaying power restriction you left behind can play any role? Although this question, not so long ago, was an affirmative answer. But plans don't always keep up with changes. I believe that the demon emperor would never have imagined that the god-slaying power he obtained after working so hard for such a long time would be thoroughly researched so easily. Human boy, what do you want to say? A bad premonition suddenly appeared in Mo Nianhua's body and mind. I don't want to say anything, I want you to see for yourself how ridiculous your self-confidence is. A mocking smile emerged from the corner of Qi Li's mouth, and the law of time was condensing on the palm of his hand. The law of time, tracing the source. Locking. Tracing the source of the demon emperor with the incarnation of the demonic thought, as long as one avoids the restriction of the god-slaying power, there is almost no difficulty at all. The demon emperor is still too confident in the power of killing gods left behind by him. How can that be? The incarnation of magic thought watched the power of slaughtering the god surge out, like a giant beast, opening its bloody mouth to the law of time. But in the next second, it was like hitting an invisible barrier, unable to cause any damage to the law of time at all. The law of time broke through the restriction of the power of slaughtering gods, and in the long river of time a thin line appeared. That was a clue to where the demon emperor was. Although the fate of the main god will be automatically covered up in the long river of time. But with the help of things related to fate, it's another matter. The method of traceability is like this. Central Territory, Divine Mountain. You want to destroy the seal of the Central Divine Mountain. Damn it. Looking at this thin line, Qi Li's pupils suddenly constricted. He never expected that the demon emperor would actually plan to destroy the god of the Central Territory. The seal of the mountain. If this matter really makes the demon emperor succeed, the divine realm is really at stake. Now it is so difficult for these newly promoted main gods to deal with those demon gods who are resurrected by resentment. Not to mention facing the attack from the extreme sky territory. Human kid, you really surprised me. But, even if you know about it, what can you do? The incarnation of magic thought stared at Qi Lu for a long while, then suddenly burst out laughing. As long as the seal of the sacred mountain in the central region is broken, no matter how strong this human kid is, what can he do? Even the former king of people, in the face of this kind of catastrophe, is too busy to take care of himself. The Great War is about to start, and the catastrophe is coming. Everything is ready, let's become the strongest stepping stone for this deity. Your plot will not succeed. The dragon god is still guarding the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. You have no chance. Qi Li said in a cold voice. Let's wait and see, human race kid. I hope you can still say such things in the near future. The incarnation of magic thought left the last sentence, and the condensed magic thought suddenly dissipated. Seeing this scene, Qi Li knew in his heart that the demon emperor probably knew the situation here. Is it the divine mountain in the Central Territory? The demon emperor has already passed. I hope the dragon god can hold on. Qi Li didn't know what the demon emperor had done now, so he could only rush to the divine mountain in the Central Territory as quickly as possible, hoping to make it in time. By now, Qi Lu understood that the demon emperor's demonic incarnation came to find the inheritors of the human king. From the very beginning, he didn't want to do anything to the inheritors of the human king. It's to get your attention. Because in the current god realm, there are only two capable of stopping the existence of the demon emperor. One is Dragon God. The other one is Qi Lu. The current Dragon God is slightly lower than the demon emperor in terms of combat power. Therefore, Qi Lu was the only one the demon emperor wanted to restrain. As for the relationship between the successor of the human king and Qi Lu, although the demon emperor is not very clear, he can see it clearly. At the very least, attacking the successor of the human king will definitely attract Qi Lu. That's enough. Presumably the demon emperor himself has been at the divine mountain of the Central Territory for a long time now. Sheer, come with me, I saw your existence on this timeline. Before leaving, Qi Lu suddenly turned around and said to Yu Sheer. While looking for the demon emperor, Qi Lu took a quick glance in the long river of time and indeed saw that Yu Sheer's timeline was intertwined with his own, and he didn't know what it meant. The long river of time is extremely mysterious, and Qi Lu is not the main god who studies the law of time, so it is really impossible to interpret it. In fact, even the main god who studies the law of time, even the spirit of time, does not have a deep understanding of the long river of time. The long river of time runs through the past and the present, endlessly, without beginning and end. How can it be so easy to interpret? But the interweaving of timelines made Qi Lu feel that it should be no problem to take Yu Sheer there. Perhaps, this would be Yu Sheer's opportunity. Yu Sheer nodded, without hesitation. She walked to Qi Li's side without hesitation. Even if this trip is dangerous, Yu Sheer doesn't care, as long as she can be with brother Qi Lu. Let me go too. Lan Yi followed up and said aloud. No, you stay, your chance is not there. Qi Lu frowned and recalled, and then spoke. It was just a quick glance, and I didn't see much. The thick fog on the long river is no joke. That is to say, when searching for the timeline of the demon emperor, Qi Lu was able to see that there were other timelines around. But there are no more scenes. Central Domain Divine Mountain, the more people go, the better. In front of the demon emperor, numbers are meaningless at all. After speaking, Qi Lu raised his hand, and opened a door of space beside him. Then she walked in with Yu Sheer. Get ready, the big battle may start at any time. Jianni saw Qi Lu and Yu Sheer leave with one eye, watched the door of space close, and then said aloud. Although I don't know exactly what happened, but I can tell from the store manager's expression that it will definitely not be a good thing. Lan Yi also nodded silently. Move forward in time a little. Under the sacred mountain of the Central Territory, at the foot of the mountain. The eyes of the dragon god, who had been guarding here for a long time, moved suddenly, stood up suddenly, looked at the sudden figure in front of him, and said in a bad tone, Demon King, I didn't expect you to dare to come here. Dragon God, why didn't I dare to come here? The one who came was the Demon Emperor. Seeing the Dragon God blocking in front of him, the Demon Emperor seemed to have expected it, and the expression on his face remained unchanged. On the contrary, there is a playful color in the depths of the eyes. It's just the defeat of the deity's men. What qualifications do you have to say such a thing? The last battle made the Demon Emperor's inner demons, caused by the Dragon God, go away. Bringing up this matter now, naturally, there won't be much reaction. Demon Emperor, has your obsession with victory overwhelmed you? If you are really invincible, why did you flee in embarrassment last time? The Dragon God was not annoyed, but casually mentioned the sore spot of the Demon Emperor. As expected, the Demon Emperor's face changed a bit. But soon, he recovered. It's just taking advantage of the fact that the deity's strength is greatly weakened, just to pick up cheap guys, nothing to worry about. However, although his face recovered, the Demon Emperor's tone was not so easy to recover. Any failure is a thorn in the heart of the Demon Emperor. A thorn that could turn into a demon at any moment. Even if the Demon Emperor has the heart to deny it, the facts are not so easy to change. Get cheap? Dragon God couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Demon Emperor, if you say such a thing, it will really make me look down on you. If this is the case, how do you explain the battle between you and me? The implication is that the battle between the Demon Emperor and himself is nothing more than a victory while taking advantage of his weakness. After all, the dragon god's current strength is not a little bit worse than the heyday in ancient times. Even the real dragon body is lost, the loss of combat power is definitely 10 times 100 times worse. So the Demon Emperor denied his failure, and the dragon god could use his own words to satirize his victory. Use his spear to attack his shield. It depends on how the Demon Emperor responds. Dragon god, I don't remember when did you start to like this verbal argument. The Demon Emperor, who was speechless, could only choose to avoid this topic. But it made the dragon god raise his eyebrows slightly, thinking that the Demon Emperor would become angry from embarrassment. I'm just responding to your question, Demon Emperor. What do you want to Dao Hen you come to this sacred mountain in the Central Territory again? He had come to the divine mountain of the Central Territory before to condense resentment and revive those demon gods who had fallen. If it hadn't been discovered early, Shinjiu would have been devastated long ago. That's why the dragon god took the initiative to stay in the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, just to prevent the Demon Emperor from coming back to plot something. At first, I thought it would be too late, but who would have thought that the Demon Emperor really came? Doing what? The Demon Emperor sneered and said unhurriedly. Dragon god, the bait you cast, I have already bit the hook, and the bait left for you must have been eaten. On the side of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, you are the only one now. That human kid will not come here in a short time. The bait is the incarnation of the magic thought let go. The successor of the human king, the Demon Emperor never thought of moving from the very beginning. Just like what the incarnation of magic thought said, the inheritor of the human king is not the human king after all, nor can he replace the human king. For the Demon Emperor, it is impossible for the successor of the human king to let him eliminate the demons in his heart. Therefore, this is the most important step on the side of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. Break the seal of the sacred mountain in the central region. Even if the King of Destroyers chooses to sacrifice, he must maintain the peace of the God realm. The demise of the human king may be true, but the achievements left behind are still there, and the Demon Emperor also has a way to eliminate the demons in his heart. Just destroy everything that the King of People expects. So, Dragon God, you can't stop this deity. This deity will destroy the seal left by the human king, and open the passage between the God realm and the heaven realm. In this way, this deity can aspire to be the strongest in the vault of heaven God realm. To truly stand at the peak of the realm of the Lord God, and even, there is still a chance to step into the legendary realm. When the Demon Emperor said this, the expression on his face became a little crazy, and even his eyes showed a frenzied light. According to the legend, the supreme realm that surpassed the realm of the main god. According to legend, whoever can step into that realm can control everything, including heaven and earth, will surrender in front of you. Just ask, who can resist such a huge temptation? After the previous failure, the Demon Emperor began to crazily pursue the supreme power and break through the realm of the main god. This has become the deepest obsession, and once it falls into the bottom of his heart, it cannot be erased. So no matter who stood in front of him, that would be his enemy. For the gods, for the main god, longevity and long-sightedness have long been the goal of completion. As long as the faith is alive, you can live forever. Then the supreme power becomes the only pursuit. And for the demon god, moving towards a higher realm is an instinct engraven in his bones. So for the Demon Emperor, having such an opportunity in front of him is enough for him to achieve his goal by any means. The safety of the God realm and the choice of the heaven realm, in the eyes of the Demon Emperor, are not worth mentioning. What is the final result of the battle between the heavenly realm and the divine realm? Who is the final winner? The Demon Emperor doesn't care at all. Everything is just a stepping stone for him to become stronger. You are such a madman. The dragon god stared at the madness on the demon emperor's face, which was a combination of fanaticism and stubbornness. Obsession, at certain times, is far more terrifying than inner demons. Who is not a lunatic? Dragon god. The demon emperor did not deny the dragon god's words, but opened his arms and said loudly. In comparison, the human king is more like a lunatic than this deity. If you want to save the god realm with your own power, in the end, it will be nothing but nothing. If you say too much meaningless words, it is just a waste of words. This is the end of the story, it is useless to say more. That's why you want to destroy the seal of the central divine mountain, right? Then come on, demon emperor. The dragon god also stood proudly, and said loudly, perhaps I have been silent for longer than you, but if you want to break the seal of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory, that is wishful thinking. Perhaps in the long years, dragon god has been a secret observer. But at the same time, it is also the guardian of the god realm. It's just that in the previous era, Shinjiu has never encountered a life and death crisis like it is now. So during those years, the dragon god seemed to have disappeared, and never showed up on his own initiative. But this does not mean that the dragon god has given up on the extreme god realm. Now, the demon emperor wants to destroy the seal of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory, so the dragon god naturally cannot ignore it. Even though the previous battles had proved that the dragon god was indeed defeated by the demon emperor, this was not a reason to retreat. Big words. The demon emperor snorted coldly, naturally he would accompany him to the end. At this moment, the power of slaughtering the gods transformed into a golemand appeared behind the demon emperor, following the burst of coercion. Dragon god, since you are looking for death, then this deity will not show mercy. Eliminating a demon in his heart will greatly help the demon emperor. The congealing power of the god-slaying power suddenly made the already majestic coercion even more terrifying. The boundless coercion came, and the blood-red mist that shrouded the sacred mountain in the central region suddenly dissipated. The blood-red mist in the distance is also afraid, as if it is afraid of something. Be merciful? Let's tell this joke to yourself. But the dragon god sneered, and a golden flame ignited in his eyes. Pieces of dragon scales also emerged from the skin of the dragon god, and then ignited tiny golden flames. The whole body is transformed into a dragon. Having already fought once, there is no need to try again. The demon emperor has condensed the god slaughter golem, so the dragon god must, of course, go all out. At this level of battle, there has never been any fluke at all. Any slight of contempt, any negligence, may lead to a situation where there is no end to redemption. So there is no possibility of holding back at all. The most he could do was hold back his whole cards and wait for the right time. Call. I heard the howling wind, and suddenly there was a loud bang. The god-slaying golem had already attacked and killed the dragon god, and thepitch black, demonic energy surged continuously, like billowing black mist. Carrying overwhelming momentum, he came through the air, as if he wanted to kill the dragon god with one blow. However, the fierce momentum does not mean that the strength can really produce suppression. Covered in dragon scales and blazing with golden flames, the dragon god's combat effectiveness is vastly different from normal. Even compared with the real dragon body, it is still far away, but it is not something that a mere god-slayer golem can deal with. Demon Emperor, you must have underestimated me. The dragon god let out a low growl, and stretched out his hand. The dragon claws directly grabbed the attacking god-slaying golem. In the previous battle with the demon emperor, the dragon god would lose, and it was more because he was caught off guard by the power of the god-slaying god that it was dangerous. This point, even if the demon emperor himself is also very clear. The power of killing gods is a whole card that cannot be exposed in advance, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. It was as if right now, in front of the dragon god whose whole body was transformed into a dragon, the effect of the god-slaying power was directly reduced to the lowest point. The dragon god condenses the law of force under the dragon scales. Use the indestructible dragon scales as a shield, and use the law of force as a support. Boom! With a loud noise, the god slaughter golem's attack was caught impartially by dragon claws protruded by the dragon god. The huge power locked the movement of the god slaughter golem, and the spreading power of slaughter god couldn't erode the dragon scales in a short time, but was burned by the golden flame, showing signs of collapsing. Sure enough, it is the dragon god in the memory of this deity. This fighting consciousness is really unparalleled in combat power. The demon emperor seemed not to care about the god slaughter demon god, clapping his hands lightly as he said, "Adapting to changing circumstances in battle can only be regarded as the foundation. If the dragon god can't even do this, then the demon emperor will be disappointed." Anyway, he was also one of his strongest opponents. How could he be so vulnerable? There is no need to say more polite words. Let's show your true skills. Dragon god sneered. In an instant, the golden flame above the dragon's claw soared, and suddenly turned into a monstrous flame, almost dyeing half of the sky golden. In the gloomy environment of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, it was also rendered somewhat alive by this burst of golden light. Even the black-red mist was diluted a bit. However, the golden flame took advantage of the skyrocketing momentum and wrapped around the god slaughter golem. In an instant, I saw the god slaughter golem, as if it had encountered flames soft ice and snow, it began to melt rapidly. This golden flame is the breath of the dragon. It is the fire of the true yang, the most rigid and the most yang. The god-slaying golem condensed with the power of slaughtering gods, Altot can restrain the power of law. But for this golden flame, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch himself being burned slowly and turned into nothingness. The god-slaying power that should have been dissipated was also wiped out. Demon Emperor, don't bring out this kind of toy again. The dragon god, who restrained the golden flame, said indifferently. Fortunately, it was the dragon god who was facing the demon emperor, so he was qualified to say this sentence. Because this golden dragon's breath is the talent of the dragon god as a true dragon, not the power of law. It is only when fighting against the power of killing gods that it appears so relaxed. If it is replaced by another main god, even if it is a human king, I am afraid that it will take a lot of hands and feet to get rid of this god-slaying golem. This matter is also what the dragon god thought of after the battle with the demon emperor. The power of slaughtering gods is indeed powerful, but more, it is used to catch opponents by surprise, rather than the usual power. It is really easy to use to restrain ordinary main gods. After all, the original intention of the power of slaughtering gods being refined by the demon emperor was to deal with the human king. However, it is a little bit reluctant to use it against the dragon god, who is already familiar with the nature of the power of slaughtering gods. Because the dragon god is not an ordinary main god after all, the body of aerial dragon endows the dragon god with too many possibilities to break through the shackles. Even if the law of strength is abandoned, the combat power of the dragon god is not something that ordinary main gods can match. That's why this time, the dragon god will guard outside the sacred mountain in the Central Territory. I also want to prove that the means used once will not be useful a second time. A toy? It's not worse than what I thought. The power of killing gods really doesn't have much effect on you. The demon emperor's expression remained unchanged, and it seemed that he had expected this situation in advance, so he could be so calm. But it doesn't matter, dragon god. Although the deity can't easily get rid of you, it's not that simple if you want to stop the deity. Having said this, a strange expression suddenly appeared on the demon emperor's face. The corners of the mouth were slightly raised, as if wanting to laugh, but also as if mocking. Seeing this expression, the dragon god frowned slightly, and said, "Demon King, are you so delirious that you are daydreaming? Do you want to destroy the seal left by the human king out of thin air, like this?" If the seal left by the human king was really so fragile, it would not have existed for such a long time. It had already been broken open from the other side by those demon gods in the Tianji region. Nature cannot be destroyed out of thin air. The strange expression on the demon emperor's face became more obvious. The meaning of ridicule has also become thicker. This made Dragon God suddenly feel somewhat ominous. Could it be that the demon emperor is really prepared? Dragon God, I feel that you should know exactly how the seal left by the Kingoff man was laid. The demon emperor said unhurriedly, as if he had no intention of attacking anymore. It's like the god-slaying golem condensed before, it's just a simple test. But that's not the case. The god-slayer golem was easily destroyed by the dragon god, which made the demon emperor realize that it seemed impossible to quickly solve the dragon god. That's why the demon emperor was able to take such a slow pace, as if he had given up. Since the battle cannot be resolved in a short period of time, a better solution should be found. The demon emperor knew very well that it wouldn't take long for him to attract that human kid with his demonic incarnation as bait. Then in such a short period of time, he must never let himself be restrained by the dragon god. Otherwise, your own plan still has the possibility of failure. How did the King of Man set the seal? Oops. The words that the demon emperor uttered made the dragon god stunned for a moment, but then his face suddenly changed. It seems that you have thought of it too. Seeing the sudden change in the face of the dragon god, the demon emperor knew it, and he also wanted to understand. When the king of humans chose to sacrifice himself, why did he choose the final battlefield to be on the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory? It is to gather the power to open the seal. Use those fallen main gods and demon gods as the energy source for opening the formation, and use yourself as the eye of the formation. Therefore, on the sacred mountain in the central region, the corpses left behind are actually part of the formation. If the corpses were simply destroyed, it would not have much impact on the sealing formation. Because the formation has been completed, the real eye of the formation is the remains of the human king. As long as the eye of the formation is not destroyed, the formation will not be destroyed so easily. But the bad thing is that the former demon gods are resurrected with the condensed resentment as the source. In this way, it is equivalent to triggering the energy cycle of the sealing formation. The power that had been merged into the sealing formation, because of the resurrection of those demon gods, returned to the bodies of those demon gods. Even if not all of the power is taken back, the impact on the sealing formation is huge. Could it be that this was your purpose from the beginning? Dragon God took a deep breath, only feeling a little cold in his heart. It turns out that the purpose of the demon emperor from the beginning was to destroy the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. To be precise, the purpose of this deity from the beginning was just to lure out the king. But it's a pity that the human king seems to have really fallen, so the deity can only start this plan in advance. At this time, the demon emperor has nothing to say. Destroying the seal of the central divine mountain was originally planned, but now it is ahead of schedule. Because the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm are not in chaos, how can the demon emperor profit from it? In the eyes of the demon emperor, no matter whether it is the main god of the extreme god realm or the demon god of the extreme heaven realm, there is no difference. Back then, the demon emperor would help those demon gods to hunt down the main god, but it was only because he needed the power of the main god. On the other hand, it was also because the Tianjiu side seemed to be at a disadvantage. In order to keep the flames of war going, the demon emperor naturally had to find a way to maintain the balance of combat power between the two sides. To be honest, if the Xinjiu side was at a disadvantage back then, maybe the demon emperor would not have been a traitor. Because the demon emperor doesn't care who wins or loses at all, he just needs to keep the flames of war burning. The longer the war lasts, the more chances the demon emperor will become stronger. Everything is just your own paving stones. Before this, do you still want to return to the peak state you once were, and then destroy the seal of the central divine mountain? The dragon god read the meaning he wanted to express from the demon emperor's words. Certainly. What the deity wants is to achieve the realm in the legend, not to go through hardships. When the demon emperor heard the words, he was not prepared to deny it at all. There is no intention of concealing it at all. Of course. Dragon god, because what I want is to achieve the realm in the legend, not to go through hardships. The implication of the demon emperor's words is actually very simple. As long as he returns to his former peak state, he has the ability to secretly control this battle. Using the vault of heaven god realm as the cauldron, and using the creatures of the extreme heaven realm and the extreme god realm as materials, he refined his own breakthrough path. And now, the demon emperor, who is still in a weak state, does not want to break the seal of the central divine mountain so early if possible. Because doing so may make the next development out of your control. However, the matter has come to this point, it is already a last resort. The killing puppets released, as well as the blood demons, could not disturb the peace of the god realm. Even the resurrection of the last demon god has been resolved, and that kid of the human race has become a serious problem. Never allow another human king to grow up. That's why the demon emperor resolutely advanced his plan in order to block this possibility. Using the condensed resentment to resurrect those demon gods has already loosened the seal of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. And these loosening is the beginning of the collapse of the entire seal formation. The slaughter of those demon gods when they were raging in the god realm, and even the remaining power after the battle was collected by the demon emperor as a source of power to destroy the seal. Now is also the time. It turned out to be true. The sealing formation is not stable anymore. At this time, Dragon God suddenly turned his head and looked at the sacred mountain in the central territory. The pattern that was supposed to be hidden in the mountain body actually emerged at this moment, emitting a faint light. At the beginning, Dragon God also knew about Human King's plan. Even the final sealing formation was engraved by the Dragon God's own witness, long ago. So before this, when the demon emperor was resurrected, the dragon god came to the central divine mountain to check, so he seemed so familiar with the seal formation of the central divine mountain. And at this moment, the seal array has undoubtedly loosened significantly. The revived demon god took away too much power from the sealing formation. Unless the same power is used to fill this vacancy, the sealing formation can be stabilized again. At the very least, tens of thousands of main gods are needed. And there is another premise, that is, the demon emperor will no longer make a move. But this is impossible. In the hands of the demon emperor, there is also a terrifying force, just to deal the final blow to the entire sealing formation. It's a pity, dragon god, that you only discovered this now. Seeing the dragon god's movements, the demon emperor couldn't help teasing. It's an expression that makes you feel good. Panic, anger, shock, unbelievable. That's why the deity said, "You have already lost." As the demon emperor spoke, the demonic energy on his body also gathered, and another god slaughter golem condensed out. But this time, the demon emperor obviously didn't intend to make a move first. Because there is no need for this anymore. Both the dragon god and the demon emperor are very clear. To restore the great sealing formation, at least tens of thousands of main gods must have fallen here to do so. In the current god realm, tens of thousands of main gods can be found, but it is not easy to let them all fall here. Not just any main god can have the consciousness of a human king. You must know that even the original human king did not reveal even half a word to anyone when he implemented the plan to seal the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. It was because the king of humans knew in his heart that no one would be willing to sacrifice, let alone the Lord God. What kind of thoughts are those main gods holding in their hearts? The human king couldn't be more clear. And the king of men didn't think about forcing them. He just used himself as a bait to attract them all to the sacred mountain in the central region. In the battle between the main god and the demon god, there must be a lot of casualties. That's enough. There is no need to sacrifice more main gods. Those main gods who fell on the sacred mountain in the central region were not shot by human kings, but died in the battle with demon gods. Therefore, the king of people at that time can be said to have gathered the right time, the right place, and the harmony of people to complete this feat. But now, how is it possible? To sacrifice tens of thousands of main gods, how to attract them is a big problem. Even though these main gods knew in their hearts, if the Tianji realm really attacked the Xinji realm, the casualties would be far beyond what tens of thousands of main gods could calculate. But what does that have to do with them? If you don't get to that step, who wants to die early? What a good way. The dragon god gritted his teeth and said with hatred, I am afraid that only the demon emperor can do this kind of thing, and only the demon emperor can imagine it. Because the demon emperor slept in the middle of the sacred mountain for several ages, comprehending the fierce power and resentment in it. That's why it was possible to resurrect those demon gods with condensed resentment. This was something that was unheard of and unseen in the past. Even the soul is completely wiped out, only a corpse can be resurrected. Although this resurrection is not a resurrection in the true sense, it is a form similar to puppet refining. However, there is a very big difference from puppet refining. Puppet refinement only needs the corpse itself. If the demon emperor really just refined the corpses of these demon gods into puppets, it would be easy to solve. It is nothing more than letting the corpses of these demon gods leave the sacred mountain in the central region, and it will not affect the ceiling formation itself. However, the most insidious part of the demon emperor lies here. It's just the will to condense the corpse of the demon god with resentment, and conceive it in the sacred mountain of the central region. In this way, the instinct of the corpses of these demon gods is used to hollow out the power of the ceiling formation during the resurrection process, so as to achieve the purpose of destroying and shaking the foundation of the ceiling formation. Now, the demon emperor has achieved his goal. And right now, it's all good. Because before that, Qi Lu and Dragon God came to the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory and destroyed all the corpses of the demon gods that had not yet been fully conceived. So now the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory isonly loosened, rather than completely destroyed. If Qi Lu and Dragon God didn't notice it at the time. Once all the corpses of the demon gods are resurrected, then the great ceiling formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory is likely to disintegrate at the beginning, thus directly opening the passages between the heavenly extreme domain and the divine extreme domain. This should be regarded as luck among misfortunes. At least for now, the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory can last for a while, so it won't be destroyed directly. Maybe I can figure it out. If it was really disintegrated at the beginning, then there is really nothing to do. Under such circumstances, the demon emperor would come to the divine mountain off the central territory just to grab an initiative. Because the demon emperor knew it in his heart. In case the dragon god and that human kid were really courageous, in order to repair the loose seal formation, they would not hesitate to sacrifice tens of thousands of gods. Everything you do will be in vain. On the sacred mountain in the central region, there are no more corpses of demon gods that can be resurrected for him. This move is a desperate move. If it fails, I am afraid that I will be silent for several generations. So the demon emperor will never allow such a thing to happen. The purpose of rushing to the divine mountain of the central territory is to completely destroy the ceiling formation before the dragon god and that human kid. Let the passages of the heavenly realm and the divine realm be fully opened. Dragon God, don't struggle anymore, this matter is a foregone conclusion. No matter how hard you struggle, the seal of the central divine mountain has already begun to crumble. I don't even need to do anything, as long as I hold you here, I can let you watch the seal array behind you collapse, and watch the demon god of the extreme heaven descend again. The demon emperor stared at the dragon god, and said in a low but arrogant voice. Of course, this sentence is just a heart attack. To deal with a dragon god, the demon emperor can still do it, but if Qilui satted, the demon emperor will be stretched. The incarnation of magic thought thrown out as bait, as long as it is bitten, it is estimated that it will be seen through soon. At that time it won't be so difficult to guess on the side of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. The so-called most dangerous place is the safest place, just talking. If you really want to play black under the lights, that's not how you play. The demon emperor did not believe that there would be no way to connect between the dragon god and that human kid. Therefore, the current plan is to enter the central divine mountain as soon as possible. The sealing formation has begun to loosen, and now it is enough to destroy the formation's eyes. Originally, the demon emperor wanted to keep the seal formation, and only opened this passage when he recovered to his former peak state. But it is no longer possible. However, the human king's remains and the sealing formation are integrated into one, and it is not that simple to destroy it. This is why the demon emperor must first destroy the overall energy cycle of the sealing formation, and then complete this matter. Don't think that what the human king left behind is just a remains. How is this possible? What the human king left behind was the entire sealing formation. Demon Emperor, if I believe your words, then I will be a real idiot. However, how tenacious the dragon god's mind is, how could it be shaken by these few words of the demon emperor? Indifferently watching Shen Jiu go through several eras, witness the changes of the years, and see the vicissitudes of life. As long as there is still a glimmer of hope, Dragon God will not choose to give up. What a stubborn guy. He knows it's a dead end, but he still tries to break it. Dragon God, do you know that this deity has always hated you since ancient times? Even if the god realm is destroyed, what does it have to do with you? Together with the deity, aspiring to be the strongest, isn't it a wonderful thing? Together with the deity, stepping into the legendary realm, isn't it something you should be longing for? As the demon emperor spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. As soon as the legendary realm was mentioned, a hint of intoxication appeared in the eyes of the demon emperor. Speaking of which, there is already a hint of temptation in the heart-attacking words. Even for the demon emperor, the dragon god is one of his worst enemies. But there is no doubt that the demon emperor recognizes and is clear about the strength of the dragon god. It is called the existence closest to the peak of the main god realm, and the existence most likely to break through the main god realm. The true combat power of the dragon god has always been talked about by many ancient gods. So the demon emperor also thought about it. If he pulls the dragon god into his camp, and aspires to be the strongest, it will no longer be illusory. This time it can be regarded as an attempt. The realm and the legend? Dragon god raised his eyebrows slightly, and sneered at the demon emperor's words. Demon king, your obsession is still too deep, you haven't even recovered from your previous peak. Are you thinking about things so far away? You haven't even seen the scenery of that realm, and you dare to say such words. I can't judge whether you are brazen or self-defeating. But your behavior, I will never approve. It can be said that as the dragon god who is closest to the realm in the legend, he is the only main god who is qualified to say these words. What kind of demeanor is that supreme power? Maybe dragon god has felt it before. Even if it's just a first glimpse. But even such a glimpse made dragon god understand how difficult it is to break through the realm of the main god. So regarding the demon emperor's thoughts, not to mention being true or not, the dragon god doesn't approve of it anyway. If it is really that simple, can dragon god become what it is now? Even his real dragon body was lost. No kidding, if it was back then, in ancient times. In the ancient catastrophe, the dragon god was able to break through. Break the realm of the main god and step into the legendary realm. So why is the divine realm just a result of a tragic victory? I'm afraid it has already begun to counterattack the Tianji realm. After all, if you think about it carefully, how powerful is the realm after breaking through the realm of the main god? Just look at the gap between the gods and the main gods. It can even be said that the gap between the main gods is already very illustrative. That supreme state, to the main god, is a crushing level of power, and it is simply powerless to fight back. So in Dragon God's view, what the Demon Emperor said should be very attractive to him. But Dragon God never thought of such a thing. It's not that the Dragon God doesn't want to break through the realm of the main god. It's just that the Dragon God despises him to achieve himself in such a crooked way. Denied? Since you refuse, forget it. Why does this deity need your approval? My deity acts only for myself. Dragon God, since you chose to refuse, then I have nothing to say. I only hope that you will not regret it in the future. When the Demon Emperor said this, he also knew that if he continued to talk with the Dragon God, he would definitely not be able to reach an agreement. Everyone is an ancient existence that has come from ancient times. For the other party's character, it can be regarded as well known. The Demon Emperor naturally knew about the stubbornness of the Dragon God, but just wanted to try it in front of such a big event. However, if the attempt is unsuccessful, the Demon Emperor will not continue to struggle. Because the Demon Emperor has always been alone. I never regret it. Demon Emperor, if you want to sway me with just a few words, then you are very wrong. The Dragon God sneered, and the golden flames on his body suddenly exploded. The dazzling golden light dispelled the surrounding haze, and the black red mist was also ignited by the golden flame, burning into nothingness. It's useless to talk too much, it's better to see the truth under your hands. Dragon God, this deity just promised you a bright future. If you don't need it, it means you are ignorant of current affairs. The Demon Emperor also let out a cold snort, and the God-Slayer Golem behind him grew stronger. However, this time, the Demon Emperor did not intend to drive the God-Slayer Golem to deal with the Dragon God. The golden flame of the real dragon is indeed difficult to deal with for the power of slaughtering gods. Even if the God-slaying Golem is driven to fight the Dragon God, it is unlikely to have any results, and there is a high probability that it will be a waste of energy. And also a waste of time. Although the Demon Emperor didn't know how long the bait he dropped would last. But the Dragon God in front of him must be resolved as soon as possible. That being the case, after giving up the means of slaughtering the God Golem, the best way for the Demon Emperor to fight is to do it himself. The essence of the Demon God's way is bloody battle to the end. The tempering of oneself is better than all external things. Therefore, after the God-Slayer Golem, behind the Demon Emperor, took a step back. A pitch-black, demonic energy also lingered on the Demon Emperor. Soon, a pair of jet-black armor appeared on the Demon Emperor's body, wrapped outside the original bone armor. It's like the additional dragon scales summoned after the Dragon God's whole body has been transformed into a dragon. One must know that even without that layer of golden dragon scales, the Dragon God's physical strength is definitely not weak. It can be said that it has surpassed most of the demon gods. As for the main god, there is no one who can compare to the Dragon God in terms of pure physique. Then, the golden dragon scales summoned by the Dragon God can be imagined, and the hardness is even more frightening. Therefore, the Demon Emperor naturally wouldn't naively think that he could compete against that layer of golden dragon scales with his own physical strength without any defense. And the golden flame ignited by the Dragon God is also a kind of damage method that must be guarded against for the Demon Emperor. Only when the Demon Emperor had a problem with his brain, would he use his body to feel the power of the flame of the true dragon that had just reached young. Since the Dragon God is going all out, why does the Demon Emperor despise the Dragon God? The God-slaying Golem may have nothing to do with you. However, Dragon God, this does not mean that this deity has nothing to do with you. Let me show you the power I gained after sleeping in the middle of the sacred mountain for so long. The demonic aura lingered all over the Demon Emperor's body, and streaks of blood appeared on the pitch-black armor. The momentum and coercion that erupted are rising steadily, seemingly endless. Hoo-hoo! Between howling winds around. The black and red mist that shrouded the sacred mountain in the Central Territory unexpectedly gathered over. This is. You can actually use this fierce power? Dragon God keenly sensed the movement of the black-red mist the first time. Although the skyrocketing golden flame can burn the black and red mist Kumanjin, it is only within a range. The sacred mountain in the Central Territory is so vast, and the black-red mist condensed by fierce power and resentment is just like the waves of the sea. From the depths of the divine mountain in the Central Territory, it surged and roared. The bloody mist filled the sky, like a tsunami pouring down the sky. And the one who triggered this tsunami is the Demon Emperor. That's right, Dragon God, do you think that this deity is really doing nothing while sleeping in the sacred mountain of the Central Territory? Seeing the astonished expression of the Dragon God, the Demon Emperor couldn't help laughing wildly. In fact, from ancient times to the present, the fierce force on the sacred mountain in the Central Territory has been an extremely terrifying force. However, this fierce power originated from the fall of countless demon gods and main gods, and it was blessed with boundless resentment. How difficult is it to control? It is no exaggeration to say that in the memory of Dragon God, the only one who has done this is probably the current Demon Emperor. This is indeed worthy of the Demon Emperor's pride. It actually made you do it. Yeah, I should have thought of it a long time ago, you can indeed do it. The Dragon God gasped, but after being astonished, he gradually calmed down. If you look back and think about it, it seems that all signs have shown that the Demon Emperor does have this ability. For example, the god-slaying power refined from killing intent and fierce power. Also, gather resentment to revive the demon god. All of them can only be done by controlling the fierce power that shrouds the sacred mountain in the Central Territory. In other words, the Demon Emperor was buried by the human king in the divine mountain of the Central Territory. It is very likely that it was his own scheme. During this time of suspended animation, he tempered himself with the boundless evil spirit of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. Really, only a lunatic can come up with such a way. Because he tempered himself with fierce force, if he was not careful, his reason might be swallowed up and he would become a monster who only knew how to kill. However, the Demon Emperor really did it, and successfully conquered the power of evil spirits, and was able to control it. Then, above the divine mountain in the Central Territory, it is the Demon Emperor's home field. I said before that uncontrolled development is the last thing I want to see. Since the deity can't return to the full state, and then open the passages of the heavenly realm and the god's realm, then, at least on this mountain in the middle domain, you can't resist the will of the deity. The Demon Emperor smiled wildly, with his arms open, as if he was waiting to embrace the boundless evil power. Perhaps the golden flame ignited by the Dragon God can burn the black and red mist used for it. However, the scene in front of me. The golden flame centered on the Dragon God, in the black-red mist like a tsunami, is like a flat boat in the deep sea, or a stone in the huge waves. Even if it can block some evil forces, it will not help the overall situation. On the contrary, it felt a little shaky. This situation is simply terrible. Anyone can say big things, but after the battle, you will know whether it is true or not. The Dragon God stared at him, knowing that he could not give the Demon Emperor another chance to delay, and had to break off the battle decisively. If the Demon Emperor is allowed to continue to condense these fierce powers, who knows how far he will be promoted in the end. Several eras have passed, and the Demon Emperor seems to have changed too much. Then come on. Dragon God, this deity is waiting for you. The Demon Emperor looked at the attacking Dragon God, the expression on his face didn't change a bit. The golden flame in this wave of black and red mist is like a candle in the dark night. Even if it is not that huge in comparison, it is still extremely dazzling and cannot be ignored. Dragon's Wrath, Dragon Claw. A low growl suddenly broke out. Detective Dragon grabbed it out, and the golden flame rose against the wind. In an instant, a flaming dragon claw that covered the sky and the sun was formed, and it grabbed the demon emperor with mighty momentum. The hunting wind roared endlessly, and the golden flames all over the sky braved the wind and broke through the waves, tearing a gap in the black andered waves. During the killing process, the flame dragon claws also surrounded the demon emperor in front of him from all directions. But the demon emperor didn't seem to have any intention of dodging. Evil energy erupts, blood rage. A low shout sounded from the demon emperor's mouth. In an instant, I saw violent fluctuations in the fierce power beside the demon emperor. Originally, it was just black and red mist, but it began to condense rapidly, and in an instant, it gathered into crimson blood. Accumulated at the feet of the demon emperor, like a bottomless bloody pool, it is daunting. Then, when the flaming dragon claws struck and were about to close. Boom! The pool of blood burst out suddenly. It was like a terrifying volcano had awakened, and a bloody torrent rose into the sky. The thick blood covered the demon emperor's figure, but at the same time, it also prevented the flame dragon's claws from closing. Even the blood that spewed into the sky fell and landed on the flame dragon's claws, and it was able to extinguish the golden flame. You know, that is the fire of the real dragon, the existence of Zigangziang. To be able to be wiped out by these bloody waters. Congeal evil spirit and death energy into substance, and turn it into blood. To the dark, to the evil. However, the dragon god is so insightful that he recognized the essence of the blood at a glance. Since ancient times, this sacred mountain in the Central Territory has been the battlefield of countless main gods and demon gods. The fierce power and resentment left behind, as well as the ubiquitous death, have long turned this place into a place of the most and evil. It is not difficult at all for the demon emperor to condense this kind of blood that is completely opposite to the attributes of the true dragon fire. Therefore, it is not a joke that the Central Territory, Xuanhuan, is now the home of the demon emperor. It's good that you know each other, and it saves the time for the deity to introduce you. The demon emperor made a mocking remark. Then, flipped the palm. Rewind. Boom. The bloody water that soared into the sky suddenly turned into a huge wave, slapping down from the sky. This time, it was not the previous battle, the huge bloody wave condensed by the power of slaughtering gods, but a more terrifying attack. On the sacred mountain of the Central Territory, this fierce power can be said to be inexhaustible and inexhaustible. The demon emperor has the most terrifying home court advantage. To put it bluntly, this kind of thing has only been done by the demon emperor since ancient times. Because from ancient times to the present, only a lunatic like the demon emperor would dare to do such a thing. Dragon's flame Zhu. Seeing this, the dragon god suddenly clapped his hands together. The golden flames on the dragon scales burst out immediately, and then surged out, forming an eggshell-shaped flame shield. Faced with the huge waves formed by the most and evil blood, the dragon god knew. If you disperse your strength, it will be difficult to resist. Because the demon emperor's attack this time is different from the previous attack that condensed the power of slaughtering gods. This time there is a bonus of home court advantage. If the demon emperor this time, like the previous battle, used the power of slaughtering gods as the main attack method, the dragon god really dared to use offense instead of defense, turned the fire off the real dragon into a huge wave, rolled away, and came head-to-head with the demon emperor. But not now. If you really want to do that, the biggest possibility is that your true dragon fire will be extinguished. The blood water condensed with evil spirit and death spirit possesses unimaginable and terrible corrosive power, which must not be underestimated. If it is possible, Dragon God absolutely does not want to use his body to try the corrosive power of this force. Boom! Huge waves crashing down from the sky, the momentum is terrifying. The loud noise was so earth-shattering that it shook the sacred mountain in the central region not far away, and trembled slightly. The golden flame condensed into an eggshell looks like a golden giant egg, sinking and floating in the huge waves. It is possible to be photographed underwater at any time. Puff. The terrifying power directly made Dragon God spit out a mouthful of blood. From this, it is enough to see how tyrannical and terrifying the Demon Emperor's attack is. One must know how powerful the Dragon God's physique is. Even among the demon gods who specialize in physique, it can be regarded as among the best. But even so, under the attack of the Demon Emperor, it's not even a direct attack, it's already a bit difficult to deal with it. Although this is also related to the fact that the strength of the Dragon God is not as good as before, it also proves that the fighting power of the Demon Emperor on the sacred mountain of the Central Territory is absolutely different from his normal state. This is something the Dragon God did not expect. Similarly, it was something Qi Lu did not expect. What's more frightening is that such a mistake is very likely to cause unbearable losses. It's hard to imagine that this is just an attack that the Demon Emperor can form when he is in a weak state. Just say if the Demon God is in full bloom now, he is still under the blessing of the fierce power of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. Then, there is no doubt that the current Dragon God may not be able to hold him. Fortunately, although the current Dragon God has lost most of its power, compared with the ancient times, it is nothing like cloud and mud. But the Demon Emperor is only in a weak state, and he is only relying on the home field advantage of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. Damn it, it has become so much stronger. The Dragon God looked at the shield condensed by the golden flames. Under the impact of the huge blood-colored waves, cracks appeared so quickly, and a cold help cursing secretly in his heart. Even if it has been thought of, the strength of the Demon Emperor may become stronger. But Dragon God never imagined that it would become so much stronger. In the final analysis, it is because of the power accumulated on the sacred mountain in the central region, which is too much. Moreover, no one has ever been able to take advantage of it. That's why the Demon Emperor is cheaper. No, if you really want to say that, it is not entirely true. Because the former king of people actually borrowed the power of the God Mountain in the central region when engraving the seal formation. It's just that the human king has no way to directly use this inexhaustible force of evil spirits, so he can only borrow a little in the form of a large sealing formation. But the Demon Emperor is different. He really controlled this fierce force, even if it was only a part of it. This is the essential difference. That's why the Demon Emperor was able to become so much stronger all of a sudden. Fortunately, the Dragon God had already expected it. That is, the strength of the Demon Emperor will definitely be greatly enhanced. Only then did all the strength gather together to resist this attack from the Demon Emperor. If you really disperse the golden flames, just this one blow, it is estimated that Dragon God will be seriously injured and lose most of his fighting power. Then there is really nothing that can be done about the offensive of the Demon Emperor. The only way now is to wait until Manager Qi comes over. Dragon God frowned tightly, and muttered to himself unwillingly. I really don't know if I can wait until then. This sentence is not that the Dragon God belittled himself, but the result of fully combining the current situation. Although it is not in danger of death. But if the battle continues, the Demon Emperor will only get stronger and stronger, relying on the home field advantage of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. But the Dragon God will be consumed continuously, and the gap with the Demon Emperor will become wider and wider, and in the end, it will be completely suppressed. So the key question now is, when will Store Manager Qi arrive? Otherwise, the Great Seal formation of the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory will definitely be destroyed by the Demon Emperor. As expected by the deity, you really blocked this move. You really have a terrible fighting spirit. The Demon Emperor praised Dragon God's decisiveness. Under the huge blood-colored waves just now, if the Dragon God's reaction had been slower for a moment, it would not be as safe as it is now. It's just that the flame shield was broken, but the body didn't suffer much damage. One must know that the huge bloody wave formed by the fierce force is extremely terrifying. It is condensed in the most and evil place, like the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, and its lethality is much stronger. Even if the dragon god who summoned the dragon scales at this moment wants to resist the erosion of this huge bloody wave head-on, it is still a little bit worse. However, if the dragon god possessed complete strength, he would be able to carry this huge bloody wave with his physical body. What a pity. Demon Emperor, I don't need your hypocritical praise. In your heart, I'm afraid you wish I could be swallowed up by this fierce force. The dragon god opened the golden eggshell in front of him, and the burning flames burned up the surrounding blood, leaving an open space. The golden vertical pupils and the demon emperor looked at each other, and the mockery in their eyes was self-evident. It's so straightforward, dragon god, why do you have to say it so clearly? The demon emperor did not deny what the dragon god said, because it was indeed his true thoughts. The dragon god's talent and potential are well known to the demon emperor. I also know that if the dragon god cannot be won over, the best way is to get rid of him, to avoid future troubles. Even compared with the ancient times, the strength of the current dragon god is vastly different. But who knows when the dragon god will recover? The demon emperor didn't want to leave such a big enemy for himself, so he had to be ruthless. It's not speculative, half a sentence is too much. With just these 2 sentences, the dragon god and demon emperor made another move. The golden light and boundless blood in the sky immediately enveloped the sacred mountain in the central region, and seemed to have the momentum to dispel the black and red mist. The golden flames were blazing, and the huge blood-colored waves surged and bombarded together, continuously. The dragon god and demon emperor did not sit idle either, but started a real battle with these 2 terrifying forces. The physiques of both of them are tyrannical, to the point of frightening. When they collided together, even the heavens and the earth trembled. Boom! In the void, the sound of thunder continued to be heard. You can only see a golden light and a bloody light flying and colliding non-stop. Can't see the action at all. Although the demon emperor did occupy a certain home field advantage in the Xuanhuan mountain of the Central Territory, what he could use was also the power of evil spirits. Once it comes to the link of close combat, this advantage will be infinitely shortened by the dragon god, or even wiped out. But dragon god also knew in his heart that this was just a stopgap measure. The demon emperor's home field advantage, in close combat, just doesn't have that much effect, it doesn't disappear. When the fire of the real dragon is extinguished by the blood condensed by the fierce force, even if the dragon god cannot lose to the demon emperor in close combat, then you have to face that terrifying corrosive power again. At that time, it will be the time when the dragon god is invincible. Time passed bit by bit. Although the golden flame is tyrannical, it is not inexhaustible after all, and it is being swallowed up bit by bit under the monstrous waves of blood. Every time it is extinguished, the dragon god's face will become more dignified. But the demon emperor's face was even more ferocious. Originally, he wanted to draw the dragon god into his camp and step into the supreme realm together. But he doesn't know how to flatter, so no wonder he's being rude. The concentration of killing intent, God's punishment. With a low shout, the demon emperor made a sudden move. The ferocious power that had almost completely extinguished the golden flame suddenly condensed into a blood-colored thunder with the ultimate killing intent at the center, stretching across the sky, as if to split the sky into 2. Just as the demon emperor said, "This is God's punishment. Fall." With a low shout, the demon emperor waved his hand down, and scarlet thunder seemed to have received an order. With a bang, the target is the dragon god. The range covered by the terrifying blood-colored thunder is so huge that even the demon emperor himself, they were all enveloped in. But what does it matter? The demon emperor can melt away the power of this heavenly punishment. But Dragon God, it is absolutely impossible to possess such ability, so he can only bear the destructive power of Scarlet Thunder. Oops, this killing intent. The instant the Scarlet Thunder appeared, the Dragon God had already sensed it. But being restrained by the Demon Emperor, even if he sensed it, it was impossible to get out of the coverage of Scarlet Thunder, so he had to foresee it. Undoubtedly, if the Dragon God's predictions were correct, such a terrifying killing intent would be difficult even for himself. Even if it is not dead, it is almost the level of losing combat effectiveness. However, at this moment, in the eyes of the Demon Emperor, a sense of astonishment suddenly appeared. Huh? How is this possible? There is a flaw. Of course, Dragon God can't let go of such a good opportunity. Although I don't understand why the Demon Emperor's movements suddenly paused for such a moment, but if there is a flaw, it is natural to catch it. Dragon's Wrath Flames. Boundless golden flames suddenly burst out from Dragon God's body. In an instant, he turned into a dragon shape, roaring and rushing towards the Demon Emperor, as if he wanted to dye this world into gold. It is meaningless to fight against that Scarlet Thunder. On the side of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, contending with the power of evil is tantamount to confronting the general trend of heaven and earth. It would be more effective to directly attack the Demon Emperor. Damn it! That human kid was able to ignore the restriction of the power of slaughtering gods. How did he do it? At this time, the Demon Emperor also reacted, and his face became more and more ferocious. The incarnation of magic thought was the bait that he threw out on purpose originally. He thought that it should be able to delay the speed of that human kid. Who would have thought that the god-slaying power restriction left in the incarnation of magic thought was useless at all, but provided clues to that human kid and found his position directly. It's true that if you steal a chicken, you won't lose your rice. If you are clever, you will be mistaken by your cleverness. Boom! The blood-colored thunder fell, and the dragon-shaped flame rushed forward. With the help of this countershock force, the Dragon God blocked most of Scarlet Thunder's power, and escaped from the restraint of the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was left behind, and took over the impact of the dragon-shaped flame. It's just that after being worn down by the Scarlet Thunder, the dragon-shaped flame doesn't have much power left, which is a pity. Devil Emperor, the bait you put on Manager Qi has failed. Although Dragon God is not very clear about the situation. But just listen to the words of the Demon Emperor, and you can make a rough guess. It is estimated that only Store Manager Qi can make the Demon Emperor have such a big reaction. After all, in the previous battle, the Demon Emperor escaped at the hands of Store Manager Qi. Even though he said he didn't care, subconsciously, it was absolutely impossible not to remember the shame this time. You are right, Dragon God, you guessed it right this time. This deity really miscalculated. The human race is really a genius. It is really impressive for this deity to be able to dissolve the power of the godslaughter in such a short period of time. The Demon Emperor said in a gloomy tone, and his expression was even more complicated. It's the human race again. Why is it a human race again? Since ancient times, the Demon Emperor has always been unacceptable to the human race. Although their racial talents are weak, they have incredible possibilities, and some geniuses can always emerge. Always be able to disrupt your plans at critical times. It seems that my mission is almost finished. As long as Store Manager Qi comes over, your plan is doomed to fail. Dragon God took a breath, and there was a little more relaxed tone in his tone. He still has great confidence in Store Manager Qi. Because Store Manager Qi can always create miracles, perhaps he can also think of a way in this crisis. But at the very least, once Store Manager Qi arrives, the Demon Emperor will no longer be able to do whatever he wants. Even with the home field advantage, it is impossible to deal with two enemies off the same level at the same time. Yes? Is the deity's plan doomed to fail? The Demon Emperor suddenly sneered, and his eyes turned cold when he looked at Dragon God. Dragon God, I didn't want to do this at first, because after doing this, I will become more passive. Destroying the Great Ceiling formation of the Central Divine Mountain in advance has already changed the plan of the deity. Now, it's this human kid again. You guys don't want to see this scene. Having said that, the Demon Emperor slowly exhaled a foul breath, as if he had made some difficult decision. The blood-colored river condensed by the ferocious power surrounding it also rippled. Immediately afterwards, a scarlet storm surged slowly. Dragon God, I hope I am not late. The Demon Emperor should have come here not long ago. At this moment, a door of space opened not far away, and as the voice fell, Qilu and Yu Shi'er also walked out of the door of space. I happened to see the bloody river beside the Demon Emperor, constantly surging. Store Manager Qi, if you come a little later, maybe it will happen. The moment Dragon God saw Qilu, he was truly relieved. But it's really just a breath, because the current matter has not been completely resolved yet. Even if the Demon Emperor is dealt with, the Great Ceiling formation of the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory is still a big headache. Where can I find the tens of thousands of main gods who need to be sacrificed? It's not too late, it's a coincidence. Qilu didn't care about Dragon God's words, but joked with him. That calm tone seemed quite relaxed, as if he didn't take the Demon Emperor seriously. However, this is only on the surface. In fact, Qilu has been observing the Demon Emperor, but he doesn't know what he wants to do. Among other things, just looking at the fierce power lingering around the Demon Emperor, Qilu could see that the terrifying power shrouding the sacred mountain in the central region should be partly controlled by the Demon Emperor. Now it's troublesome. I used to think that if the power to kill the gods is eliminated, the Demon Emperor should be easy to deal with. As a result, looking at it now, it still doesn't work. On the side of Shenzhen in the Central Territory, the Demon Emperor still has the home field advantage. Now, is it time for you to chat? Dragon God, and that human boy. The Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. Obviously, these two guys had such an attitude when facing the enemy, which made him feel dissatisfied. Can this be a little bit of crisis awareness? How about not chatting? Demon Emperor, we are waiting for your action. Qilu glanced at the Demon Emperor, and said, Or, do you think we are bullying you because of our large numbers? This sentence is of course meant for fun, but Qilu didn't. What chivalry! Why do you have to be moral and play heads up when you can fight in groups? As long as the enemy can be dealt with, isn't there any way to lose less, just use any method? Of course, it was impossible for the Demon Emperor to take Qi Li's words seriously. Hearing this, he just sneered. That's right, after all, he is my defeated general. It's normal not to Dorito make a move. Seeing that the Demon Emperor didn't speak, Qilu thought for a while, then spoke again, taunting unceremoniously. To attack the enemy, we must not only attack with strength, but also with words. Qilu started doing this, but he was very familiar with it. Although it is rare to ridicule others, it is still fun to expose old scars. Well said, I hope you can talk so eloquently later. Even though his scars had been uncovered, the Demon Emperor unexpectedly did not get angry, but said in a low tone. If the Demon Emperor can have any city, at least most of the time, he disdains it. Anger should be shown. With the Demon Emperor's pride, he didn't feel that he had to endure this kind-of thing. So this kind of situation made Qilu a little uncertain about the situation of the Demon Emperor. However, not shooting at all and letting the Demon Emperor move is not very good. Who knows what the Demon Emperor is planning? Law of space, space oscillation. So Qilu took the initiative to test it first. Anyway, he couldn't make the Demon Emperor so comfortable. A circle of invisible fluctuations invaded along the void. If it gets close, it will explode instantly, shattering the target and the surrounding space together. Blood barrier. The Demon Emperor just glanced at Qilu, and then formed a scarlet shield around him. With the help of the fierce power that shrouds the sacred mountain in the central region, the defensive power of the blood barrier can also be strengthened to a terrifying level. Space vibration bombarded above the blood barrier. The void was instantly shattered, but there were only a few cracks on the blood barrier. This made Qi Lu frown slightly, and then raised his finger. The crack in the void, like a sharp sword, pierced the bloody barrier. Crack. The terrifying law of space finally shattered the blood barrier. You have become stronger again. The demon emperor frowned and looked at Qi Lu. There was an unbelievable tone in the tone, but it was also somewhat expected. This human kid seems to be getting stronger every moment. How is this possible? It seems that every time I meet this human kid, I can clearly feel that his strength has improved a lot. Are there really so many monsters like this among the human race? You too. Upon hearing this, Qi Lu replied in a neutral tone. At least when the demon emperor occupies the home court advantage of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory, this sentence is absolutely correct. The demon emperor's real-time combat effectiveness has been raised by at least half a level. Otherwise, it would not be possible to suppress the dragon god so easily without giving up the power to slaughter the god. It's really interesting, the human race can always surprise the deity. As he spoke, the demon emperor's thoughts moved, and the god-slaying golem, which had been doing nothing all this time, suddenly attacked and killed Qi Lu. Although the information from the incarnation of magic thought shows that this human kid may have some way to deal with the power of killing gods. But the demon emperor still wants to try to see if this is true. You must know that the power of slaughtering gods is the whole card that the demon emperor specially uses to deal with the human king. It is an existence specially used to restrain the power of laws. It's fine if you can't deal with the prepared dragon god. After all, the dragon god's real dragon body and real dragon fire are indeed not weaker than the power to slaughter a god. However, if he can't even deal with this human kid, can he really use it to deal with the king of humans? However, the demon emperor would never have imagined that Qi Lu was really just a special case. It may be really useful to use the power of slaughtering gods to deal with the king of men. It's just a pity that when it came to Qi Li's side, the demon emperor had worked so hard for so long, and the god-slaying power refined was analyzed by the system just like that, and then it was specially targeted. It can only be said that it is not that the demon emperor is not good, but that the system is really powerful. Shop manager Qi, be careful, that is the god-slayer golem condensed with the power of slaughter god. Seeing this, the dragon god made a special reminder. Sheer, back away. Qi Lu nodded, and then protected you, Sheer. Only then did the demon emperor raise his eyes to look at you, Sheer, the successor of the human king. Before that, the demon emperor might have really thought about cutting off the inheritance of the human king to prevent another monster from appearing in the human race. However, after discovering that the human race already had the monster store manager Qi, the demon emperor suddenly felt that the successors of the human king Medto have nothing to target, and there was no need. If the human race is about to rise, just dealing with a human king's successor will not hinder the general trend. It's better to continue with your own plan to become the strongest. As long as you are strong enough, why do you need to be afraid of any power? Godslayer, golem, right? Using this kind of thing to deal with me, does the demon emperor look down on me? Qi Lu looked at the god-slaying golem charging up, and couldn't help but speak. This thing is indeed more than enough to deal with ordinary main gods. At any rate, it is also a golem condensed by the god-slaying power specially used to restrain the power of law. Its own strength is not weaker than that of ordinary main gods, and it is a natural enemy that restrains it naturally. However, it is far from enough to deal with the current Qi Lu. Because after systematically analyzing the power of killing gods, Qi Lu really didn't take it seriously. That's all heresy. So, watching the god slaughter golem come attacking and killing The power of slaughtering gods all over the sky, like a net of heaven and earth, enveloped it from all directions. Qi Lu was completely unmoved, just watching the performance of the god-slaying golem quietly, and even wanted to laugh. What does he want to do? Seeing this scene, the demon emperor was a little puzzled. Even the demon emperor himself would not believe it if this human kid was frightened into a fool by the god-slaying golem. And that expression, it seems, is more like a well-thought-out look. Are you confident? The side door is heresy, but it's just a trail. Seeing the god-slaying golem getting closer, Qi Lu finally raised a hand. Law of space, lock. In an instant, the god-slaying golem, which was still aggressive, seemed to be paused. Suddenly, it was frozen in mid-air. Why does the power of law take effect? The astonishment in the demon emperor's eyes disappeared in a flash, but the shock appeared to be more. Because this kid from the human race actually directly used the power of the law to fight against God's power against. Moreover, he won. How is this possible? However, no one would give the demon emperor an explanation, only a low shout could be heard. Crush! Then, at the same time that Qi Li's outstretched hand was grasped suddenly, the god-slaying golem, which was imprisoned in midair by the law of space, was crushed into powder without any resistance. This made the demon emperor's face even more ugly. What's more, it's not the surprise caused by Qi Li's strength. It was the annoyance at myself that all my efforts for so long had been in vain. The power to slaughter gods is so vulnerable? Show some real skills, Demon Emperor. Of course Qi Lu would not answer the Demon Emperor's doubts. Villains usually die from talking too much. Qi Lu will not make such low-level mistakes. If he should be in doubt, let him be in doubt. It's best to be in doubt to the point of death, so that Qi Lu will feel happy. Really? You'll see it soon. The Demon Emperor sneered in a low voice. A crystal-clear blood cell appeared in front of him without knowing when. There is a majestic energy surging inside. It was all the power collected by the Demon Emperor when the demon god was raging in the god realm before, which can be said to be as vast as the sea. It is the final blow of the sealing array used to destroy the sacred mountain in the central region. You want to forcibly destroy the seal array? Wishful thinking. Seeing this, the dragon god stood between the demon emperor and the divine mountain in the central territory, staring closely at the crystal-clear blood ball. The brilliance flows like a blood-colored gem. Do you want to burn the boat? Demon Emperor, is this what you call your real ability? Qi Lu also became vigilant in his heart, and together with the dragon god, blocked the direction of the demon emperor's actions. We must not let the demon emperor's attack fall on the sealing formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. In that blood sphere, the majestic energy was even so powerful that Qi Lu and Dragon God were startled. With such a majestic energy, if the demon emperor successfully used this blow, maybe he could really successfully destroy the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. Things had developed to this point. No matter what, the demon emperor must never be allowed to succeed. And once this incident is over, it is estimated that the demon emperor really has nothing to do. Otherwise, the demon emperor would not be so desperate. When the demon god was resurrected earlier, he slaughtered wantonly in the realm of the gods, and the energy collected by the demon emperor was almost the last resort he had. Once used, it could no longer be replicated. As long as this attack is not successful, then the means of the demon emperor will no longer be feared. Demon Emperor, you can't succeed. The dragon god stared at the demon emperor, and said in a deep voice, with an unusually serious tone. Even more focused than when he was fighting before, the golden flames on his body began to grow rapidly. Not long after, half the sky was dyed with golden light. While blocking the direction of the demon emperor's attack, Qi Lu also firmly protected Yushir. Although from the fate line of the long river of time, the chance to see Yushir is in the sacred mountain of the central territory. But Qi Lu didn't know where exactly. I can only let you Shio look for it later. But now, the more important thing is to stop the Demon Emperor's next move. Even though it is not clear what the Demon Emperor wants to do, but from the blood cells he condenses, it can be seen that the next attack is definitely not easy, and it may even be the strongest blow. For Yu Shi'er, an attack of this level, even if it was just a little aftermath, would still be fatal. So it must be fully protected. Dragon God, I have said that if it is possible, I will never do it. However, you made the deity have to go this far, so you must be mentally prepared. Because of this deity, failure is never allowed. As the Demon Emperor spoke, his gaze shifted from Dragon God to Qi Lu. If you want to stop this deity, you can try it. Before the words were finished, the crystal-clear blood ball floating in front of the Demon Emperor flew into the sky at some unknown time. However, unlike what Qi Lu and Dragon God had thought, the terrifying attack imagined did not appear. Instead, it was the blood cells that shot straight into the sky, suddenly bursting into a boundless blood mist. Then in the next moment, a looming door suddenly appeared in the blood mist. The blood-colored doorframe looked violent and cruel, and an unknown ferocious beast climbed on the doorframe, adding to the terrifying atmosphere. Inside the gate, it was as dark as ink, as if connected to a bottomless abyss. Just looking at it can make people's mind shake. It's as if behind this gate, there is a prehistoric beast that wants to choose and devour. At this moment, it is opening its bloody mouth, waiting for the next intruder to send it fresh food. Huh? What's that door? What's going on? Isn't that majestic energy used to condense attacks? Qi Lu and Dragon God looked a little astonished. They looked at each other, and they both saw doubts in each other's eyes. It's really strange, what does this Devil Emperor want to do? However, even though Qi Lu and Dragon God were full of doubts at the moment, but an ominous premonition still emerged from the bottom of my heart uncontrollably, and it expanded rapidly. It was as if there was something extraordinary behind that bloody door. The intuition of the main god is quite accurate most of the time. But whenever there is an ominous premonition, it will always be fulfilled in this situation that I least want to see. No matter what the Demon Emperor wants to do, he cannot be allowed to do so. Go and destroy that gate. At this moment, Qi Lu and Dragon God were surprisingly in agreement. Don't care what the Demon Emperor wants to do, anyway, don't let him get what he wants, and it's over. Whether he wants to condense the most powerful and unparalleled blow to destroy the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, or it is better to create a gate that does not know what it is used for like now. It is enough to destroy the Demon Emperor's actions. True Dragon Flame Roar of the Dragon. Roar. Dragon God took a deep breath and took the lead in attacking. The terrifying flames capable of burning and shattering the void, with the roar of the Dragon God, pierced the sky like a star-piercing spear, and bombarded towards the blood mist spreading across the sky. Qi Lu followed closely behind, and began to gather the power of the law, turning it into an endless sharp blade. The power of thousands of laws is condensed and turned into a fire that fills the sky. Chaos. With a low growl, the endless sharp blade flashed a dazzling light. This scene is just like the starlight in the dark night. At this moment, it is like the Milky Way descending into the world. It's just that the fire of the stars is not calm. With the movement of the endless sharp blade, it is like countless dazzling rainbows, tearing apart the night. Bombarded towards the gate in the blood mist. It is necessary to smash the bloody gate condensed by the Demon Emperor within one move. However, at this moment, some unknown ferocious beasts entrenched on the doorframe suddenly changed from statues to real ferocious beasts. With terrifying roars, countless ferocious beasts jumped down from the doorframe and rushed towards the attacking attack. It seems that he wants to use his body to resist these attacks. You can't stop it. It's okay for me to tell you now. this gate is a temporary passage to the Tianji realm. The king of humans thought that she would be able to sit back and relax if she sealed the sacred mountain of the central territory. It's just wishful thinking. The method of blood sacrifice can also open this passage. Seeing the actions of Qi Lu and Dragon God, the demon emperor couldn't help laughing wildly. At this moment, forcibly destroying the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory will only make his plan fall short. That being the case, it is better to find another way. In the Tianji realm, there are not a few tyrannical demon gods. What? The dragon god never expected that the demon emperor would take the initiative to reveal the function of this bloody gate. But what is even more unexpected is that this bloody gate can directly connect to the Tianji realm. Even if it's just a temporary channel. However, being able to be used by the demon emperor as a trump card in such a crisis is absolutely impossible. At the same time, the ominous premonition in Qi Li's heart became more and more intense. The Scarlet Gate must be destroyed, otherwise something will happen. Although Qi Li didn't know what would happen, he trusted his intuition. However, from the door frame of the bloody gate, the ferocious beasts that rushed down one after another seemed to be endless. At this moment, a hideous look appeared on the face of the demon emperor. Then, loudly drink. 8 arms reached the sky, how long do you want to wait? There was a loud shout, and the bloody door suddenly shook. Then, in the darkness inside the gate, a giant hand covered in scales and with bone spurs on its joints stretched out. Demon Emperor, I really didn't expect you to have come this far. What good will it do you to send the divine realm to the heavenly realm? Immediately following this giant hand, came a hoarse voice from the bloody gate. Boom! At this moment, this giant hand is all stretched out. After that, there is a huge and extremely strong body covered with strong scales. Sharp bone spurs were all over the body, shining with a cold light, and one could tell how sharp it was just by looking at it. Soon, the monster that emerged from the bloody gate came out completely. Just as the demon emperor called him, on the upper body of this monster, there were 8 hideous arms. The muscles all over his body seemed to be hewn from a rock, with scales and bone spurs, making him look violent and terrifying. Just looking at it makes one's hair stand on end. On the ferocious face, a pair of scarlet eyes, coupled with that terrifying fangs. Judging from the appearance, it is known that he is not a kind person. What's good for this deity has nothing to do with you. 8 arms reach the sky, you just need to know that this deity is not helping you, you both deserve to die. The demon emperor glanced at this monster with a body like a hill, and said in a cold voice. Calling the demon god from the extreme heaven realm ahead of time was just a helpless move. As far as the demon emperor's arrogance is concerned, there is no need to humbly give him a good face. In fact, if the demon gods of the Tianji realm do not want to attack the Shinji realm, they can completely ignore the temptation given by the demon emperor. However, this is impossible. The demon god feeds on war, is warlike and bloodthirsty, and has a natural impulse to attack and aggression. A few epochs ago, the king of humans sealed the sacred mountain of the central territory, cutting off the passage between the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm. It also made the idea of many demon gods attacking the god realm come to naught. Now that there is an opportunity, how can you not seize it? What's more, this is still the case, where the main god of Yushin Jiu is doing internal response. After all, the name of the demon emperor is known by many demon gods even in the Tianji region. In the great calamity of the ancient times, although the defection of the demon emperor made countless main gods despise, it also let countless demon gods know the name of the demon emperor, and subconsciously understand the existence of the demon emperor. Then it was discovered that the strength of the demon emperor was among the top. Even among the many powerful demon gods, he does not look inferior at all, and is even terrifyingly strong. Therefore, 8 arms reaching heaven did not suspect that the demon emperor was deliberately tricking him to come here. Because betrayers cannot be forgiven. If we deserve to die, Demon Emperor, I'm afraid your existence will be hated even more. Since you chose to do this, it means that you are of the same kind as us, and you should fall into our arms. 8 arms reaching heaven looked at the Demon Emperor, grinned, and said aloud. The ferocious fangs shone with a cold light, as if they were telling the terrible destructive power. Regarding the reaction of the Demon Emperor, 8 arms reaching the sky isn't it surprised, after all, he has also known the life story of the Demon Emperor. 8-armed heaven knew that the Demon Emperor would become what he is now, precisely because he lost in a certain battle. Therefore, in the heart of the Demon Emperor, the hatred for the Demon God is definitely not weak. But so what? Among the many demon gods, those who hate each other are almost everywhere. But as long as one's own goals can be achieved, a little hatred is nothing to worry about. It seems that at this moment, the Demon Emperor and the 8-armed heaven have the same purpose, and they both want to destroy the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. So no matter what the relationship between the two parties is, at least for now, they are under the same position. That being the case, the two sides are temporary allies. Therefore, even if the Demon Emperor uttered evil words to the 8-armed Tongtian, it only represented the thoughts in the Demon Emperor's heart. It will not change the current situation, let alone the hostile relationship in this battlefield. Of course, 8 arms reaching heaven can also understand this matter, so he opened his mouth to persuade the Demon Emperor to fall into the arms of Tianjiu. Because the Demon Emperor's killing intent is not weaker than these demon gods at all. Oh. Same kind? This deity and you, how could it be the same kind? When the Demon Emperor heard the words, he dismissed the words of 8 arms reaching the sky. Had it not been for the need to use their power at this moment, the Demon Emperor would not have opened this temporary channel. It is not a good thing for the Demon Emperor to let the demon god enter the god realm in advance. Because of the development of the situation, it will be out of the control of the Demon Emperor, which is one of the worst things for the Demon Emperor. That's why the Demon Emperor didn't want to do this before. Even now, this idea has not changed. That's why the attitude towards 8 arms reaching heaven is what it is now. However, 8 arms Babel didn't care. As long as he can destroy the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, the Demon Emperor is just a tool man. Both of them had evil intentions, so even if the conversation seemed a little unhappy, they both maintained the superficial peace. Forget it, I don't care what you think. 8 arms reaching heaven also ignored the Demon Emperor. Although it is said that during the great calamity of the ancient times, 8 arms reaching the heaven and the Demon Emperor had known each other, that's why this scene happened. The Demon Emperor opened the temporary channel between the heavenly realm and the divine realm, and directly summoned the 8-armed heaven. But this does not mean how good the relationship between the two is. Now it's just mutual use. Dragon God, I didn't expect to see you again, and you survived. As soon as he raised his head, the first thing 8 arms Tong Tian saw was the Dragon God. They are also survivors of the ancient catastrophe, and those powerful beings are almost familiar with each other. 8 arms reaching heaven and Demon Emperor know each other, so there is no reason not to know Dragon God. You can survive, why can't I? Dragon God looked coldly at 8 arms, and the look in his eyes showed that he had not forgotten the existence of 8 arms. It can be said that Dragon God, who was once ranked among the top gods in the god realm, has fought against almost all top demon gods. 8 arms reaching the sky, naturally included in this list. A very famous demon god in the Tianji realm, with 8 arms and 8 strengths, has the tyrannical and brute force that reaches the sky, it is extremely terrifying. That is to say, Qi Lu, who was on the side, was a little embarrassed watching the atmosphere, and felt that he was a little out of place. These existences who have lived for an unknown number of years, once they recall the past. Qi Lu really couldn't find any common topics. After such a long time, when we meet again, the first thing you say is that, but you don't welcome me? 8 arms Tong Tian said with a sinister smile, and the 8 fists clenched. Talking about old times is all lies. In the final analysis, 8 arms reaching heaven is just an itchy hand, and he just wants to fight the dragon god. After all, at the realm of 8 arms reaching the sky, it is very difficult to find an opponent in the Tianji domain. Simple slaughter can no longer satisfy his desire to fight, so seeing the dragon god at this moment makes him look a little excited. When did God's realm welcome you? Dragon god returned in a cold voice. The dragon scales on his body also burned with golden flames again. Shop manager Qi, 8 arms reaching the heavens, is one of the strongest demon gods in the Tianji realm. I am afraid that this battle will be difficult. Maybe it was because Qila looked at him and seemed a bit out of place, so Dragon God gave a brief introduction. Although there are not many words, it expresses the situation at the moment. One of the strongest demon gods. For the dragon god to say such words, it is enough to show how strong Fiaitarm's sky is. Unexpectedly, the demon emperor actually turned the tide of the battle and leveled the strength of both sides. And, that's not all. That bloody gate has not been closed yet, that is to say, a new demon god may appear at any time. We must find a way to destroy that bloody gate. If the temporary passage isn't closed, any accident may occur. Qila nodded, responded to Dragon God's words, and continued. That's right, if there is another demon god of the same level as the 8-armed sky. The seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory must be guarded. Can't live. Although Dragon God agreed with Qi Li's words, his tone seemed rather worried and doubtful. In other words, it is true to say so, but what method should be used to destroy that bloody gate? Just the fierce beast guarding it is very distressing. Not to mention there are Demon Emperor and 8-armed Heaven, watching covetously from behind. Dragon God, it's time like this, do you still have time to look around? Let me meet you and see if you have regressed compared to before. However, 8 arms reaching heaven didn't intend to give the Dragon God Timido think of a solution. His figure flashed, turned into a black light, and attacked the Dragon God. As a pure demon god, not a halfway monk like the Demon Emperor. The achievements of 8 arms reaching heaven in terms of physique are absolutely terrifying. Although he is completely ignorant of the power of the law, he can easily smash most of the power of the law with his brute force. The terrifying physique, which can even be immune to the attacks of various laws and forces, is terrifying. To find the Dragon God at this moment, it is natural to fight in close quarters. Of course, Dragon God couldn't ignore this step of entanglement. He was so powerful with 8 arms that he couldn't be underestimated. Boom! Facing the black light, the Dragon God also turned into a golden light. The two sides fought for countless rounds in just an instant, and the escaping power fluctuations even shattered the surrounding world. The sky is like a shattered mirror, and the earth is like a lake of fallen stones. A circle of cracks like ripples continued to spread to the distance. Terrifying power spread in all directions, and even the incomparably solid central divine mountain had tiny cracks. You know, where is the central territory, divine mountain? That is the battlefield of countless demon gods and main gods. In terms of sturdiness, the central territory, divine mountain, is the strongest in the vault of heaven god realm. However, even so, under the aftermath of the battle between the Dragon God and the 8-armed Heaven, cracks appeared in the Xuanhuan mountain of the central territory. Even if it is quite small, it is enough to prove how powerful the power of the two is. However, with Qi Li's tricky eyes, he can naturally see it. Dragon God seemed to be at a disadvantage. There is no way, since the ancient catastrophe, the fighting power of the Dragon God has dropped by more than a fraction. On the other hand, the 8-armed power comes from the strength of one's own body. As long as the physical body is not destroyed, it will not be so easy to become weak. It is precisely because of this that when the Dragon God confronted the 8-armed God, from the very beginning, he could not take advantage of it. Instead, it will gradually fall into a disadvantage as time goes by. Too bad, if this continues, the dragon god won't last long. Qi Lu frowned, thinking to himself. It's just that the enemy is not just 8-armed, the demon emperor is still eyeing him. Human boy, do you still have time to care about the dragon god? Now, shouldn't you be concerned about yourself? The demon emperor's voice brought Qi Lu back to his senses, and he knew very well that now is not the time to pay attention to the dragon god. Even if dragon god will lose to 8-armed heaven in the end, he will not lose in a short time. And if the problem of the Scarlet Gate is not resolved, the situation will only get worse and worse. You are right, Demon Emperor. Now, it's time to solve the problems between us. As Qi Lu spoke, the power of endless laws had already begun to condense on his body. If you want to destroy the Scarlet Gate without getting rid of the Demon Emperor first, you will definitely be hindered by the Demon Emperor. So we can only fight first. It is really unexpected that the development of the situation has reversed so quickly. Just now, the Demon Emperor was still thinking of destroying the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, and he and the Dragon God wanted to stop the Demon Emperor's actions. Now, it's just the other way around. But the difference is that the Bloody Gate is just a temporary passage. After the energy in that blood cell is exhausted, it will shut down directly. The current problem is that I don't know how long the energy in that blood cell can last. If it can last for a year or so, something big will definitely happen. I am looking forward to it. What can you come up with? The Demon Emperor said casually. When the Bloody Gate opens and the Demon God invades the Extreme God realm in advance, as long as the obstacles on the Divine Mountain of the Central Territory are cleared, then, those demon gods would even want to destroy the Great Seal formation left by the Human King even more than the Demon Emperor himself. So the Demon Emperor doesn't have to worry about this issue at all. You just need to keep the Bloody Gate from being destroyed. Now that I can no longer control the direction of the situation, let's just make the whole situation more chaotic. The Demon Emperor's approach is obviously a bit extreme, but it is also in line with his character. Paranoid. Get rid of you, and then destroy that temporary passage. Qi Lu briefly described his method, his tone somewhat understated. Immediately, the Demon Emperor couldn't help laughing out loud, as if he had heard some funny joke. Human boy, your idea is really simple. But, can you do it? The last sentence was also a question, which instantly sharpened the Demon Emperor's tone. Such an understatement tone, is this contempt? The Demon Emperor looked at Qi Lu with a little unkindness. Although it wasn't too kind before. And Qi Li's questioning, apart from ridicule, also contained a trace of disdain. The Demon Emperor admitted that the strength of this human boy in front of him was indeed not weak, but it was a bit ridiculous to be so arrogant. Whether it can be done or not, you have to do it before you know the answer. Qi Lu smiled coldly, and the power of boundless laws gathered. With a wave of his hand, it turned into endless light, cut through the sky, and attacked and killed the Demon Emperor. At this moment, every extra sentence is a waste of time. Who knows what kind-of demon god will appear from the Bloody Gate in the next second, so we can't waste any more time. I will wait and see. However, the Demon Emperor didn't dodge or evade, and directly faced the attack of the sky. The same complicated power of law lingers around the Demon Emperor's body, like an indestructible armor. Coupled with the frighteningly powerful physical strength, after withstood Qi Lu's attack head-on, the Demon Emperor didn't suffer much damage, and instead started to fight back. Perhaps to some extent, there are many similarities between Qi Lu and the Demon Emperor. They all have a variety of law powers, and they are physically strong. This also turned the battle between the two into the most evenly matched battle. Not long ago, when Qi Lu faced the Demon Emperor, he was still suppressed and had to rely on the power of the system. Up to now, after such a period of time has passed, he has already been able to compete with the Demon Emperor. That's why it is said that time is the most favorable condition for Qi Lu. The longer time passed, the lower the Demon Emperor's chances of winning. It's just a pity that the Demon Emperor's movements are not slow. This time's action caught Qi Lu even more by surprise, and he directly summoned the demon god from the extreme heaven region. Moreover, he is also one of the most powerful demon gods, adding the greatest uncertainty to this battle. At this moment, Dragon God was gradually suppressed by 8 arms Tong Tian. On Qi Li's side, although he is on the same level as the Demon Emperor, it's hard to tell who is better. However, when 8 arms reaching heaven can free up his hands, there will probably be a winner between Qi Lu and the Demon Emperor. After all, there is still too little time, even if Qi Li's current strength can be equal to that of the weak Demon Emperor. But if you add an 8-armed sky, there is nothing you can do. After all, the 8 arms reaching heaven existed at the same level as the Dragon God and Demon Emperor during the ancient catastrophe. Even if there is a gap between the Dragon God and the Demon Emperor in its heyday, it is not far behind. Otherwise, the current 8 arms reaching heaven would not be able to suppress the Dragon God. This was probably the risk that the Demon Emperor had in mind. Opening the channel between Tianji Realm and Xinji Realm in advance, allowing the demon gods of Tianji Realm to attack Xinji Realm, will make the situation uncontrollable. Because in the extreme sky region, there is still a powerful demon god with 8 arms reaching the sky. If it was the Demon Emperor in its heyday, there is no need to worry about them. But the problem now is that the Demon Emperor is not in a state of heyday, but in a state of weakness. As for the 8 arms reaching heaven, let alone suppressing it, even fighting normally is somewhat difficult. That's why, until it was absolutely necessary, the Demon Emperor never used this last resort. And once the bloody door is opened, it must be time to burn the boat. Because after the demon gods from the extreme realm descended to the extreme god realm that day, no matter what the Demon Emperor wanted to do, he would not change the idea of those demon gods wanting to destroy the great seal formation of the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory. Chaos is a foregone conclusion. The opposite of the Bloody Gate is the Tianji Realm. Yu Shi'er couldn't intervene at all in the battle that was taking place at the Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory. Although Qi Lu consciously protected her, Yu Shi'er stayed away from the center of the battle in order not to cause trouble. Looking at the bloody gate surrounded by blood mist in the sky, a thoughtful look appeared on Yu Shi'er's face. It's not that I want to go to the opposite side of the bloody gate, but I'm thinking about what I can do. Brother Qi Lu said that I'm on the side of the Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory, and there will be a chance to appear. Then what is the chance? Suddenly, Yu Shi'er thought of this matter. Things of chance always come from innate luck, which is difficult to force. But at some point, after getting clues from fate, the opportunity seems to be within reach again. Could it be in the middle of the sacred mountain? Yu Shi'er looked back at the battlefield in the distance. Whether it is the Dragon God and 8 arms, or Qi Lu and the Demon Emperor, it is impossible to decide the winner in a short time. In battles at the main god level, especially battles at this level, a stalemate is the norm. If it weren't for the overwhelming momentum, how could it be possible to end the battle within a few strokes? So Yu Shi'er also made a decision. In order to help brother Qi Lu, instead of being a spectator, she wants to go to the sacred mountain in the central region by herself. She wants to see the human king's remains. Because of Yu Shi'er's intuition, he was telling her that maybe the chance lies in the remains of the King Offman. Moreover, as the inheritor of the human king, since he has inherited the power of the human king, even if it is only a part, he should go and see what kind of existence the person who bestowed his power is. Therefore, due to various reasons, Yu Shi'er resolutely walked into the sacred mountain of the Central Territory. With the body protection of the human king's power, there is no need to worry that the fierce power that shrouds the sacred mountain in the central region will hurt Yu Shi'er. But being suppressed is indeed inevitable. Although the law of reincarnation is strong, Yu Shi'er's cultivation level is still low. It is already very good to be able to walk up to the sacred mountain of the Central Territory with the cultivation base of the ordinary gods. I heard from Brother Chi Lu that the human king's remains are on the highest peak of the Central Divine Mountain. It shouldn't be difficult to find. Yu Shi'er recalled what Chi Lu said, and walked up slowly. The highest peak is really not hard to find. However, the further you go to the depths of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, the stronger the oppressive power of the fierce force, and the higher the erosive power. At the peak, even if Yu Shi'er had the power of a human king to protect her body, she would still suffer serious injuries. However, Yu Shi'er still doesn't know this. And Chi Lu, who was fighting the demon emperor, couldn't care about Yu Shi'er's movements all the time. Otherwise, Yu Shi'er would definitely be prevented from entering the Central Divine Mountain alone. Hoo. The further you go, the stronger the pressure you receive. Just when Yu Shi'er saw the location of the highest peak, the oppressive force exerted by the fierce force had already made her feel unable to move an inch. As if a mountain was pressing on his shoulders, every step he took, he had to bear tremendous pressure. In fact, this situation has already been calculated. After all, the power of the human king was gifted to Yu Shi'er, and until today, it has not been fully integrated. If Yu Shi'er can fully integrate the part of the power left to her by the King of Kings and use it for her own use, at least it will step into the realm of the main god. This is also the biggest reason why the power of the human king can protect Yu Shi'er when she stepped into the sacred mountain of the Central Territory alone. Because this part of the power left by the human king is already at the level of the main god. If it were any other god who dared to step into the sacred mountain of the Central Territory alone, his soul would have been eroded by this fierce force long ago. It's just ahead, the remains of the human king are just ahead. Really, it seems that something is guiding me, maybe the opportunity is really ahead. However, although Yu Shi'er was under tremendous pressure, but the more he walked forward, the more intense, the mysterious voice appeared in his heart. That was Yu Shi'er's voice that suddenly appeared in the bottom of her heart after she walked into the divine mountain of the Central Territory. In the beginning, because it was too weak. So Yu Shi'er hasn't noticed yet. However, the further you go to the depths of the sacred mountain in the central region, the closer you get to the highest peak where the human king's remains are, the more frequently and clearly that mysterious voice appears. It was as if she was guiding Yu Shi'er on what to do next. It was precisely because of this mysterious voice that Yu Shi'er became more certain in her heart. My chance must be related to the human king's remains. Brother Chi Lu is right, my chance really lies in the divine mountain of the Central Territory. Go further. The pressure is still increasing. The speed of progress is also getting slower and slower. Yu Shi'er has moved forward from the big strides when she just walked into the sacred mountain in the central region, and now, she is almost moving forward in small steps. A sentence of bones also appeared in Yu Shi'er's sight. At the beginning, there were only a few of them. The further you go, the more skeletons appear. Moreover, these skeletons are not complete, most of them are incomplete, but they are strangely immortal. It also let Yu Shi'er know that she did not choose the wrong direction, because Brother Chi Lu said that on the way to the highest peak, it was the battlefield where the king once fought for the last time. It is normal for so many skeletons to appear. In fact, the number of these skeletons has decreased a lot. Because before this, the demon emperor once condensed his resentment and resurrected the corpse of the demon god on this battlefield. So the bones that still fall on this battlefield should all be the bones of the main god. But even so, the number of remaining bones is not a lot. Human king. Is that the throne where the human king is? No matter how difficult it is, Yu Shi'er is still moving forward. I don't know when, I saw a majestic throne standing on the top of the mountain. There is one and only one throne that will appear on the sacred mountain in the central region, and that is the throne left by the human king. When you see where the human king's throne is, it means that the road is not far away. It was also at this time that Yu Shi'er suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. A bit like the warmth of returning home. This is a very strange feeling. Even though it is in the most mean and evil place, like the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, I can feel the warmth. Following this feeling, Yu Shi'er raised her head suddenly, and saw the king sitting on the throne, who seemed to be watching her. Yes, it was this feeling of being watched that made Yu Shi'er feel strange. Because the king's eyes are closed. Unless, it is the remnant soul of the king of humans, watching her. Is the remnant soul of the human king still there? Regarding this question, Yu Shi'er didn't know. But they have already come here, no matter what, they should go to the throne of the king of men. It's like a pilgrimage, no matter how difficult the process is, you must go then to complete the trip. The last stretch is not far, but it is also the most difficult one. Fortunately, the power of the human king is still very reliable, perfectly protecting Yu Shi'er from being eroded by the evil force. It's just that there is no way to help resist this terrible suppression. After all, the human king's power is only for passive defense, unlike Qi Lu, who will take the initiative to attack and completely isolate the evil power. So Yu Shi'er moved forward little by little on the way to the throne of the king. Can't even take a step. Just when Yu Shi'er chose to walk into the central divine mountain alone. The battle between Dragon God and Eight-Armed Heaven has also entered a fierce stage. Both of them are existences that have almost reached the peak in the way of physical training. In close combat, with every gesture, they can cause heaven and earth to shatter, mountains topple and seas to shatter. The Dragon God's advantage lies in the law of strength, which can be perfectly combined in close combat. Unfortunately, compared with the ancient times, it is still much weaker. So at this moment, will be suppressed by Eight Arms Babel. You know, in the ancient catastrophe, the Dragon God also fought against the Eight-Armed Heaven. As for the battle situation at that time, it was natural that the Dragon God had the absolute upper hand and forced back the Eight-Armed Gods and all the demon gods. As one of the peak battle powers among the ancient main gods, the strength of the Dragon God is absolutely beyond doubt. It's just a pity, that's all in the past tense. The current Dragon God, even his once defeated opponent, Eight Arms reaching the sky, is somewhat powerless in battle. Dragon God, it's really strange, why is your strength so weak? After lingering from the great calamity of the ancient times, and living taught his day, it turns out to be like this. I really feel sorry for you, Dragon God. Of course, Eight Arms reaching heaven can also feel how much the Dragon God has become weaker. In fact, this matter had already been mentioned during the battle with the Demon Emperor. Earlier, when the Dragon God fought with the Nether God and the Puppet Lord, it was also said, "Why don't you want to fight them with all your strength?" Because how strong the Dragon Gods were in the ancient times, these ancient main gods were all clear. It's just that when dealing with these ancient gods, the Dragon God doesn't need to use all his strength to easily deal with them. So there was no problem. However, now, it's time to fight against the Demon Emperor and Eight Arms Tongtian. The hidden danger of weakening strength was finally exposed. If you don't want to think of a way anymore, Dragon God can also think in his heart that once his side loses, Storm Jerky's side will also be affected. I don't need you to care about my current strength. So facing the problem of Eight Arms reaching the sky, Dragon God just let out a cold snort. Eight-Armed, if you say I'm weaker, then beat me to prove what you said. Dragon God said in a cold voice. Even if he falls into a disadvantage, it is not so easy for Eight Arms to win. You're so stubborn, Dragon God, can't you accept this fact? Eight Arms Tongtian sneered. And, at this moment, in the sky, the blood-colored gate under the blood mist suddenly began to flicker with intense scarlet light. This scene is a sign that a demon god has received the call and is about to come from the Tianji realm. Oops. Seeing this scene, Dragon God didn't even finish listening to the words of Eight Arms reaching heaven. If at this time there are new demon gods joining the battle, the situation between him and store manager Qi will definitely be even more dangerous. This is no joke. On the other side, Qi Lu, who was fighting the demon emperor, also saw the abnormal reaction of the Scarlet Gate. His face suddenly became a little ugly. Did you see it? Human race kid. The demon god of the extreme heaven realm is about to come to the extreme god realm, and nothing can stop you. The demon emperor laughed wildly, his expression became excited, and even looked a little crazy. Or call it morbid paranoia. The obsession that has fallen into the bottom of my heart will develop to this point sooner or later. I can't stop anything? Qi Lu stared at the demon emperor, and then took another look at the bloody gate that kept flickering scarlet light. In my heart, an idea to crack the demon emperor's strategy is gradually taking shape. Maybe, I can't be as great as a human king. However, under such a suitable opportunity, I can also do something like thinking of kings. System, post a message. There are a large number of demon gods appearing on the side of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. Qi Lu said the last two sentences to the system in his mind. Because right now is the most suitable time. In order to restore the Great Ceiling Formation of the Central Divine Mountain, at least tens of thousands of main gods must fall here to fill in the lack of the Great Ceiling Formation. This is also the biggest problem besides solving the Demon Emperor. Before this, Qi Lu had been thinking, even if he really got rid of the Demon Emperor. But how to solve the problem of sealing the formation? Now, there is a way. In desperation, the Demon Emperor opened the temporary channel between the Heavenly Extreme Realm and the Divine Extreme Realm, and summoned a large number of demon gods. That would be the best way to gather the main gods of the Extreme God Realm. After all, not long ago, there were demon gods wreaking havoc in the realm of the gods. Therefore, the current period of time is the period when many main gods hate the demon god the most, and at the same time they have the most confidence in their own strength. As long as the news of the demon god's appearance in the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory is released, there will naturally be countless main gods coming to meet the enemy. In the course of battle, casualties are always unavoidable. In this way, maybe we can gather the energy to restore the ceiling formation. Whether it is the fallen demon god or the fallen main god, they can all boost. For the Demon Emperor, this may be the best way when he is desperate. But at the same time, for Qi Lu, it is also the best point to use when breaking the game. System, received, the message has been successfully released. During the special period, the system did not say much, but directly released the news. All the main gods got the news of the demon god's invasion immediately. What? A large number of demon gods appeared in the Xuanhuan mountain of the Central Territory. Those damned guys, until now, are they still eager to invade the god realm? Fortunately, store manager Qi discovered the movements of those damned demon gods in advance, so he could remind us at the first time. That's right, if these demon gods are allowed to invade the realm of the gods again, that's fine. Now hurry to the Central Divine Mountain. It is necessary to block these demon gods in the sacred mountain of the Central Territory. Go together. As mentioned in the announcement, store manager Qi has opened the door for us to the nearest space to the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory. Then get ready to gather, and go to the sacred mountain of the Central Territory together to fight those demon gods. Let those damned guys know that God's realm is not a place where they can come if they want. After hearing the news, all the main gods showed incomparable anger. Even these main gods don't care much about their own gods, their own apostles, their own believers, and the residents of their own kingdom of God most of the time. However, the God realm will never allow the demon gods of the heaven realm to get involved. So at this moment, the attitudes of all the main gods are surprisingly consistent. No matter what, it is necessary to prevent those demon gods from invading the God realm. Block them all in the Xuanhuan mountain of the Central Territory. Perhaps, this is the inheritance of the will of the gods of the past generations of Xinjiu. At this moment, countless main gods came to the place closest to the sacred mountain in the central region through the door of space that had been opened automatically. Position. Human boy, your face doesn't seem very good looking now. Seeing the change in Qi Li's expression, the demon emperor couldn't help but sneer. My face doesn't look very pretty? Demon emperor, don't worry, soon, it's just your complexion. Hearing this, Qi Li snorted coldly and said lightly. Of course, it was impossible to tell the demon emperor what he had just done, which was a pleasant surprise. Just make him happy now. The deity is really looking forward to it. The demon emperor didn't take Qi Li's words seriously, but thought that this human kid was trying to be brave. A large number of demon gods are coming, only you and the dragon god are here, what can we do to resist? Then you can look forward to it. The corner of Qi Li's mouth, however, couldn't help showing a sly sneer. Roar. Suddenly, there was a roar at the bloody gate wrapped in blood mist. In the pitch black like a bottomless abyss, a demon god with a ferocious face and horns on his head suddenly emerged. Then it fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Immediately after, there were other demon gods, all drilling out one after another. From the bloody gate in the sky, it fell to the ground, like dumplings, appearing continuously. Obviously, there were not just one or two demon gods summoned this time. After all, regarding the divine realm, the demon gods in the extreme realm these days have been coveted for a long time, and they just want to come and kill them wantonly. So there is such an opportunity in front of you, naturally you have to fight for it with all your strength. It was because of this that so many demon gods suddenly appeared. There is no need to count them in detail. In such a short period of time, hundreds of them have already appeared, and the number is still increasing. There may be thousands, maybe even tens of thousands. Many demon gods landed on the ground and gathered together densely. As soon as they landed, they began to look at the surrounding environment. There are only a few demon gods who can survive the great calamity in ancient times. Like the likes with 8 arms reaching the sky, in the Tianji realm, they are the top demon gods, and the number is naturally very rare. The temporary passage opened by the demon emperor this time, to be able to call the 8-armed Tong Tian from the Tianji realm, is already a manifestation of luck. The demon gods being summoned now are almost all demon gods who were promoted after the Central Territory Divine Mountain was sealed. Although from the mouth of the seniors, I have heard about the situation of Xinjiu. But coming here, it was indeed the first time. In the past, these demon gods only heard from their elders that there are many creatures and rich resources in the god realm, which are suitable for plundering. However, because the passage to the god realm was sealed by a peerless power, it was impossible to go there. Therefore, such remarks planted a seed in the hearts of these demon gods. In the future, if one day, the seal is broken, they must go to the god realm. Now that they have such a good opportunity, and they have successfully seized it, they have come to the god realm, so they naturally have to observe carefully what the place where they are about to start killing is like. It's not as strong as the bloody smell in the extreme heaven realm. I've already felt that there are countless life breaths, waiting for us to devour them. Flesh and blood are all fresh flesh and blood. The breath of life, the breath of life. It's delicious. The words of the former demon god staying here are right, the god realm is really a good place. Don't forget, we have other tasks. Break the seal of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, and open the passage from the extreme heaven realm to the extreme god realm, right? Let's get started, I can't wait. The demon gods made a noisy sound, and their eyes looking into the distance were full of greed and bloodthirsty. Slaughter creatures, devour flesh and blood, and temper your physique. When the demon gods from the Tianji realm invaded the Xinji realm, it was for more cultivation resources. Different from the collection belief of the main god's way, the demon god's way is more like an extreme path chosen for the pursuit of strength. To develop believers and collect the power of faith, it only takes time to accumulate and constantly understand the power of the law to gradually improve. Even if the speed is slower, it is better than stability. And the way of the demon god, although it is said to temper the body, with the strength of the physical body, it can reach the realm of transcendence and holiness. But in this process, the battles and the flesh and blood devoured are more like fishing in a dry marsh, drinking poison to quench thirst. Therefore, the situation in the heavenly extreme realm is actually quite pessimistic compared to the divine extreme realm. After all, one is sustainable development. The other, however, is a self-destructive development. Before the sacred mountain in the central region was sealed, the demon gods in the extreme sky region were extremely aggressive. It is because of the rich cultivation resources in the divine realm, there are still countless creatures, which are countless fresh flesh and blood. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand why these demon gods who are fortunate enough to come to the god realm are so excited. It is precisely because the divine mountain in the central territory is sealed, and the Tianji territory is constantly drying up. This has led to the current predicament of Jiu today. It started, boy of the human race, the demon god has come. Now, what else can you use to stop the deity? The demon emperor looked at the many noisy demon gods below, then looked at Qi Lu, and said aloud. The channel between the heavenly realm and the divine realm will definitely be opened. This is the general trend, and you can't stop it at all. In just a few words, the number of demon gods appearing from the bloody gate has exceeded 1,000. Even these demon gods are only newly promoted demon gods that appeared after the great calamity of the ancient times, and even after the era of human kings. But there is no doubt about it. When there are so many of them, it will definitely be a catastrophe for Shinjiu. Once dispersed in the god realm, with the fighting power of these demon gods, the destructive power brought. It must be able to disrupt the entire god realm and completely drag it into the flames of war. And, most importantly, it is now. These demon gods also knew in their hearts that with their combat strength alone, even if they could break the peace of the god realm. But when that temporary channel was closed, they were left alone and helpless. Therefore, the most important thing is to break the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. After all, the former demon god seniors also said that in the realm of the gods, although there are countless creatures and abundant resources, the main god in it should not be underestimated, and must be treated with seriousness. Then, in order to show that we value it, let the entire Tianji realm launch an attack on the Shinji realm together. Over there, it seems to be Master Eight-Armed Heaven. At this time a demon god suddenly noticed the distant battlefield. Eight-Armed Tong Tian is fighting the dragon god, and the huge movement made by it cannot be ignored. It's really the Eight-Armed Master. It turns out that Master Eight-Armed Heaven has already come to the divine realm, and it seems that he also wants to destroy the seal formation of the central divine mountain. So, let's help Master Eight-Armed Heaven. Behind it is the divine mountain of the central territory. Then let's do it. Amidst the noise, because of the existence of the eight-armed sky, it seemed that these demon gods found their way. It has to be said that in the Tianji territory, although it was created by the flames of war and blood, the more it is, the more distinct the hierarchy will be. Everything is determined by the realm of cultivation, or by real combat power. The stronger the combat power, the higher the level. The class is indistinguishable, and it also makes all the creatures living in the Tianji realm dare not cross it. It can be regarded as the law of the jungle through and through, and the law of the jungle is vividly interpreted. And the eight arms reaching heaven is naturally considered to be the topmost existence in the Tianji realm. Compared with the demon god that appeared now, I don't know how much stronger it is. So when these demon gods discovered the eight-armed sky, the direction of their actions changed accordingly. Is that the temporary channel opened? The demon god of the extreme heaven region has arrived, dragon god, do you still want to resist? Eight Arms Tong Tian naturally noticed the situation here. He is obviously in the middle of a battle, but he still has enough energy to observe the changes in the surrounding situation. After discovering this scene, the eight-armed attack obviously became more suppressive. So what if the demon god from the extreme heaven realm arrives? However, Dragon God sneered and replied indifferently. Eight arms reach the sky, don't get complacent just because of this kind of thing. I believe that store manager Qi will not let you succeed. Hearing the words, Eight Arms Tong Tian also sneered, and said, Dragon God, it's time like this, do you still have to be stubborn? Then let you see with your own eyes how the Great Seal formation of the Central Divine Mountain was destroyed. As soon as these words came out, the gathered demon gods seemed to have received an order. They all looked at the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory. Destroy the seal array of the Central Divine Mountain. The eye of the formation is on the highest peak of the Central Divine Mountain, that is the throne. Go. At this time, the Demon Emperor also yelled. Knowing the rules of the Heavenly Extremity Domain, he didn't have the slightest pressure when ordering these demon gods. Since it is the law of the jungle where the weak prey on the strong, the weak must choose to obey the orders of the strong. If you dare to resist, just wait to bear the consequences. Therefore, many demon gods no longer hesitated, and began to move towards the sacred mountain of the central region. It was already at the foot of the mountain, and it only took a few breaths to enter the sacred mountain of the central territory. Just looking for the highest peak may take some time. Human boy, feel the despair. The demon emperor spoke out proudly, and his laughter gradually became arrogant and arrogant. Yes? The playful smile on the corner of Qi Li's mouth has never changed. Until the demon emperor said this sentence and started laughing, it was still in the corner of his mouth. A rhetorical question made the demon emperor's laughter pause for a moment. Immediately afterwards, one could see that the demon emperor's expression seemed to have gradually solidified, as if he had been slowly petrified. This is? No. Impossible. Where did those damned guys come from? Then you will find that the demon emperor's expression quickly became gloomy, and his tone is full of shock and anger. It seems that you should also perceive it. The main gods of the god realm, it's time to appear. At this moment, Qi Lu couldn't help but laugh out loud. The news that has been notified long ago will be responded in the shortest possible time. After all, the demon god's invasion of God's extreme realm is the most common situation that can make the main gods feel the same hatred. Coupled with the convenience of the door of space. It's not a matter of minutes if you want to come to the sacred mountain in the central region. How long can these demon gods be arrogant? I see, there is the Central Divine Mountain in front of me. Store Manager Qi has been found, and the one who is confronting Store Manager Qi can't be the Demon Emperor. There are also those demon gods gathered at the foot of the Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory. There are at least 1,000 of them, and they are still increasing. Sure enough, these damned guys have actually come to invade the god realm. Brothers, don't let these demon gods lead the Central Divine Mountain. Let them know that God's realm is not a place where they can come whenever they want. Countless main gods also appeared at this time, appearing in the sky. A shadow was formed covering the horizon. Then, in just a few blinks of an eye, he crossed this distance and came to the vicinity. At a glance, at least thousands of main gods have arrived, and in the follow-up, I don't know how many main gods are coming. This also made the Demon Emperor's face even uglier. How could it be? How could it be like this? Why, there are so many main gods appearing. Human boy, have you already reached this point? With a low voice, the Demon Emperor looked at Qi Lu with cold eyes. Asked through gritted teeth. No, Demon Emperor, don't get me wrong, I'm just prepared. How can I say it's all over? Qi Lu curled his lips, and said it lightly, with a hint of sarcasm in it. Isn't that a normal thing to see a trick? It's a good one to be prepared. The demon emperor's tone was obviously not very good. But in the current situation, the demon emperor is also helpless. His plan seemed to have failed again, and it was because of this human kid again. The many main gods who arrived in time directly bankrupted the demon emperor's plan and surrounded those demon gods. They will open up another battlefield in the middle of the sacred mountain, or at the foot of the mountain. Just like the great calamity of the ancient times, or the last battle of the King of Men. Take the sacred mountain in the central region as the battlefield. Although, this was originally the responsibility of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory, after all, it was the location of the ancient battlefield. But now, it is really embarrassing to play a role again. And the other side. Seeing the many main gods rushing to the dragon god, he immediately sneered at eight-armed heaven. Then let me see how the seal formation of the central god mountain was destroyed, eight-armed heaven. The same words were returned in the blink of an eye. And still in this way. Even though he has 8 arms reaching the sky, his complexion is not very good-looking, and it can even be said that he is angry from embarrassment. You guys, have you already thought of this step? Interestingly, eight-armed heaven also asked the same question as the demon emperor. It's just dragon god's answer, but it's not the same as Qi Li's. Probably, maybe we don't need to prepare so much to deal with you. Dragon god shrugged, and answered the question about 8 arms reaching heaven in a nonchalant tone. There is no doubt that this tone is full of sarcasm. The complexion that made the 8 arms reach the sky became even darker. Even if you were prepared, so what use are these wastes? Dragon god, as long as I get rid of you, no matter how many these wastes are, they are just here to die. However, soon, the mood of 8 arms reaching heaven recovered. After all, opening the bloody gate was not a plan to reach the sky with 8 arms, and he didn't even know there was such a thing. It's just that he suddenly felt something, and was then led over by the demon emperor. So for 8 arms Tong Tian, as long as he can get rid of the dragon god, that's enough. One of the peak battle strengths of the god realm. If he can swallow the flesh and blood of the dragon god, he can guarantee that his strength will definitely rise to a higher level. To be honest, if Qi Li knows this kind of thinking, he will probably make fun of dragon god again. Why does everyone like to stare at your body? Either refining it into a puppet, or devouring its flesh and blood. Is the body of a real dragon so popular? Unfortunately, now is not the time for such jokes. You have to be able to do that. You have 8 arms reaching the sky. Dragon god still gave a sneer, expressing his attitude, and he didn't even bother to say that he had 8 arms reaching the sky. He was just a defeated general during the great calamity of the ancient times, so what is there to say? The battle between dragon god and 8 arms is still going on. Go back there again. After seeing those demon gods, the many main gods who came in a hurry began to condense the power of the law without saying a word. There should be no possibility of peaceful coexistence between the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm. In this case, it is the first to act first. The main god, who has only experienced the previous demon god attack incident not long ago, does not have any good feelings for the demon god. As soon as he made a move, he was ruthless. The power of law all over the sky was condensed, and it fell down like torrential rain. From all angles, it splashed, covering all directions. Cover all those demon gods who are still preparing to enter the sacred mountain in the central region. Boom. Most of the demon gods didn't even react, and they ate the first round of attacks. The power of countless laws fell on him, and the taste was absolutely uncomfortable. It's just that the demon god relies on his strong physical body to gain tyrannical combat power. Even if he was caught off guard and ate a round of attacks with the power of law, there were not many deaths in battle. Or more or less injured. But the demon god, who came back to his senses, also launched a counterattack. After all, the demon gods came through the battle, and their fighting power is of course beyond doubt. This little injury, on the contrary, can stimulate their ferocity and make them more brave. The main gods, who had already taken the lead, naturally would not show weakness. The power of the law that quickly condensed also started the next round of attack. This is a tragic scene, but also a shocking picture. The main god and the demon god fought together, as if reenacting the scene of the ancient catastrophe, tragic and tragic. And no matter it was the side of the Lord God or the side of the demon god, reinforcements continued to join the battlefield. Before the bloody gate was closed, these demon gods could not be regarded as fighting alone. Then the Lord God, let alone. The main gods who received the news from Qi Lu were full of righteous indignation and were rushing towards the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. In terms of quantity, it must be the main god's side that has the greatest advantage. Anyway, this is also God's realm, the main god's home field. How could it be the demon god's turn to be presumptuous? It's just that the demon gods also have their advantage, that is, the fighting will gained from the killing. It is different from the newly promoted main god who has only resharpened his actual combat ability in the battle space hut in recent days. These demon gods, even if they are just new demon gods. But fighting will never be lacking. The main gods will take the initiative to maintain peace, which is simply unreasonable among demon gods. No matter what the situation is, as long as there are conflicts and disputes, let's fight. Whoever's fist is big, whose words are useful. This is an eternal and unchanging truth in the Tianji realm. Therefore, if it is simply a competition of individual combat power, the demon god still has a slight upper hand. And it was thanks to Qi Lu, who had already taken out the fighting space hut. Otherwise, the gap in combat power between these main gods and demon gods would only be even greater. How could they fight to be evenly matched like they are now? Coupled with the advantages of numbers. Not long after the war started, the main god suppressed the demon god. It's just that this kind of suppression is not too obvious, and it can't be regarded as a crushing trend, it can only be said to have a slight upper hand. Moreover, as time went by, both sides also began to suffer casualties. It has evolved to such a situation, and casualties have long been inevitable. The battle is cruel, and the flames of war are ruthless. Once you enter the giant meat grinder on the battlefield, life and death are at stake. The supreme throne was shattered, the law pattern was shattered, and the soul dissipated in the world. The physical body was destroyed, and the soul flew away. It is also a common occurrence on this battlefield, neither the main god nor the demon god can escape. It's not enough, it's far from enough to repair the seal array. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. However, even for the purpose of repairing the Great Seal formation on the central divine mountain, such a fierce battle still made Qi Lu a little unbearable. He felt that this situation should not have happened. And the cause of all this is all because of this guy in front of him, the demon emperor. The enmity between Shinjiu and Tianjiu may not be resolved. But as long as the Great Seal formation of the central divine mountain is still there, this kind of thing will not happen. However, for his own selfish desire, the demon emperor wanted to destroy the sealing formation and once again provoke the war between the two worlds. What a sinner! Demon Emperor, the battle between us should not stop. Your corpse should be buried in the central divine mountain again. Seeing this, Qi Lu took a deep breath, then looked at the demon emperor, and said aloud, "This time, I won't let you have any chance of coming back to life." Human boy, what you said is exactly what I want to say. Hearing the words, the demon emperor also smiled darkly, with a bit of violence and anger in his voice. You human race, it's really something that will destroy the deity. The king of people used to be like this, and now you are like this too. In my opinion, your corpses should be buried in this sacred mountain in the Central Territory. After saying those words, violent power erupted, shaking the entire world, and the radiant power of heaven caused the earth to shake. Naturally, Qi Lu would not back down, and also erupted with terrifying power, confronting the demon emperor. The war begins again. It's just that since this war, casualties have become more and more. On the mountain of the Central Territory. Under the terrible pressure, Yu Shi'er moved little by little, and finally came to the throne of the King of Man. He raised his head and looked at the majestic king sitting on the throne with a straight posture. Yu Shi'er seems to have seen the glory days of King Ren. It was obviously just a remains, but in Yu Shi'er's eyes, the human king should have just fallen into a deep sleep. Human king, he's not dead yet, is he? Or, somewhere, waiting for something. While muttering to herself, Yu Shi'er suddenly realized that the power of the human king hidden in her body seemed to suddenly become restless, as if she had seen her master. Is the human king calling? Is this power just lent to me temporarily? This weird feeling made Yu Shi'er a little flustered, not knowing what to do. However, after a long period of time, Yu Shi'er discovered that the power of the human king was only restless. There is no sign of breaking away from itself. On the contrary, under such restlessness, the power of the human king hidden in Yu Shi'er's body was accelerating its refining. This is also an accidental discovery, as if it was recognized? Admit? Yueshi. When I thought of this word, I took a serious look at King Ren's face. Really, it feels like this. It was as if, when Yu Shi'er came before the king of human beings, after witnessing the successor, acknowledged his own power and truly passed it on to the successor. The power that existed in Yu Shi'er's body, the sense of alienation that had never dissipated in the past, all disappeared without a trace at this moment. The restlessness shown by the power of the human king, on the contrary, seems to be a strange display due to the rapid refining speed. Yu Shi'er could clearly feel that her understanding of the law of reincarnation was rapidly increasing. The connection with King Ren seems to have become even closer. It's a wonderful feeling. The human king has already fallen, and what remains here is nothing more than a remains. But when Yu Shi'er came before the king's throne, it seemed as if she had passed through the barrier of time, allowing the two to communicate silently with this inherited power as a bond. What I got, besides the power of the human king, is also the human king's understanding of the law of reincarnation. This gift, perhaps, is the opportunity Qi Lu mentioned? Human king. Your Majesty. Yu Shi'er looked at the heroic face of the king of people. Even though she was so quiet that she had no expression, she was still extremely majestic. I know your wish. If I have a chance in the future, I will definitely fulfill your wish. This sentence is like a promise, but there is no clear promise. Just like the evaluation received by the king of people. The wish of the human king is also idealized. It is not the result that can be obtained by force, but can only wait for the opportunity. If there is a chance, Yu Shi'er doesn't mind inheriting the will of the king and accomplishing the great cause that the king was unable to accomplish until his death. This is also the duty of the inheritor of the king, and there is nothing wrong with it. However, at this time, outside the sacred mountain of the Central Territory, a sudden change occurred. The battle between the main god and the demon god has intensified, and now, there are countless casualties. Regardless of the large number of main gods in the extreme god realm, occupying the home field advantage, but bloodthirsty and warlike demon gods are by no means good enemies. The more bloody the battle, the more it can arouse the fighting spirit and ferocity of these demon gods. Even the game of exchanging life for life is not uncommon for these demon gods who have been overwhelmed by their high fighting spirit, and it happens frequently on this battlefield. Even the main god, who had already gained the upper hand on the battlefield, was secretly terrified. When it comes to the style of fighting, the demon god, who makes a living by fighting, is much more brutal after all. However, fortunately, this place is the realm of the gods, not the realm of the sky. The seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central region has not been destroyed yet. Even if those demon gods are more motivated to fight, it will be difficult to make up for the lack of overall strength, and the casualties are gradually increasing. It's just that at this time, when many main gods think that their side is about to win. Inside the bloody gate, a gust of wind howled out. Like an invisible sharp blade, it cuts through the sky and smashes everything that stands in front of it. It turns out that this passage is real. Here, it really is the god realm. Following a somewhat sharp voice, a thin figure also walked out from the bloody gate. Perhaps there is not much special about the appearance of this demon god, but behind him, there are 6 fleshy wings covered with bone spurs and covered with bloody lines, flapping gently. Every time it flaps, a storm gathers around the fleshy wings. Then, it quickly disappeared into the invisible in the blood-colored lines that shone with red light. However, although the condensed storm disappeared, the coercion emanating from this demon god became stronger and stronger. The violent momentum is not weaker than the 8-armed sky that appeared before. Another peak-level demon god. Why another one? You damned fellows, how many of you left alive? The dragon god who was fighting with the 8-armed god quickly noticed the new demon god, and his pupils shrank suddenly. 8-armed Tong Tian naturally sensed the breath of the demon god, and his mood became much happier. Dragon god, another old friend has come, you should be happy. On the battlefield below, the demon god's side is missing a backbone. It is of course a great thing for many demon gods to have another demon god with 8 arms reaching the sky. Because this means that there will be a sharp knife in the lineup of the demon god, which is used to cut through the formation of the main god. This kind of thing is definitely not what the dragon god wants to see. Happy? 8 arms reaching the sky, I will only be happy at the moment you die. Dragon god replied in a cold voice, but he also knew that the situation in Shenjiu could be said to have taken a turn for the worse. The top demon gods, for those newly promoted main gods, that is the fighting power of crushing level. Merging into the camp of Tianjiu is definitely a huge test for Shenjiu. The demon gods in the Tianji domain may indeed have a tendency to go fishing in the dry marshes along the way of cultivation. But I have to say that in terms of top combat power, there are indeed more demon gods. The great calamity of the ancient times, coupled with the final battle of the human king, finally exhausted the top combat power of the god realm. To this day, it has not recovered. Therefore, if it is really possible to fight against the sky in the top combat power, compared with Jiu, the god Jiu is bound to suffer a big loss. That's really a pity, dragon god, I'm afraid you won't be able to see the scene you want to see in this life. However, I think I should be able to see the scene of your fall. And, not long after. Hearing the words, 8 arms reaching heaven laughed and said arrogantly. In this kind of battle, when there is a gap in the top combat power, the situation on the battlefield will be reversed instantly. Dragon God was dragged down by the 8-armed sky, and he was almost too busy to take care of himself, and it was impossible to get out. And Qi Li's side was also held back by the Demon Emperor. Even more evenly matched, hard to tell the winner. Then, the remaining top combat power can determine the trend of the battlefield below. Demon Emperor, you have opened this temporary channel, are you really giving up on the God realm? It's interesting. The demon god who finally appeared from the Bloody Gate is obviously an existence that has survived from the time of the ancient catastrophe. The first time he saw the Demon Emperor, he recognized him, and he didn't look strange at all. 6 Wings Wind Demon, you came to the divine realm on purpose, probably not to say these 2 sarcastic remarks. The Demon Emperor naturally knew this demon god with 6 flesh wings. The name is very apt. 6-winged wind demon, the names of the demon gods in the extreme sky region are all so vivid. When Qi Li heard these words, he even froze for a moment. The previous 8 arms reaching the sky really had 8 arms. Now the sky, with 6 wings, is really called 6 wings, Feng Mo. However, although Qi Lu is not like the dragon god or the devil emperor, he has lived for such a long time to know this 6-winged wind demon. however, there is no doubt about it. From the coercion emanating from this guy, we can know that his strength is definitely not weaker than 8 arms reaching heaven. It's just that although both are top demon gods, the direction of their specialization should be different. 8 arms reaching the sky focuses on strength, so the 6-winged wind demon is likely to focus on speed. But no matter what, the appearance of the 6-winged wind demon is definitely bad news. Even though Qi didn't know what the sudden appearance of the 6-winged wind demon had in the past, it could be seen that the 6-winged wind demon had an overwhelming advantage over those new main gods. The gap between them is too huge. It is no exaggeration to say that the arrival of the 6-winged wind demon is likely to be the turning point of this great war. Unless there is another top-notch combat power from Shinjiu to restrain the 6-winged wind demon. Otherwise, everything is empty talk. Although the name is strange, its combat power is real. Qi knew this very well in his heart. It's just that I was also restrained by the Demon Emperor, so I couldn't think of any good way to do it. If you knew it earlier, you should ask the system to see if there are any tricks like incarnation outside the body to learn from it. In this situation, there are only so many ways to solve it. It was really difficult for Qi to come up with a perfect plan in such a short period of time. System, host, what you thought about just now doesn't exist in this system. Qi didn't expect that the system would reply back. I think this can be done. System, host, this really doesn't exist. The incarnation outside the body is a unique skill. It is not like the incarnation of the demon god's magic thought, just make it out in a casual appearance. After all, what Qi was thinking of was a trick that could solve the current situation. To put it simply, the strength of the external avatar created must not be too far from the main body. This kind of unique skill of suddenly doubling the combat power is certainly not a big commodity. It is really not that simple to replicate the combat power that Qi possesses now. So. No. Qi couldn't force it, so he should study it by himself when he has time later. On the other side, the Demon Emperor and 6 Wings, Fenma, exchanged a few casual greetings, then stopped talking. Because there really isn't much to say. Anyway, the 6-winged wind demon also knew what he should do, so he didn't need the Demon Emperor to tell him. Destroy the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory, right? The 6-winged wind demon glanced at the sacred mountain in the central region that was shrouded in black and red mist. This mountain range actually runs through the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm, so it seems that there is no end. Because the end of the sacred mountain in the central region is still under another world. Therefore, the 6-winged wind demon is of course also very clear about the large ceiling formation on the sacred mountain in the central region. 8-armed Tong Tian came over a long time ago, but he was entangled by the dragon god, and he couldn't tell the difference, so he had to let me do it. The central territory, Divine Mountain, has been sealed for so many years. Now, it's time to open it. The 6-winged wind demon was speaking, but a black light flashed and his figure disappeared. Damn it! Why so fast? Qi never expected that this 6-winged wind demon was still impatient, and he disappeared without saying a few words. In just a few words, the 6-winged wind demon had already run into the sacred mountain in the central region, and there was no delay at all. This left Qi with no room for manipulation. Human race boy, now is the moment when you want to feel hopeless, and this deity is really looking forward to it. Seeing the sudden change in Qi expression, the Demon Emperor suddenly showed a look of joy on his face. Every step of your own plan is counted. This made the Demon Emperor, who had always been proud, feel uncomfortable. So the arrival of the 6-winged wind demon was really a surprise, even though it was unexpected. But for the Demon Emperor, there is no doubt that it is a good thing. But for the human kid in front of him, it was a bad thing, not a surprise, Buta fright. It's really going to happen now. Qi secretly thought something was wrong, but the expression on his face forced him to calm down. In any case, you can't mess yourself up. So after hearing what the demon emperor said, the expression on Qi Li's face became calm instead, and then he replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Devil Emperor, you don't really think that a six-winged wind demon can do anything, do you?" These words sounded like they were fully prepared, and the arrival of the six-winged wind demon was completely expected. But in fact, it's just bluffing. Because Qi Lu knew very well that in today's God realm, the top combat power is really scarce. Apart from himself and the dragon god, there was really no other main god who could contend against the six-winged wind demon. If they could wait a little longer for Yu Shi'er and Lan Yu to grow up, it would still be possible. But now, it really doesn't work. However, even if the situation is really not optimistic, the enemy must not let the enemy see any flaws from his face. Falsehood is the only way to bluff people. It's a pity that this time, the demon emperor doesn't seem to accept this at all. Human boy, you don't need to bluff here. What's going on in the god realm, this deity knows better than you. You, and Dragon God, are the biggest threat. Now that you are all trapped here, who else can stop the six-winged wind demon? This deity is not so easy to deceive, human race boy, you should face the reality, and enjoy the next despair. The demon emperor laughed wildly, and the irony in his words became more intense. That being said, it is true. Qi Lu was aware of the situation in the absolute god realm, and so was the demon emperor. After all, the demon emperor is not a newcomer, but an ancient existence that has survived for several ages in the god realm. However, how could it be possible to take the initiative to admit such a thing? Bluffing. Even if he was directly pointed out by the demon emperor, Qi Lu didn't panic at all. Because panic is useless. Demon emperor, what you know may not be all that you have shown. Since I'm fully prepared, it's absolutely impossible for you to succeed. After Qi Lu finished speaking, the attack in his hands suddenly became more ferocious. The majestic power of the law bombarded the demon emperor, without any regard for consumption. There is no way, after the bluff is over, it is necessary to find a way to stop the action of the six-winged wind demon. Otherwise, even if you deceived the demon emperor, what's the use? Are you in a hurry? Seeing this, the demon emperor became more and more certain that this human kid was helpless. Otherwise, why did the momentum of the attack suddenly become violent? I just want to get rid of you early and end this bad game. Qi Lu replied in a cold voice. In fact, after the demon emperor's god-slaying power was unable to target Qi Lu, the tyranny of the body of law was completely revealed, showing that terrifying side. Without counting the consumption, Qi Lu quickly suppressed the demon emperor. Just doing so would be a burden to Qi Lu himself, and under a fierce attack, it would be easy to show flaws. However, under the compensation of the ultimate fighting skills and fighting awareness, it can be ignored. Although the demon emperor was at a disadvantage. But defending against Qi Li's attack and protecting himself is still completely achievable. Even the more fierce Qi Li's attack, the more certain the demon emperor felt that his guess must be right. Finally, it's time to complete my plan. That day when the Jiu invaded the Shin Jiu again, and when the flames of war raged, it was the best time for him to aspire to be the strongest. This time, no failure is allowed. However, just when the demon emperor thought so, a familiar aura suddenly burst out from above the sacred mountain in the central territory. Let the demon emperor's eyes widen suddenly, and he looked at the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. No, I cannot. How can that be? There is absolutely no doubt about the speed of the six-winged wind demon. After flashing into the sacred mountain in the central region, after confirming the location of the highest peak, he flapped his flesh wings and flew over. Like a long rainbow piercing the sky, it flashed past. The name of the human king, although not as important as the name of the demon emperor. Tianji domain is famous far and wide. But for the top demon gods like six-winged wind demon, it is also a powerful existence that will be known. human king, demon emperor, dragon god. The three top gods are also the names recorded in the annals of history. Today, the demon emperor and the dragon god are still alive, just one, and they are still in a weak state, and it is unknown when they will recover. The other, having lost most of his strength, was much weaker than his peak state. However, the king of human beings, who did such feats as sealing the divine mountain in the central territory, fell first. It's embarrassing. Therefore, the task of entering the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory this time was to destroy the remains of the king of human beings, which made the six-winged wind demon quite emotional. Although the former king of human beings was not yet an unattainable existence for the six-winged wind demon. But it is indeed an invincible existence. If you really want to make a ranking for the three top main gods, the dragon god who exploded with all his strength and transformed into a real dragon is undoubtedly the first. However, under normal conditions, the king of men is the strongest. On the other hand, the demon emperor, no matter how he ranks, is in third place. Six-winged Fengma has also heard about this matter, but even if it is the third demon emperor, he is not an opponent. After all, whether it is a dragon god or a human king, it takes a whole era for a single genius, the chosen son of heaven, to appear. The demon emperor, on the other hand, is a traitor who has lasted for several ages without falling down. In the entire god realm, it took so long for such three people to emerge. If you really want to compare the top demon gods in the Tianji territory with these three, there is indeed a gap. It's just a pity that things are changing and people are changing. The current six-winged wind demon will not be afraid of the dragon god and demon emperor in this state. In fact, including the 8 arms reaching heaven, it was only after discovering the state of the dragon god that the high fighting spirit was ignited. Otherwise, with the combat power displayed by the former dragon god, 8 arms reaching heaven is destined to be an impossible opponent. The human king's remains, I really didn't expect that I would destroy them with my own hands. The change of times is really interesting. The six-winged wind demon was talking to himself while advancing rapidly. Not long after, they came to the highest peak of the central divine mountain, and found the throne of the king of men. I also saw the remains of the human king sitting on the throne. Immortal corpse, immortal aura. Who are you? The six-winged wind demon, who was looking at the human king's remains, suddenly noticed a figure standing in front of the human king's throne. It looks like a human girl. This surprised the six-winged wind demon. In this kind of place, in front of the human king's throne, there will be a human girl appearing. Where is this place? It is the sacred mountain of the central territory, shrouded in fierce power. Could it be that he was dazzled? You are a demon god? The human girl, standing in front of the human king's throne, is naturally Yu Shi'er. After putting away the characteristics of the moon civet, Yu Shi'er really looks like a human girl. And when she saw the sudden arrival of the six-winged wind demon, Yu Shi'er also showed some astonishment. Live? It doesn't look like I'm dazzled, but someone got there first. Hearing the sound, the six-winged wind demon couldn't help shaking his head, not paying attention to Yu Shi'er at all. Because from this human girl, the six-winged wind demon can't feel the slightest threat at all, so of course it won't be vigilant. And the fact is indeed the case, Yu Shi'er has not been promoted to the realm of the main god yet. How could it pose a threat to the six-winged wind demon? But it doesn't matter, anyway, I'm here to destroy the human king's remains. Just get rid of them together. After shaking his head, the six-winged wind demon also made a decision. No matter who this human girl was, she couldn't be her ally anyway, so getting rid of them together would be the end of it all. I'm really sorry, who made you appear in this place? If you want to blame, you can only blame your own bad luck. Thinking of this, Lu Wingfeng Yamo didn't intend to say anything at all, and directly raised his hands. All of a sudden, a violent hurricane blasted towards this side, the whistling sound was like thunder, and the beast roared. The strong wind, carrying unparalleled power, swept over, This is the innate ability of the six-winged wind demon, which can control the power of the storm and bless it on its own attack. It seems to be unremarkable. However, the storm controlled by the six-winged wind demon is not an ordinary storm, but the cohesion of the power of heaven and earth. Appearing suddenly on the sacred mountain of the Central Territory, it almost dissipated the ferocious power that was so thick that it could not be dispelled. What a terrifying power! Yu Shi'er didn't expect that the demon god in front of him would attack as soon as he said he would attack. Even if it is vigorous and resolute, the speed is too fast. Isn't it true that you don't say a word of nonsense? It would be too scary if every villain was like this. Claw-breaking wind. The six-winged wind demon raised his hand, and then suddenly fell. The gust of wind that swept over immediately followed this claw and turned into a sharp claw condensed by a huge storm. Although invisible and powerful, it can make the world tremble. The goal is the throne of the King of Men. Moreover, judging by the size of the giant storm claw, it also covered Yu Shi'er within the attack range. Since it is an indiscriminate attack, there is naturally no need to worry about it. The six-winged wind demon condensed the power of the violent wind and concentrated it in its own attack, and the power it erupted was so powerful that it could be called shaking the earth. The claw of breaking wind swept towards it, and before it even got close, it already oppressed the surrounding void and trembled endlessly. Because the six-winged wind demon knew very well that the target of his attack was the human king's remains. Even though the human king has been dead for a long time, the six-winged wind demon did not dare to underestimate him at all. What's more, being able to use itself as the eye of the formation that sealed the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory has gone through several ages and is immortal. Under the erosion of such a terrible evil force, without leaving the slightest trace, it will really be very fragile? If you think about it casually, you will know that under the blessing of the throne, the hardness of the human king's remains is beyond imagination. Otherwise, how could it take so much trouble to destroy it? So the six-winged wind demon was not prepared to test it at all. Anyway, attacking a corpse is equivalent to hitting a fixed target, and you didn't even have to worry about the target's dodge. Then just shoot with all your strength and pursue a one-hit kill. Your target is the human king's remains. Yu Shi'er suddenly realized that the main target of the demon god who suddenly appeared in front of her was not herself, but the human king's remains behind her. How can this work? As the inheritor of the human king, how could he watch the remains of the human king being destroyed? Did you just find out now? Hearing the words, the six-winged wind demon replied interestingly. Then the topic changed, and he said again, but so what? Anyway, you will be turned into ashes, together with the remains of the King of Kings. Even if you know this now, what can you do? Can you still stop it? From Lu Yifeng Mo's point of view, the human girl in front of her, although she doesn't know why she is in this place. However, she didn't feel any threatening aura from her body. That is to say, even if this human girl does have some strength, it is absolutely impossible to pose a threat to him. That being the case, of course the six-winged wind demon couldn't care about what this human girl said. Even at this moment, there is still a few words of sarcasm. As for the name of this human girl, to be honest, Seraphim was not interested in knowing it. That's why he didn't open his mouth to ask, but just quietly looked at the target he was attacking, and was annihilated by that terrible power. I will definitely stop you. The remains under the king's crown are definitely not something you can insult. Yu Shi'er had an angry expression on her face, glaring at the six-winged wind demon. Yes? The six-winged wind demon sneered, and then said, then you can try. Although I don't think your efforts are of any use, because the weak will always be the weak. This is also one of the survival rules of the Tianji territory. The weak will never have the opportunity to control their own lives in front of the strong. And the six-winged wind demon is one of the top demon gods in the Tianji domain, and has held the power of life and death for a long time. Naturally, he will not have the slightest sympathy for those weak, and will only find it ridiculous. Isn't the rhetoric of the weak just deceiving themselves and others? The law of reincarnation. Yu Shi'er ignored the six-winged wind demon's ridicule, but began to gather the power of law. Indeed, Yu Shi'er could also sense that the demon god in front of her had a much higher level of cultivation than her own. The power contained in this sweeping blow is also terrifyingly strong. However, even so, Yu Shi'er will not escape. Instead, prepare to use all your strength to resist this blow. Now that the inheritance of the human king is accepted, what needs to be inherited is not only the strength of the human king, but also the will of the human king. No matter what kind of danger you encounter, you should not back down. Only with a fearless heart can we have unrivaled power. However, just when Yu Shi'er was trying her best to use the power of the law of reincarnation to resist the six-winged wind demon's breaking wind claws, a strange connection suddenly appeared in Yu Shi'er's mind. This is. The sudden strange connection made Yu Shi'er show a look of inexplicable shock and surprise intertwined. Because she could perceive that this wonderful feeling came from the King Offman. It was as if it had crossed the barrier of time and came here. I see. The law of reincarnation can still be used like this. Immediately afterwards, Yu Shi'er's face showed a sudden realization again. This time I will definitely be able to help Brother Qi Lu. The law of reincarnation, past life reincarnation. With Yu Shi'er's palms together, the power of the law of reincarnation exploded out, and it no longer condensed into a law barrier, but turned into a long snake and penetrated into the center of her eyebrows. In the next instant, a more majestic power of the law of reincarnation erupted from Yu Shi'er's body. It is like a vast ocean, boundless and endless, surging out. But the target of this power of the law of reincarnation is not the piercing claws in front of him. It was on the throne behind Yu Shi'er, the remains of the human king. Huh? What are you doing? The six-winged wind demon's eyes froze, and he noticed Yu Shi'er's movements. But it was precisely because of this that the six-winged wind demon became confused. Why did this human girl pour her power of law into the human king's remains? Could it be that he gave up on himself? Rather than letting the enemy destroy the human king's remains, why not do it yourself? That's really interesting, to be able to see such a picture. It's really worth it for me to come. Doing what? Yu Shi'er heard the sound, looked up at the six-winged wind demon, and said, "Of course, get rid of you." What did you say? You want to get rid of me? Hearing this, the six-winged wind demon couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Then he turned around and started laughing. Interesting, ha 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 ha, the joke you said is not funny at all. Having said that, the six-winged wind demon's laughter did not stop. Are there so many people who are overthinking themselves now? What they saw is really ridiculous. Ants who can only speak wild words. If you can really do it, then I really want to see it. Look at you, how did you realize your big words? The words were only halfway through, but they stopped abruptly. The laughter in the six-winged wind demon's mouth disappeared suddenly, as if it was being strangled by the neck. The pupils suddenly shrunk, showing the extreme astonishment of the six-winged wind demon, and even a hint of panic. Because, at that moment just now, the six-winged wind demon saw that the human king's remained sitting on the throne opened his eyes. That pair of eyes that were as black as ink were quietly looking at the six-winged wind demon at this moment. It was as dark as a bottomless abyss, and it seemed to be able to drag out the soul of the six-winged wind demon. Human king? No matter what, the six-winged wind demon could never have imagined why the human king's remains would open its eyes. Could it be that the legendary human king has not fallen? The demon god of the extreme heaven realm? But at this moment, the human king who was quietly watching the six-winged wind demon suddenly made a sound. The six-winged wind demon subconsciously took a step back in shock. There is no other reason, it is, because the prestige of the human king is indeed terrifying. You must know that after the great calamity of the ancient times, although the main god of the extreme god territory ended in a tragic victory, he did not wipe out all the invading demon gods, and there were still many survivors. It wasn't until the human king came to the vault of heaven god realm that all the surviving demon gods were truly wiped out. Therefore, for the six-winged wind demon, the title of human king is no stranger. Now that I witnessed it with my own eyes, I was even more horrified in my heart. How terrifying is this imposing manner like mighty heavenly power! At the moment when the human king opened his eyes, even the fierce power above the sacred mountain in the central region was a little stagnant. For the six-winged wind demon it was even more of an impact. Is this the legendary human king? Among the arrogances of all ages in the divine realm, the strongest one in a normal fighting state. The so-called Tianjiao is not the title of a certain cultivation level, but refers to the most dazzling star in a certain era. That's why in the annals of history, there will be records, the era of the king of men. Six Wings Wind Demon can fully understand at this moment why the human king is so famous. In front of me, there will still be a demon god from the extreme sky region coming here. Is the seal of the sacred mountain in the middle region no longer? The human Wang Ning raised his eyebrows, and suddenly raised his hand, aiming at the six-winged wind demon. Are you going to make a move? It seems that the question of why the king of people will be resurrected can only be discussed again. Seeing this, Lu Wingfeng Mo also knew that now was not the time to think about those irrelevant issues. If the human king really came back to life and decided to get rid of him, then even if he lost, he would never sit still. Wait a minute, is the resurrection of the human king related to this human girl? But when the six-winged wind demon caught a glimpse of Yu Shi'er again, he suddenly thought of this matter again. No, probably not. It's just that this thought just flashed through the six-winged wind demon's mind, and then it was left behind. Because the six-winged wind demon did not think that such a weak person who had no threat to him at all could awaken a legendary existence like a human king. This is absolutely impossible. After all, the six-winged wind demon is not a demon emperor, and he doesn't have a deep perception of the power of laws. If the demon emperor was here, he could tell at a glance that it was Yu Shi'er Wo awakened the human king. This is the power of the law of reincarnation. Just now, Yu Shi'er reversed the law of reincarnation and poured it on the human king's remains, successfully calling back the remnant soul of the human king. This is a method completely different from the soul law. The soul law calls back the remnant soul, relying on the power of restoration. Once called back, it can exist for a long time. And the remnant soul recalled by the law of reincarnation is only temporary. But that's enough. Human king, even if you are really resurrected, it will not be so easy for you to deal with me. The six-winged wind demon once again put all these thoughts behind him, then looked at the King of Kings, and said aloud. However, the human king didn't even bother to answer. Although the six-winged wind demon is indeed one of the top demon gods in the Tianji domain. It's a pity that compared with the king of humans, there is still some gap, and it's still not a small gap. Therefore, the king of humans didn't care about the cruel words of the six-winged wind demon at all. The best contempt attitude of the strong towards the weak is not ridicule, but ignorance. Demon gods who dare to come to the realm of the gods, I will never let you down. The human king spoke slowly, aiming at the six-winged wind demon with his palm, and holding it down. At this moment, it seemed that this piece of world was held in the hands of the king of man, and then slowly closed. A terrifying oppressive force swept from all directions. Laws of reincarnation, great changes in heaven and earth. In the eyes of the human king, when the law of reincarnation is strong to ascertain extent, even the world he is in can be included in the scope of reincarnation and controlled. Handling a demon god is effortless at all. And such a terrifying movement, even if it was only aimed at the six-winged wind demon. But it's just outside the sacred mountain in the central region, so how could it not be perceived? Even the dragon god, who had been suppressed by the eight-armed sky, looked up at the mountain of the central territory at this time. No way, this breath is. I can't perceive it wrong. It turned out to be a human king. Dragon god and human king can be regarded as old acquaintances, although they haven't been in contact with them many times. However, from a certain point of view, the dragon god and the human king are in the same camp, so they are naturally no strangers. What's more, there are only a few people who can leave such a great reputation in the history of the god realm. How could the dragon god not know about a human king who was as famous as himself? It's just, hasn't the human king fallen long ago? The dragon god is quite clear about this matter, and he once felt admiration for the greatness of the human king. But what's going on now? Similarly, the eight arms Tong Tian, who was fighting the dragon god, also stopped attacking. It's not that he is familiar with the aura of a human king like dragon god, but he simply senses that this sudden coercion is so terrifying, so tyrannical that it makes him feel palpitations. You know, what a powerful demon god he is with 8 arms reaching the sky. Now, there is a coercion that makes him feel palpitations, so what kind of strength is the owner of this coercion? Then, after hearing the dragon god's words, a look of astonishment appeared on the face of the 8-armed sky. Did you just say that this is the breath of a human king? That's right. The dragon god glanced at the 8-armed sky, and nodded. Although he is an enemy, of course he has to deal with this kind of thing that boosts his morale and destroys the enemy's prestige. The human king is a real one of his own, not a traitor like the devil emperor. Damn it, why even the king of man appeared. 8 arms Tong Tian couldn't help but took a deep breath. In the history of the extreme god realm, the 3 main gods who stood at the apex are all here now. It's just that the dragon god's strength has been greatly reduced, and the demon emperor is still weak. I just don't know what the king's condition is. However, judging from the coercion erupting from the sacred mountain in the central territory, the appearance of the human king definitely poses a huge threat. On the other side, the battle between Qi Lu and the demon emperor stopped for a moment as expected. This aura, is the human king resurrected? Qi Lu is not particularly unfamiliar with the aura of a human king. At least not long ago, I felt it once, and I also knew how terrifying the strength of the King of Kings is. This time, I felt again that there was only one thought in Qi Li's mind, and that was, the King of Man seemed to have become stronger again. The coercion that erupted this time was more majestic and terrifying than the last time. But why did the King of Man come back to life? Hey, wait a minute, where's Sheer? Where did Sheer go? When thinking about the matter of King Ren, Qi Lu subconsciously thought of Yu Sheer. Because Yu Sheer is the successor of the human king, so naturally. But now, where did Yu Sheer go? Why not around here? Could it be that the human king will be resurrected at this time because of Sheer? Sheer is now on the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory? Qi Li's thinking was still very quick, and he quickly thought of this possibility. And the more I think about it, the more I think so. I saw in the long river of time, before that Sheer's chance will appear here. Is that what the so-called chance refers to? To be honest, as the inheritor of the human king, if Yu Sheer could have a conversation with the human king, that can definitely be called a chance. That being said, there is nothing wrong with it. If that's the case, there's no need to worry too much about Sheer's safety with the king around. After thinking about this, Qi Lu also heaved a sigh of relief. One thing to say, in terms of combat effectiveness, Qi Lu is still very self-aware. I deeply understand that there is still a big gap between the current self and the King of Kings. So Yu Sheer staying by the king's side is definitely safer than staying by her side. Unless Qi Lu is staying in the shop now, that's another matter. However, Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief, while the demon emperor's face was rather ugly. Human king. I didn't expect you to be alive. Why, why didn't the deity find you before? Even if you're hiding on the mountain in the Central Territory, it's impossible for this deity to be completely unaware. The demon emperor had a gloomy face, and the coldness in his eyes almost froze the surrounding air. If the human king could be found before, how could the demon emperor come taught his point? As long as he can get rid of his inner demons, the demon emperor will be able to return to his full glory as quickly as possible, and even go one step further. At that time, open the passages of Tianji realm and Shinji realm. Everything is under control. However, why hadn't the human king appeared before this? It's not that the demon emperor hasn't thought about the divine mountain in the Central Territory, but there is indeed no trace of the human king. But in the current situation, he slapped the demon emperor in the face and told him that the human king was indeed here. However, in fact, the demon emperor cannot be blamed for this matter. Because he really didn't think wrong. The king of men has indeed fallen. The resurrection now is nothing but Yushir's use of the law of incarnation and the sympathy she can have with the king as the inheritor of the human king, to temporarily call back the remnant soul. There is still a long way to go before the real resurrection. It's just a pity that the demon emperor didn't know about this matter, he only knew that he was very angry now. But it doesn't matter, human king, as long as you show up, this deity can deal with you. Even if it's later, it doesn't matter. Having said that, the demon emperor also wanted to go up to the divine mountain of the Central Territory. It was Qi Lu who stopped him. Hey, demon emperor, you don't think much of me, do you want to run away? Qi Lu seemed to be joking, and it sounded more like teasing. The demon emperor's face was still gloomy, and when he heard this, his eyes became even more violent. Yeah, the deity almost forgot, not only the king of men, but also you, the same, damn. They are all members of the human race, and their hatred is almost doubled. Thinking about it again, the six-winged wind demon seems to have passed away in the sacred mountain in the central region. In this way, the human king didn't leave so quickly, and he didn't have Torish to find her in such a hurry. Then get rid of this human kid first, and then go to the human king. Thinking of this, the demon emperor's aura surged again. Perhaps anger does have the effect of enhancing strength. Coincidentally, demon emperor, I think the same as you, and I also think you deserve to die. Qi Lu chuckled and replied to the demon emperor. The momentum of the attack suddenly became more violent. The six-winged wind demon has already gone to the top of the sacred mountain in the central region, and he is probably confronting the king of men now. To be honest, Qi Lu felt that this six-winged wind demon was really pitiful, and he actually directly confronted the king of men. If you don't blow it, you can't black it out, just look at the demon emperor, the 8 arms reaching the sky, and the six-winged wind demon. The fighting strength of the six-winged wind demon is obviously the weakest one. And look at Dragon God, Qi Lu, and Human King. Obviously, the strength of the Human King is the strongest one. Now, it is the weakest one of the enemy, and against the strongest one of the own side, it is strange not to become a breakthrough eloquence. Otherwise, how can I say it's pitiful? And most importantly, this is not Tianji's horse racing. Qi Lu admitted that the current situation is indeed that his high-grade horse has met the enemy's low-grade horse. However, Qi Lu and the Demon Emperor are evenly matched. So what I really want to say is to look at the two battles between the Human King and the Dragon God. Will the Human King win first, or the Dragon God lose first? However, then again, the appearance of the Human King has no effect on the battlefield below. Because the top combat powers have their own opponents, in a short period of time, there is no way to affect the battlefield situation of those main gods and demon gods. Therefore, the casualties on the battlefield below are still continuing. The screen returns to the mountain in the Central Territory. The King of Men has already made a move against the six-winged wind demon Sadak. The majestic power of the law of reincarnation gathered in the momentum of heaven and earth, and swept towards the six-winged wind demon. It was as if the power of God descended, and it was extremely terrifying. As expected of a human king, this power is really terrifying. But, I'm not easy to mess with. At this moment, the six-winged wind demon even opened. I began to feel that the movement became more difficult. The power of heaven and earth is unparalleled, and coupled with the blessing of the power of the law of reincarnation, it is even more powerful. However, the six-winged wind demon is also one of the top demon gods, so how could it not even have the slightest resistance? So after a roar, the six-winged wind demon also shot back. That roar was probably the six-winged wind demon emboldening himself. After all, it is against the existence in the legend. If the legend is true, the odds of winning are really not high. However, if he didn't even have the courage to make a move, the six-winged wind demon would not be able to achieve what he is today. Then you go ahead and let me see. The human king looked at the six-winged wind demon with still indifferent eyes. In the tone, there was no disdain or contempt for such emotions, but only a kind of indifference. It was as if the enemy in front of him was not worthy to be his opponent at all. After all, the attitude of the strong towards the weak is, in essence, more ignorance than contempt. To give a simple example, it is like when a person is facing an ant. Even if ant bites the person, all he gets is to be crushed to death indifferently, and will not receive any attention. Maybe, in the eyes of the human king, the six-winged wind demon is also such a role. Perhaps, it will be better than ants. Human king, even if you are really strong, this is too arrogant. The six-winged wind demon seemed to be irritated by the indifferent tone of the human king, and there was a faint anger in his voice. A terrifying storm also began to gather around. However, if you want to take action against the king of people, the first thing to do is to resist the king's attack. The oppressive force that seemed to come from the whole world was still slowly gathering, covering the body of the six-winged wind demon. Turned into a prison with the law of reincarnation, blocking the space. As the king's fingers continued to shrink, this terrifying oppressive force also continued to increase. So no matter how angry the six-winged wind demon was, the human king didn't care. But it's just impotent rage. The six-winged wind demon also knew about this, so the storm condensed at this moment was also resisting this oppressive force. Saw. The originally invisible wind, at this moment, gathered ripples in the surrounding space due to extreme condensation. The distorted void is like a water surface that is no longer calm, with ripples rippling out in circles. After the violent hurricane appeared, it was like a seed, which began to take root and sprout, and expanded rapidly. Suddenly, it resisted the continuous pressure, and propped up a layer of protection around the six-winged wind demon. Shield. However, just defense is not in line with the character of the six-winged wind demon. Since he is a bloodthirsty and warlike demon god, moreover, he is also one of the top demon gods. The character of the six-winged wind demon is destined to be impossible to only defend and not attack, that is impossible. Therefore, when the violent hurricane condensed to the extreme, the twisted void around it began to gradually shatter. The six fleshy wings on the back of the six-winged wind demon suddenly flapped. Call. At this moment, 6 tornadoes that penetrated the world suddenly appeared. Connecting to the endless sky, descending to the vast land, with a howling momentum, it seems to be able to destroy the sky and destroy the earth. Wind of destruction. The six-winged wind demon shouted loudly, and flapped its fleshy wings again, and the terrifying tornado immediately pushed towards the king. The speed may not be fast, but the momentum caused is absolutely huge. The scope of the impact is so wide that it is unavoidable. The tornado that roared horribly was not simply a gathering of storms, but also the integration of the power of heaven and earth. That is the talent of the six-winged wind demon. The wind of destruction is just like the name of the move, it can destroy everything that is enveloped by the storm. As the wind of destruction advanced, all the bones on the ground were also rolled up, and then were torn into pieces by the storm. These bones are all the bones left by the fallen main god. Under the scour of time, it can be unscathed. Now it seems so fragile. This is the wind of destruction, such a majestic momentum, such a terrifying power. Six-Wing Xuanhuan never believed that his unique technique, which has always been invincible, would be ignored by the King of Kings. If he could defeat the King of People here, it would definitely be enough to make him famous. Is this your counterattack? However, the human king looked at the wind of destruction, and the expression in his face remained unchanged. The indifference in the eyes is even less disturbing. I have been guarding the sacred mountain of the Central Territory for a long time. If you wait for the demon god to retreat in time, you can still save your life. Now, when you've crossed this line, get ready and leave your life here. As these words were spoken, the raised hand of the human king was also slowly lowered. At this moment, a scene that frightened the six-winged wind demon appeared. Obviously there is no fluctuation of the power of law. However, the wind of destruction that hit the king of human beings is gradually dissipating, and the roaring sound is also getting smaller and smaller. Little by little, as if being slowly wiped away by an invisible force. Until finally, it became a harmless breeze. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Seeing this scene, the six-winged wind demon was filled with disbelief. I have always been invincible moves, in people. In front of the king, it was really so vulnerable. How could the six-winged wind demon accept such a blow? It's just that this kind of thing can only be regarded as a common thing for the King of Kings. When the law of reincarnation reaches its extreme and returns to its original nature, even the world can be included in reincarnation, not to mention this kind of storm. Back then, when the human king appeared in the vault of Heaven God realm, he was a shining new star. With an unrivaled crushing posture, he has become the strongest in an era of Shinjiu. Looking at the entire annals of history, that is also the main god among the top, an undisputed and powerful existence. At this moment, Yu Shi'er used the law of reincarnation to call back the remnant soul, borrowed her own remains, and resurrected. The power displayed is actually not much different from when she was alive. The biggest problem is that the current human king is not really resurrected, and may fall into a deep sleep at any time. After all, Yu Shi'er's cultivation level is there, even if she can temporarily call back the remnant soul of the king of humans. But how long can it last? Moreover, Yu Shi'er was able to do this not only by relying on the power of the law of reincarnation. More importantly, it was because Yu Shi'er inherited the power of the human king, so she was able to establish a connection with the human king. Otherwise, if you switch to other gods, even if it is the main god who has mastered the law of reincarnation, you must never think that you can resurrect the king. In the final analysis, chance and coincidence are both indispensable. Therefore, the king of people also knew that in a battle, a quick decision must be made. The strength shown, of course, will not show mercy. It is true that the six-winged wind demon is powerful, but it also depends on what it is compared with. At this moment, the wind of destruction was destroyed by the human king, and it collapsed silently. The terrifying oppressive force once again fell on the six-winged wind demon, and it was even more terrifying than before. No, it must not go on. At this time, the six-winged wind demon also understood. Using the power of heaven and earth to fight against the king of humans is to bring shame on oneself. Since I am cultivating the Tao of the demon god, I should give full play to my strengths. Thinking of this, the six-winged wind demon's figure flickered, and burst out at the limit speed. Even under such a terrible oppressive force, he appeared in front of the king in an instant. One must know that although the human king opened his eyes, he did not leave the throne. Now that the six-winged wind demon came in front of the human king, he naturally wanted to use close combat to solve the problem. Human king, maybe your power of law is indeed tyrannical. However, in terms of physique, you can't be compared with the demon god. The six-winged wind demon roared, his face looking a little ferocious. While speaking, the attack came in response. The momentum of the punch was like a meteor falling, and suddenly, even the surrounding space was distorted. It is true that the physique of the human king is really not strong compared to the power of the law. But definitely not weak. Otherwise, why would the human king put the battlefield of the final battle on the sacred mountain of the Central Territory by himself? In that battle, the human king had to face how many main gods and demon gods, I can't remember clearly. But you can tell just by looking at the sacred mountain in the central region where the corpses are everywhere. Therefore, when the six-winged wind demon appeared in front of him as if he had lost his head, a look of astonishment appeared in the human king's deep eyes. Quite a kind of why did this guy come to die by himself? If you want to die, I will fulfill you. The human king watched the six-winged wind demon throw a punch, and he reached out to catch the punch almost before his eyes. It was as steady as if it was effortless, and the attack of the six-winged wind demon stopped abruptly, like a picture that was suddenly frozen. All the power was dissolved by the king. An emotion called fear suddenly surged in the heart of the six-winged wind demon. How could this be? How could this be? It's impossible, it shouldn't be like this. In any case, the six-winged wind demon is also a demon god who survived from the ancient catastrophe, so how could his strength be poor? Even in the ancient catastrophe, the six-winged wind demon was not as powerful as it is now. But after such a long time, in a place like Tianjiu, as long as he is not dead, he will not be too weak. What's more, the six-winged wind magic energy, and the dragon god and the demon emperor's acquaintance have already proved his strength, and he was already among the top at the time of the ancient catastrophe. So after seeing the King of People, the legendary title really shocked Lu Yingfengma. But it's not enough to let the six-winged wind demon be caught without a fight, just sit and wait for death. But now, when he was really fighting the King of Humans, Liu Yingfengma realized how huge the gap between him and the King of Humans was, and how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. You know, before the dragon god has transformed into a real dragon body, the fighting power of the human king is even higher than that of the dragon god. The demon emperor back then was also buried in the divine mountain of the Central Territory by the human king himself. From these 2 points, we can know how strong the fighting power of the human king is. Although the six-winged Fengma is a top-notch demon god, his strength is no more than that of the currently weak demon emperor. But who is he facing now? Even the demon emperor in his heyday is not the king of opponents. So the gap between the two is conceivable, and it is not a level of combat power at all. It is natural to lose. It's just that Liu Yingfengma didn't expect that he would lose so thoroughly. The law of reincarnation shattered reincarnation. The human king looked at the six-winged wind demon with indifferent eyes, and he didn't want to know what the demon god in front of him was thinking. It's just that an incomparable force of the law of reincarnation burst out, along the fist of the six-winged wind demon, and poured into the body of the six-winged wind demon. This is the power of destruction, cutting off the road of reincarnation, destroying all flesh and soul. No. The six-winged wind demon obviously felt something was wrong. However, in front of the human king, he didn't even say the words of begging for mercy, so he couldn't speak anymore. When the ferocious power of samsara poured into the body, the end of the six-winged wind demon was already doomed, severing samsara. The soul is gone, so naturally there is no need to enter reincarnation. The six-winged wind demon might never have imagined that if he played a long-distance battle with the king, he might live a little longer. It's a pity that he just chose the melee combat that he shouldn't have chosen. Do you really think that the melee of the law of reincarnation is weak? At this moment, starting from the six-winged wind demon's fist locked by the human king, it slowly spread and gradually disappeared into nothingness. In just a few breaths, the six-winged wind demon that appeared in front of the human king completely disappeared. As if it had never appeared in this world. Yu Shi'er had a panoramic view of this scene. Although from the very beginning, he knew that the strength of the King of Kings was terrifying. But after witnessing it with her own eyes, Yu Shi'er still felt that her imagination was not enough. Is this the king of people? Compared with brother Qi Lu, who is stronger? Are you my inheritor? The human king who eliminated the six-winged wind demon seemed to have done an insignificant matter, and he didn't care. Instead, he looked at Yu Shi'er next to his throne, and asked aloud. Maybe Qi Lu was right. When he was with the king of people, he was indeed safer than when he was with him. Because with the help of the law of reincarnation and the resurrection of his own remains, the human king, not to mention having the fighting power in his heyday, at least 90%. That's why when dealing with the six-winged wind demon, it looks so relaxed and freehand. This is much stronger than the dragon god. Although the dragon god survived, the lost power made him much weaker. And the human king has indeed fallen, but once revived, the power displayed will be much stronger than that of the dragon god. But there is another point that needs to be said. At least the human king has left an inheritor. At this time, Yu Shi'er was obviously a little cautious when asked by Thiking. Yes. I don't even know what to answer. Don't be so nervous, since you have obtained my inheritance, I will naturally admit your identity. It doesn't matter if you are not a human race. The human king could tell Yu Shi'er's race at a glance, but he didn't care. To be honest, even in his lifetime, the human king didn't care much about race. However, even if the king of people said so, it would be fine to be nervous about things like this. Especially Yu Shi'er had just seen the strength of the human king, and now it was not easy to become casual. So Yu Shi'er still had a cautious look on her face. Your Majesty, I actually don't know why I got your inheritance, but since I accept your power, I will inherit your will. I. Do not talk like that. However, Yu Shi'er was interrupted by the king's words in the middle of her speech. Then I heard the king of people continue to say, I left the inheritance, not to let the inheritors continue to fulfill my ideals. I just don't want this power to be dusted. Remember, my inheritors don't need to think about inheriting my ideals, they should act according to their own will. With these words, Yu Shi'er suddenly understood why the human king was Kaidan idealized main god. It also made Yu Shi'er understand why the human king has so many followers. Because the king of people really has a charisma that makes people want to follow. She will fight for her own ideals, but will never force others to fulfill her ideals. Even if this person inherited her power. Because the human king believes that every living being should live according to its own will. It was as if the king of man would pass on his own power, and he was also acting according to his own will. Who will get this power? In fact, there are no particularly strict rules. Yu Shi'er has a deep understanding of this point. After all, even Yu Shi'er was a little puzzled before the power of the human king erupted. She didn't know when she got this power, and she didn't even have the slightest impression. There is one thing to say, this level of inheritance, must there be many tests before the inheritor is determined? Otherwise, it is to create a huge place of inheritance, and then gather a lot of geniuses who want to get this inheritance, and then screen them. Only the last winner can get this inheritance. As a result, none of these steps. Like this, Yu Shi'er got this inheritance inexplicably, without going through the slightest test. Perhaps, this really has something to do with the character of the King Offman. So, make good use of this power, with your own will. After the king of people finished this sentence, he didn't say anything more. Because most of the words to his inheritors are included in that inheritance. Yes, I understand. Yu Shi'er nodded vigorously. Although the king of people didn't say many useful things, this acknowledgement is the most important thing. Acknowledging her status as an inheritor saves her from having so much psychological burden. Moreover, if you really want to say that there is nothing to gain, that's not enough. In the silent communication before, Yu Shi'er gained a lot of insight and experience. Otherwise, Yu Shi'er didn't know that she could reverse the law of reincarnation and call back the remnant soul of the King of Men when she came. Now, it's time for me to visit my old friend too. They have all come to the sacred mountain of the Central Territory. Do you want to do something? The human king nodded slightly, and then looked beyond the sacred mountain in the central region, where there was a familiar aura. They are all old friends. From the time of the ancient catastrophe until the end of the era of kings. Dragon God, Demon Emperor, 8 arms reaching heaven. On the sacred mountain in the central region, the sudden burst of breath naturally attracted the attention of Dragon God and the others. There is no doubt that the aura of the human king will fluctuate, obviously after a battle. In addition, the 6-winged wind demon went to the highest peak of the central divine mountain, so it is obviously needless to say who the king's opponent is. The battle between Qi Lu and the Demon Emperor was still at a stalemate. In the battle between Dragon God and 8-armed heaven, there was no winner in a short period of time. Then, the battle that can change the battlefield situation the most is naturally the battle between the human king and the 6-winged wind demon. So of course, whether it is the Dragon God or the 8-armed heaven, or Qi Lin the Demon Emperor, they are all very concerned about the battle on the sacred mountain in the Central Territory. But now, the king's aura suddenly stabilized. This shows one thing: the battle is over, and the King of Men has won. After all, if the human king did not win, his aura would not stabilize, but would disappear. In other words, the 6-winged wind demon was defeated, and it might have disappeared by now. And just as this speculation continued, the voice of the king suddenly sounded. No bragging, no blackmail. On the current battlefield, the fighting power of the King of Kings is definitely the highest one. At this moment, the human king is sitting on the throne on the highest peak of the central divine mountain, and his voice also appears in the minds of every top fighter at the foot of the mountain. Not only the Dragon God, Demon Emperor, 8 arms reaching heaven, but also Qi Lu. Speaking of which, King Ren still has some impressions of Qi Lu. Even though the last time he woke up, it was just a remnant soul, but he did know about Qi Li's existence. For the human king, after the law of reincarnation reaches its peak, Qi Lu will be integrated into the intersection of fate once he comes into contact with her. Naturally, there will be no strangers. You guys, what are you doing when you come to the divine mountain of the Central Territory? The Demon Emperor, and the 8-armed heaven. As for Dragon God and Qi Lu, human king didn't mention it at all. This tone is obviously questioning, why mention one's own name? Human king, you really didn't really fall, and you just hit on this mountain in the middle region. What exactly do you want to do? Hearing this voice, the Demon Emperor was the first to reply. It has to be said that among these top combat powers, if anyone wants to find the human king the most, it is undoubtedly the Demon Emperor. It's just that was the thing before, and now, most of the Demon Emperor's emotions towards the human king have turned into anger. I have been guarding the sacred mountain of the Central Territory for a long time. Of course I will be here. Facing the Demon Emperor's questioning, the human king smiled coldly and said aloud. It's just that I never imagined that you, the Demon Emperor, crawled out of your graveyard. I heard that you did this once, just to linger on for a while. Is it the same now? You know, the former Demon Emperor was buried in the Central Divine Mountain by the king himself. Therefore, apart from being a little surprised by the appearance of the Demon Emperor, the human king didn't have much emotion. After all, this one is a real loser, so what is there to say? Humph, human king, this deity is just borrowing your hand to complete the deity's plan. When this deity aspires to be the strongest, you won't say such ignorant words again. The Demon Emperor heard what the human king said. Although it was true, it was naturally impossible to admit it. To be honest, when the Demon Emperor was resurrected and faced the human king, he really never thought that he would encounter such a failure. The battle on the sacred mountain in the Central Territory was not only the last battle planned by the King of Men. Similarly, it was also the last battle that the demon emperor was looking forward to. It's just a pity that the final result was that the demon emperor lost the battle and died on the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. But maybe it was a blessing in disguise, or in other words, it was a coincidence, but this time, the demon emperor gained more things. This is something no one can think of. Therefore, the demon emperor didn't feel that his original failure was a real failure. Then it is naturally impossible to agree with what the king said at this time. Demon emperor, I don't care what you say, and I don't care what you came to Central Divine Mountain for in the first place. But today, you came to the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, but you want to destroy the seal I left? The human king doesn't want to hear the demon emperor's sophistry, it doesn't make sense. Mentioning the past of the demon emperor is just passing the talk. After all, the human king has not experienced the great calamity of the ancient times, and the betrayal of the devil emperor is only limited to hearing, not personal experience. So the demon emperor's more distant past, and the human king did not mention it, only talked about the last battle. Just like today. The demon emperor is still on the side of the extreme heaven realm. That's right, human king, this deity will not only destroy the seal formation off the Central Divine Mountain today, but also sacrifice the flag with your life. Your blood is indispensable on the road to becoming the strongest deity. Faced with the human king's questioning, the demon emperor had no intention of avoiding it. The two sides have long been enemies of life and death, and now that they are on the opposite side again, it is naturally impossible to be kind. In the eyes of the demon emperor, he lost his pride by concealing his thoughts. It was as if he was afraid of the king of people. This is absolutely unacceptable to the demon emperor. It turns out that it really looks like something you would do. Demon emperor, since you want to use my life to sacrifice the flag, are you ready to die again? The human king's tone was not too turbulent. Even after hearing the demon king say such words, he was still as calm as water. After all, before this, when the human king woke up for a short time, he knew about the resurrection of the demon emperor. But that time, the demon emperor only left a killing puppet on the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. But this time, the demon emperor came directly to the divine mountain in the Central Territory. The meanings of the two are completely different. So at the beginning, the human king was not surprised at the resurrection of the demon emperor, but was a little surprised that the demon emperor would really run over. Because the divine mountain of the Central Territory is also the place where the demon emperor died, and if he ran over again, would he really not have any psychological shadows? Human king, don't think that if you were lucky enough to beat this deity once, you can always win. The deity is now different from what it used to be. Hearing this, the demon emperor sneered. The god-slaying power that I have worked so hard to refine is finally useful. The previous human kid was able to think of a way to resist the power of killing gods in such a short period of time. This really surprised the demon emperor. However, the human king who has been staying in the sacred mountain of the central region has never been exposed to the power of slaughtering gods. So this time, no failure is allowed. Devil Emperor, no matter how you change, your current strength is far from your peak state. What qualifications do you have to say such a thing? However, the king of humans pointed out the current state of the demon emperor in one word. His body is weak, which is far from the heyday. Compared with the current king of people, it is even farther away. Although the human king was resurrected temporarily with the help of the law of reincarnation, but no matter what, he retained 90% of his strength. Compared with the current weak state of the demon emperor, he is much stronger. When the demon emperor heard that he was pointed out, he was speechless for a while. In this case, the demon emperor didn't think that the human king would not be aware of it, but he didn't want to bring it up. Do you want to run away directly, because you are in a weak state? However, the human king did not continue talking, but changed the topic and said, also, 8 arms reach the sky. In the past, I let you escape back to the heavenly extreme realm, and I didn't pursue it further. Now, you have come to violate the divine extreme realm again, but is it enough? Although 8 arms reaching heaven is a demon god who survived from the ancient catastrophe. But until the era of the King of Men, they still stayed in the realm of the gods. Therefore, the King of Man is no stranger to 8 arms reaching heaven. Anyway, he is also one of the top demon gods, and his reputation with 8 arms reaching the sky is not small at all, but he is not comparable to the king of humans. At the beginning, in the last battle at the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, 8 arms reaching the heaven actually participated. It's just that he didn't meet the enemy king, so he fled back to the Tianji realm in a hurry. Later, 8 arms Tong Tian heard that the king died, and was happy for a while, feeling that the mountain that was pressing on him suddenly disappeared, not to mention how happy it was. However, at this moment, facing the venerable king again, one can imagine the mood with 8 arms reaching the sky. Human king, since you are dead, you should disappear completely. Why show up here again to take care of these troubles? The attitude of the 8 arms reaching heaven is obviously different from that of the demon emperor. After all, the demon emperor is an existence that can stand side by side with the human king, even if it is only in a weak state now, at least it was once possible. As for the 8 arms reaching the heavens, although it is said to be a demon god among the top. But compared with the human king, the difference is not even a star. Therefore, in terms of the attitude towards the human king, it is impossible to be as tough as the devil emperor. However, maybe seeing the existence of the demon emperor, so 8 arms reaching heaven does not intend to give in. You know, for the king of people, 8 arms Tong Tian only thinks that she should disappear. Even if I die, I can't let you do anything wrong in the god realm. Hearing the words, the king of people shouted in a deep voice. At the beginning of the final battle, the act of sealing the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory was because he was worried that the divine extreme territory would continue to be invaded by the Tianji territory after his fall, so he did it so decisively. Now, when he was revived for a short time, but saw the demon god descending. It's no wonder that the king of people is in a good mood. Boom! With the roar of the human king, the whole world shook. Boundless coercion emerged from the sky, like a huge wave that poured over the sky, coming from afar, vast and mighty like an abyss. This kind of action means that the king of people does not intend to continue the conversation, but wants to see the real chapter directly under his hands. In fact, there is nothing to talk about between the human king and the demon emperor, and the 8 arms reaching the heavens. They are all former enemies, and there is no possibility of reconciliation. There is an irreconcilable conflict between the two parties in terms of their fundamental goals. How can it be possible to live in peace? So it's not as convenient as doing it directly. Well done, King of Man, let me see how much stronger you have become. Naturally, it is impossible for the demon emperor to be afraid. Faced with such a majestic coercion, his fighting spirit is even more high. A terrifying momentum suddenly erupted, like a silent volcano suddenly waking up, its momentum soaring to the sky. Boom! The two mighty coercion collided together, and the void shattered unexpectedly. The power at the peak of the Lord God realm is so terrifying. The violent momentum scattered away, even the battlefield of the main god and demon god below was affected. In the sky, thunder resounded, and the shattered void was like a shattered mirror, creating a scene of the end of the world. Is this the power of a human king? It's really scary. Sheila couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Speaking of which, after the battle between the human king and the seraphim was over. In fact, the battle between Qi Lu and the demon emperor, as well as the battle between the 8 arms and the dragon god, were also suspended. Because next is the turning point of occupation. As long as the human king helps out, no matter whether it is the demon emperor or the 8 arms reaching heaven, it is impossible for him to be an opponent. One must know that the devil emperor and Qi Lu were just evenly matched. With the addition of a human king, the demon emperor can only back away. Then there is no need to say more about the 8 arms reaching the sky. And now, in just a few words, the human king and the demon emperor confronted each other again. To be honest, from the bottom of his heart, Qi Lu really wanted to intervene and help get rid of the demon emperor. Just considering that the king of people might not want his battle to be intervened, so he gave up. But seeing such a great momentum, it also made Qi Li's mind active. According to my guess, even if the human king is revived temporarily, he will not be able to leave the throne where the seal is located. Qi Li's guess is not aimless. It is based on the speculation made after seeing the King of Kings awakening before. Because the human king's remains, as well as the human king's throne, are the eyes of the large sealing formation that seals the sacred mountain in the central region. Once the human king leaves the throne, there will be turmoil in the eyes of the sealing formation. Even broken directly. So no matter what, it is impossible for the king of people to leave the position where the throne is. Otherwise, why didn't the human king come out from the central divine mountain when he was confronting the demon emperor? Is it because the air in the central divine mountain is better? That being the case, if this conjecture is true, even if the human king really retains 90% of his power, it is still somewhat difficult to get rid of the demon emperor. After all, the human king cannot leave the throne, so the combat power he can display will be greatly reduced. The demon emperor is not a bad luck guy like the 6-winged wind demon. Under such circumstances, how could it be possible to continue to the central divine mountain? So next, the battle between the human king and the demon emperor will probably last for a long time. It is mainly still in the stage of confrontation, whether we can fight or not is another matter. Because although the human king has the law of reincarnation, the demon emperor also has the power to kill gods. Then, under such circumstances, Qi Lu suddenly felt that he should do some effing. For example, let's get rid of the 8-armed sky first. Dragon God. Qi Lu raised his head and glanced at Dragon God. To be honest, after suspending the battle, Dragon God's state is better. He had been in the state of being suppressed by the 8-armed sky before, which made the Dragon God spirit a little sluggish, and it was really not very happy to fight. Shop manager Qi? Hearing the sound, Dragon God also looked up at Qi Lu, not knowing what he wanted to do. Dragon God, since the human king has made a move, he has restrained the demon emperor for us. Then what should we do during this time period? Seeing the Dragon God looking over, Qi Lu gestured with his eyes for the 8-armed sky, and began to hint wildly. No, this should be said to be explicit. The Dragon God was stunned for a moment. To be honest, with Dragon God's open and aboveboard personality, things like gang fights are still rarely done. But in Qi Li's view, as long as it's an enemy, it doesn't matter whether it's a group fight or a one-on-one fight, killing the enemy is a good way. Anyway, Qi Lu has never cared about this kind of problem. As long as the enemy is killed, who knows what method he used. So when he said this, it was 8 arms reaching heaven who reacted first. Damn it. 8 arms Tong Tian was shocked in his heart. No kidding, before this, the dragon god that 8 arms Tong Tian met was upright and disdainful of sneak attacks and gang fights. And the other one, the king of men, let alone gang fights, has always been surrounded by a group of enemies by himself. So when I suddenly heard Qi Li's words, I felt quite complicated in my heart. But would Qi Li care about this kind of thing? While talking to the dragon god, he had already silently blocked all the escape routes of the 8-armed sky. There is one thing to say, although Qi Li has nothing to do with the demon emperor now, but it is not a big problem to deal with an 8-armed man. What's more, there is the dragon god by his side, ready to make a move at any time. It's alright. Since store manager Qi wants to do this, I have no objection. To be honest, Dragon God subconsciously wanted to refuse at the beginning. It's just that before he could say anything, he stopped rationally, and agreed to Qi Li's proposal. Such things as besieging and beating are all born in the first time and familiar with the second time. You should experience it yourself. Gentleman's style, chivalry, etc., you can talk about it when you have the conditions, but if you don't have the conditions, it's better to avoid it. That's good. If you don't have any comments, let's start. Qi Lu clenched his fist, and the majestic power of law burst out. It was the first time to fight against a top demon god. Qi Lu still wanted to try to see if there was any gap between his current self and these demon gods. Speaking of which, there may not be many existences of such a genius and dazzling star as the King of Kings in the entire time, so there is no need to make a hard comparison. You know, in the annals of the god realm, there are dragon gods and demon emperors who can stand shoulder to shoulder with human kings. One, possessing the body of a real dragon is an extraordinary talent in itself. The other is also of the blood of the demon race, with great potential. Only the human king, who was born in a race that is recognized as the least talented and potential human race, can have such an achievement. It has to be said that it is unprecedented, and it can even be unprecedented. So Qi Lu didn't feel that he had to compare himself with the king of men. Just clean up the enemies honestly. Shop manager Qi, you can do whatever you want, I will assist you. Dragon God is also ready to fight. Since store manager Qi is stronger, let store manager Qi be the main attacker. Dragon God doesn't have any opinion on this kind of problem, as long as he can solve the 8 arms reaching heaven. Your behavior really disappoints me. Seeing the dragon god teaming up with this human boy, 8 arms reaching heaven, could only sarcastically. There is no way. The previous battle between the human boy and the demon emperor, the 8-armed sky was in the eyes. Knowing the fighting power of this human race boy, one cannot underestimate it. It is very possible that he is the successor of the human king. Therefore, when Qi Lu and Dragon God teamed up, 8 Arms was also very self-aware, knowing that he could never be their opponent, so he could only take advantage of it verbally. To deal with the enemy, we never care about the means. Qi Lu replied with great interest. When the demon gods of the extreme god realm dare to invade the extreme god realm, they should be prepared to stay in the extreme god realm forever. Any intruder must be mentally prepared to fail. The battle has begun. After the words fell, Qi Li's attack had already struck. Different from the law of dragon god's power, Qi Lu has too many types of law power. When a variety of laws and forces are combined to change various attack modes, such unexpected attacks make it impossible for 8 Arms to defend against it. Before, when fighting the demon emperor, Qi Lu had to be wary of the power of killing gods. Although under the analysis of the system, Qi Lu, the power of slaughtering gods, lost its due effect. However, it is still very useful for defense. This was also the main reason why the battle between Qi Lu and the demon emperor was at a stalemate. Qi, after all, Lu is not majoring in the physical body, and only relies on the innate talent of the body of law. Even if he temporarily cultivated his physique in order to deal with the demon emperor, it would be difficult to see results in a short period of time. Therefore, the power of law is Qi Li's main means of attack. This became a shortcoming when dealing with the demon emperor. However, such a tyrannical power of the law is more than enough to deal with the 8-armed sky. Coupled with the fact that the dragon god was sweeping the formation, not long after, Qi Lu was suppressed by Qi Lu, unable to fight back. The demon gods in the top rank seemed to be nothing more than that. In Qi Li's heart, such an idea suddenly popped up. But soon, it was thrown out of mind. It is not advisable to be proud and complacent, and even more so to be arrogant. Because if you think about it carefully, you can understand that although the 8-armed god is one of the top demon gods, he is not the strongest. You must know how big the gap is between the main gods in the same realm of main gods, so it goes without saying. Then, even among the top demon gods, there is still a gap between them. This kind of thing is also normal. Not to mention anything else, just say that the strength of the eight-armed god is even higher than the current dragon god. Compared with the dragon god in its heyday, it was far behind. Therefore, Qi Lu felt that even if he could suppress eight-armed heaven now, it seemed that he had nothing to be proud of. Looking up at King Ren, I believe that this kind of pride and complacency can be stopped at once. What's more, Qi Lu is now fighting with 8 arms, and the dragon god is sweeping by. Even if the dragon god didn't help much, it at least played a role in restricting the 8-armed sky, and it was very effective. Because you have to be vigilant about the actions of the dragon god at all times, it feels like you are restraining your hands and feet. So why bother thinking about it? Speed up and solve the battle here, and then go help solve the demon emperor. Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. It's really pitiful for the 6-winged wind demon and the 8-armed god. In the Tianji domain, they are at least one of the top demon gods. They just wanted to run to the divine realm, so it's all right now, and they died one by one. This choice is really embarrassing. However, the choice is made by oneself, and no one else can say anything. Now that you have made such a choice, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Qi Lu would not be merciful just because of such a trivial matter. The feeling of being soft-hearted is definitely not for the enemy. Network of laws. With the continuous acceleration of the offensive rhythm, the power of law that spread all over the sky was finally gathered into a net by Qi Lu. Under Qi Li's control, the heaven and earth net formed by the infinite interweaving of various laws and forces immediately turned into a prison, blocking all the actions of 8 arms reaching the sky. Roar. No, it's impossible, why can't I break free? 8 arms Tong Tian let out a roar, and a shocked look appeared on his face, feeling incredible. You know, the name of 8 arms reaching heaven comes from the body with 8 arms can reach the sky. In terms of strength, 8 arms Tong Tian has never been afraid of any opponent. That is to say, the dragon god who has mastered the law of force and has the body of a real dragon can wrestle with the 8-armed sky in terms of strength. And during the great calamity of the ancient times, 8-armed heaven also fought against many main gods. The power of the law encountered, there are not 10,000, but 8,000. There has never been any kind of law power that can trap him. But now, 8-armed heaven was shocked to find that he was actually trapped by the pure force of law. Moreover, with his own strength, he couldn't break free from the shackles of the power of the law. This is simply impossible. Your strength is indeed the only one I have ever seen in my life, but so far. After Qi Lu heard the roar of the 8-armed sky, he smiled slightly and said aloud. This is not a compliment, but a matter of fact. Since 8 arms reaching heaven can be ranked among the top demon gods, there must be some merits no matter what. However, after saying this, Qi Lu changed the topic again. It's just a pity, bad luck. Because Qi Lu knew that a single power of law really couldn't restrain the 8-armed heaven with such power. However, the web of laws interwoven with the power of countless laws is different. Qi Lu, who possesses the body of laws, can deeply understand the mutual generation and restraint between the powers of laws, so he naturally knows how to weave the powers of laws so that the net of laws can reach the strongest level. It is not so easy to break free from the nets that have been laid, and the prisons that have been condensed. So I can only sigh that the 8-armed sky is out of luck. If he hadn't met Qi Lu, he would indeed still have some arrogant capital. Store manager Qi, it really surprises me every time I see you. Seeing this scene, Dragon God couldn't help being amazed. The law of force has no such purpose, at least it cannot be used to imprison the 8-armed movement. So seeing Qi Lu downplaying, Dragon God was quite surprised by the act of writing. I was also thinking in my heart, are there really monsters in the human race? This is true of Ren Wang, and so is the current store manager, Qi. Whether it's the former king of people, or the current store manager Qi. One by one, they are not as strong as human races. But these words are just talking, because both the human king and store manager, Qi, are genuine human races. Could it be that the race with the least talent and potential has infinite possibilities? Of course, this sentence is just the dragon god's self-deprecation. Among the human race, there may be monsters like Xuanhuan and store manager Qi, but don't forget that other people in the human race have never had such a powerful combat power. Although the possibility is in front of you, you must have the ability to achieve it. Innate talent is the real foundation. If you want to pursue that elusive opportunity with a passion, it still depends on your luck. How many opportunity seekers have died on the way to find opportunities? Can't I prove this problem? So even though Dragon God is so self-deprecating, if he is really asked to choose again, he will still feel that the current situation is very good. Dragon God was joking, compared to you, I'm still far behind. Qi Lu heard Dragon God's words, but he replied unhurriedly. To be honest, the Dragon God in its heyday, even in the human state, is not much worse than the human king. Compared to the current Qi Lu, it can almost be said to be crushed. That's not to mention that in addition to the human body, the Dragon God also has the real peak state when he transforms into a real dragon body, which is an existence that even human kings need to shy away from. So what Qi Lu Hui said couldn't really be considered modest, it could only be said to be reminiscing about the past for the Dragon God. Hearing this, the Dragon God could only smile wryly and shake his head. Okay, store manager, Qi, you don't have to be humble with me. With your talent, if you have enough time, I'm afraid you will be the next king. That is the most dazzling star in an era, the peak combat power standing at the apex of everything. It shouldn't be a problem to give this title to store manager Qi. However, Qi Lu shook his head and said, forget it, there is only one King Offman, and it can't be me. Having said that, Qi Lu turned his head to look at the sacred mountain in the central territory again. What the king possesses is not only unparalleled combat power. More importantly, it is that strong personality charm and a fearless heart. Anyway, if Qi Lu was to sacrifice himself, he thought he couldn't do it, and he didn't want to do it. Why? This is probably the difference between himself and the king. So, Qi Lu doesn't want to be a king at all. Wouldn't it be nice to just be a store manager who is just waiting to die? Now, let's get rid of this guy first, and then talk about other things. While speaking, Qi Lu looked at 8 arms reaching the sky again. Right. Dragon God nodded in agreement. 8-armed Tong Tian was just defeated by the Dragon God at the time of the ancient catastrophe, but he just escaped quickly. So at the moment being sanctioned by store manager Qi, Dragon God really didn't have much thought in his mind. Enemies who deserved to die a long time ago are still alive, which is already very good. What more do you want? You know, the 6-winged wind demon who went to trouble the king earlier, probably disappeared without a trace. Escaping is definitely impossible. When facing the human king alone, if the 6-winged wind demon can escape, the human king will not have such a great reputation. So the current 8-armed sky is just a step behind, rushing down to sit in a row with old friends. No. It's not that easy for you to kill me. The expression on the 8-armed sky suddenly became ferocious, with anger and fear. But what is more, is the resistance to death. It is true that the demon gods are bloodthirsty and warlike, and it is good to be fearless, but this does not mean that they are willing to die without resistance. If this is the case, 8-armed Tong Tian would not be able to live now. At the time of the ancient catastrophe, he deserved to die in the hands of the Dragon God. Or else, afterward, in the final battle that the human king started, he was buried on the sacred mountain of the central territory. Instead of lingering until now, still fantasizing about invading the god realm. Do you really think that it is the duty of all the demon gods to recast the glory of the extreme heaven realm? Joke. Therefore, when he realized that he was doomed to die, 8-arms Babel also erupted with all his strength, and blood continued to overflow from under his skin, staining his body red, outlining a mysterious pattern. Store manager Qi, pay attention, he is sacrificing his vitality in exchange for a temporary increase in combat power. Qi Le may not be aware of this abnormal situation, but Dragon God knows it very well. Although the Dragon God's combat power has dropped a lot, he has not lost a knowledge. Especially an enemy like 8 Arms Babel that needs attention. Want to fight to the death? The idea is good, but you must have this ability. Qi Le heard the sound and nodded. Then a more majestic law power broke out, interweaving a more solid law prisoner. Prison. Immediately afterwards, as soon as he clenched his hands, the prison of law began to shrink rapidly, squeezing directly on the body with 8 arms reaching the sky. Roar. At this time 8 Arms Babel let out a beast-like roar. The pattern outlined by the overflowing blood became more and more clear. Even the law prison has begun to shrink, completely restricting the movements of the 8 Arms Babel. But Qi Le could still clearly feel that after sacrificing his own vitality, his 8-armed power was growing rapidly. Vaguely, there was an intention to resist the continued contraction of the prison of the law. It is no exaggeration to say that in just a few breaths of time, the strength of the 8 arms reaching the sky has increased several times in terms of physical strength and strength. If it wasn't for the Dragon God's timely reminder, maybe it would really be able to break free from the prison of the law. It is good to have a well-informed old-timer after all. Qi Le didn't hesitate any longer, and if he delayed for a while, who knew what else 8-armed heaven wanted to do? You missed the last chance. 8 arms reach the sky, now, say goodbye to his world. The 6-winged wind demon is waiting for you. After finishing speaking, Qi Le suddenly waved his clenched hands. The law annihilates. This move was also researched by Qi Le based on the mutual generation and restraint between the laws and forces. The annihilation power formed by the restraint between the power of law is more terrifying than the general attack of law. Imprisoning the law prison with 8 arms reaching the sky, at this moment, an infinite force of annihilation erupted. The power of laws intertwined, almost instantly, turned into nothingness. And what turned into nothingness together with the power of these laws, and the 8-armed heaven among them? From here, one can probably see the gap between the current Qi Le and the King of Men. With the same method, how much effort did Qi Le spend? But in the hands of King Ren, it was nothing more than flipping hands. But the ending is the same. Even Batongshan, who was planning to fight to the death, did not escape Qi Le's attack and completely disappeared. This scene made the Dragon God feel a little bit emotional. The 8-armed sky, which had escaped from his hands, fell in front of him in such a way. I have to say that some things are really dramatic. Now, only the Demon Emperor is left. Just getting rid of the 8-armed sky wouldn't make Qi Le feel tired. So after confirming that the 8-armed sky was really dead, Qi Le immediately set his sights on the Demon Emperor. At this moment, the Demon Emperor, who is confronting the human king, is not in a very good state, to be honest. After all, the Demon Emperor is still weak, while the human king has 90% combat power. Even if it's just a fight across the air, it's a difficult battle for the Demon Emperor, and he still doesn't dare to enter the sacred mountain in the central region. The only regret is that it is impossible for the human king to come out of the sacred mountain in the central region. It can only be like this. So, before that, if the Demon Emperor is willing to escape, he can do it. But now it is different. Both Qi Le and Dragon God had already freed their hands. Even if the Demon Emperor wanted to escape now, it would be very difficult. You only need to leave the Demon Emperor behind, and the catastrophe in the God realm will be solved. As the Dragon God spoke, he guarded the Demon Emperor's retreat. Indeed, if the Demon Emperor is allowed to run away again, we still don't know what he will do next time. Qi Le nodded in agreement. No way, when it comes to running away, the Demon Emperor has rich experience, so he has to guard against it. No bragging, anyway. In Qi Le's impression, among the labels that can be given to the Demon Emperor, the most important one is by no means unparalleled combat power, but unparalleled running. To put it nicely, it's called keeping a low profile and keeping a low profile. Or keep the green hills, not afraid of no firewood. To put it bluntly, it's really slippery, and it's not too much to be called greedy for life and afraid of death. But Qi Lu will not impose his own ideas on others. It is his business that the Demon Emperor is willing to escape. What Qi Lu wants to do now is to kill the Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor, 8 arms reaching heaven has been executed, and your last helper is gone. The human king who was confronting the Demon Emperor actually had the Ligerito pay attention to things other than fighting, which proved her ability to handle things with ease. Indeed, if the Demon Emperor is in his prime now, it can still bring a lot of trouble to the king. But nothing if. Time did not wait for Qi Lu, nor did it wait for the Demon Emperor. As expected, this deity will not be shaken by this inevitable situation. Hearing this, the Demon Emperor just smiled coldly. Ever since the human king appeared, the Demon Emperor had actually thought off this moment. After all, the Demon Emperor has personally experienced the fighting power of a human king. Naturally, she knew that the 6-winged wind demon could not be her opponent. Then, with the 6-winged wind demon already fallen, how could he be able to fight against the dragon god, the human king, and that human boy with the addition of 8 arms? The Demon Emperor has personally experienced the fighting power of a human king. Naturally, she knew that the 6-winged wind demon could not be her opponent. Then, with the 6-winged wind demon already fallen, how could he be able to fight against the dragon god, the human king, and that human boy with the addition of 8 arms? Therefore, it is inevitable that the 8-armed sky will fall after the 6-winged wind demon. The development that has been planned is slowly advancing according to the prediction of the Demon Emperor, so how can the Demon Emperor be surprised? So, Demon Emperor, are you ready to be buried by me again? This time, I won't let you wake up again. The human king followed the Demon Emperor's words and said indifferently. It seems to be stating a fact, saying something that will happen soon. This is derived from King Ren's confidence in his own strength, and also from King Ren's fearless heart. Human king, this deity admits that you are indeed stronger now. The Demon Emperor said in a deep voice, but soon, he laughed again. However, this does not mean that the deity will lose in this battle. Human king, haven't you ever thought about why the deity didn't leave here when he clearly thought about the current situation? Having said that, the Demon Emperor's voice paused. It was also this pause that not only made the king unable to respond, but even Dragon God and Qi Lu were stunned for a moment. Although the Dragon God and Qi Lu have not yet intervened in the battle between the human king and the Demon Emperor, they just guarded the Demon Emperor's retreat. But Dragon God and Qi Lu could still hear the conversation between them clearly. So when the Demon Emperor suddenly mentioned this matter, they were stunned. Yes, if the Demon Emperor really thought of this situation, why didn't he leave the central divine mountain beforehand? If it is said that the Demon Emperor had figured it out and decided not to leave until he died in a bloody battle here. Anyway, Qi Lu wouldn't believe it. As for the Dragon God and the human king, they probably know the Demon Emperor better than Qi Lu. Of course it is impossible to believe it. Therefore, when such a situation happened, there would be only one answer. The Demon Emperor must have another purpose. You have no chance of winning. After a while, the King of People spoke up. This is absolute confidence in one's own strength. No matter what tricks the Demon Emperor wants to use, he is fearless. Yes, no matter what the Demon Emperor wants to do, it is impossible to reverse the current situation by himself. Qi Lu also nodded. Under the absolute combat power, all means are just useless struggles. Even in the worst case, the Demon Emperor can return to his full power now, but he may not be able to leave here. Because Qi Lu had already made preparations, if something unexpected happened, even if his body collapsed, he would use the power of the system to keep the Demon Emperor here. After finally having a chance once and for all, Qi Lu didn't want to fight the Demon Emperor anymore. Although every time, Qi Lu can make a lot of money. But it's better to live this kind of worry-free life less, because it's too uncomfortable to be sad and hurt your liver. However, when the human king said this, the playful smile on the Demon Emperor's face became even stronger. Human king, this deity knows that there is no chance of winning now. However, has the deity ever said that today's purpose is to defeat you? When the Demon Emperor said this, the smile on his face had become a bit ferocious. What did you say? It was Qi Lu who raised doubts immediately. But soon, Qi Lu realized that the Demon Emperor was right. Because the fundamental purpose of the Demon Emperor's visit to the Central Divine Mountain this time is to destroy the seal formation of the Central Divine Mountain. Oops, we all forgot about that. Dragon God also came back to his senses at this time. Before that, he was fighting with eight-armed heaven, and later witnessed the appearance of the human king, and almost forgot the purpose of the Demon Emperor's trip. The Demon Emperor did not come to the Central Divine Mountain to fight the human king. Do you still want to destroy the seal formation of the Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory? No, you can't do it. Although the human king was not like Qi Lu and the Dragon God, he was clear about the Demon Emperor's purpose from the very beginning. But being said by the Demon Emperor, as long as you think about it for a while, you can think of it. So he returned indifferently. How will you know if you don't try it? The Demon Emperor didn't care about the indifference in the human king's tone, but continued to speak with a grim smile. Look at the battlefield outside the Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory. How many demon gods and main gods have fallen there? These are the best sources of strength. Before the words were finished, the blood mist covering the bloody gate suddenly changed in the sky. It's getting thicker and thicker. It no longer looks like a blood mist, but instead looks like a cloud of blood that keeps gathering. As the blood-colored clouds gather, the crimson color gradually occupies the entire sky, like a cloud that is about to rain. Only this time, it's not the dark clouds that occupy the sky, but weird and terrifying clouds. Blood cloud. Immediately afterwards, the blood-colored gate turned into a blood-colored orb again. Then it fell into the hands of the Demon Emperor. Perhaps, the deity would also like to thank you for beheading the six-winged wind demon and the eight-armed celestial being. If they didn't die, I don't know how long I would have to wait if I wanted to condense this attack. The Demon Emperor, who was holding the blood-colored orb, also looked over Qi Lu and Dragon God. Said with a little teasing, "Human boy, I really didn't expect that you would be able to predict the appearance of the demon god in advance, but it is precisely because of this that I gave the deity a chance. Otherwise, where would there be so many fallen demon gods and main gods?" You. Qi Lu frowned, just about to say something. But he suddenly sensed something bad in his heart, and quickly looked up. The sky was already covered with blood-colored clouds, and the depressing light of blood falling down was even more eerie. At this moment, Qi Lu also figured it out. It is not that easy to break the Demon Emperor's plan. Because this is a chain meter. If the invasion of the demon god is not stopped, the seal formation of the Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory cannot be kept. However, if the demon god's invasion is prevented like now, then the Demon Emperor will be able to collect enough energy to condense a more powerful attack to directly destroy the seal formation of the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory. And the fall of the eight-armed sky and six-winged wind demon is the best nourishment in this concentrated attack. To put it simply, no matter what Qi Lu did, the Demon Emperor's plan could go ahead. It is not that simple to be able to stand on top of the peak from the time of the ancient catastrophe, with 2 deaths and 2 lives. Maybe it was the previous failure that made the Demon Emperor make extra preparations. But no matter what, this time, the Demon Emperor succeeded. Human King, are you ready? Come to meet this grand blood rain. When the Demon Emperor said this, he opened his arms suddenly, and laughed wildly. As if echoing the demon emperor's words, a bloody thunderbolt struck down from the sky. Boom! Then in the next instant, clatter! A rain of blood fell from the blood-colored clouds in the sky to the earth, Thoth's sacred mountain in the central region. Under the washing of the blood rain, even the black-red mist that shrouded the sacred mountain in the central region became thinner. Already, can't stop it. The rain of blood has already fallen, and it won't help if you try again at this time. The demon emperor had waited for the best time and prepared everything before speaking about this matter. In fact, there have always been two ways to destroy the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. One is to destroy the eye of the sealing formation. That is, the throne of the king. It's just that this method is naturally impossible to use under the current situation. The king of men has already come to his senses, and he still wants to destroy her throne. Isn't that courting death? Well, besides that, there is a second way. It is to destroy the energy cycle of the entire sealing formation. And to achieve this step, the biggest difficulty is that the seal formation left by the king is a whole, and it is impossible to achieve the purpose of destroying the overall energy cycle by simply destroying a certain part. It is necessary to directly attack the entire sealing formation. However, the entire sealing formation was engraved directly on the sacred mountain of the central territory, covering most of the mountains. It's not easy to attack the entire sealing formation at once. This is also the second-hand preparation left by King Ren. With the sacred mountain in the central region as the carrier, engrave the seal formation, gather the power of the heaven and the earth, form an energy cycle, and live endlessly. Before, the demon emperor used the corpses of those demon gods to shake the certain foundation of the sealing formation. But this level of damage is not a fundamental damage to the entire sealing formation, and it is impossible to disintegrate the entire sealing formation in the spot, and it must be accompanied by subsequent attacks. That's why the demon emperor's current actions came about. That is to say, the attack concentrated by the demon emperor was just to complete the follow-up attack. It's just that it was stopped in time by Dragon God and Qi Lu, and it evolved into what it is now. The demon emperor, who was thwarted by Qi Li's first move, immediately followed suit and started his own second-hand preparations. The demon god summoned through the temporary channel is basically the nourishment used by the demon emperor to condense a more powerful attack. That is the so-called abandoned sun. This is also in line with the character of the demon emperor. In order to achieve the goal, he can do whatever it takes. But what Qi Lu and Dragon God didn't expect was that even the eight-armed heaven and the six-winged wind demon were among the abandoned children of the demon emperor in the beginning, and they never changed. No wonder the demon emperor would say that when the eight-armed heaven appeared. Because the demon emperor didn't care about the life and death of the eight-armed heaven from the very beginning. In other words, the demon emperor is simply thinking about the fall of the eight-armed sky, so that he can complete his next action. That is the blood rain that has spread to the entire central divine mountain. This is another kind of corrosive attack is to corrode the seal formation engraved on the sacred mountain in the central region. After the human king awakened, the demon emperor rationally gave up the practice of destroying the human king's throne. Instead, I chose the second, more difficult way to achieve. Use this blood rain as a medium to attack the entire sealing formation and destroy the energy circulation within it. And to condense an attack with such a huge range, the killings caused by those demon gods who ravaged God's extreme realm before are obviously not enough, and even the demon gods themselves are also the same. After all, the number of resurrected demon gods is limited, and the attack on the kingdom of God was stopped in time. Later, he was forced to enter the chaotic area, and was besieged by many main gods. Under such circumstances, the demon emperor naturally had to find another way. Because of this, even Qi Lu and Dragon God were tricked by the demon emperor when the bloody gate opened. I thought that the demon emperor really planned to use the power of these demon gods to destroy the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. Of course, the current situation is actually not bad. It's just that there has been a slight change in the way the demon emperor uses the power of these demon gods. Not only did these demon gods work for him, they blocked the main gods who came to the sacred mountain in the central region, and even borrowed their lives. All the demon gods and main gods who fell on this battlefield are the source of the demon emperor's power. You really are crazy. Qi Lu stared closely at the demon emperor, using the power of law to condense into a shield, pushing away the falling blood rain. Although the terrifying and corrosive blood rain is a method used by the demon emperor to destroy the sealing formation, it is by no means only capable of destroying the sealing formation. The lethality it should have is also terrifyingly strong. Thank you for the compliment, the deity has never denied this matter. With a sinister smile on his face, the demon emperor glanced at Qi Lu with crazy eyes, and said aloud. When the obsession reaches a certain level, you can probably be called alienatic. But the demon emperor never regretted his actions. Now, it's your turn. Come on, let's try it, how about it, deal with the blood rain of the deity. The pouring rain of blood has long since fallen on the sacred mountain of the Central Territory with an unstoppable force. What the demon emperor said at this moment was just mocking. Isn't it enjoyable to watch the enemies despair? Then let me try. However, the human king's tone was still Gujing Wubua that disappointed the demon emperor. This tone of voice, which was so calm that there was almost no emotion, even made the demon emperor, who was still laughing, suddenly feel a little irritated. This was the case with the former king of people, as if no matter what happened, he was in control. Even at the last moment of death, no exception. I will wait and see. The law of reincarnation, reversal. Following the human king's low voice, a vast and boundless force suddenly emerged. As if the world was about to undergo drastic changes, there was a violent shock in the space, and the earth was also trembling. Boom! The terrifying loud noise seemed to come from the depths of the earth, and it seemed to return from the end of the sky. Even the eternal sacred mountain in the Central Territory began to vibrate visibly. At this moment, even the demon god and the main god who were fighting fiercely stopped involuntarily, looking at everything around them in horror, completely unaware of why such a thing happened. The majestic force descended slowly, sweeping forward with unparalleled power. The coercion was so strong that even those demon gods and main gods could not help but turn pale and almost fell to their knees. This force is really beyond imagination. Although Qi Lu could withstand this coercion, he could also sense how tyrannical this coercion was. The law of reincarnation mastered by the king is absolutely impossible to be only 90% perfect. Judging by the intensity of coercion, it must be close to completion. Even, it is very likely that it has been consummated. The realm of the main god is to constantly improve the power of the law that one has mastered until it reaches perfection. This process is long and difficult. The further you go, the more difficult it will be to perfect the law pattern. Moreover, the higher the level of the law pattern, the more difficult it is to perfect it. I want to perfect the power of the law that I have mastered to perfection. There are only a handful of main gods who can do it throughout the ages. Not to mention that, like a human king, it is simply impossible to perfect the power of law, which is one of the highest ranks, the law of reincarnation. But the king of people did it, and showed it perfectly. It's really scary. This power is already close to the peak state of a human king. The dragon god, not far away, also sighed. If it is said that among the existences who have seen the peak state of thinking since the reputation of the king was established, he is still alive now. Dragon god must occupy a place. And the demon emperor should also be counted as one. So after hearing the dragon god's exclamation, Qi Lu suddenly turned around and glanced at the dragon god. The expression on his face seemed to confirm with the dragon god, "Are you really right? Isn't this the peak state of the king? Resonate with heaven and earth with coercion, gather the power of heaven and earth, and condense the brilliant power of heaven. What a terrifying power this is. You know, this is the vault of heaven God realm, not those lower planes. Those who want to do this, without a doubt, must be existences standing on the pinnacle of the Lord God realm. But the King of People has achieved this now, but he is still not at his peak state. How strong was the king who was once in his heyday? No wonder he was able to fight against the surviving main gods and demon gods in the entire god realm with his own strength. Although the final battle of the King of Kings, the real situation should be a three-way melee. But don't forget. How are the three camps in the three-party melee divided? Since the ancient catastrophe, the surviving main gods of the god realm form a camp. The demon gods who remained in the extreme god realm and had not yet escaped belong to another camp. And the king himself is a faction. Under such a situation, the human king was able to keep all the participants from the other two camps in the Xuanhuan mountain of the central territory with his own strength. How tyrannical such a combat power is. How terrible. Now, the human king is also preparing to use his own strength to fight against the blood rain that has spread to the entire central divine mountain. Among them, the power of countless fallen demon gods and main gods in the battlefield below is condensed. It also condenses the power of the six-winged wind demon and the Atarmadsky. This is the ability that the demon emperor has always hidden. It is also the ability that was accidentally obtained during the period of being buried in the sacred mountain of the central territory, the power of gathering death. Otherwise, how could the demon emperor be a blessing in disguise? Let's do it, King of Men, let me see if you can create miracles again. The demon emperor also sensed this majestic coercion like the sea, this vast and boundless power, and couldn't help shouting loudly. Just like the King of Men has absolute confidence in his own power. The demon emperor will not have any doubts about his means. This is the pinnacle duel, and the outcome depends on it. Reincarnation reversal. The vast power is like a huge wave crushing down. Patting on the sacred mountain in the central region, it seems to be evaporating the falling blood rain. The terrifying force rising into the sky is also impacting the blood-colored clouds above the sky, trying to cut off the source of the blood rain. There is nothing wrong with this way of attack. But how could the demon emperor's method be so simple? Under the scouring of the blood rain, the mountain body of the sacred mountain in the central region was shattered, revealing the large ceiling formation hidden in it. The formation patterns engraved into the mountain should have disappeared without a trace. But at this moment, it completely appeared on the surface of the mountain. The blood rain was still falling, and the scarlet rain fell on the ground and merged into the patterns of the ceiling formation. The power of corrosion is taking effect, constantly destroying the pattern of the ceiling formation, and also disintegrating the function of the ceiling formation. But the blood-colored clouds in the sky showed no sign of being washed away. Because the power gathered in it is too huge. Law condensation, 1,000 stars. Seeing this, Qilu also began to gather the power of the law, turning into ASCII-filled sword light. Out. A short command. The sword light all over the sky flew out immediately, and the target was the blood-colored clouds above the sky. With regard to the law of reincarnation, Qilu also has a little understanding of it, relying on the tyranny of the body of law. So when he makes a move at this moment, the lawful flying swords gathered will naturally not conflict with the king's attack. Before, it was not easy for Qilu to intervene in the battle between the human king and the demon emperor, because he didn't know what the human king would think. But it is different now. Once the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory is destroyed, it will affect the entire divine extreme territory. Although Qilu didn't really care about the life and death of those gods. But I absolutely don't want Xinjiu to be in dire straits. So act when it's time to act. It's just a waste of effort. The demon emperor glanced at Qilu and just sneered, not intending to stop him at all. To a certain extent, the demon emperor's self-confidence and arrogance are absolutely top-notch. Believe in your own means and fear no opponent. It also facilitated Qi Li's attack. Dragon God's claws were numb at this time, and he wanted to help, but there was no room for meddling. The law of force is indeed powerful, but it is not so easy to use when combined with the law of reincarnation. So I can only watch. With Qi Li's joining, the bloody cloud seemed to show signs of being washed away. However, the pattern engraved on the sacred mountain in the Central Territory also began to be damaged and became more and more fragmented. At this moment, the sealing formation, which had already been destroyed to ascertain extent, showed its fragile side. The effectiveness of the town seal is also getting lower and lower. If this continues, I'm afraid the large sealing formation will be destroyed before the bloody cloud completely disperses. At this moment, the highest peak of the central divine mountain. The king of people sitting on the throne, originally the ancient well without waves. There was also a little fluctuation on his face. The furrowed eyebrows made her even more majestic. It's too late. The king of men opened his mouth and said these words. It's not difficult to admit the current reality, the demon emperor's preparations are indeed sufficient. To be honest, if it wasn't for Yu Shi'er's arrival, the human king wouldn't even be able to wake up. Doing this is already the limit. My lord, your throne. Yu Shi'er, who was at the side, suddenly discovered that the throne on which the king of man was sitting had cracks appearing. The traces left by the chopping and hacking in the past only made this throne a bit more vicissitudes and domineering. But at this moment, the cracks that appeared made the throne feel a bit sad in the setting sun. The throne is the eye of the sealing formation. If the seal array is damaged, the throne will naturally be damaged. If you continue, maybe the throne will collapse completely soon. Since he is his successor, the king of man will still explain Yu Shi'er's problem. Maybe ruthless towards enemies. But for his own people, the king's character is actually not bad. It can be said that the human king is a little cold, but that is also to maintain his majesty, not just a posturing. How so? Although Yu Shi'er understood, she was more worried. Needless to say, what does the Great Seal formation of the Central Divine Mountain represent? If the demon emperor's goal is really achieved and the sealing formation is really destroyed, then the Tianji realm, which has been waiting for such a good opportunity for a long time, will definitely attack the Shinji realm immediately. Not to mention that before that, there was a temporary channel opened by the demon emperor. This is equivalent to making a wave of announcements before fully opening the channel between the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm. Presumably this news has already spread among the demon gods in the Tianji territory. In this way, when the divine realm faces the attack of the extreme heaven realm, it will have less time to prepare. If the defense line of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory is lost, the current Shinji territory is simply a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Just do everything you can do, don't have to think so much. Maybe everything is reincarnation, maybe everything is fate. Even if the catastrophe of the past is repeated again, I believe that you will still be able to win the final victory. The human king's eyes fell on Yu Shi'er, and he said earnestly. Because the king knew very well in his heart that he was just a remnant soul after all, and it was impossible to stay here forever. So the next thing, still have to rely on the latecomers to work hard. Although the demon emperor is strong, at least there is still the dragon god. Perhaps, the ancient catastrophe will be staged again. Even the catastrophe encountered by the current god realm is even more terrifying than that of the ancient catastrophe. But it doesn't matter, as long as you have enough confidence and never give up, you will definitely find a solution. We will definitely do it. Yu Shi'er heard what the king said, and for some reason, a burst of strength suddenly surged in her heart. Yes, now we have not reached the impasse. Furthermore, even if you are really in a desperate situation, you should not give up hope. However, Yu Shi'er didn't know that the reason why the human king said such words was because she didn't have much time to stay here. The existence that should have fallen long ago, even if it left behind its own inheritance, can no longer stay in this world. The law of time may be magical, and the law of reincarnation may be powerful. However, he wants to fish out an existence of the level of a human king from the long river of time. With the current Yu Shi'er and Lan Yi, it is impossible to do it. That's why in the end, the human king chose to say such words. Hope will always exist. If you can understand my words, I will be relieved. Now is the time for me to do my best. The king of humans nodded slightly, and then looked in the direction of the demon emperor outside the divine mountain in the central territory again. I will never let you succeed. Hurry up, hurry up. This deity has already felt that the aura of the Tianji domain is right in front of us. You lost, this time the deity won, you can't stop the deity. Every time the large ceiling formation was damaged, the expression on the demon emperor's face became more insolent, and his tone became more high-spirited. Although the blood-colored clouds in the sky have been impacted like mist all over the sky. However, the demon emperor didn't care about it. Because the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory has reached the moment of crumbling. There will be no more time for a reversal, no more chance for a comeback. Damn it. If this goes on like this, the Great Seal formation of the Central Divine Mountain will definitely be destroyed. Qilu also saw that the current situation was almost irreversible. Even if the King of People made a move, it was already too late in terms of time. If the sealing formation had not been damaged before, when the Demon Emperor resurrected the Demon God's corpse, it would not be like this now. In the final analysis, all of this seems to be in the calculation of the Demon Emperor. Maybe the Demon Emperor's plan was sabotaged by Qi Lu. However, the main purpose of the final chain meter has been achieved. From weakening the foundation of the sealing formation at the beginning, to current corrosive blood rain. There may be many twists and turns, but what the Demon Emperor wanted to do is still achieved. It's too late. Store Manager Qi, the seal formation has begun to fail. Dragon God's face also became extremely serious at this moment. Because of the sacred mountain in the central region in front of him, the void in the depths is constantly shattering and falling, revealing the turbulent flow of dark space. That is the passage connecting the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm, deep and strange, like an abyss. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the turbulent flow of space. It was like the prologue to the beginning of a carnival feast, the burst-off cheerful roar, surprise and excitement. Perhaps, in the eyes of the demon gods of the extreme heaven realm, attacking the extreme god realm is really a feast. It's turned on, it's finally turned on again. The channel leading to the divine realm has been opened again. We have waited for so long, and finally this moment has arrived. There were rumors before that the passage to the God realm was about to open, but I didn't expect it to be true. Has the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory failed? Probably destroyed. Didn't there be a temporary passage before? I heard that Lord Eight-Armed Tongtian and Lord Six-Winged Wind Demon have passed through. Really, that should be right. With two adults here, it's not a simple matter to destroy the seal formation off the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. Now, it's our carnival time, everyone, get ready to attack God's realm. Fresh flesh, fresh life. What a great place to hunt. The demon gods roared in disgust, looking at Xinjiu as if they were looking at a hunting ground. All the creatures in the god realm are their prey. Including those main gods. The failure at the time of the ancient catastrophe could not change their ferocity. After waiting for such a long time, it actually inspired the violence of these demon gods, making them even more bloodthirsty. Because in the eyes of these demon gods, since it was Xinjiu who took the initiative to seal the middle domain mountain, then there is only one reason. It is the main god of the extreme god realm, who is afraid of their demon god of the extreme heaven realm. Isn't it normal for prey to be afraid of hunters? That's why these demon gods are so excited. It was also amidst the roars that seemed to celebrate the beginning of a feast, the figures of demon gods appeared from the turbulent flow of space and stepped into the sacred mountain of the central region. Greedy eyes also looked beyond the sacred mountain of the central territory. Damn it. We've come to this point after all. Qile growled a little angrily. This was the last scene he wanted to see. The passages of Tianji realm and Xinji realm were opened, but it was not comparable to the previous temporary passages. It is no exaggeration to say that almost all the demon gods in the Tianji realm are waiting for this moment, waiting for this passage to be opened. Then, there must be an endless stream of demon gods who will invade the realm of the gods next. If the main god of the god realm can't resist it. In the subsequent situation, he must have been killed by a crushing attack, pushed all the way, without the slightest ability to fight back. At that time, the entire god realm will fall. Looking back at the past, in the ancient times, even when the ancient catastrophe occurred, the overall strength of the divine realm was equal to or even slightly stronger than that of the heavenly realm. It's just that those demon gods grew up in the blood and fire, and they are better at fighting. And now, the overall strength of the divine realm is so much weaker, so how much stronger is the overall strength of the heavenly realm? Qile didn't know about this matter. But it is conceivable that the current situation is much more severe than in ancient times. Up to now, the only way to stop these demon gods is to build a line of defense at the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. Dragon God's thoughts were similar to Qile's. I know what is going on in Xinjiu now. If these demon gods were let go, it would be a one-sided massacre. Interesting, really interesting, your expressions really make me happy. The demon emperor also looked into the depths of the divine mountain in the central territory. In his eyes, the turbulent flow of space, there was like the most beautiful famous painting. How charming it looks at this moment. Come on, resist as much as you want. Let me see if you can keep so many demon gods in this middle-level mountain. The demon emperor opened his arms, raised his head to the sky, and screamed. This step has finally been achieved. The next step is to gather enough power in the battle between the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm. Then refine it into the strongest energy that you can win, and pave the way to the legendary realm. Thinking about it this way, what a wonderful scene. I won't let you succeed. The voice of the king suddenly appeared. Accompanied by it, there was also a terrifying force that erupted. The tyrannical coercion awakened the demon gods and main gods in the battlefield below. The upheaval of the sacred mountain in the central region shocked the main gods who were fighting, and panic appeared in their hearts. The channel between Tianji realm and Xinji realm has been opened. Aren't the constant stream of demon gods coming soon? What should I do now? The main gods of the extreme god realm are very clear that before they were able to encircle and suppress the demon god, the most important thing was that they had an advantage in numbers. The current Xinjiu is at a time when it is leaning. Compared with the ancient times, the combat power of many newly promoted main gods is still far behind. Before, the demon emperor resurrected the corpses of the demon god on the divine mountain in the central territory, but the number was limited after all. Therefore, it cannot shake the foundation of divine realm. But it also allowed many newly promoted main gods to see the power possessed by demon gods. That is a completely different kind of power from the way of the main god, based on the tyrannical and unparalleled physical body, and the power to determine the sky. The terrifying physique can directly smash the condensed law power, which is extremely terrifying. After fighting those revived demon gods, the main god of Xinjiu also understood many things. Knowing their own shortcomings also inspired their will to become stronger. It's just that, at this moment, the passages of the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm are suddenly opened, and many main gods are not psychologically prepared at all. It is different from the previous temporary channel. This time, the demon god who appeared in the depths of the divine mountain in the central territory was simply overwhelming. A dense mass of darkness covered the entire horizon, attacking towards the battlefield beyond the sacred mountain in the central region. Like a monstrous huge wave, it came crashing. Are they all demon gods from the extreme heaven realm? The passages between Tianji realm and Shinji realm have been opened. How could such a thing happen? It's the demon emperor. It must be the demon emperor. Damn. Why are there so many demon gods? What should I do? Under the situation of being completely unprepared, he suddenly saw this army of demon gods like a mountain torrent and a tsunami. It is impossible to say that there is no panic in the hearts of the many main gods. However, even if you panic, so what? Can it change the current situation? Therefore, after a short period of panic, the eyes of all the main gods on the battlefield became firm. Now that we have reached this point, what else is there to say? The battle between the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm has the most fundamental reason for the conflict, and it is absolutely impossible to calm down. Then, let these demon gods who dare to invade the god realm know. Extreme god territory, it's not so easy to get in. What should I do? Oh, so far, there is only one battle. That's right, these demon gods must never be allowed to enter the god realm, and they must be blocked in the central god mountain. The main god used to be able to repel these demon gods, but now we can do the same. Extreme god territory, I have never been afraid. At this moment, the fighting spirit of all the main gods became high, and their fighting spirit was also ablaze. In the fighting space hut, what you learn is not only superb fighting skills. What I learned together is the will to fight to the death. If you can't hold the belief that you must die, when facing an opponent stronger than yourself, it is impossible to have a chance of winning anyway, let alone win the battle. You must know that no matter what level of battle, there are many factors that can have an impact. Fighting will and belief are two of the most important factors. To be able to put them to death and survive, the fighting power that erupts must be higher than normal. After all, it's a dead end. If you don't live, you die. Therefore, at this moment, all the main gods who came to the battlefield of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory have all strengthened their beliefs. This kind of fighting spirit is enough to prove that the current god realm has not fallen. On the sacred mountain of the central territory, the human king also felt this high fighting spirit, and couldn't help but speak out. Perhaps today's extreme god realm has some shortcomings in terms of combat power. It is incomparable to the god realm of the ancient times. However, in terms of fighting spirit, it is even worse than that. This is the most important thing. As long as you dare to fight, as long as you are willing to fight, hope will not disappear, and vitality will not be cut off. If you don't even have the courage to fight, you will choose to surrender and retreat only after seeing the strength of the enemy. That is the real abyss of despair. Seeing this scene, I can be completely relieved. Extreme God realm can be defeated, but it must not be knocked down. When the human king said this, he reached out and grabbed it. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn open, and the terrifying power of the law of reincarnation condensed into a huge wave, pouring down, surging towards the attacking army of demon gods. It turned into a sky-shattering tsunami again, roaring and smashing down. The human king located on the highest peak of the central divine mountain is the first line of defense against the invading demon gods. This is also the meaning of the human king leaving his remains here. The law of reincarnation, huge waves. Life and death reversal. With a low drink, it also revealed the horror of this move. The huge waves condensed by the power of the law of reincarnation are the terrifying power to reverse life and death. And under the control of the human king, this roaring huge wave is the death scythe. Only from life to death, not from death to life. Yu Shi'er, who was standing next to the throne, had eyes shining even more, eager to learn. The combat experience of the human king, no joke, is one of the best in the entire sky god realm. For you Shi'er, just watching from the sidelines like this also benefited a lot. As the inheritor of the human king, this is the best opportunity. After all, only the remnant soul of the human king is left now, who knows how many times such opportunities will come. It's completely one less time to watch, and it's impossible not to learn. What is this? Why is there such a horrible breath? I feel life-threatening. Is there still such a tyrannical existence in the divine realm? The appearance of the huge wave of reincarnation also frightened those demon gods. Originally, it should be a happy thing that the passage between Tianji realm and Shinji realm was opened. Everyone happily came to Shinji realm, ready for a hearty hunting. As a result, as soon as I came here, I was treated with such gracious hospitality, which is too scary. And when these demon gods felt the huge threat brought by the huge wave of reincarnation, their consternation became even stronger. What's happening here? Why is there such a terrifying existence in the divine realm? This is not the ancient times, isn't the divine realm already in decline? But these questions, no one will answer them. Facing the huge wave of reincarnation that was already rushing towards our faces, it was naturally impossible for many demon gods to watch helplessly. In order to save his life, all kinds of means were used. Because the attack came from nowhere, and the threat it brought to them was too great. All the demon gods who faced the huge wave of reincarnation could clearly feel that if they didn't exert their full strength, once they were submerged by this huge wave, they would definitely die. Under such circumstances, how could they not use all their strength to deal with it? Boom! The huge wave of reincarnation that condensed into substance finally smashed down. The army of demon gods who just came out of the channel of turbulent spaceflow received the most solemn welcome ceremony. How powerful the law of reincarnation is. Not to mention that it was condensed in the hands of the king of people. It was almost just the first wave, and all the affected demon gods had already vomited blood and became dispirited. Once the power of reincarnation that reverses life and death is contaminated, it will quickly wipe out its own vitality. If you can use the power of the law to condense the shield to resist, it can still support one or two. But how could these demon gods master the power of law? One by one, they are all contaminated by the power of reincarnation. No matter how strong the body is, as long as the vitality is wiped out, there will be no way to survive. Damn it! What kind of power is this? I feel like my vitality is disappearing. Countless demon gods shouted in horror. The way of demon gods, based on the flesh body, vitality is the foundation. If the physical body is obliterated, there is no possibility of the remaining soul remaining. This is also the biggest difference between the way of the demon god and the way of the main god. The way of the main god is entrusted to the heaven and the earth, based on the power of law, the soul is condensed and the body is gathered to the highest throne. But the way of the demon god is mainly based on the physical body, constantly tempering one's own body, and I am invincible. Although they are all long-term vision. But the survivability of the main god's way is obviously stronger. After these demon gods received such a grand welcome ceremony, the advance troops were reduced by more than half. This is the prestige of a king. The shocking scene made the main gods who had just raised their fighting spirit and were ready to fight to the end dumbfounded. Hey, what happened here? Is there such a tyrannical power on the mountain of the Central Territory? Eh? Among the new master gods, there are indeed not many who can know the king of people. After all, in the final battle that took place on the sacred mountain in the Central Territory, the Lord God, who had a grudge against the king of humans, was drawn here. Together with those surviving demon gods, they were buried in the sacred mountain of the Central Territory. However, among the demon gods, some escaped back to the Tianji realm occasionally. Among the main gods, the remaining kings who can know people are few, but they do exist. Seeing such a horrifying scene suddenly now, it immediately brought back the long-standing memory buried in his mind. That's the king of men. I've heard that after the human king disappeared, he actually stayed in the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. I didn't expect this rumor to be true. As soon as these words came out, many main gods were stunned. Although the great reputation of the human king is no longer mentioned in the divine realm, it is by no means fading. It's just that the human king has disappeared for a long time. Even the most prominent reputation will be buried in the memory one day. But now, the buried memory was awakened by the sudden mention of the name. Human king? Is it the legendary human king? To have such a tyrannical strength and such an astonishing handwriting, apart from the legendary human king. Who else? But, according to the rumors, the human king is not. Don't care about the rumors, at least the human king is now guarding the extreme realm of God. The current new Lord God doesn't want to care about the enmity left by the former Lord God. They are not related to each other, so is it necessary to avenge them? The legendary human king disturbed the situation in the vault of heaven God realm, was scrupulous by many main gods, and was the great enemy of the God realm. But now it seems that the legend is obviously untrue. The human king guarded the sacred mountain in the central region, and with his own strength, formed the first line of defense against the invasion of the demon god. Can it still be the enemy of the God realm? Whether it is the winner or the loser can only be left to the latecomers to evaluate. There are kings here, it's a joke for those demon gods to invade the realm of the gods. Go and block them all on the sacred mountain of the Central Territory. Let the bones of these demon gods cover the entire Central Divine Mountain. The appearance of the King of Men is like a shot in the arm. The main gods who were still a little uneasy suddenly calmed down. No matter how powerful these demon gods are, they cannot be compared with the legendary human kings. This one, with his own strength, has countered the existence of the entire god realm. It was just this scene that made the demon emperor frown. Human king, you still made a move after all. It's just that you don't want this deity to succeed. How can this deity let you do what you want? Before the words fell, the figure of the demon emperor had already appeared in front of the space turbulent flow channel, standing with those demon gods. Taking a random glance around, it was just a shot by the human king, and so many demon gods fell. It has to be said that the strength is indeed terrifying. However, under such circumstances, how could the demon emperor be afraid? The more fallen demon gods, the stronger the power that this deity can gather. Human king, this deity will let you see it now. This is the ability that the demon emperor comprehended on the Central Divine Mountain, and now it is on the home court of the Central Divine Mountain. All the demon gods who fell here can be used by the demon emperor. Death condenses. Shield. Following the demon emperor's attack, in an instant, an invisible shield standing between the sky and the earth emerged. It only brought about a little space fluctuation, and it was already condensed. Up to the sky, down to the sacred mountain. At this moment, the huge wave of reincarnation that hit was like a flood off Riots. And this invisible shield is a dam, to stop the flood, firmly blocking the front. Even if the huge waves of reincarnation roared endlessly, there was no way to break through this invisible shield, and it could only be blocked. Just as the demon emperor said. The more fallen demon gods, the stronger the power he can gather. It is not only the demon emperor who is fighting against the huge wave of reincarnation at this moment, but also those fallen demon gods. Too bad, the human king is restrained by the demon emperor. Dragon God frowned and said aloud. As expected, if the demon emperor doesn't take action, wouldn't he be ashamed of his careful arrangement? Qi Li's voice was also a little serious, but he wasn't surprised. The demon emperor was able to condense the power of death for his own use, something they knew from the very beginning. But knowing it is one thing, being able to stop it is another. In such a situation where the weather, location, and people are harmonious, if demon emperor doesn't take action, Qi Lu will start to wonder if the Demon Emperor's brain is not working properly. Before, there was a clear gap between the fighting power of the Demon Emperor and that of the human king. But now, it was made up for by those fallen demon gods. Let the Demon Emperor fully possess the strength to hold back the human king. Even if this strength is temporary. In any case, this battle is unavoidable. Then we don't have to wait any longer, let's get started. Dragon God shook his head slightly, although he sighed, there was nothing to be disappointed about. The battle that was destined long ago is inevitable after all. If this is the case, then don't think about unexpected situations. Let's go to war. The war is coming as promised. After the Demon Emperor restrained the human king, the Demon God and the Lord God returned to the same starting line. After all, the sacred mountain in the central region has become a battlefield again, and it has become the burial place of the main god and Demon God just like before. With the addition of Dragon God and Qi Lu, the fighting strength of the main god's side can be said to have greatly increased. Dragon God and Qi Lu, who are top combat powers, are like two sharp knives, ruthlessly piercing into the demon god's offensive formation. Directly cut the offensive formation of many demon gods into pieces. Although not completely defeated. However, once the offensive formation is dispersed, the combat effectiveness formed will definitely be greatly reduced. Unless there is another top combat power that can stop Dragon God and Qi Lu. Otherwise, the Devil God side will have to suffer this boring loss. However, the progress of the battle situation can never be too good. After all, the peak combat power of the Tianji territory, although it is impossible to be as powerful as the human king and demon emperor who are confronting at the moment. But there were not too many problems with a few powerful demon gods who could restrain Qi Lu and Dragon God. The comprehensive strength of Tianjiu is still much stronger than Shenjiu. In the beginning, Qi. As two sharp knives, Lu and Dragon God broke up the demon god's offensive formation, which is indeed true. This also gave many main gods a considerable advantage at the very beginning. However, this advantage cannot continue to expand after a short time. Because in the depths of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory, in the turbulent passage of space, after all, the top demon gods began to appear. Even if the 8-armed sky-reaching and 6-winged wind demon fell, it would not be a serious problem to the Tianji domain. There will be other demon gods to take their place. The 8-armed sky-reaching and 6-winged wind demons are, after all, veteran demon gods who survived during the ancient catastrophe. For those demon gods who later stepped into the top ranks, it was a challenge, and likewise, they would also become coveted objects. Everyone wants to be at the top. So, after the initial advantage, with the arrival of those powerful demon gods, Qi Lu and Dragon God were also restrained. This situation is really too bad. Qi Lu thought to himself. Once he and the Dragon God are also restrained, it means that the top combat power of the God realm is all in a hard fight. On the side of the Tianji realm, among those demon gods, the top demon gods are far more than these. As long as those powerful demon gods join the battlefield, the impact on the side of the main god is absolutely devastating. Then the last line of defense of Xuanhuan Mountain in the central territory can basically be declared broken. No, you can't let this happen. Qi Lu took a deep breath, thinking solemnly in his heart. If the defense line of the Xuanhuan Mountain in the central territory is really broken, then what is the effort I made before? If the Demon Emperor succeeds, then what's the point of my previous persistence? Is it because I'm too weak? Suddenly, Qi Lu suddenly thought of this question. No, it is not. Qi Lu quickly denied his thoughts. Even if he is as strong as a human king, he is not restrained by the Demon Emperor at this moment, so he has no way to intervene in this battle. The current God realm, the real problem is that there is not enough time, and it has been weak for a long time. The vault of heaven God realm is a hole. The stronger the Tianji domain is, the weaker the Xinji domain will be. Vice versa. And the peace maintained by the divine realm before. In addition to ensuring that the combat power of the main god level will not be consumed, the possibility of continuing to become stronger is also given up. But it's different in the Tianji territory. There are battles happening all the time, although the battle strength of the demon god level often suffers losses. But after that, new demon gods will be added soon. Under the condition that the cultivation base remains unchanged, what is honed is the real combat power. Although the current god realm has changed, with Qi Li's help, there are various safe ways to become stronger. But the biggest problem is also in front of us. There is no time. Therefore, the seal formation of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory shouldn't be destroyed so early. If there is a little more time, let Xinjiu hide its strength and bide its time, and while it continues to grow stronger, it can also weaken the strength of Tianjiu. The battle that is taking place at this moment will not be so dangerous. And, more importantly, if this battle continues, the hope of Xinjiu's victory is really quite slim. Keeping the battlefield here at the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory will only continue to consume the remaining combat power. So what to do? Will the central territory divine mountain be sealed again? Wait, seal the central divine mountain again. When Qi Li thought of this, he froze for a moment, and suddenly realized that this might be the best solution. System, do you have any way to seal the central divine mountain? This problem, although found a solution. But to implement it, for Qi Li, it was indeed a bit numb. Then we can only carry forward the spirit of being diligent and inquisitive, and once again ask the system in case of indecision. Anyway, the system must be aware of what is happening in the outside world now, and it will definitely not sit idly by. System, host, why did you come to this system at such a time? Sure enough, the system has been paying attention to this battle. In other words, the system likes to see what's going on in the outside world when it's fine, and by the way, see what the host is thinking. Qi Li said that he has rich experience. Doesn't this show that you are capable? Facing the system's questioning, Qi Li flattered him without hesitation. Flattery is never afraid of becoming outdated, and flattery is also a science. Although Qi Li is not proficient in this field of knowledge, it is still no problem to use it to deal with a system that is not familiar with the world. System, this system loves to listen to what you say, the host. Qi Li has a deep understanding of the degree of narcissism of the Erbi system. Now I finally see it again. Of course, who doesn't know that you have great powers and like to solve difficult problems? If it wasn't difficult, you wouldn't want to make a move. Upon hearing this, Qi Li quickly continued to compliment her. However, to be honest, only Qi Li himself knows the system's supernatural powers. But that being said, you can't always emphasize the details. System, okay, this system promises to help you. Sure enough, the compliment paid off. However, the system's voice paused for a while, and spoke again. System, however, host, don't you know that the solution to this problem lies in yourself? Just on me? After hearing what the system said, Qi Li froze on the spot. If I know about this, can I still find you, the Erbi system, to find a solution to the problem? But listening to the tone of the system, it doesn't seem to be aimless. Is it true? Then Qi Li quickly thought about it in his mind, thinking about what he could do to solve this problem. Finally got the result: this Erbi system is not talking nonsense again. System, host, you haven't thought of it yet, have you? Seeing the embarrassing silence at this moment, another sentence popped up in the system. Hearing this, Qi Li's eyebrows twitched, and after pondering for a while, he said, System, now is not the time to be tricky, you'd better just say it. Saving a life is like putting out a fire. What's more, the current situation is much more urgent than fighting the fire. System, this system already knows that the host will say that, so this system will tell you. A few seconds of throat clearing followed. System, host, do you still remember the heaven and earth chessboard? As soon as these words came out, Qi Lu frowned. Of course, Qi Lu remembered the chessboard of heaven and earth, and he was still deeply impressed. Because I went to the fairy and demon battlefield so many times, among the treasures I took out, the heaven and earth chessboard was damaged. In other words, there is nothing wrong with the heaven and earth chessboard itself, but the most critical pieces are missing. What is the difference between broken and broken? So as soon as Qi Lu got the heaven and earth chessboard, he threw it into a corner of the warehouse. Now hearing the system mention the heaven and earth chessboard, Qi Lu was a little surprised. Does the heaven and earth chessboard still have this function? After thinking about it before, Qi Lu really didn't expect this defective product to come up. It turns out that the heaven and earth chessboard is not just for playing chess. System, this is the host, you don't know how to be flexible. The chessboard of heaven and earth is based on the game of heaven and earth, and all beings are children. Now that it's all said and done, Qi Lu naturally reacts. So, when the chess pieces on the Tiandi chessboard are missing, you only need to add new chess pieces. System, that's right, that's it. After his conjecture was confirmed, Qi Lu suddenly realized. I see, I know what to do. After the chess game is settled, it is actually not difficult to replenish chess pieces. It's just that before this, Qi Lu never thought of coming in this direction, he just felt that the heaven and earth chessboard was useless. That's why the heaven and earth chessboard was covered in dust. Now that the solution to the problem has been found, it's time to implement it. Demon Emperor, your plan will never succeed. Qi Lu took out the heaven and earth chessboard from the warehouse, blew on it, and found that there was no dust on it. That should be no problem and can be used. Shop manager Qi, what are you holding in your hand? Fighting side by side, Dragon God suddenly saw Qi Lu take out a chessboard, and was a little confused. When is this? Does store manager Qi still want to play a game of chess first? This is what will end this war. Qi Lu glanced at Dragon God and replied. Then, ignoring the still bewildered eyes of the Dragon God, he rushed directly to the depths of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. Although the heaven and earth chessboard can turn the heaven and the earth into a chessboard, and use all living beings as chess pieces, you can decide life and death without any regrets. However, the scope of this coverage is not endless. Rather, with the boundary river in the middle of the heaven and earth chessboard as the limit, the delineated circle of heaven and earth is rather small. But it is precisely because of this that the power of rules contained in the heaven and earth chessboard becomes stronger and stronger. The thing that ends this great war. Is there really? After a while, Longshan, who just came back to his senses, looked at Manajerki's back and said something to himself. But even so, in his heart, Dragon God is still willing to believe the words of store manager Qi. If this war can really be ended, that would be the best result. Although the scope of this battle covered the entire central Divine Mountain. But the place where the battle is the most intense is definitely in the depths of the Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory, where the human king and the demon emperor confront each other. With this as the center, the flames of war continue to spread outward, and the intensity of the battle is gradually decreasing. And the place Qi Lu rushed to now was the center of the confrontation between the human king and the demon king. Although Qi Li's current strength is not as good as that of the human king or demon emperor, as long as he doesn't get involved in the battle between the two, the aftermath of the battle won't hurt Qi Lu. The shield formed by the interweaving of complex law power has an indestructible defense force. It was enough to keep Qi Lu safe. Qi Lu, why are you here? From the last meeting, Ren Wang naturally knew Qi Lu. Originally, he was still confronting the demon emperor, but he suddenly felt a familiar aura rushing in. Of course it was impossible to ignore it. Similarly, the demon emperor also noticed Qi Lu who was coming over, and he couldn't help showing a stern look on his face. Human boy, what are you doing here again? This deity doesn't have time to play games with you now. if you don't want Toady so early, get out. After all, he escaped from Qi Li's hands once, even if he did not care, his subconscious mind would not let it go so easily. So now that the Demon Emperor has gained such a powerful force again, he naturally wants to find his way back. It's a pity that someone is king. No matter what you say at this moment, it is impossible to do anything to this human kid. Because once the Demon Emperor distracted him, he might be suppressed by the human king, and he might not be able to stand up. So I can only speak harsh words. But would Qi Lu care about what the Demon Emperor said? Obviously impossible. Demon Emperor, don't just talk, but don't practice. Qi Lu glanced at the Demon Emperor, then deliberately put on an expression that he didn't want to be beaten, and said in a drawn voice, "If you have the ability to speak harshly, if you really have the ability, come and beat me up, who can't just talk big. You." Before he could finish his words, the Demon Emperor was furious. It's not that the Demon Emperor's character is bad, it's mainly because of the embarrassing facts in front of him. And Qi Li's strength is really not intimidating to the Demon Emperor. Even if the Demon Emperor was forced to become furious and desperate to attack him, then Qi Lu would still have a way to escape unscathed. If another person came to say such things to the Demon Emperor, he might not even know how he died. Okay, Demon Emperor, enough nonsense has been said, this time, let's talk less. Don't you want to know what I'm doing here? I'll tell you now. After saying that, Qi Lu raised the heaven and earth chessboard in his hand and threw it out. The heaven and earth chessboard rises in the wind, the bigger it becomes, the lighter the color becomes, and finally it blends into this piece of heaven and earth. At this moment, all the creatures on the sacred mountain in the central territory, no matter the demon god or the main god, felt an invisible force covering themselves, unable to break free at all. Like the strings on a marionette's body, it was firmly tied to his body. What's happening here? Why does this feeling of restraint appear? What just happened? At this moment, no matter whether it was the demon god or the main god, such questions popped up in their minds. This kind of feeling that can directly threaten one's own life and death appears at such a time, which is definitely not a good thing. Even the human king and the devil emperor were aware of the shadow of this invisible force. What did you do? The demon emperor tried to break free from the envelope of this force, but when found that he couldn't do it, his face suddenly changed. The look in Qi Li's eyes also became extremely unfriendly. Qi Lu, this is? The king's eyebrows were also slightly frowned. This feeling of not being in control is, frankly, very uncomfortable. But Qi Lu is the same human race as himself. In the eyes of the human king, he should be trustworthy. After all, even the reincarnation of the spirit of time walked with Qi Lu, so was one of his own. That being the case, there is no need to worry too much. Heaven and earth chessboard. Qi Lu was not stingy with his explanation. Because as long as the heaven and earth chessboard is integrated into this world, within the scope covered by the chess game, it is where the rules go. Even if it is the human king and the devil emperor, don't try to break free. However, it is not that simple to enter the game. Although the heaven and earth chessboard is powerful, it still lacks the most important chess pieces, and its power cannot be used to its full potential. It is far from enough to seal the central territory, Divine Mountain, with the power of the heaven and earth chessboard. Heaven and earth chessboard? The name sounds interesting, but it's just that. What's the use? When the demon emperor heard the words, he suddenly laughed. Because just now, the demon emperor also confirmed that this mysterious force that suddenly enveloped him had no other effect except for some inexplicable connection with him. Simply put, it's like spying on yourself. This also made the demon emperor feel that this chessboard of heaven and earth seems to be just like that. And in fact, it is true. In the absence of chess pieces, after the heaven and earth chessboard has delineated the coverage of the chess game, it will lock all the creatures on the chessboard, and no one can break free. However, the real purpose of this lock is to help the pieces on the chessboard kill the enemy. There is no lethality. As long as it is out of the envelope of the chess game, this lock will disappear. However, this is only in the absence of chess pieces. Once there are chess pieces on the heaven and earth chessboard, then this kind-off locking will have another effect: the border blockade of the chessboard. All the creatures locked in the chess game will never be able to leave the chess game until all the chess pieces are wiped out, unless the heaven and earth chessboard is broken, or the person who set up the world chess game allows it. And wanting to destroy the chessboard of heaven and earth is easier said than done. One must know that Qi Lu brought out the heaven and earth chessboard from the battlefield of immortals and demons, except for the lack of chess pieces. The heaven and earth chessboard itself is intact. What does this mean? It explained that even if the previous owner of the heaven and earth chessboard exhausted all the chess pieces in the chess game, or even died himself, the enemy would have no way to destroy the heaven and earth chessboard itself. This is the most terrifying place to turn the world into a chessboard. Demon Emperor, do you think the world chessboard is useless? With a playful smile on his face, Qi Lu glanced at the Demon Emperor. How could Qi Lu tell the true magical effect of the heaven and earth chessboard before trapping the Demon Emperor? It would be nice to be able to speak his name. Is not it? This kind of inexplicable lock, what can I do with this deity? The Demon Emperor sneered, feeling that the human kid in front of him was playing tricks and delaying time. You'll find out soon enough. Qi Lu smiled lightly, then turned to look at King Ren. Taking a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision, he said, Your Majesty, would you like to enter the chessboard of heaven and earth, sit on the throne, and lead the chess pieces of the God realm? Among the chess pieces, the most important one is the king. As long as the king is not captured by the opponent's pieces, it is never considered a loss. Therefore, it is the best choice to let the king be the king of the Shenjiu side of the chess pieces. Qi Lu, what exactly do you want to do by letting me enter the chessboard of heaven and earth? The king of people frowned, and asked, with some puzzlement. Although Qi Lu is one of his own, the king of men will not agree to such an unclear matter so easily. I think, reseal the sacred mountain of the central territory. Qi Lu raised his head and said word by word. What did you say? Not only the human king, but also the Demon Emperor opposite couldn't help blurting out this exclamation. Do you want to reseal the central divine mountain? Can it be done? The human king's eyes instantly became serious. Once, I didn't hesitate to sacrifice my life to make the layout, so I barely sealed the central territory mountain. But at this moment, this junior of the human race actually bluntly said that they wanted to reseal the sacred mountain of the central territory. Is this really possible? What a joke, you want to seal the central divine mountain again? When the Demon Emperor heard the words, he laughed disdainfully. Although he and the human king are mortal enemies, the Demon Emperor still admires the human king's strength. But even the former human king spent so much time and sacrificed his life to seal the sacred mountain in the central region. Now, a junior of the human race dares to speak such wild words. I really don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. The passages between the heavenly realm and the divine realm have been opened, and the fall of the divine realm is doomed. You guys don't have to struggle in vain anymore. The Demon Emperor's taunting voice continued. But Qi Lu turned a deaf ear to it, and just looked at the king with burning eyes, with an extremely solemn expression on his face. Your Majesty, please trust me. Because, that's the worst outcome, isn't it? Qi Lu spread his hands, and looked back at the space turbulence channel. There, the demon gods of the extreme sky region are still pouring out continuously, joining the battlefield. Yeah, you're right, the worst result is probably nothing more than this. The king of people couldn't help laughing when he heard this. This is really a rare scene, presumably the king himself has forgotten when was the last time he laughed. That's all I can do now. I hope you won't let me down. Having said this, the king's voice paused. Because King Ren knew very well in his heart that he was just a wisp of remnant soul now. How much role it will play in the next big battle is still unknown. Therefore, if it is really possible to contribute to the reseal of the Central Territory Divine Mountain, then the human king is very happy. I promise you, enter the chessboard of heaven and earth. The voice fell. A mysterious force suddenly emerged from the space between the heaven and the earth, and then turned into starlight, blessing the human king. This is the eternal power blessed by the heaven and earth chessboard as a chess piece entering the game. As long as it is not destroyed in the chess game, the power of eternity can guarantee that the chess pieces will never be destroyed. This power. The appearance of eternal power shocked even the human king. Because when the power of eternity was blessed on the human king could clearly feel that his original feeling that he might fall asleep at any time suddenly disappeared. I also understand what the heaven and earth chessboard is. Within the chessboard of heaven and earth, a world is formed by itself, and it becomes a pawn when entering the game, and it cuts off the connection with the outside world. Even if the human king has only a wisp of remnant soul left and becomes a pawn on the heaven and earth chessboard, the remnant soul can be immortalized forever. It's inconceivable that there is such a powerful artifact in the vault of Heaven God realm. After confirming his own changes, the human king couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Qi Lu, who was on the side, didn't even have the nerve to say, "This world chess pan really does not belong to the vault of Heaven God realm." It was also at the same time that the king of people agreed to become a pawn. All the creatures shrouded by the chess game of heaven and earth also felt it. Originally, he only locked his own mysterious power, but at this moment, it suddenly became different. The chess piece has been placed, and the chess game begins. All creatures can only enter and exit. Damn, this feeling. You were able to seal off this world. Of course, the demon emperor also felt this change, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. The border of the chessboard was completely blocked, and all locked creatures lost the chance to leave. Even the demon emperor would never want to escape. Demon Emperor, now, do you understand the power of the heaven and earth chessboard? The Xuanhuan mountain in the central region has been completely covered by chess game, and all the demon gods who come to the extreme god realm will all enter the chess game. You guys won't have the chance to invade the god realm. Qi Lu looked directly into the demon emperor's eyes, and said every word. So that's the case, so this is the heaven and earth chessboard, this is the heaven and earth chess game. The deity has learned. The demon emperor is indeed an old fritter who has lived for countless years. After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down. And from the few words before, the role of the heaven and earth chessboard can also be inferred. However, kid from the human race, have you forgotten that in the chess game, the winner is determined by the chess pieces? Even if the demon god who came to the god realm enters the chess game, he may not necessarily lose. This is true. Even if the chess game starts now, but the opponent's chess pieces are far more than one's own chess pieces, the final outcome is still unpredictable. Even if the king is the king of his chess pieces, it is difficult to continue. However, the current chess game has not yet been arranged. You are right, Demon Emperor. But, what you can think of, can't I think of it? The expression on Qi Li's face remained unchanged, and he replied in a neutral tone. Because the magical function of the heaven and earth chessboard is far more than just starting a chess game. Anyway, it is also a treasure that was taken out in the battlefield of immortals and demons, and it was also a big killer in the previous battle between immortals and demons. He has made great achievements in battle. If it can only be used to play chess, it would be too bad. You must know that the real function of the heaven and earth chessboard to form a chess game is not to play chess, but to block the world. This function is used to prevent the enemy from escaping. And within the enveloping range of the chess game, all chess pieces will get huge gains. It's just that once you agree to become a pawn and get the blessing of eternal power, you will never be able to leave the chessboard of heaven and earth again. So Qi Lu is just asking the king of people now. Because there is only a wisp of remnant soul left by the human king, it is better to enter the chessboard of heaven and earth than to disappear into thin air. And after becoming a pawn, the king of people also knew about it. But he didn't show the slightest abnormal expression. It shows that the king of kings has long been prepared. Even if he can no longer get out of the chess game, it doesn't matter. To be honest, Qi Lu still admires the selflessness of King Ren. So Qi Lu didn't ask about the others. However, the lack of chess pieces does not mean that the heaven and earth chessboard has no other functions. On the chessboard, there is also a boundary river, which has the power to break the connection between the two sides of the chess game, and lies between the heaven and the earth. Now, Qi Lu hasn't erected the boundary river yet. As for this boundary river, Qi Lu is going to stand in the turbulent flow off space and reseal the passage between the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm. As long as the boundary river appears, the chess game will be fully established. The only chess pieces that can pass through the boundary river are the chess pieces that enter the game. Speaking of this, I have to say something, maybe everyone has thought of it. The range covered by the heaven and earth chessboard is not only in the divine realm. As long as the boundary river is placed in the turbulent flow of space, the other side of the heaven and earth chessboard will land in the extreme sky region. Afterwards, unless there is a demon god who is willing to enter the game and become a pawn to play against Shinjiu, it is absolutely impossible to pass through the boundary river. This is how Qi Lu reseals the sacred mountain in the central territory. Moreover, even if there is a demon god who is willing to become a pawn to play the game, it is useless. Because according to the rules of the heaven and earth chessboard, the number of chess pieces of the enemy must be the same as that of one's own. To put it simply, among the demon gods, there must be one who can beat the human king, so that it is possible to break this chess game. Otherwise, even if you cross the boundary river, you will not be able to leave the chessboard. If you meet a human king, you will die. Now that Qi Lu has decided to use the heaven and earth chessboard to reself Central Divine Mountain, how could he be unprepared? Almost all the issues that should be considered have been considered. If there is something to be missed, there is no way. After all, the job of Tiandi chessboard is not to seal, but to kill. Moreover, after blocking the enemy's escape route, it is a means of liquidating them one by one. So, Demon Emperor, your thoughts are doomed to be meaningless. Jiehe, get up. While Qi Lu was talking, his hands were not idle. After a low shout, a dazzling light curtain suddenly appeared in front of the space turbulent flow channel. Like a stone that mended the sky, it repaired the broken space. With the disappearance of the space turbulent flow channel, the army of demon gods that had been pouring out continuously came to an abrupt end. This boundary river directly separated the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm again. The demon god, who hadn't passed through the turbulent space channel, was dumbfounded on the spot when he saw the space barrier that suddenly became intact. What's going on? Where's the passage in front of you just now? It's such a big passage. Why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? No one knows what happened in the divine realm. They could only see that the space turbulence channel that was supposed to lead them to the hunting ground suddenly disappeared. The space barrier left behind was even stronger to a terrifying degree. It is simply impossible to break. Even the Demon Emperor is a little sluggish at the moment. Because he never thought that the matter of resealing the sacred mountain in the central territory would really be done by this human kid. The boundary river falls to the ground, blocking the space, and only the chess pieces in the chess game can cross freely. Speaking of it, it is convenient for the king who has entered the chess game. How is this possible? It's up to you? It's up to you. Why can it be done? The Demon Emperor's anger suddenly soared, and the eyes he looked at Qi Lu full of violence and coldness. It's like this every time, you guys have to fight against this deity, and thwart this deity's plan time and time again. Whether it's the past or the present, there is no time for you to settle down. You all deserve to die. At this moment, the demon emperor's killing intent was unprecedentedly high. The burst of coercion even distorted the surrounding void, and then collapsed and cracked. It can be seen that the horror of killing intent has almost turned into substance. However, Qi Lu was not at all afraid, looked straight into the demon emperor's eyes, and said, "Devil Emperor, everything you do is selfish, why do you still say that we hindered you? We were already on different sides, and from the very beginning, we were on opposite sides. Since coexistence is impossible, it must be life and death. And how can you tell the truth?" Qi Lu paused every word, and spoke slowly. "Whether it's justice or evil, in Qi Li's view, it's not that important. The so-called winner and loser, then, who is right and who is wrong, for people with different positions, it may be completely opposite. In the end, it is just a chapter written by the winner. That being the case, there is no need to worry about who is right and who is wrong. Because, everyone who has come this far, whether they are enemies or friends, are doing what they think is right." These remarks made Wang look at Qi Lu more. What an interesting junior. In the whole life of a king, the road he walks and the way he walks, regardless of whether it is right or wrong, all depends on whether it is in line with his heart. From this point of view, it is very similar to Qi Li's thinking. However, it is obviously impossible to ask the demon emperor down with just a few words. At the realm of the demon emperor, if you really have obsession, how can you be able to move it with just a few words? But Qi Lu didn't have such an idea either. Talking guns are things that exist in fantasy, how can they appear in reality? Or fist big, is the last word. Looking down, the battle between the main god and the demon god has gradually stabilized. The backup from the demon god's side was cut off, but the reinforcements from the main god's side kept coming. As long as there are no accidents, the final victory will still belong to the divine realm. Afterwards, the heaven and earth chessboard will remain in the central divine mountain. The boundary river will be used to seal off the passage from the Tianji realm to the Shinji realm. The human king will continue her long-cherished wish to stay in the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory and continue to protect the extreme god territory. Everything has gone according to plan. Even the mighty demon emperor will admit defeat this time. Locked by the heaven and earth chessboard, and the border of the chessboard is blocked, no one can escape from the chessboard. No matter how powerful your demon emperor is at running, what can you do? Thinking about it this way, it's really not easy. After fighting wits and courage with the demon emperor for so long, finally trapped the demon emperor here today. Next, it is time to make a final closure. This time, it is absolutely impossible to give the demon emperor another chance to be resurrected. Saw. But at this moment, a sharp blade with concentrated killing intent suddenly attacked Qi Lu. After all, the demon emperor couldn't hold back and took the lead. To be honest, the thing that has been planned for so long has been destroyed like this, no one can help it. Looking at it this way, the demon emperor's disposition is already very good, at least he hasn't collapsed yet. Boom. However, before Qi Lu could fight back, the killing blade that hit him exploded in the air. Immediately afterwards, the king's voice sounded. "Demon Emperor, let me be your opponent." What kind of skill is bullying the younger generation? With the blessing of the heaven and earth chessboard, the strength of the human king will only become stronger. The demon emperor's tyrannical combat power was not bad at first, but at this moment, he directly suppressed the demon emperor. Even though the demon emperor has the bonus of anger, many things cannot be solved by anger alone. Human king, it doesn't matter whoever comes, I don't care. Because you all will die in the hands of this deity. At this time, the demon emperor seemed to be dazzled by anger, and his expression was extraordinarily ferocious. The king of men blocked his attack, so he naturally set the target of the attack on the king of men. The surrounding blood energy is still gathering towards the demon emperor. This is also a big problem. The demon emperor's anger and conceit probably also came from this. Although the heaven and earth chessboard has the function of preventing the locked target from escaping, it will not suppress the enemy's strength. Instead, the strength of the chess pieces is used to expand the odds of winning the battle. This also gave the demon emperor room to counterattack. Because even if the boundary river blocks the passage from the Tianji realm to the Shinji realm, the demon gods who have come to the Shinji realm have nothing to do with it, and can only be restricted within the chess game. So the battle between the main god and the demon god will not end so quickly. Casualties continue. This is the point: as long as there are still demon gods and main gods falling, then the strength of the demon emperor will continue to increase. This is also the biggest reason why Qi Lu must seal the sacred mountain of the Central Territory as soon as possible. If the demon emperor's strength continues to increase as time goes by, there will always be a moment when he will overwhelm the human king and become the strongest on the battlefield to dominate the outcome of this battle. Fortunately, this step has been completed. However, if the demon gods and main gods who have come to this battlefield fall, they will still be used by the demon emperor. Although under the limit of the number, the improvement of the demon emperor has a limit. But where the limit is, no one knows. So, after the human king attracted all the hatred of the demon emperor, Qi Lu began to think about the next question. How to stop the strength of the demon emperor from continuing to increase. Although this promotion is temporary, it is the effect achieved by condensing death and blood. However, at least in this battle, the demon emperor's fighting power has really improved. If it is really stronger than the human king, all the chess pieces on the heaven and earth chessboard will be eliminated. Let the demon god side win the final victory. The consequences could be disastrous. So in order to prevent it before it happens, Qi Lu must think of a way. First of all, the demon gods who invaded the realm of the gods must be eliminated, this is for sure. Then the solution to the problem is very simple. Reduce the loss of the main god side. Or, postpone the death of these demon gods. As long as the demon emperor falls one step earlier, the death and blood energy after that will have nothing to do with him. That's it. Now that you have thought of a solution to the problem, let's do it. The demon emperor had his own king on his side, and Qi Lu was able to free up his hands to deal with those demon gods. As long as the number of demon gods does not increase, even if there are top demon gods, the difficulty of this battle is within Qi Lu's acceptable range. At least the difficulty will not continue to increase. And with the help of the heaven and earth chessboard, it is absolutely impossible for those demon gods to sneak out. The big deal is to fight to the death. Anyway, with Qi Lu's strength, as long as he doesn't intervene in the battle between the demon emperor and the human king, he will be very safe. There is also the dragon god, although his strength is not as strong as he was in ancient times. But in the case of a full-body dragon, it will not be defeated by those top demon gods. At most, it is an even scene. Now, it depends on when the human king can deal with the demon emperor. You know, the bonus that chess pieces can get on the heaven and earth chessboard is still very large. Moreover, in the condition of the human king, there is also eternal power to protect her remnant soul, so that she can strike without any scruples. The scene that was originally on par with the demon emperor has now become a one-sided crush. However, as the demon emperor gathers the power of death, this one-sided crushing trend is also constantly weakening. Damn, what a terrible situation. In the current situation, there is no way to control the casualties on the battlefield. It was only after entering the battlefield that Qi Lu discovered this matter. Sometimes, it is easy to think of a solution, but it is extremely difficult to implement it. Unless, can there be another main god who is willing to sacrifice his life to enter the game and become a pawn? Qi Lu's eyes were fixed, and he thought to himself. The number of chess pieces on the heaven and earth chessboard is not regulated. What the rules say is that if the enemy and the enemy play a game, the number of chess pieces of the enemy can only be the same as that of the own side. After all, it is the fairy weapon owned by the person who started the chess game. In terms of rules, it must be beneficial to the person who holds the heaven and earth chessboard. Therefore, even if the game is really launched, the strengthening of the chess pieces by the heaven and earth chessboard will only be reflected on the chess pieces of one's own side. As for the enemy's chess pieces, it's a good thing not to suppress them, but do you want to strengthen them? What a beautiful thing to think about. So the solution that Qi Lu came up with was this: as the number of chess pieces on his side increased, the odds of winning would definitely increase. However, once you enter the chess game and become a pawn, you will never have the chance to go back on your word. For those main gods, they may not be willing to sacrifice their lives for righteousness. Qi Lu naturally didn't want to force it either. Of course, there is no way to force it. I really don't know how the original owner of the heaven and earth chessboard collected chess pieces. It would be great if I could share some experience. Shop manager Qi, you look distressed. While Qi Lu was thinking, Sir Kaya's voice suddenly sounded. It turned out that Sir Kaya had already arrived on the battlefield outside the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. It's just that the strength is not outstanding among the main gods, so it isn't so conspicuous. But compared to the general newly promoted main gods, Sir Kaya's strength is already quite good. Anyway, he is also a follower of the King of People, and he has lived for such a long time. After accumulating a lot, his strength is still not bad. So in the battle with the demon god, although he suffered a lot of injuries, but still alive and well. At this moment, he suddenly discovered store manager Qi and came here. Even the blood on his body was not dried yet. I do feel a bit distressed. The way Qi Lu frowned made it impossible for him to deny his emotions. But even if Sir Kaya knew, so what? Actually, store manager Qi, I came here because I wanted to ask, is Your Majesty Wang Mian really on top of the sacred mountain in the Central Territory? So Sir Kaya quickly changed the subject and exposed her true purpose. Still came for the king. After all, he is a follower of the human king, and now he can feel the presence of the human king on the sacred mountain in the Central Territory, so how could he not be excited? If it weren't for resisting the invasion of the demon god now, Sir Kaya would have wanted to cry a lot. Because the human king Mianxia did not fall, she is still alive. I could almost cry with excitement. Okay? Hearing this, Qi Lu glanced at Sir Kaya again. Then she nodded and said, she is indeed on the sacred mountain of the Central Territory. I knew that His Majesty King Mian would not abandon us. She has always been at the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, guarding the extreme god territory. Our waiting was not in vain, we finally waited for this day. After getting Qi Li's affirmative answer, Sir Kaya was almost so excited that she burst into tears. This is the waiting of several ages. Never gave up, never wavered. Even now, His Royal Highness is still fighting for the God realm. Sir Kaya took a deep breath, looked into the depths of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, and said with some sobs. Complicated emotions are difficult to understand for a while. Hearing Sir Kaya's words, Qi Lu, who hadn't reacted much before, suddenly lit up. Isn't the follower of the king the best choice to become a chess piece? The long-cherished wish in their hearts is to wait for the return of the King of Men. Now, give him a chance to fight side by side with the human king, they will definitely not refuse it. This is really nowhere to be found, and it doesn't take much effort to get it. I was still thinking hard just now, but it turned out that the most suitable candidate was directly sent to my face. Ahem, let me say, Sir Kaya, please take a moment. Qi Lu coughed, trying to attract Sir Kaya's attention. This matter is too important, Qi Lu will not take it for granted, he still needs to ask the opinions of the parties involved. What's wrong, Manager Qi? Sir Kaya looked at Qi Lu with some doubts. The battle between the human king and the demon emperor, in any case, is not something that Sir Kaya can intervene. So at this time, Sir Kaya can only pray silently. I was a little surprised to be called out suddenly by store manager Chi. I have something very important that I must tell you. It's about the King of Men. Chi cut straight to the point and got straight to the point. Shop manager Chi, please tell me. When Sir Kaya heard the words, he immediately cheered up and acted like he was listening attentively. Naturally, Chi wouldn't make a fool of himself, but used the simplest terms to explain the current situation of King Ren. Become a pawn on the heaven and earth chessboard. Is this the will of His Majesty the King? After hearing these words, Sir Kaya widened her eyes and asked aloud. Becoming a chess piece, although it can be indestructible forever, can never break away from the shackles of the heaven and earth chessboard. Your Majesty, are you really willing to do this? Of course, if you don't want to, you can't become a pawn. Chi nodded slowly. To be honest, when he learned about this, Chi Li's mood was actually very complicated. There is no doubt that the strength of the heaven and earth chessboard is unquestionable, but there is a problem in collecting chess pieces. The method of accepting as pawns has to be voluntary by the other party, which is simply poisonous. Let me ask, if it weren't for the special situation now, would it be possible for the human king to voluntarily become a pawn on the chessboard of heaven and earth? If you think about it with your heels, you know it's impossible. Which existence with all-powerful combat power would be willing to be someone else? Where are the chess pieces? So after thinking about it for a while, Chi figured it out. No wonder the original owner of the heaven and earth chessboard fell in the battle between the immortals and demons, despite having such a powerful immortal artifact in his hands. It turned out that it was still cheated by the world chessboard. It is estimated that there are not many powerful chess pieces collected. Otherwise, as soon as the heaven and earth chessboard is unfolded, he hides inside, and whoever dares to come in will let the chess pieces kill him. Can you still survive? But after Chi calmed down, after thinking about it carefully, he understood. If heaven and earth chessboard can really restrict the opponent to become a chess piece at will without the opponent's consent. This is too scary. What kind of strong man can escape such sanctions? So Chi didn't get too entangled in this matter. Anyway, Chi doesn't rely on the chessboard of heaven and earth to fight, and his actual strength is more trustworthy. If that's the case, I'd like to. After waiting for several epochs, I don't know how long, I finally saw the man Wang Mian again. Fortunately, it wasn't a dream. So, to be able to follow His Majesty Wang Mian again, I will die without regret. Sir Kaya didn't think for long, and nodded seriously. At this moment, the long-cherished wish in the hearts of the followers of the human king can finally come true. And after Sir Kaya agreed to this matter, a noisy voice suddenly came over. And us, don't forget. Store manager Chi, if possible, let me also enter the Tiandi chessboard. That's right, to be able to fight side by side with King Mian again, we will die without regret. Sir Kaya, do you just want to eat alone, kid? Seeing the person Wang Mianxia again, I don't want to tell us first. Shop manager Chi, please. Chi turned around and saw that the main gods who came over looked familiar. It seems that they are all followers of the King of Man. These guys seem to have been brought by Sir Kaya to visit the store back then, so Chi still had an impression. Unexpectedly, they have all achieved the position of Lord God now. But think about it. To be able to survive from the era of the king to the present, and to be a specially selected follower, the talent and potential must not be bad. It happened to be such a good opportunity again. A large number of main gods fell. Plus the products launched by Chi Li's store. With a lot of accumulation, coupled with the right opportunity, it seems that there is no problem in taking this final step. So Chi was only slightly surprised, and soon recovered. Since you are willing, I will naturally not stop you. I just want you to remember that if you take this step, there will be no turning back. Never regret it. However, although Qi Lu knew that, as the followers of the king of human beings, they had accumulated long-cherished wishes during these long years. But still have to solemnly remind one. Death, no regrets. All the followers of the king, including Sir Kaya, had the same serious expressions at the moment. Seriously, and solemnly. I see, the subordinates of the human king are indeed like the human king. Your spirit, your will, are worthy of admiration. Give up your life for righteousness, even if you die, you will have no regrets. Qi Lu nodded, took a deep breath, and said, then, let's go. Heaven and earth chessboard, I admit you. Following Qi Li's voice, an eternal force from the heaven and earth chessboard instantly blessed Sir Kaya and the others. After taking this step, becoming a pawn on the heaven and earth chessboard is eternity. At this moment, the strength of Sir Kaya and the others, under the reinforcement of the heaven and earth chessboard, has even improved by leaps and bounds. Compared with those demon gods who are among the top ranks, they are only halfway behind. Such a degree of strengthening is terrifying. You know, it didn't take long for Sir Kaya and the others to advance to the realm of the main god. Now, after getting the strengthening of the heaven and earth chessboard, he was able to wrestle with those top demon gods. It is definitely an incredible thing to say. This is giving up freedom and gaining strength. Free. Qi Lu looked at Sir Kaya and the others turning back and continuing to fight the demon god, and couldn't help being awed. At this moment, Qi Lu couldn't help but think. What kind of charisma does the king of humans possess, to make these followers follow her so willingly and fight side by side after disappearing for so long? This time, Demon Emperor, you are doomed to a fiasco. I won't let you escape again. Qi Lu thought in his heart. It would be too unbelievable if the Demon Emperor was still allowed to escape. Hey, Sheer is also on the battlefield below. Just as he was thinking, a familiar figure attracted Qi Li's attention again. Yu Sheer, who was supposed to stay by the king's side, because the arrival of the Demon Emperor, so he left the highest peak. After all, even Qi Li didn't want to intervene in the battle between the human king and the Demon Emperor, let alone Yu Sheer. It's completely impossible to get in. So it's better to fight those demon gods and do your part. Although Yu Sheer's own cultivation realm is not yet in the realm of the main god. However, in order to protect Yu Sheer comprehensively, the human king gave Yu Sheer the power to protect her body when she left. Even if the offense is insufficient, the defense is more than enough. No wonder the restriction I left on Sheer didn't trigger a crisis alarm. Qi Lu would bring Yu Sheer to the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory, so how could he not make any preparations? Once the defensive restriction left on Yu Sheer's body is triggered, the temporary condensed shield, unless it is in existence at the level of a human king, must not even try to break it with one blow. And in this time, even if it was just a short moment, it was enough for Qi Li to rush to Yu Sheer. So in the previous battles, Qi Lu was not too worried about Yu Sheer. Because it is not necessary. However, when it comes to this, human king is still careful. So much so that at this time, Yu Sheer's situation is still very safe, and the defensive restrictions laid down by Qi Li have not been used. This is a good thing. If the timing is not right now, Qi Lu would have taught Hank Qingren. Now that Yu Sheer's safety is confirmed, Qi Lu has no intention of disturbing Yu Sheer's battle now. After all, the improvement brought about by actual combat is always the greatest. Now that there is such a good opportunity, it is time for Yu Sheer to hone herself. Otherwise, where would such a good opportunity come from in the future? The passage between the heavenly realm and the divine realm was sealed. There is no way to hunt the demon god. That's why it is said that the transition between the hunter and the prey is sometimes instantaneous. Looking into the battlefield, Qi Lu still saw many acquaintances. I never had time to care about this aspect before. There is no way, the problem of the Demon Emperor is too difficult, and there is no time to pay attention to these side issues until it is resolved. That is to say, it is a little more relaxed now, so that I can spare time to observe this battlefield carefully. Many familiar main gods rushed over. Goddess of Life is there, too, and so is Taliana. Speaking of which, Taliana was very happy with this battle against the demon god. The law of devouring has finally found its usefulness, and it can devour these lifeless demon gods with impunity. When she was in extreme god realm before, Taliana still restrained herself. After all, it is impossible to fight a war between the main gods, and it is always bad to hurt the peace. If you are not careful, you may be mobilized and attacked, so why bother to engage in those behaviors that are not troublesome? It's all good now. The demon gods on the entire battlefield are targets that can be devoured. Needless to say, when this battle is over, it is estimated that Taliana's strength will rise several levels. This is the real way to use the fall of the demon god to increase one's own strength, okay? Looking around, everything is developing in a good direction. Qilu also felt a little relieved. Next, it is time to really end this battle. It was thanks to Sirkaya and the others that they were willing to become pawns on the world chessboard, so that Qilu was able to free up his hand. Otherwise, those top demon gods on the battlefield will not be so easy to deal with. At least it will restrain Qilu so that he has no time to care about others. How can it be like this now? Those who control the chess game should cover the sky with one hand. The momentum of the chess game, Feng. Following Qi Li's whispers, within the area covered by the chess game, the general situation of the world suddenly reversed, and gathered into a giant palm covering the sky. Then he shot towards the demon emperor with a bang. This is Qi Li's concentrated attack with the help of the power of the heaven and earth chessboard and the power of the chess pieces. Although it consumes a lot, it is worth it to deal with the demon emperor. That's right, after Qi Li didn't need to make a move in the battlefield below, the last thing left was the demon emperor. That being the case, then simply join forces with the human king and get rid of the demon emperor earlier. It's that human kid. It is impossible for the demon emperor not to notice the terrifying momentum. Even if he is dazzled by anger, he will still wake up in the face of such an attack that threatens his own life. Because the demon emperor didn't really lose his mind, but he was really angry. So when I saw this giant palm covering the sky, even the demon emperor had an extremely serious look on his face. How can you have such a powerful force? Haven't you used your full strength before? There are so many impossible things. Qi Li sneered, and pressed down the giant palm that covered the sky even more. Although using the momentum of the chess game is within the scope of the rules, the consumption is indeed not small. If it weren't for the fact that there were many more chess pieces just now, Qi Li didn't really want to use this move, otherwise he wouldn't have waited until now. However, as long as the demon emperor can be eliminated, everything is worth it. Qi Li, your strength really surprised me. The human king also gave Qi Li a surprised look, and immediately gathered the power of the law of reincarnation. In an instant, it turned into a shackle, locking the demon emperor's movements. Make it inevitable. Damn it. Boom. Unsurprisingly, the giant palm covering the sky slapped the demon emperor hard. There was a loud bang, earth-shattering, and the terrifying force caused the entire mountain range of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory to tremble. Huge palm prints appeared on the ground, imprinted among the mountains of Yushan Mountain. Numerous cracks spread outward along the edge of the palm print. Even the demon gods and main gods in the battlefield below froze in shock. With this shocking blow, Qi Li also came to the highest peak of the sacred mountain in the Central Territory, and stood next to the throne of the King Offman. Human king, you must already know what happened just now. Your followers are still willing to follow you. Qi Li looked at the huge palm print, but set another topic in his mouth. Sitting on the throne and becoming the king of the chess pieces, any chess pieces belonging to one's own side are under the perception of the king, Naturally, the behavior of Sir Kaya and the others cannot be hidden from thinking. If possible, I hope they don't choose that way. Having said that, the human king sighed, and said again, however, any living being has the freedom to choose its own path forward. Since they are willing to do this, I am naturally very pleased. Even if the King of Kings is used to walking alone, it is a matter of peace of mind to have followers behind him. So don't look at Renwang sighing, but he is still very relieved. However, the matter of the Demon Emperor has not been resolved yet. Qilu was caught off guard by the speed at which the topic was changed. But it is also conceivable that if the Demon Emperor is really so easy to solve, he doesn't have to work so hard. It's okay, if it doesn't work once, just do it again. Anyway, this time, no matter what, the Demon Emperor will not be allowed to escape again. Qilu nodded and spoke. The attack condensed by the momentum of the chess game has once again appeared in the sky. So what if it consumes a lot? As long as the Demon Emperor can be dealt with, the remaining demon gods will be a mess, and there is no need for Qilu to take action at all. So Qilu's task now is to do his best to get rid of the Demon Emperor. However, as the smoke and dust in the palm prints dispersed, the figure of the Demon Emperor did not appear from inside. Instead, there was a burst of crazy laughter, erupting from the deep pit of the palm print. Ha 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 ha. In order to deal with this deity, you really took great pains. Human boy, the artifact you used to set up this game must be unparalleled in the world. This deity never imagined that in the end, this deity was not planted in the hands of the human king, but in the hands of you, a descendant of the human race. I really admire this deity. Accompanied by these words, the Demon Emperor slowly appeared, with a rather crazy expression on his face. With this performance, it is estimated that the emotional collapse is right in front of my eyes. Is that all your last words? Qilu raised his eyebrows, not caring about the Demon Emperor's emotions at all. To be able to force the Demon Emperor to the point of emotional collapse, I am probably the first person in all ages. That's incredible. This is something worth showing off. If you have a chance in the future, you should vigorously publicize it. Last words? Human boy, you are too arrogant. The Demon Emperor's laughter gradually died down, but the coldness in his eyes and the ultimate killing intent never disappeared. The Demon Emperor, who had woken up from his anger and madness, looked particularly terrifying at this moment. It was so gloomy that even the sky and the earth were silent for a moment. Are you arrogant? Qilu asked a rhetorical question, and then quickly asked himself and answered, I don't think so. Afterwards, his face straightened, and he said, in the chessboard of heaven and earth, there is absolutely no way you can escape. With me and the king here, the sacred mountain in the central region is the place where you will be buried. The human king on the throne also said in that calm tone, Demon King, I said to let you die here, and today, I can let you die here too. This time, you won't have a chance to survive. The last sentence, every word, is decisive. Really, is that so? Just like that, do you want to keep the deity? When the Demon Emperor heard this, the expression on his face suddenly became more gloomy and cold, and a burst of cold laughter also came from his throat, which was so cold that the surrounding air condensed into fine ice crystals. I really miss it. It's been a long time since the deity has not encountered such a situation. Human king, and that human kid. You guys, do you know what the power of law that this deity wants Masterides? Amidst this burst of icy laughter, the Demon Emperor suddenly asked a somewhat weird question. The power of law you once mastered? Hearing this question, not only Qilu frowned, but even the expression on Human King's face changed slightly. Because neither Qilu nor Renwang knew the answer to this question. All I know is that during the great catastrophe in the ancient times, the Demon Emperor suffered a broken heart due to a defeat in a battle. From then on, he gave up the way of the main god and switched to the way of the demon god. In the end, take its essence, discard its dross, and combine to form the path that the Demon Emperor is now walking on. In terms of physique, the Demon Emperor is stronger than most of the demon gods, enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Dragon God. As for the power of law, due to his physique, the Demon Emperor's grasp of the power of law is almost as complicated as that of Qi Li's body of law. It's just that the side effects are too large, so he seldom uses it. However, we really want to talk about the power of laws mastered by the Demon Emperor at the very beginning, when he was still specializing in the way of the main god. Except for the ancient main god who once fought side by side with the Demon Emperor, no one really knows. Even the king of people doesn't know. Because on the sacred mountain in the Central Territory, in the last battle started by the human king, the Demon Emperor did not use his own power of law. However, at this moment, this matter was brought up by the Demon Emperor. Qi Lu instinctively felt something was wrong. Destiny. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Qi Lu didn't need to turn his head to know who this familiar voice was. Dragon God. Dragon God, what you just said is. Qi Lu doesn't want to ask now why the Dragon God has time to come here. But there is no doubt that among all the participants in this battlefield, the one who has the deepest understanding of the Demon Emperor is the Dragon God. Friends who once fought side by side have ushered in a sudden betrayal. Dragon God's mood is complicated, one can imagine. The power of the law that the Demon Emperor first mastered is the law of destiny. The Dragon God, with wounds of various sizes on his body, also came to the highest peak of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, and opened his mouth to explain. The situation on the battlefield below has basically stabilized. After all, the reinforcements from the Demon God's side have been cut off, while the reinforcements from the Lord God's side are still coming in a steady stream. And Selkaya and the others, followers of the king, resisted the top demon gods. Victory is only a matter of time. That's why Dragon God has time to come here now. The law of fate? Qi Lu repeated it, and then looked up at the Demon Emperor. The human king also nodded thoughtfully, as if he had thought of something, but he didn't speak. It's a shame you can still remember, Dragon God. The Demon Emperor looked at the Dragon God with the same cold eyes. To be honest, even if the Dragon God didn't come, the Demon Emperor would announce the answer himself. Because of this kind of thing, the Demon Emperor has never thought of hiding it, and it is not a secret that cannot be told. However, the law of fate is indeed a thorn in the heart of the Demon Emperor. That's right, it's fate. Do you understand? Human king, and you, human boy. The fate of the deity is in the hands of the deity, it is not up to you. The Demon Emperor spoke slowly, his tone gradually becoming high-pitched. It seemed agitated, but more like anger. With this strange emotion, Qi Lu couldn't help but glance at Dragon God. Could it be that there is an inside story in this? Qi Li's eyes expressed this meaning very well, and Dragon God naturally understood it. After a slight sigh, the Dragon God said, "You are right. Store manager Qi, just imagine, with the state of mind of the Demon Emperor, is it possible for the state of mind to collapse simply because of a defeat? In that case, it is true." Qi Lu froze for a moment, then nodded. There is one thing to say, this doubt has appeared in Qi Li's mind a long time ago. It's just that at that time, I always felt that this doubt was just something irrelevant, so I didn't bring it up. But now it seems that it is still very important. Exactly. At the beginning, the most fundamental reason for the collapse of the Demon Emperor's state of mind was not the defeat in the battle, but the fact that his fate was out of his control. As a result, the law of destiny was broken, and the mood of the Demon Emperor was implicated, and there was a collapse. It was also because of this that the Demon Emperor hid the law of destiny and never used it again. Speaking of this, the Dragon God suddenly looked at the Demon Emperor. Now, the Demon Emperor is afraid that he wants to make a final struggle. Unexpectedly, even the law of fate is no longer hidden. It turns out that during the great calamity of the ancient times, there was still such a secret, and the betrayal of the demon emperor was due to the choice of fate. This is really interesting, mastering the law of destiny, but unable to control one's own destiny. Choices of fate are all excuses. The king of men spoke at this time. Looking at the demon emperor's eyes, there was a rare trace of pity. Demon emperor, attribute everything to fate, that is the real reason why you are played by fate. Everything is not destined. A real strong man should change his own destiny. This is also King Ren's understanding of the path he has taken, controlling reincarnation and breaking reincarnation. Ordained? Then break the day. Shut up. The demon emperor roared angrily, his eyes glanced coldly at the human king, Qi Lu, and dragon god. Do you really think that you have escaped the arrangement of fate? Do you still want to preach to the deity? The sound of scoffing came from the demon emperor's mouth. The state of mind that has collapsed once, after recovering, will be more tenacious than before, and it will become more and more difficult to shake. So, the demon emperor never thought that what he did was wrong. Human king, now you can only stay on the chessboard of heaven and earth, and guard the sacred mountain in the middle region forever. Dragon god, you have lost even the true dragon itself, so you have nothing to fear. Only you, the descendant of the human race, really amazed me. It's just unfortunate that your fate has already been grasped by this deity. Speaking of this, Qi Lu suddenly realized that in the hands of the demon emperor, at some point, a faint silk thread appeared. Oops. Changing fate is not as simple as imagined. The higher the cultivation level of the subject, the more difficult it is to modify the fate. Therefore, even if it is the demon emperor, don't try to change Qi Lu's fate so easily. However, it is not difficult to just disturb without modification. Similar to the premise that the final result remains unchanged, the difficulty of the process of achieving the result has been increased countless times. In this case, once an accident occurs, it is easy to die in the process, without being able to achieve the result. What the demon emperor wants to do now is this kind of thing. Destiny is indeed a power that is difficult to control. After forming the power of law, the concentrated attack is simply impossible to guard against. Because the demon emperor also understood that Qi Lu was the only one who could hinder him. Then, as long as the only obstacle is removed, won't it be enough? Almost forgot, there is one more. I don't want any kind of accident to happen. Just when the demon emperor was about to disturb Qi Lu's thread of fate, he also grabbed another thread of fate. Heir of the human king. Even if it is an impossible chance, this deity will not miss it. Hearing this, Qi Lu understood clearly that thread was Yu Shi's thread of fate. Stop it. However, how could the demon emperor be obedient? In the blink of an eye, the two threads of fate held by the demon emperor were entangled together. In an instant, Qi Lu could somehow feel that his fate seemed to have undergone an unpredictable change. Together with Yu Shi's thread of fate, they disappeared without a trace. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the demon emperor's mouth. This is a backlash from the power of fate. Those who try to change their fate are doing against the law of fate. Even the demon emperor, who has mastered the law of destiny, cannot be safe and sound. But this little injury, compared to eliminating the only obstacle on his way forward, is simply too cost-effective. Human boy, I hope you can change your own destiny. The demon emperor wiped away a smear of blood from the corner of his mouth, with a grim expression on his face. Damn guy. You can't escape. It was rare for Qi Lu to be angry once, but this time he was directly furious. The terrifying coercion erupted suddenly and soared into the sky, causing the whole world to fall into silence. It was as if the pause button had been pressed, and it was extremely violent. Even the king of men looked at Qi Lu with a face full of surprise. The tyrannical degree of this force is even stronger than the king of man at this time. When did Qi Lu possess such terrifying power? The coercion that was as sharp as a sword swept out like a gust of wind, impacting on the demon emperor. Just because of the coercion, countless small wounds have been broken on the demon emperor's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. It's unbelievable that you have hidden such a level of power. Faced with this coercion, the demon emperor had an inconceivable look in his eyes. But soon, it was covered up. However, the gate of fate has been opened. The next time we meet, it won't be like today. Speaking of this, a faint light flickered from the demon emperor's body. Laws of destiny, cut the past. The voice fell, and the power of fate circulated. The demon emperor's figure unexpectedly shattered like a mirror, turning into a sky full of stars, flying down. All the breath disappeared, as if there was no longer the demon emperor in the world. He cut off his own destiny. When all energy disappears, all destiny disappears, and the locking of the heaven and earth chessboard will naturally disappear. Fighting the risk of death and the possibility of being backlashed by the power of fate, the demon emperor killed his own fate and fled here. Escaped from the lock of the heaven and earth chessboard. Really a ruthless person. Even the law of fate, the power to cut the past, fell on Qi Lu. Although it is only a very weak part, the tyranny of the power of fate is definitely one of the supreme laws. The gate of destiny. Qi Lu could feel that his body was about to be torn apart. However, this is not the ability of the gate of fate. Like a fork in the thread of fate. The power of the gate of fate, only. It's just throwing Qi Lu onto another fateful track. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Qi Li's current appearance seems to be slowly shattering, very similar to the demon emperor, just now. Only Qi Lu knew that he was just going to be thrown to an unpredictable place. The last order, the master of the heaven and earth chessboard, handed over to the king. When the trajectory of fate is about to enter an unknown fork in the road, all Qi Lu can do is to arrange the most important things at the last moment. And the heaven and earth chessboard in Fengzhen, Zhongyu, Shanshan was undoubtedly the most important thing that Qi Lu could think of before losing consciousness, not even one of them. After all, in the main store, there is still Bu Yuyan watching, so the problem is not big. The other branches are also operating on their own, and usually nothing major will happen, and it should not happen now. Therefore, handing over the control of the heaven and earth chessboard to Thiking is the best way to deal with it. The king of people agreed to enter the game and became a pawn. Even if you get the heaven and earth chessboard, you can't get rid of this identity. What's more, the king of men is willing to give up his life to guard the sacred mountain in the central region, and Qi Lu is more at ease when the chessboard of heaven and earth is handed over to her. Otherwise, if Qi Lu is still in control of the heaven and earth chessboard, Noon will be able to leave the main god who enters the chess game. This is definitely not good news for Shenjiu. To be honest, among the major kingdoms of God, it is the existence of the main god that can become peaceful. Once all the main gods in the god realm disappear, no one can guess what will happen. Another one, Qi Lu also wanted to ask Dragon God to take care of the shop for him. How can they be trapped in the chessboard of heaven and earth? In summary, at the last moment when Qi Li's body, like the demon emperor's, became fragmented, Human King suddenly felt that there was a clear connection with this world in his mind. This is the heaven and earth chessboard. Qi Lu. Shop manager Qi. The dragon god also reached out his hand hastily, but he didn't catch Qi Lu, but passed through the fragmented starlight all over the sky. Store manager Qi's aura has disappeared, and he was pulled into the gate of fate by the devil emperor's law of fate. Damn, why is this happening? At the last moment, the move made by the demon emperor obviously exceeded Avirion's expectations. Sure enough, the demon emperor has never been a strong man who is willing to fail, and he is desperately trying to reverse his own destiny. Even if you pay the price of your life for this, you will not hesitate. Dragon God, Qi Lu will be fine. The human king was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked. Human king is not familiar with the law of fate, but he can feel the terrifying power in it. Promoting the rotation of fate is one of the supreme laws, and even the demon emperor cannot fully grasp it. Not to mention people who have never been in contact with the law of destiny. Hard to say. Hearing the words, the dragon god shook his head and said, "The door of destiny is opened, and what is promoted is not life and death, but destiny. Shop manager Chi's safety can only be determined by himself, we have no way of knowing. However, with the strength of store manager Chi, he should be able to turn the crisis into safety. Regarding this matter, Dragon God can only guess. After all, the Demon Emperor's law of fate has never been applied to the Dragon God. The Demon Emperor in the past was always full of fate, and the appearance of talking about it was completely different from the madness of the present. The human king remained silent. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "I hope so." By the way, the last thread of fate that the Demon Emperor pulled was not. Thinking of this, the human king's eyes immediately turned to the battlefield, and as expected, Yushir's aura also disappeared. The Demon Emperor really has no scruples in acting. At this moment, King Ren's heart was also burning with anger. Stretching out the palm, a group of samsara power suddenly appeared on the palm of the hand, turning into a round mirror. On the round mirror, a small white flame was slowly burning. Sometimes bigger, sometimes smaller. But overall, there is no danger of extinguishing. If the fire of reincarnation is not extinguished, nothing will happen. Perhaps inside the gate of fate, there are both crises and opportunities. The human king pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. The white flame in the round mirror represents Yushir's fire of reincarnation. It was also because Yushir had received the inheritance from the human king that the human king could detect her fire of reincarnation so easily. It can even be clearly presented under the influence of the law of fate, without being covered by fate. It's a pity that Chi Li's fire of reincarnation is beyond the reach of the human king. Trust store manager Chi, everything will be fine. Dragon God also glanced at the round mirror, and then said aloud, "Now, it's time to end this farce." The Demon Emperor had left, and the remaining demon gods were nothing more than a mess of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. With the human king in charge, if the Shinjiu side can still lose, then they can solve it collectively. That's fine. In the darkness, Chi Li's consciousness gradually recovered. The feeling of being thrown into the gate of fate suddenly is really not very good. But if you want to talk about pain, that's not enough, it's much more comfortable than feeling in the trial space. Only. Sudden loss of consciousness made Chi Lu really unhappy. However, even with consciousness regained, the surrounding darkness remained the same and did not dissipate. Have I passed through the gate of fate? Where is this place? Damn Demon Emperor, you still insist on dragging me if you want to die. No wonder you are so unpopular. Thinking this way, Chi Lu was about to rub his forehead, but found that he seemed to have lost control of his body. The bottom of my heart was startled suddenly, and cold sweat broke out in a schwa. What's happening here? Could it be that I'm actually gone? It's not good news, it's worse. However, just as Chi Lu was thinking wildly, a familiar voice came out of his mind. Obviously, this voice is usually annoying, but at this moment, Chi Lu felt a little kindness. System, host, what are you thinking about? It's great that you're still here, system. Chi Lu was overjoyed. With the system, there was still hope. Everything else was a minor problem. Sure enough, people's state of mind will always change with the change of the environment. System, what's so good about it? Host, what joke are you talking about? This system has always lived and died with the host. You are still here. Why is in this system here? Well, although there was a sense of contempt in it, Chi Lu didn't want to think about this aspect of the problem. To be honest, Chi Lu seems to have heard about the issue of living together and dying together before. It's just that I didn't pay much attention to it at that time. So, system, what are you doing now? Is there a way to solve the current problem? After being silent for a while, Qi finally asked again. It's not a problem to see the pitch blackness in front of us now, so we have to solve it. System, don't ask the host, this system is now dealing with this problem, it's really weird. What's so strange? Qi looked puzzled. System, this system has just discovered that your host's fate has been changed. It's really strange. It should not be able to change your host's fate under the nose of this system. System, so this system is now restoring your changed fate as the host. As soon as these words came out, Qi was so shocked that he fell back tactically on the spot. Although I don't know if I can do it without losing control of my body. Anyway, Qi felt this way mentally. Do you still have this function? This Erbi system also has the function of repairing fate changes, which is too powerful. System, it's just your destiny as the host. It can be done because it is entwined with this system. Is that so? Qi nodded silently, then thought of it again. His body of law seems to be able to master the laws of destiny. However, even if this kind of supreme law can be mastered, the degree of perfection is pitifully low. It is completely unrealistic to use it to resist the attack of the demon emperor, so Qi didn't think about it. Really wait until I master the law of destiny and bring my destiny back on track. Qi would rather find the demon emperor and kill him with one punch. System, speaking of which, host, your fate thread seems to be entangled with another fate thread. Do you need this system to help you untie it? It must be you sheer. Qi shook his head, and replied without thinking, no need. Then after recovering, he asked again, if you don't untie it, will there be any impact? The quick answer before was because she was afraid that if she untied the thread of fate, Yu Shier's fate would be thrown into chaos. So now I still have to ask a little bit more clearly. System, it has no effect on this system. However, for you, the host, if the threads of fate of the two are intertwined, it means that you will always have a bond before your fate dissipates. Then there was a slight pause in the voice. System, by the way, this system only has the ability to help the host restore the normal trajectory of your destiny, and it doesn't care about the threads off other people's destiny. This is a question that has been mentioned before, and Qi is not surprised. So after listening to the system's answer, Qi also nodded and said, that so it is. I don't know where Sheer is now. It won't be the same as me. While Qi was muttering to himself. System, no problem, host, you can leave here when your fate returns to its normal trajectory. Okay? Wait, system, listen to what you mean, where I am now, is it you who created it? After all, I have been with the system for so long, this guy can often reveal some key information in his words, which makes Qi dumbfounded. I didn't expect this time. So. Good guy, it's a good thing that Qi thought he was cold before, but it turned out that it was all the fault of the system guy? System, host, this system is also an emergency measure to ensure your safety. Okay, stop talking, I don't care. Qi waved his hand, and said quite tiredly. After a lot of experience, naturally, I don't care so much. The advanced operation of the system is more than that. Not long after, a ray of light appeared in front of Qi eyes. The gate of fate can't help but throw the target into the bifurcated road of fate, and it also has the function of random teleportation. It made Qi not even know where he would appear. This place doesn't seem to be the realm of God. Although guessing words were used, the tone was extremely firm. Because of the scene that appeared in front of Qi, the sky was a dull crimson red, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Above the land, the river dried up, the plants withered, and only a few strange-shaped plants survived. It seems that a big war just happened. The biggest reason why Qi is so sure is not the divine realm, it is because the flow of law power between this world is extremely difficult, as if it is fixed. It's really not a good place. Chi touched his nose. The faint smell of blood made him feel a little uncomfortable. But I have already come to this place, and if I want to leave, I must first know where this place is. So after getting used to it for a while, Chi started walking towards those strange plants, intending to look for clues. At first glance, these plants look a bit like piranhas. It's just bigger and more ferocious. When Chi approached, he seemed to feel the breath of a living thing. The huge piranha, which was still a little wilted, suddenly raised its bloody mouth and bit it towards Chi. As soon as he opened his mouth, Chi could clearly see that there were really sharp teeth inside this giant piranha. Is it so aggressive? It's really a carnivorous plant. Chi shook his head slightly, trying to condense the power of law. A system reminder suddenly sounded in my mind. System, host, this system advises you not to use the power of laws. In the blink of an eye, Chi didn't have time to ask the reason of the system, but subconsciously restrained the power of the law, then raised his hand and punched it hard. The body of law is not weak at all physically. In front of Chi, the giant piranha only looked like a bluff. With this punch, the huge limp man-eating flower was smashed to pieces on the spot. It will no longer have to worry about survival. It's just that Chi was a little annoyed when he was splashed with a huge piranha, which was like fresh blood and thick juice. As expected of a carnivorous plant, even if it is smashed, it is different from ordinary plants. System, what's going on? Did you discover something else? Why do you tell me not to use the power of law? Chi asked in his mind while cleaning up the plant juice on his body. System, host, haven't you discovered it yet? What should I find out? After 3 consecutive questions, Chi asked the 4th question. This Irby system, what is good is not to learn, but to learn how to play tricks. System, host, this place has the same origin as the God realm, and it belongs to the Sky God realm. System, so, this is the heavenly extreme domain. Upon hearing this, Chi Li's eyes widened. This demon emperor actually brought him to the Tianji realm. No wonder the system told him not to use the power of law. Because the Tao of the demon god does not cultivate the power of laws at all, once it appears, it can almost be judged as an intruder. So, if you don't want to be attacked, because of this kind of thing, it's better to restrain the power of the law. No wonder I feel that the flow of laws between this piece of heaven and earth is so difficult. Chi hammered his palm, feeling a sudden realization. Before, when he heard that the demon gods did not cultivate the power of laws, Chi thought it was due to different ways and they did not conspire with each other. Only now did I realize that the general environment did not allow it, so I had to find another way to become stronger. Fortunately, Chi Li's physique is not as good as pure law power. But definitely not bad either. Anyway, in the Tianji territory, they must be able to get along. But, then again, now that we know that this is the Tianji territory, doesn't that mean that as long as you find the divine mountain in the central territory, you can go back? Wait. Speaking of this, Chi suddenly thought that the passage from the Tianji domain to the Shinji domain seemed to be blocked by the boundary river that housed the heaven and earth chessboard, and the control of the heaven and earth chessboard was handed over to the king. Now something went wrong. If you are not a planner, if you want to cross the boundary river, you can only become a pawn. Forget it, let's take this proposal slowly for the time being, and don't rush to go back at this moment, there must be other ways. Moreover, thinking of this, Chi remembered again. I was thrown into the sky. Jiu, what about you Shi'er? Will it also be in the Tianji territory? In this way, Chi really can't go back directly, so let's inquire about the situation at Tianji now. It is said that in the Tianji region, bloodthirsty and warlike, fighting is common, and there are many things where people fight when they disagree with each other. I heard it before, and I thought it was an exaggeration. Looking at it now, I'm really right. Now that he knew where he was, Qi Lu could understand the smell of blood in the air. What a manic and restless air. In such an environment, how could there be a gentle and refined character? Forget it, I don't want to think about it so much, let's go around and find out the situation first. The Tianji realm is another world to the Shinji realm. Although Qi Lu doesn't want to say it, there is still a sense of novelty. However, before Qi Lu had gone far, he saw a group of burly guys walking over from a distance. It seems that their target seems to be those giant piranhas. In this battlefield. Well, let's treat this place as a battlefield. Anyway, the place where Qi Lu appeared could feel a little life, that is, those giant cannibal flowers. And the number is not too much, probably only a dozen or so. Qi Lu also smashed a plant. Therefore, Qi Lu didn't know what those guys were doing in this barren place. Is it for those giant piranhas? Could this strangely shaped thing have any magical effect? Qi Lu didn't know. Because Qi Lu mostly heard about the situation in the Tianji territory, so it can only be used as a reference. Now that we can meet local residents, why not ask about the situation in the past? Seeing the group of guys in the distance approaching, Qi Lu also saw their appearance clearly. They were a group of muscular men. Judging from their appearance, they should be young, but they were a little too tall. He wore clothes made of animal skins and armor polished from animal bones, but did not carry weapons. It is in line with the usual style of those demon gods. The demon gods of the Tianji territory have always believed that their bodies are the best weapons. So when it comes to tempering, it spares no effort, and when it comes to fighting, it doesn't bother to use other weapons. It's really a joke with your own life. But to be honest, those powerful demon gods are physically stronger than most of the artifacts. Rather, these demon gods are tempering their bodies as if they were a divine weapon. However, these are all demon gods. Qi Lu could tell that the auras of the group of young men in front of him were nothing more than the intensity of ordinary practitioners. There is still 1,000 miles away from the level of the demon god. Is this the power system of the Tianji territory? Hey, what are you doing standing there? Could it be that he came here to snatch the bloodthirsty flower with us? While Qi Lu was thinking about these questions, the young men who came over were the first to speak. The look in Qi Li's eyes was also quite unkind. So these plants that look like piranhas are called bloodthirsty flowers? The name is quite appropriate, the aggressiveness is ridiculously strong, and it is indeed bloodthirsty. Qi Lu also took a special look at those giant piranhas, which really fit the characteristics of Tianjiu. But what the young man in front of him said was a bit strange. Qi Lu didn't even know what effect this bloodthirsty flower had. Moreover, there is another point, Qi Lu still has some doubts in his heart. It is the physical appearance of these young men, although they are a bit rough and burly, but they are within the normal range. It's not at all like the 8-armed sky-reaching and 6-winged wind demon that I met before, it's quite strange. It's not that every demon god looks so distinctive. Hey, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Do you think it's okay if you don't speak? Seeing his questioning, the guy in front of him didn't say a word. Among the young men walking towards him, the one who seemed to be the leader suddenly became unhappy. If a person dares to be so arrogant, then don't blame them for taking action to teach him a lesson. Interesting, it really is a tough folk style. Qi Li's expression became more interesting. This feeling is quite a kind of what are you looking at? What are you looking at? The only difference is that before Qi Lu replied, these guys could feel that they were underestimated. So Qi Lu was no longer silent. First of all, I don't say hello. Secondly, I have something to ask you. Qi Lu definitely didn't intend to play tricks, but after saying this, the eyes of these young men on the opposite side were obviously even more unkind. How dare you talk to us like that, brothers, get him. The man in the lead gave an order, and the followers rushed forward immediately. Qi Li's eyebrows twitched in surprise. Are these guys all crazy? I can't speak well. If there is a serious disagreement, how about a big fight? However, the other party is not willing to talk properly, so Qi Li will naturally not show mercy. Oh, you bastard, how dare you talk to me like that? Brothers, get him for me. The man in the lead gave an order, and the followers rushed forward immediately. Qi Li's eyebrows twitched in surprise. Are these guys crazy? Will they talk well? However, the other party is not willing to talk properly, so Qi Li will naturally not show mercy. Not bragging, but Qi Li just stood still and let them hit this group of ignorant guys. They may not be able to hurt Qi Li even in the slightest. The gap between the two sides is too great. It's just that before that, because of the system's reminder, Qi Li restrained his aura. Then these guys misunderstood Qi Li as an ordinary passerby with no power to restrain him. Then, the final result will naturally not have any surprises. Qi Li is by no means a person who likes to pretend to be a pig and eat addiger. Since it was the other party who made the first move, Qi Li would definitely not be kind. However, in order to get a preliminary understanding of the situation in the Tianji territory, Qi Li finally decided not to kill him for the time being, but to ask the questions he wanted to ask first, and then proceed to the next step of the discussion. For example, the life and death of the other party or something. Although Qi Li is not a cold-blooded executioner, he is definitely not a soft-hearted person either. I won't describe in detail the pictures of these ignorant guys. Waste too much ink, but give them face. Because it was just a time to meet each other, all the strong men who rushed up fell to the ground. With Qi Li's current strength, it would be a shame if they could see clearly. In the time of 2 breaths, if you can't put them all down, you are not good at learning. This is also because Qi Li needs to keep his hand. If you are rushing to kill, just relying on coercion is enough. When I was talking big before, I was quite arrogant. How do you feel now? While rubbing his fists, Qi Li squatted in front of the leading young man, and said with a smile. On the Tianjiu side, under normal circumstances, they couldn't speak well. Because only when your fist is big enough, the other party can listen to you well. Big, my lord, it was us dogs who looked down on people and bumped into you. Please spare our lives, we dare not do it again. The man lying on the ground endured the severe pain in his body and begged for mercy. His face began to twitch. The so-called death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot escape. Although Qi Li didn't kill him, he definitely did not take it lightly. The leading man can still speak, and his endurance is indeed a bit strong. In other words, bloodthirsty, warlike and strong temper, preferring death to submission, are not things in the same direction. The Tianjiu side may indeed have a tough folk style, but more of it comes from bullying the weak and fearing the hard. This is the law of the jungle preys on the strong. When they meet the weak, they strike hard. When they encounter powerful ones, they will be submissive. So this kind of behavior of begging for mercy, in Qi Li's view, was quite skillful. If it weren't for these guys not being able to move at all now, Qi Li would bet that they would have already knelt down by now. Stop, 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 in this case, I have heard too much, so you don't need Tosi anymore. Qi Li waved his hand, stopping the man in front of him from begging for mercy. That's half-truth. Qi Li has really heard a lot of begging for mercy. However, after staying in the divine realm for so long, because of the gradual fame, it has been silent for a long time. Now that I hear it again, I feel a little nostalgic, and by the way, I also feel a little emotional. Are these guys out of their minds? Do you have to act so violently, and then beg for mercy in a blink of an eye? Is it not uncommon for someone to accidentally kick on the iron plate and break his own foot? However, just when Qi Li said these words, the young man lying on the ground had admiration in his eyes, making him look quite dazzling. What's wrong with this guy? Qi couldn't figure out why this guy had such a strange emotion all of a sudden. However, if Qi knew what this young man was thinking, he would probably be even more dumbfounded. In fact, the young man's idea is very simple. If you often hear words of begging for mercy, then your strength must be very strong. After all, the ethos of Tianji region determines that the cultivators here worship the strong. So when Qi showed a crushing attitude, the problem was easily solved. Forget it, let's ignore this problem. Qi shook his head, and then continued, as I said just now, I have a few questions to ask you. Excuse me, my lord, I will know everything and say everything. In the end, before Qi finished speaking, the young man lying on the ground can't wait to express his opinion. Look at this appearance, even if you can stand. When he got up, he probably looked down, nodding and bowing. Okay, let me ask first, what is the use of the bloodthirsty flower you mentioned? Qi was still quite curious about this matter. By the way, it's also a test. Just to see if this seemingly surrendered guy in front of him is really convinced. Ah? My lord, don't you know this? No, I have absolutely no intention of questioning your lord. The bloodthirsty flower is a very magical plant. It will only appear on the battlefield after the Great War, devouring the remaining blood, and then condensing precious medicinal materials that can be used for body forging. Those medicinal materials are the roots of bloodthirsty flowers. We came here this time to dig these bloodthirsty flowers. The young man hurriedly answered Qi question. Although I was a little confused at the beginning, why would a powerhouse off this level not know the function of the bloodthirsty flower? But soon, I figured it out. Maybe this adult is so talented that he doesn't even bother to use bloodthirsty flowers to exercise his body. Oh? Qi frowned, then stepped down. Boom. A fissure suddenly appeared on the ground, started from Qi feet, spread till the bottom of a bloodthirsty flower, and shook the bloodthirsty flower directly out of the ground with its roots and leaves. This control over one's own strength made the eyes of many young men lying on the ground shine. How wonderful it would be if he could be so strong. There really are. Looking at the bloodthirsty flower's roots that were still stained with soil, which looked a bit like ginseng, Qi felt a little strange. It is indeed reasonable that the medicinal materials grown by devouring qi and blood can be used to exercise the body. But this also made Qi realize one thing. The difference between the way of the demon god and the way of the main god. Before entering the realm of gods, the consumption of cultivation resources may not be far behind. However, after passing the dividing line of the realm of the gods, it is completely different. The way of the main god is the power of faith. However, the way of the demon god still requires a large amount of cultivation resources to build up. That's why the creatures in the realm of the gods can prosper, and even many main gods will deliberately maintain the living environment of ordinary creatures. Because you need to develop believers, you need to collect the power of faith. But the Tianji territory is different. The competition for resources will naturally lead them into a conflict of interests. No wonder the people here in Tianji are tough, bloodthirsty, and warlike. It turns out that it is excluding competing interests. And from this point of view, it is normal for the demon gods of the extreme heaven realm to covet the vast land and vast resources of the extreme god realm. After all, one is non-renewable development, and the other is recycling development. What can be plundered will naturally be plundered. What's more, it's been said before. Although the vault of heaven god realm is divided into two parts, it is a whole. In Qi understanding, the so-called energy conservation has always been maintained. The Tianji territory's way of becoming stronger by fishing in the dry lake can indeed make the overall strength of the Tianji territory stronger than that of the Xinji territory in a short period of time. However, as long as the seal of the Central Territory Divine Mountain remains, the Tianji territory will eventually decline one day. At that time, it will be the time for the rise of the God realm. So now that I think about it carefully, the decision that King Ren made at the beginning was really prescient. As long as Shinjiyu stays out of the matter. Then, the behavior of drinking poison to quench thirst like Tianjiu will kill himself sooner or later. As a result, the perfect plan was destroyed by the demon emperor. It is really hateful to think about it this way. But anyway, the matter has come to this point, it is useless to think about these troubles. Next question. In fact, Qila didn't ask many questions. After all, the group of young men in front of them can tell at a glance that they are not strong, so they should have no status, and their status is probably not high. Even if you ask about a lot of things, you still look like you don't know what to ask. If you talk too much, it's better not to ask. But about the practitioners of the Tianji domain. Qila did find out of curiosity. Because before that, Qila knew that the demon god in the Tianji realm was on the same side as the main god in the Shinji realm. However, it is not clear what to call the cultivators before the demon god. Now, I know. From ordinary people at the very beginning, stepping into the path of cultivation. Learn to incorporate blood energy and strengthen your body, it can be called receiving energy. Then the blood is full, and after completing the most basic physical training, you can enter the state of body training. And after the completion of the body training state, it is the blood refining state. A typical example of tempering yourself from the outside in. Then after the realm of blood refinement, it is the immortal bone. Speaking of which, the realm of immortal bone actually targets the realm of ordinary gods. Because in the realm of the gods, as long as you step into the king level realm and achieve the position of God, you can achieve immortality. Of course, it's natural. Under the circumstances, the bones will be immortal. If there is an external force, it has to be calculated separately. However, the immortal bone realm on the Tianji realm is not completely equivalent to the God realm. To be precise, qi intake, body training, blood refining, and immortal bones are all divided into 10 small levels. They are 1 to 9 layers, and completeness. Therefore, after the 5th level of the realm of immortal bones, it can be regarded as the realm of gods. And going up, it was the realm of the demon god that Qi Lu was familiar with from the beginning. The system is not complicated, but a very simple process of exercising the body from the outside to the inside. In order to forge itself to the point of perfection. It's just that in this process, the demand for resources is higher at each stage. And this is just the most basic requirement. In addition to resources, the requirements for talent and potential are not low. Thinking about it this way, the life of a cultivator in the Tianji realm is really difficult. Just like these young men in front of them, they are all in the state of body training. In order to find some medicinal materials for exercise, I have to run around by myself. It is called experience, but who doesn't want to become stronger while lying down? Okay, it's not easy for you, so I won't make things difficult for you. After getting the information he wanted, Qila shrugged, and didn't kill anymore. The main reason is to deliberately attack these guys, which is really a bit of a drop in price. Why does the lion insist on killing the lice, just because he was bitten by the lice? Do you still have to worry about lice posing a threat to yourself? It's normal in Tianji territory to fight after a disagreement. If you get angry because of this kind of thing, Qila guesses that bloody storms will be inevitable along the way. But if he didn't continue to attack, it didn't mean that Qila would cure them. As I said before, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living penalty cannot be escaped. Just let them lie here. In the end, whether it is life or death, it can only be resigned to fate, maybe it will be eaten by bloodthirsty flowers. After all, these miraculous plants are not weak in aggressiveness, and they will not turn a blind eye to the beautiful things that come to their lips. Therefore, Qila happily left. By the way, I also learned that there was indeed a big war in this place. And I also know that such battlefields with unknown meanings are everywhere in the Tianji realm. Thinking of this, Qi didn't know what to say, so what happened to him was normal. No way, such large-scale battles are so common. Small-scale disputes are even more common. Then, along the way, it was indeed proved that what the young man said was not lying. Qi has seen at least a dozen battlefields in this kind of battle without knowing why it happened. In other words, don't the practitioners in the Tianji territory know what to do except fight? Don't they have to cook? Could it be that he could drink blood from his hair, or eat wind and drink dew? I don't know what I'm going to do anymore. If Yu Shi'er comes to the Tianji realm, she should be fine. Sometimes, Qi couldn't help rubbing the space between his brows, thinking about this question in his heart. Apart from the power of law, Yu Shi'er's combat power can barely reach the threshold of the immortal bone realm, and it's not too weak. After all, Yu Shi'er belonged to the Yuelan cat clan, and her physical attainments were not too low. At least much stronger than the normal human race. However, Qi was afraid that Yu Shi'er would accidentally use the power of the law. That would be a big deal. The defense restriction has not been triggered, it must have been washed away by the gate of fate. This was another reason why Qi was worried about Yu Shi'er. If the defense ban is still there, it's okay to say that there is at least a layer of insurance. But if Yu Shi'er's defensive restrictions were washed away by the gate of fate, it would be hard to say. Damn Demon Emperor, next time you meet him, you must punch him to death. Qi thought to himself. In this way, the boring and continuous progress along the way. After going through one battlefield after another that looks like scorched earth, continue to move forward. Finally, I saw a different view. City gate. City walls. It's a city-state. This is a regular gathering place that can be encountered in the wild in the Tianji territory. It is said to be a city-state, but it is indeed just a city-state, and there is no such force as the city guard to maintain order. It is just a landmark building built for the convenience of gathering and trading. There are no characters like city lords in it. However, there are people in charge. That is the strongest person in a city-state, who can also formulate the rules in this city-state. Really carried forward the law of the jungle to the extreme. This has also led to the fact that the rules in each city-state are different. Moreover, with the replacement of the strongest, the rules in the city-state may also be replaced. Those who suffer are only the residents living in the city-state. Because there are also monsters in the wild in the Tianji realm. It's just that Qi can't be threatened at all, so Qi didn't care about it all the way. But for cultivators below the realm of immortal bones, the threat that monsters can pose is very huge. Living in a city-state may be a bit tiring, but still able to survive. After all, if you don't reach the perfection of the immortal bone realm, you still need to cook. The atmosphere in the Tianji territory may be somewhat bloodthirsty, but they are not without brains. Therefore, in the city-state, there are still many ordinary people living in order to produce various food or medicinal materials. However, living in the wild, you may not even know when you will die. So how to choose, it is clear at a glance. It is to choose to be squeezed, and then to live with difficulty. Still have the backbone to leave the city-state, and then die under the fangs and claws of monsters. It shouldn't be hard to make a choice. It can be regarded as encountering a city-state, go in and see the situation first, let's rest. Qi mood finally rose a bit. I have been walking in the wild before, and I can't even touch anything that can make a movement. Even the bloodthirsty flowers that would appear on the scorched battlefield were dug away. And those monsters living in the wild have a very keen sense of crisis, so they dare not provoke Qi. So much so that Qi never saw a living creature except the guys he met at beginning. Now, it can be regarded as a place where you meet a living person. Speaking of which, this is the first time Qi has seen the city-states of the Tianji territory, and he is quite curious. I don't know how it is different from the city-states I have seen before, whether it is suitable for opening a shop. TSK. Why did you think of opening a store when you came across a city-state? In other words, it shouldn't be suitable for opening a shop in a tough place like Tianjiu. Who knows if the first thing those customers do when they enter the store is to grab them directly, Qi Lu will be annoyed to death. Hey, this city-state doesn't even have a name. A city-state that I finally met. After Qi Lu approached, I realized that the name of the city-state was not hanging. This might be a common thing in Tianji territory. After all, the person in charge often changes, and perhaps the name of the city-state also changes frequently. Then later on, I just didn't want the name at all. This is not a problem. Qi Lu doesn't care about this kind of problem anyway. Let's just talk about the city-state in front of us. The city gate is wide open, and it is estimated that there is not much time to close it. Because there is not even a city guard, the seemingly magnificent city gate is probably used for display, and there is no time to defend against the enemy. Then there are naturally no guards at the gate of the city. It can be seen from a distance that some people are crowding into the city-state. There are all kinds of weird races. For convenience, let's call them all people here. Thinking about it this way, the 8-armed celestial beings and the 6-winged wind demons I saw before are probably not human races either. If you think about it, Shenjiu is a place full of thousands of races. The Tianji territory should not be far behind there. Then I took a look inside the city-state, and there were still a lot of people. The streets inside are very wide, and there are quite a few houses on both sides. There are some scattered shops, but there are not many. Because in this city-state, the most are the stalls on both sides of the street. No wonder the streets are built so wide. Most of the stalls sitting on both sides of the street are practitioners who have returned from the wild, and there are a small number of ordinary people. The things on the stall are very complicated. All kinds of medicinal materials, parts removed from monsters, materials that can be used to make armor, and so on. Among them, the most numerous are all kinds of natural and earthly treasures used to temper the body. All were retrieved from the wild. You must know that in the Tianji region, the way of body training has developed to this day, and there are countless prescriptions for body training, corresponding to various situations, various physiques, and various realms. Therefore, those medicinal materials found from the wild cannot be used directly. Because if you use it directly, the first one is to waste the efficacy of the medicine. On the other hand, I don't know whether it is suitable for my situation. So if there is no corresponding prescription, it is the best policy to bring it back and ask. Speaking of which, in a city-state, this way of setting up stalls for transactions is generally protected. But it is not absolute. In the wild, it doesn't matter how you fight. But in the city-state, it depends on the rules of the city-state, whether fighting is allowed or not. Let's take the news that Qi Lu heard after walking around here. The strongest person in this unnamed city-state is an orc clansman in the 6th level of the Immortal Bone realm. One of the rules set is that fighting in the city-state is not allowed. If there is any problem, go out and solve it. The 6th level of the Immortal Bone realm. After hearing the news, Qi Lu just smiled and didn't say much. Speaking of this, it must be emphasized that the strongest in the city-state does not mean entering the city-state. The strongest among them. It is the strongest among the rulers who are willing to take over the city-state. After all, taking over the management of the city-state means that you cannot leave the city-state. For some strong people, this is something they don't want to do. So in many cases, the strongest person who manages the city-state is not the strongest person who enters the city-state. Just like now, in the 6th level of the Immortal Bone realm, in front of Qi Lu, it can be regarded as annihilated. But so what? Qi Lu didn't want to take over the control of the city-state, so he wasted this effort. As long as no one came to provoke Qi Lu, he would prefer to keep a low profile. Let's go around first. The city-state that we encountered right now does not occupy a small area. After all, it is such a vast wild area, an important stronghold for settlement and defense of warcraft. Speaking of which, the difference between the Tianji domain and the Shenji domain can also be reflected in this kind of thing. When he was in absolute God realm, Qi Lu spent most of his time in the chaotic area. So not much is known about the major city-states. However, it is also clear that apart from the most vast and chaotic area, the regional division of the God realm is based on the kingdom of God, and the division of the regions formed by the agreement between the major gods. Then, on the basis of the kingdom of God, the next step is to divide the city-states. However, when it comes to the Tianji territory, the demon god has no intention of establishing any kind of kingdom of God, and naturally there is no kingdom of God. The city-state is the most common area where ordinary people and practitioners live. Of course, in addition to this, there are places like villages. But the defense capability is far weaker than that of the city-state. It is easy to be completely destroyed under the impact of the monsters, and naturally it appears less. Then, for a city-state with such an important role, when it is ready to be built, the scale of the design must not be small. In such a short time, the place Qi Lu turned around was the gate of the city. Generally speaking, city-states standing in the wild have 4 gates. They are respectively located in the 4 directions of the city wall. Therefore, it is indeed difficult to visit all the city-states in one day. What Qi Lu mainly looks at now is the medicinal materials on those stalls, or other bodybuilding materials. Because the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth that can be used for body forging are not only various medicinal materials, but also the blood or flesh off some powerful monsters, some seemingly precious minerals, and plants. Anyway, it was something that Qi Lu had never understood before, but now it seems that it is quite novel. Qi Lu definitely won't be able to use the prescription for body training. However, it is still very good to use this to study the power system of the Tianji territory. Speaking of this, I have to mention Qi Li's actual feelings from wandering around in this city-state. Perhaps it was the influence of the Tao of the demon god that made the cultivators of the Tianji realm become bloodthirsty and warlike. As far as ordinary people are concerned, they are actually not much different from ordinary people in Shenjiu. Even more trembling. It seems that hearsay is one-sided after all, and there is really not much real information that can be understood. But then again, there is a reason why the overall ethos of Tianji domain is like this. The demon god stands at the pinnacle with extreme force. The worship of the strong caused by it naturally also made the strata of the entire Tianji realm clear. Power determines everything, whoever is stronger has a greater right to speak. Demon gods may not fight each other. But looking down, the dividing line between the various forces is still very clear. Sects, families, organizations, tyrants, etc., are divided by multiple parties, even in the same city-state, there is no exception. This made Qi Lu understand. When the individual strength is not strong, it is natural to huddle to keep warm. Where is it like those demon gods, in this extreme sky, each of them dominates one side. Although they don't establish a kingdom of God and don't bother to control these city-states, the place they are in seems to be a convention. The city-states covered by the power of the demon god will pay tribute to various treasures of heaven and earth every year to pray for peace. This is one of the largest annual expenses for most city-states. Otherwise, the powerful who came to these city-states may not be willing to take over these city-states. Everyone is there for a variety of resources. Controlling a city-state is also to better collect resources to help oneself become stronger. If the city-state that is about to take over does not have so much oil and water to fish for, then why bother to work hard? Walking all the way, wandering all the way. Qi Lu also took the time to taste the food from Tianjiu, which really has a special flavor. All kinds of flavors are heavily used, which has a rough and heroic meaning, which matches the folk customs here very well. Alcohol and so on, although it's just a taste, but you can also drink the uniqueness of it. No matter which side of the world you are in, ordinary people will always suffer the most. After a meal, a large table of dishes is also swept away. This situation is not uncommon. For those who focus on physical fitness, it is normal to eat a lot. And in the case of a higher level of cultivation, ordinary food can't meet the needs of those physical cultivation at all. It must be the meat of a monster. This also formed another industrial chain, hunting monsters and selling monster meat. The ones who took the initiative to hunt and kill the monsters were those physical cultivators who took over those who buy some Warcraft meat are naturally merchants in various city-states. And there is absolutely no need to worry about sales, after all, those physical training skills are still very strong. As a result, Qi thought of the divine animal meat industry chain in the divine realm. It must be put on the Tianjiu side, and it will definitely be bigger. Come on, check out. Qi yelled while thinking. Now that they have finished eating, it is natural for them to leave. Sitting in the restaurant all the time is like nothing. Although in the restaurant, there are 3 teachings and 9 schools, good and evil are mixed, and you can hear all kinds of news. However, does Qi need to use this method to inquire about news? My guest, there are 320 blood spar stones on your table, how would you like to pay the bill? The waiter who came over nodded and said. Blood spar, on the side of the extreme sky region, is a mineral crystal with a huge output. After being ground into powder, it can be used in most body training prescriptions as one of the main ingredients or auxiliary ingredients. Therefore, the market demand is huge, and the price is extremely stable, with little fluctuation. So it was used as currency. However, as far as Qi was concerned, he had only heard of blood spar, and he really didn't have it on him. Who made the currency system between Tianjiu and Shenjiu not common today? But before eating, Qi forgot about it again. Speaking of it now, it's a bit embarrassing. Qi still won't do things like credit or evasion, it's too embarrassing. It's too funny for a being who is comparable to a top demon god to go to a restaurant to eat the overlord's meal. Can I pay the bill with something other than the blood spar? Qi put one hand on the table and asked aloud. No way, Qi couldn't make blood spar out of thin air. I asked the system, and the system also said that it would never manufacture such a gadget with no technical content. Damn Irby system, your host is about to lose face on the spot, and you are still digging out such small details. Okay? This guest, you don't want to eat Bawan's meal, do you? Upon hearing Qi words, the waiter's eyes suddenly became sharp. Customers who evade orders in the store appear from time to time, so most businesses will hire some practitioners to deal with these problems. So when Shao encountered such a situation, he didn't panic at all. Always ready to call. No, I think you misunderstood. Qi waved his hand, but he didn't intend to argue with the waiter. This is the atmosphere in the Tianji region. There have been more incidents of escaping orders, and it is normal for people to be more vigilant. What I mean is, I don't have a blood spar on me for the time being, and I can use a monster for my meal. Do you think it's feasible? Qi continued. Bartering can be regarded as a routine operation. After all, the meals Qi ordered were all ordinary ingredients. The value of a Warcraft far exceeds the price of this table of meals, and it is still a big profit for the restaurant. However, the vigilance in the waiter's eyes is still not lifted, obviously he doesn't believe it. TSK, if I knew it earlier, I would fight 2 monsters before coming over for dinner. Now that I say this, I must first pay on credit. To be honest, if Qi directly threw a monster out at this time, the shop waiter would kneel down on the spot. Those powerful physiques are not something he, a small shop boy, can afford. But, if Qi just said that, it would feel like a big talker. Shop waiter, don't forget it, I will settle this table and that table together. At this moment, the young man sitting at the next table suddenly spoke. Qi Lu heard the sound and looked, and found that this young man had a handsome appearance. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes, lined with the fur of some kind of powerful monster, and his defensive power was good. Obviously, he came from a certain powerful force. Was it a whim to speak out at this time? Yes, Mr. Luo. The waiter in the shop immediately responded when he heard the words. Obviously, this young man is a regular customer of this restaurant. Thank you for today's matter. Since he was rescued by others, Qi Lu naturally bowed his hands in gratitude. You are welcome. The young man who became Mr. Luo smiled and said indifferently. Then, he continued, Brother, you look very strange, but this is your first time here. It is. Qi Lu nodded. Then he looked at the young man in front of him again. Although judging from his clothes, it seems that he came from a certain powerful force, but this guy himself is an ordinary person. There is no trace of tempering in the body, that is to say, it is stronger than normal people. Probably because I usually take more supplements. Then let me introduce myself. My lord, Luo Feng, came from the Luo family in Xingyun City, and was dispatched here by the family. When talking about this, the young man. There was no embarrassment on the man's face, it seemed very natural. Indeed, a family member who cannot cultivate is worthless in the Tianji region. It is normal that they will be sent to other places at will. However, is this Luo family in Xingyun City very powerful? Anyway, Qi Lu had never heard of it. Oh, Luo Feng, right? Hello, my name is Qi Lu. Qi Lu nodded with a very calm expression, and then introduced himself. However, this reaction, in Luo Feng's view, was a bit serious. Xingyun City is the largest city-state in this area of thousands of miles, and it is also the birthplace of a certain demon god. It is definitely a great honor to be able to make a name for yourself in Xingyun City. Just like the Luo family, they can become famous in Xingyun City. It is because in the Luo family, there is an ancestor who has completed the realm of immortal bones, and is only half a step away from the realm of demon gods. Perhaps after a certain retreat, he will be able to break through. Therefore, even among these unknown city-states around, the name of the Luo family is extremely resounding. Few people are willing to offend members of the Luo family. It's the same even if Luo Feng is just a down-and-out son who was dispatched here. As long as they are members of the Luo family, they are not the ones who can be provoked by these helpless practitioners. However, after hearing the name of the Luo family, the man in front of him, who called himself Qi Lu, could still act so calmly. If you think about it carefully, you must have your own support. That's worth making friends with. As for whether Qi Lu had never heard of the name of the Luo family, Luo Feng didn't think too much about it. How is this possible? I have never even heard of the name of the Luo family. Did it emerge from some deep mountain and old forest? It's a pity that Luo Feng would never have thought that Qi Lu might not have emerged from deep mountains and old forests. But it came from the god realm. Since you paid the bill for me, I can't eat this meal for nothing. Well, if you have any request, you can tell me directly, as long as it is not too much, I will agree to you. However, Qi Lu didn't care about the change in Luo Feng's expression, but said it on his own. Qi Lu really felt a little uncomfortable about owing favors to others. So if you can, pay it back as soon as possible. What did Brother Qi Lu say? Did I, Luo Feng, pay the bill for you because of this kind of thing? Naturally, it was impossible for Luo Feng to make any demands. After all, it came from a big family. When one's physique is unable to become a physical trainer and embarks on the path of a demon god, one has to rely on one's brain to survive. Don't think that the struggle in the big family is easy when you are a waste who has nothing to do with the world. That's impossible. Because no one will believe that you are willing to just be a waste, or kill you, so that you can be completely at ease. So even though Luo Feng was dispatched to this unnamed city-state, he was still actively managing his power and making friends with powerful people from all walks of life. Then, in the process of making friends, you must not be too hasty. Speaking of which, Luo Feng was just trying to survive. No way, if you don't have enough strength. No matter what, it is impossible for him to be the head of the big family. In the final analysis, Tianjiu still respects strength, not blood to maintain the existence of a power. So Luo felt very clear in his heart that favors, once used, were gone. The favor of the strong must be used at the right time. Okay, then this request will be placed with you first. But let me explain first, if I leave here, if you want to make any demands, it will not work. Hearing this, Qi Lu also shrugged, and then gave a warning. It is impossible to tie Qi Lu with these small favors. Don't say such things, brother Qi Lu, I just want to make friends, so I don't have any demands. Luo Feng shook his head and said with a smile. It seems that I really just want to make friends and have no other purpose. Qi Lu was non-committal about this. He is not a novice who is ignorant of the world. How can it be difficult for him to deal with the issue of human relationship? By the way, brother Qi Lu, the auction house in this city-state is going to hold an auction today. I wonder if you are interested. Why don't you come with him to have a look? After a moment of silence, Luo Feng seemed to be inadvertent, and opened his mouth to invite. In fact, it is also a temptation. Because the auction is also the best place to test the knowledge of the participants. The real strong should always be calm. Auctions? Qi Lu immediately became interested. One thing to say, Qi Lu is still a little curious about things like auctions. The main reason is that Qi Lu has never participated in a real auction, but at Bu Yuyan's suggestion, he held a temporary advertising auction, so he wanted to see what it was like. Now that someone has taken the initiative to mention it, I still have to take a look. There is nothing to do, let's go and have a look together. Qi Lu nodded calmly. Then, together with Luo Feng, they left the restaurant and walked to the place where the auction house was located. On the way, Qi Lu could sense that secretly, there were still several Bada cultivators following behind them. It should be the protector prepared by the Luo family for Luo Feng. They are all at the level of perfection in the realm of body forging. From this point of view, Luo's status in the Luo family is indeed not very high. Not to mention the realm of immortal bone, and now there is not even a protector for the realm of blood refining, which is too cheap. Qi Lu doubted if it wasn't for the Luo family's face. Luo Feng might really be assigned to this unnamed city-state alone. The location of the auction house is quite good. It stands tall in the central area of the city-state. The place where the auction will be held is on the top floor of the auction house, and the floors below are used to sell various commodities. There is also an appraisal room for auction items. In principle, the higher you go, the more precious the goods you sell. So if you want to go to a higher floor, it is not only a matter of financial resources, but also a certain status. But for Luo Feng, this problem does not exist. The name of the Luo family is still very useful. Along the way, no one dared to stop him. Speaking of which, they all knew Luo Feng's face. Mr. Luo, do you need the item manual for this auction? After reaching the waiting room on the highest floor, an employee of the auction house came up and asked respectfully. Bring it to us to see. Luo Feng nodded. Then he asked Qi Lu to sit on the sofa. Brother Qi Lu, don't look at what the item brochure says. In fact, none of the finale auction items will be put up. The ones shown to us first are all ordinary items. Having said this, Luo Feng is obviously familiar with the road. Think about it too, what can you do if you are assigned to such an unnamed city-state? The strongest person in charge of this city-state is only a physical cultivation of the 6th level of the immortal bone realm. Compared with the ancestors of the Luo family, they are like clouds and mud. So few people dared to run into Luo Feng. Luo Feng didn't know how many times he had been to this kind of auction. Ordinary goods. When Qi Lu heard this, he just smiled. In fact, no matter what items can be auctioned at this auction, he is not interested. No matter how good things are, can there be products produced by the system? System, host, this script system likes to listen to it very much, so please talk more. Before I asked you to make some blood spar for me, you ran to pretend to be dead. Why did you run out now? Qi Lu was silent for a while, and suddenly asked a sole question in his mind. It's really a narcissistic and stingy Irby system, and it won't work if you relax a little bit. However, facing Qi Li's questioning, the system once again chose to play dead, without saying a word on the spot. Forget it, I'm used to it. Qi Li shook his head silently, then picked up the item manual that he sent over. There are exquisite illustrations and text descriptions on it, but the text in Tianjiu is really not easy to read. Fortunately, when fighting the demon gods before, they devoured the souls of many demon gods. At this time it should not be too late to translate the language part. Most of the things in the auction are some rare body forging materials, as well as the flesh and blood of some powerful monsters. There are even corpses of monsters from the realm of immortal bones. You must know that those magical beasts have made indelible contributions in terms of tempering their bodies. And these contributions are mainly reflected in the aspects of being used as food materials or medicinal materials. The more powerful the monster, the more energy contained in the flesh and blood. Anyway, for physical training, the taste is not important, as long as eating it will have an effect, let them eat it raw. So after Qi Li flipped through the item manual for a while, he lost interest in reading it again. Indeed, for ordinary cultivators, monsters in the realm of immortal bones are really inviolable existences. Their corpses or flesh and blood are indeed eligible to be auctioned. But for Qi Lu, the quality of this auction is really hard to describe. Brother Qi Lu, I've said it all, they are all ordinary people. Sitting opposite Qi Lu, Luo Feng saw the obvious disappointment on Qi Lu's face, and the light in his eyes became even hotter. You know, in this item manual, there are corpses of monsters in the realm of immortal bones. To Luo Feng, this stuff is of course common stuff. Because in the Luo family, there are not a few cultivators in the realm of immortal bones. Although we can't say how many monsters in the realm of immortal bone are hunted on weekdays, they are definitely enough. So in Luo Feng's view, this level of flesh and blood is not uncommon. And another reason, naturally, is also due to Luo Feng's own physique, and Hetsan use these things, so it's not rare. However, for ordinary physical training, monsters in the realm of immortal bones, it is definitely an existence that they dare not confront. However, Qi Lu in front of him showed a disappointed expression after watching it. What does that mean? This means that, in Qi Li's view, monsters in the realm of immortal bone are simply not enough to look at. No, you can't say that either. After all, monsters that are both in the realm of immortal bones can also be very different from each other, so they cannot be generalized. For example, the most monster corpses auctioned in this auction house, that is, the second or third level of the immortal bone realm, can be regarded as the top of the sky. Stronger monsters are not so easy to hunt. Therefore, to be precise, it should be that this low-level monster in the immortal bone realm is not enough in Qi Li's eyes. However, no matter what the situation is, it shows one thing. That is, Qi Li's strength is definitely not simple. Thinking of this, Luo Feng was suddenly overjoyed. In fact, making friends is kind of like opening a blind box. Before it is opened, no one knows what will be inside the blind box. So when making friends with Qi Lu, what Luo Feng was holding was just the idea of multiple friends and multiple paths. Let's try it out. Anyway, for Luo Feng, even if it is useless, at most it is just a loss of some blood spar. But in case of luck, it would simply take off on the spot. For example now. Based on Luo Feng's guess, Qi Li's strength was at least at the 5th level of the Immortal Bone realm. This level of cultivation level, even if it is placed in Xingyun City, can be regarded as a powerful person on the Megatron side. Not to mention being in this nameless city-state. You must know that the strongest person in charge of the city-state is only the 6th level of the Immortal Bone realm. It's okay, just come and have a look, ordinary goods don't matter. Qi Li shook his head, then leaned on the sofa. To be honest, there are not many treasures of heaven and earth that can still be effective for him now. After all, Qi Li Shou is not the way of the demon god, and he is not that proficient in body forging, so naturally he doesn't have that much demand. Wait a moment. Speaking of this, Qi Li suddenly thought of it. If you were not proficient before, why can't you become proficient now? It's hard to come to the Tianji region, so I can't just go back empty-handed. Wouldn't that have failed the Demon Emperor's good intentions? No bragging, no nonsense. In order to repay the Demon Emperor's kindness, Qi Li has already prepared the Demon Emperor's favorite big mouth, and plans to give it all to him the next time he meets the Demon Emperor. I hope the Demon Emperor will like it. Actually, Brother Qi Li doesn't have to be so disappointed, although the items in the item manual are not very good. However, after the auction starts, there will still be a lot of good things. Those finale auction items are generally very good. Luo Feng naturally had to say a few more words to show his concern. For such a wild strong man, it would be a great loss if he could not make friends with him. By the way, Brother Qi Lu, at this auction, if you have something you want, just bid for it. I, Luo Feng, will bear all the expenses together. It's like making a friend. While talking, Luo Feng started to seduce him again. Although for most powerhouses, the blood spar is really not a waste of effort. However, according to Luo Feng's observation, Qi Li couldn't even pay for a meal before, so he probably didn't have many blood spar with him. If at the auction I really came across something of interest. Isn't this favor properly owed? The favor of a meal is too small, and it is far from enough to tie up such a strong man. But at the auction, the bidding really started. The blood spar spent is far from being comparable to the cost of a meal. Then thank you for your kindness. Qi Li responded lightly. But I was thinking in my heart, the cost of making a friend is too high. What this Luo Feng was thinking was already obvious, how could Qi Li not see it? It's just a joke to tie yourself up with a few favors. But Qi Li wouldn't say anything about it, it's just tacit understanding. What if there is an auction item that you are really interested in? You can't say too much. It's meaningless to thank you, Brother Qi Lu, you don't have to be so polite with me. When Luo Feng heard this, the expression on his face suddenly became beaming. For the Luo family of Xingyun City, the blood spar is just a number. Even Luo Feng, a family child who is not valued, has a sufficient supply of blood spar every year. If these blood spar can be used to make friends with those real strong men, it will be a huge profit. In this waiting room, I didn't actually sit for long. An employee of the auction house knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Luo, the auction is about to start, you and your friends can enter. Brother Qi Lu, please. Luo Feng stood up and gestured, please, to Qi Lu. This scene shocked the employees of the auction house. Who is Mr. Luo? That's from the Luo family in Xingyun City. Come son brother. In this unknown city-state, there are very few people who are qualified to be compared with Mr. Luo. The one who can make Mr. Luo so respectful must be a very strong man. Let's go. The calm expression on Qi Li's face further confirmed the employee's thoughts. All of a sudden, even the attitude of leading the way became cautious. I am afraid that I will offend these distinguished guests by being disrespectful. The venue of the auction seemed to be no different from the temporary auction Qi Li once held in the store. At most, the decoration is more upscale and the service is more thoughtful. However, Qi Lu did not intend to do these things. After all, there are only so many tricks in the auction, and the biggest difference lies in the auction items. So, Qi Lu and Luo Feng finally came to a gorgeous private room. According to Luo Feng, this is reserved for him by the auction house. In the luxuriously decorated private room, there are soft sofas, and exquisite pastries and fragrant tea are placed on the tea table. The staff of the auction house who walked in front opened the door of the private room for Qi Lu and Luo Feng. After the two entered, they closed the door. But Qi Lu knew that this employee had actually been standing at the door, waiting for orders from the private room at any time. "Brother Qi Lu, do you need anything else? Another snack, tea, or a maid? You can do whatever you want." When Luo Feng came to the private room, he greeted him warmly as if he had returned home. Speaking of which, staying in this place might be easier for Luo Feng than staying in his own family. There are not so many intrigues, and there is no need to be on guard against sneak attacks from people around you all the time. How comfortable it is to do whatever you want. No, that's fine. The auction is about to start, let's see if there are any good things. Qi Lu waved his hands, he really couldn't play with the things these young masters like. Maybe it's because Qi Lu has never been a fun-loving person, it's good to be quiet like now. Well, if you have any requirements, you can ask them at any time. The service of this auction house is still very thoughtful. Luo Feng then said politely. Below, as the host came to the stage, this time the auction officially started. Those ordinary guests don't get the same treatment as Luo Feng, and they all sit in the hall and call for prices. There are only a handful of people who can sit in a private room like Luo Feng. After a simple opening remark, the host of the auction didn't say any more nonsense. Everyone is very busy, and being able to come here is not to listen to this kind of stereotyped opening remarks. The atmosphere is lively, and it's time for the auction items to go on stage. The first auction item. In the beginning, there will definitely not be any heavy treasures. Basically, they are all things that have been introduced in the item manual, so Qi Lu will naturally not be interested. Just watching, talking to Luo Feng on the opposite side, and commenting on these auction items by the way. Otherwise, it would be too boring to sit all the time. However, these things are really not good things for Qi Lu. What good reviews can you get? After chatting for a while, Luo Feng looked at Qi Lu more and more scorchingly. This insight cannot be pretended, it must be accumulated through traveling around and having great strength. The next auction item may be of great interest to everyone. It's a living, powerful monster of the third level of the immortal bone realm. It was finally captured by our auction house, and it took a lot of energy to tame it. It only waits for the final recognition of its owner. If you can have such a powerful monster as a mount, you must know how honorable it is. At this moment, the host of the auction suddenly raised his voice. It immediately attracted the attention of all the guests. Then after hearing the next auction items, the voice of discussion suddenly became louder. The monster of the third level of the realm of immortal bones is still alive. I didn't expect to see such a precious auction item at this auction. A beast of the third level of the immortal bone realm is used as a mount. It is more than noble. Ordinary monks dare not provoke it. That's right, from this point of view, I should pay some money. Then let's let go and fight. So, aren't you going to ask for the last thing? Don't say that, I want both together, isn't it okay? If you want to say that, of course it is possible, but it depends on your financial resources, whether it is allowed or not. Then please wait and see. It was quite unexpected that a living warcraft suddenly appeared as an auction item. At auctions, it is common for the corpses of monsters to be auctioned as materials for body forging prescriptions. But living monsters rarely appear. Especially the World of Warcraft in the realm of immortal bone, the number of times they appeared alive at auctions is simply a handful. Corpses are not uncommon. After all, it is not easy to tame a monster, let alone such a powerful monster. It can be said that this time, the auction house suddenly put a third-level monster of the immortal bone realm on the auction booth. It definitely brought the atmosphere of this auction to the highest level. It also raised the interest of all guests. Even Luo Feng's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a living monster, and it also has the third level of the immortal bone realm. Judging from this tone, one can tell that Luo Feng is also quite interested in his auction item. Moreover, releasing a living and powerful monster for auction is not just as simple as mobilizing the atmosphere at the scene. It is an invisible publicity for the strength of the auction house. It probably means, look, our auction house can even tame monsters in the third level of the immortal bone realm. Those who dare to make trouble have to weigh their own weight, whether they have the right to make trouble here. Luo Feng, don't you know that there is a living monster among the auction items this time? However, when Qilu saw this, he raised his own doubts. Strange, don't auction houses need to advertise in advance before holding an auction? Why does it look like everyone is surprised? Brother Qilu, it seems that this is indeed your first time visiting this place. Actually, this auction was advertised a month ago. The final auction item is a piece of dragon scale. But this monster, we really don't know. Luo Feng is so shrewd, once he heard Qi Li's words, he knew what he was asking. So I opened my mouth to explain. Dragon scale? Hearing this, Qi Li narrowed his eyes slightly. That's right, dragon scales are a good thing. In some high-level medicines, they are necessary materials and are very precious. Luo Feng didn't notice the strangeness in Qi Li's eyes, but nodded, and then explained. The dragon clan, even in the Tianji region, is a symbol of strength. Then dragon scales are naturally extremely rare. I see. Qi Li nodded slightly, pretending to be stunned. Then he pointed down the huge iron cage that had been pushed onto the booth. Inside, there was a tiger-shaped monster lying on its stomach. Its violent eyes showed incomparable arrogance when they opened and closed. It can be seen that the auction house is not talking nonsense. This is indeed a powerful beast of the third level of the immortal bone realm. You are interested in? Qi Lu asked as if to change the subject. Of course, who wouldn't want such a powerful monster? Luo Feng is not pretentious at all, and he has no intention of hiding it. If wants it, he wants it. Indeed, for Luo Feng, if he could have a monster of the third level of the immortal bone realm as a mount, his status in the family would be much higher, and his own life could be guaranteed. In fact, such a situation is not uncommon in Tianji domain. Many family children, with their own physique and potential, cannot allow themselves to embark on the path of cultivation. Taming warcraft has become the best way. Want to bid? Qi Lu asked again. Look at the situation, such an opportunity is rare. Luo Feng nodded, but he was not sure. Because of such a powerful monster, the price will definitely not be too low. And there will be many bids. Although the Luo family distributes enough blood spar to Luo Feng every year, it is definitely not too much. If you really want to bid, maybe you really can't stand it. After all, Luo Feng himself is not a particularly valued family member. Otherwise, why didn't the Luo family equip Luo Feng with a powerful monster? However, when Qi Lu heard this, he reached out and patted Luo Feng's shoulder, and then said aloud, Well, Luo Feng, you listen to me, this monster, don't ask for a price, just keep it for a while. Look at the dragon scales. If you want warcraft, you don't need to waste blood spar here. Okay? Hearing this, Luo Feng glanced at Qi Lu with some doubts. But soon, with a look of sudden realization, he nodded and said, Okay, if that's the case, then I'll listen to brother Qi Lu. Because Luo Feng understood, the reason why Qi Lu told him not to bid was very simple. 1. It might be because Qi Lu became interested in the future dragon scale. And the other one, perhaps Qi Lu himself, was sure that he could tame a monster of this level. That's why he was told not to waste these blood spar. No matter which of these two reasons it is not a loss for Luo Feng. If it was because Qi Lu wanted that piece of dragon scale, it meant that Qi Lu's cultivation level was definitely higher than he imagined. The favor of such a strong person must be much stronger than a third-level monster of the immortal bone realm. And if the second reason, that's not bad either. Why not do it if you can save the cost of the blood spar? And Qi Li's thoughts were exactly the same. For him, it was easy for him to tame a monster of this level. But the dragon scale at the finale gave Qi Lu a strange premonition. Perhaps, this piece of dragon scale will be the key thing. That's why Qi Lu asked Luo Feng to save this move, to see if he could bid for the dragon scale. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't bid for it, there are many ways to get dragon scales. It doesn't have to be done by normal means. The bidding below is extremely fierce. However, Luo Feng and Qi Lu, who were sitting in the private room, were watching the play. The starting price for this monster of the third level of the immortal bone realm is 50 million blood spar. Then, if the price is increased, at least 1 million blood spar will bid. Without enough financial resources, I really dare not scream. Qi Lu was so surprised that he was thinking at the time, if he had known that living monsters were so expensive, he should have caught a few of them. But Qi Lu really misunderstood this. Not all living monsters are so expensive. On the one hand, it depends on the cultivation level of the monster, and on the other hand, it also depends on the degree of taming. The price of an untamed monster, even if it is alive, is not much higher. You must know that the price of a tamed monster of the same cultivation level is at least 10 times higher than that of an untamed one. No way, what do you buy back without taming Warcraft? Not to be slaughtered. Therefore, the intensity of this round of bidding was as expected. The base price of 50 million blood spar was quickly called up to 100 million blood spar, and it was still increasing. However, after adding this level, the price increase will not be large. Qi Lu is not interested in knowing who will get this magical beast in the end. Just wait for this Warcraft to be auctioned off, and then start the next round of auctions. This indifferent expression made Luo Feng more sure that Qi Lu must have the ability to tame a monster of this level. Then it's fine, let the group of fools below bid. It is better to enjoy the shade at the feet of the strong. 136 million blood spar once. 136 million blood spar twice. 136 million blood spar, 3 times. Make a deal. The final transaction price was locked at 136 million blood spar. Just such a third-level monster of the immortal bone realm made Qi Lu reacquainted with the situation in the Tianji realm. Although those demon gods are bloodthirsty and warlike, they are powerful. But these ordinary people are indeed weak. Qi Lu could beat a monster of this level to death with a single punch, yet he was able to sell it at such a high price. It's really confusing. Okay, everyone, next, this auction, the last auction item. Presumably everyone came here for this auction item. After the tiger monster was pushed back to the background, the host continued. Immediately afterwards, a group of practitioners from the realm of blood refinement came to the stage and protected the way from the backstage to the booth. Only then did 2 practitioners of the immortal bone realm escort a box and walked up to the booth. Such strict protection measures also aroused Qi Li's curiosity. He wants to see how precious this piece of dragon scale is. This is the finale item of this auction, a piece of dragon scale left from the giant dragon in the realm of demon god. With the impassioned voice of the host, the booth. The box was also opened. Suddenly, a burst of golden light emerged. A piece of golden dragon scale appeared in front of everyone after the golden light dissipated. The terrifying coercion of the dragon clan emanates from the dragon scales. Although it is weak, it is absolutely impossible to fake it. This is indeed the dragon scale left by a giant dragon in the realm of the demon god. All the guests were fascinated. Only Qi Lu, when he saw this dragon scale, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he took a deep breath. No, no way. There was such a reaction. It was by no means that Qi Lu was not strong enough to bear it, but that he was really too surprised. Because of this golden dragon scale, Qi Lu can be sure. It is the dragon scale of the Dragon King. The great dragon sacred king actually came to the Tianji realm? This is really breaking news. It's completely unexpected that there is such a thing. So it's really not to blame. Qi Li's reaction was too big, it was indeed the development of the matter, which was too unexpected. The giant dragon sage king who has not left any trace in the extreme god realm, his dragon scales will appear in the extreme heaven realm. This kind of thing is probably too coincidental. Could it be that the gear of fate has started to turn? Qi Lu, who calmed down a little, could think of only this one explanation. According to Luo Feng, the promotion of this auction started a month ago. In other words, the dragon scales of the great dragon sacred king actually appeared in this city-state a month ago. But a month ago, Qi Lu was still in the divine realm. Is this the power of fate? Devil Emperor, you are a good person and good deed, and you really keep doing it. If you hadn't used the power of the law of fate, I really wouldn't have encountered this dragon scale. The clues of the dragon sacred king will appear in the Tianji realm. This is really interesting. Now, Qi Lu wanted to thank the demon emperor again. If the demon emperor hadn't used the law of destiny, Qi Lu would still be staying in the realm of God. How could it be possible to touch the dragon scales of the great dragon sacred king? It seems that next time when giving away the devil emperor's favorite big mouth, he has to add a pennant. Although it is not clear why the dragon scales of the Dragon King appeared in his place. But without a doubt, buy it first. Luo Feng, try your best to get this dragon scale. Qi Lu looked at Luo Feng. Since Luo Feng wants to make himself owe him a favor, Qi Lu will give him this chance. No problem. Luo Feng gave Qi Lu a thumbs up. Perhaps in terms of cultivation, Luo Feng has no talent at all. But Luo Feng is very familiar with auctions. Isn't it just an auction item? Buy it. Even if someone comes to snatch it, isn't it the sun's strong point to overwhelm others with power? Just let everyone save face. And Qi Lu felt the same way, that's why he chose to hand over this matter to Luo Feng. Of course, more importantly, it was because Qi Lu didn't have a blood spar in his hand. Otherwise, with Qi Li's temper, he can directly call a price high enough to scare other people from bidding. Is there any need to be cautious about raising prices? Could Qi Lu be short of such blood spar? It's really missing now. System, help me to see, does this blood spar have any other functions? For this reason, Qi Lu had to ask a very crucial question in his mind. No matter what kind of currency it is always precious when there is no money, and it is difficult to move a little bit less. Only when the quantity is large enough, the currency will become a group, or many groups, of beating numbers. Therefore, Qi Lu still made a decision out of good enough professionalism. Discuss with the system about opening a store. If you don't open a shop, how can you earn enough blood spar? If you don't open a store, how can you use economic means to bring down the entire Tianji domain? Cough cough, the possibility of the latter incident should not be high, after all, it is a world with strong folk customs. But no matter what, Qi Lu is still thinking about this matter at this moment. He even asked Luo Feng for a blood spar. System, the main function of the blood spar is to be used as the main material or auxiliary material in the body training prescription. You don't have to tell me what I already know. Qi Lu only heard half of it, and quickly interrupted the system's introduction. Can you just talk about the key points? I want to know if there are other uses for this thing. There is one thing to say, if the blood spar has no special effect, Chi really doesn't want to open another shop in Tianjiu. Mainly because I don't want to tie myself to the same place for too long. Chi still has a lot to do in Tianjiu. System, host, don't worry, isn't the system just about to talk about that place? System, blood spar is an extremely common and widely used crystal among Thebadi building prescriptions. The biggest function is of course used to temper the body. Why do I feel that what you are talking about is nonsense? Qila muttered something in his heart, and then asked, is that useful to me? Of course Qila knew that blood spar could be used to exercise his body. It is precisely because of the clarity that he understands that the blood spar is not a rare treasure. Rather, it was used as currency because the number of surviving ones was too large. So whether this low-level forging material is effective for Qi Lu is another matter. Don't underestimate the pickiness of the body of law. System, in principle, it should be useless. It's useless. There was a hint of disappointment in Qi Li's voice. System, however, this system can find a way to compress the blood spar into a higher level of energy and use it to strengthen your body as the host. Logically speaking, there should be no upper limit. Is there such a thing? As soon as these words came out, the disappointment in Qi Li's heart was instantly swept away. System, I have a suggestion. Next time you answer a question, can you finish your sentence in one breath? This kind of panting way of speaking, if you don't use it well, you will be beaten. If it wasn't for the fact that the system had no entity, Qi Li really didn't want to save this punch. System, let's take a look at this system. Forget it, don't get angry, who cares if you get sick when you get angry? But after confirming the function of the blood spar, Qi Li's next plan is ready. I have to find a way to open a shop to earn some blood spar. Strive to make the body of law go hand in hand in terms of physique and law power, so as to reach the point of complementing each other. Otherwise, they only have an advantage in the power of laws, and it seems that they can't get along in the Tianji domain. Coincidentally, at this time, the dragon scales below were also up for auction. Speaking of this, Qi Li suddenly understood. Why did this auction house bring out a third-level monster of the immortal bone realm for auction before auctioning the dragon scales? Presumably it was to frighten Xiaoxiao's generation, so that they would not have the idea of playing with this dragon scale at the auction site. The dragon scales left by the giant dragon in the realm of the demon god cannot attract the demon god. Therefore, in the realm of immortal bones, it is enough to intimidate in this way. The starting price for this piece of dragon scales in the realm of demon gods. 80 million blood spar. Each price increase must not be less than 2 million blood spar. The host on the stage shouted loudly, which also made the atmosphere of the scene completely lively. But it made Qi Li couldn't help curling his lips. A piece of dragon scale can be sold for such a high price. If you really find the great dragon sacred king, should you trick him into getting some dragon scales and sell them to yourself? Anyway, after the dragon scales on the dragon king's body were pulled out, they would grow back again. Recyclable resources can be used. If you don't make good use of them, it's really a waste. I just don't know if the Dragon King is willing to cooperate. 85 million blood spar. 88 million blood spar. This is the dragon scale of the demon god realm. Are you all so petty? I will give you 98 million blood spar. You also know that the realm of the demon god is the supreme existence. Such a piece of dragon scale, even if it is not used to make a prescription, but just take it back and grind it into powder, and then swallow it with warm medicinal materials, it can have an excellent body training effect. A mere 98 million blood spar, do you want to take it too? Just let me forget it, I will give you 120 million blood spar. Joke, do you think that a sudden high price can scare us? 150 million blood spar. I'm out. The bidding below was extremely fierce, and Luo Feng, who was sitting in the private room, became nervous. As some enthusiasts said, the effect of the dragon scale is extremely strong even if it is not used to prepare the prescription. For many cultivators with low qualifications, this is a once-in-a-lifetime good thing. Dragon scales are something that you can't usually see. Not to mention how rare the number of dragons is. Let's talk about the giant dragon in the realm of demon gods. Even if you meet it, can you pull out the dragon scales from it? Maybe a real demon god can do it. However, for a real demon god, 1 or 2 dragon scales are not something worth fighting for. Being bloodthirsty and warlike does not mean that there is a problem with the brain. Who would go to fight with those who have nothing to do with it? Even if the demon gods don't fight each other, there must be a reason for the war. This also caused the price of dragon scales to soar rapidly. The rate of increase was completely beyond Luo Feng's expectations. What's wrong? Not enough blood spar? Let it go. Qi glanced at Luo Feng's expression, and suddenly spoke. Some things can be obtained in more than one way. Although Qi didn't want to be a villain, he didn't mind being a cameo at some special moments. It's not enough, it's just that in the next few years, I will probably have Ito live frugally. There was a rather forced smile on Luo Feng's face, but he never planned to give up. In order to make friends with a real strong man, what is a blood spar? Live frugally and live frugally. I will give out 300 million blood spar. Everyone, I will go to Yunqing Luo Feng for this dragon scale, and I am determined to win it. I hope everyone will give me Luo Feng a face. In the end, it is still necessary to move out of the name of the Luo family in Yunqing. Otherwise, these 300 million blood spar are not enough. Xingyun City Luo Feng? Could it be the Luo family in Xingyun City? I heard that there is a son from the Luo family in Xingyun City who has Komoto the city-state. Could it be this Luo Feng? This? Mr. Luo has come out to speak, otherwise, let's give him face. Yes, the Luo family in Xingyun City is not easy to mess with. I heard that in the Luo family, it is very likely that in the past 2 years, an ancestor will become a demon god. Hiss. The seat of the demon god? Although it's a pity that I didn't get the dragon scale, but it's not worth offending the Luo family of Xingyun City. Alright, let's sell Mr. Luo's face and give him the dragon scales. In the auction hall, discussions continued one after another. I have to say that the identity of the Luo family in Xingyun City is really useful. At least the reputation in this unknown city-state is still great, and almost no one dares to offend. Some rich and powerful businessmen may still have some complaints in their hearts. But when he heard that there might be a demon god born in the Luo family in Xingyun City, he immediately stopped talking. Although dragon scales are good, they also have to be useful. To offend a family with a demon god for a piece of dragon scale. Family is not a wise choice. So, after Luo Feng yelled this sentence, the sound of bidding really disappeared. The auction house also dared not speak out. Because they couldn't afford to offend the Luo family in Xingyun City, or the ancestors of the demon gods who might exist. After all, the auction house in this unnamed city-state is not a large auction house. That is to say, among the surrounding city-states, there are good forces, but there is no demon god behind them. So speaking in front of the Luo family, I really can't get angry. 300 million blood spar once. Although the host knew that there should be no more bids, he still paused. 300 million blood spar twice. 300 million blood spar, 3 times. Make a deal. Brother Qi Lu, luckily you did not disgrace your life. After Luo Feng heard deal, he relaxed his clenched fists, and then cupped his hands towards Qi Lu. To be honest, before this, Luo Feng was not sure whether the name of the Luo family in Xingyun City could bluff them. After all, Luo Feng does not have a strong sense of belonging to his family. Clansmen like them who have been sent out cannot go back without the family summoning order. Thank you very much. Sheila nodded and thanked him. If you can get it by normal means, then use normal means. Under normal circumstances, Qi Lu is still very willing to abide by the rules, as long as others don't violate the rules first. If others don't want to use normal means to get along with him, then Qi Lu can guarantee that he will be 10 times more ruthless. You're welcome, brother Qi Lu, I've said it all, let's make friends. Luo Feng's expression really had the meaning of a forced smile. I spent several years of my budget in one go, so it's no wonder I don't feel distressed. Okay, I recognize you as a friend. Qi Lu stroked his chin, and after a long while, he spoke with some irony. This guy, in order to make a friend, can still pay such a high price. I have Ito say, his heart is very sincere. Although Qi Lu knew that Luo Feng might have ulterior motives, but in the face-off such a sincere attitude, let's save face. The last auction item was successfully traded. It's time for this auction to come to an end. All the guests who bid on the auctioned items can go directly to the Backstage collect their own items. Luo Feng took the dragon scales out of the auction house, and after meeting Qi Lu, he handed over the unheated dragon scales to him. It's useless to keep such a precious treasure on your body all the time. The more you look at it, the more greedy you become, so it's better to hand it over quickly. Sure enough, it's the dragon scale of the great dragon sacred king. It's really a familiar breath. The great dragon sacred king actually came to the Tianji realm, and he doesn't know where he is now. After Qi Lu touched the golden dragon scale, he quickly confirmed his guess. Moreover, from the aura above the golden dragon scales, it can be sensed that the giant dragon sage king who came to the Tianji realm is indeed in the realm of the demon god. No, it should be said to be the realm of the main god. The dragon sage king mastered the law of the soul, and logically speaking, what he cultivated should be the way of the main god. However, things cannot be concluded so simply. Qi Lu couldn't be sure about this either. To be honest, through the previous understanding of the Dragon King, Qi Lu felt that the giant dragon sage king who came to the Tianji realm was probably just one of the remnants. Or it would be more appropriate to use one of the dragon kings to describe it. After all, under the law of the soul, it is not impossible to use the remnant soul as a complete soul. It's just that the more scattered the remnant soul is, the easier it is to break, so you have to be careful. But no matter what, the great dragon sage king who came to the Tianji realm does have the strength of a demon god. Moreover, he is still a demon god among the top ranks, with that level of strength. The holy dragon king who once appeared in the realm of the gods, but disappeared later. Could it be that he disappeared in the god realm, because he came to the heaven realm? Another guess appeared in Qi Li's mind. But, what is the purpose of the great dragon sacred king coming to the Tianji realm? You must know that the time when the dragon king came to the sky god realm was after the era of the human king. That is to say, when the dragon sage king came to the divine realm, the sacred mountain in the central region had already been sealed by the human king. At that time, the passage between the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm disappeared. How did the dragon sage king come to the Tianji realm? When the gears of fate start to turn, things that are entangled with one's own destiny will always come before one's eyes. But why do I feel more and more confused? Qi Lu shook his head helplessly, then put away the dragon scales. After preparing to wait, find a secluded place and use the law of time to see if there are any clues on this dragon scale. I hope to be able to find the location of the great dragon sacred king through this. Then, there is Yu Shi'er. I still don't know where she is. However, Qi Lu still has the means to determine Yu Shi'er's safety. That was the thread of fate entwined with her. As long as it didn't disappear, it meant that Yu Shi'er was still safe. Because there is no destiny for the dead. Things like being dug up and digging up graves really can't be counted in fate. Okay, Luo Feng, in order to express our gratitude, let's go out of the city now and get you a monster as a mount. After Qi Lu sorted out his thoughts, he spoke to Luo Feng again. It made Luo Feng wave his hands again and again, saying, "Brother Qi Lu, don't be so anxious. I didn't make friends with you just because of this matter. Let's talk about the World of Warcraft in a few days. Some things, too hasty, may be counterproductive." So Luo Feng was embarrassed and agreed directly. Otherwise, the relationship between the two would become a transaction. That's not okay. Luo Feng knew very well that he had finally made friends with such a strong man, and he must not let him go so easily. Even if this favor is not wanted, the relationship between the two must not be weakened. It's not all about World of Warcraft. In short, you will know when you leave the city. It's hard for Qi Lu to say it clearly at this time, but he just turned around and walked out of the city on his own. Seeing this, Luo Feng had no choice but to follow. As he walked, he said, "Brother Qi Lu, there's really no need to be in such a hurry. You can talk about the World of Warcraft. Let's go eat something first, or I'll take you around the city-state. Always be polite, right?" However, in a corner that Luo Feng didn't notice, a black shadow slowly emerged, and a gloomy gaze flashed. "Humph, I snatched the dragon scales that this old man wanted, and instead of staying in the city I dared to go outside the city-state. It's really asking for death. Going out of the nameless city-state is the wilderness. It's just that there are very few monsters near the city-state, and no powerful monsters can be seen. After all, the city-state is a gathering place for a large number of cultivators. The overall strength is extremely strong, and the sensitive monsters have always sought advantages and avoided disadvantages. How could they come head-to-head with the city-state? Unless it's the wave of Warcraft, it's almost the same. Therefore, if you want to find powerful monsters, you still have to go deep into the wild area." But when he was outside the city-state, Luo Feng seemed much quieter, following closely behind Qi Lu, never leaving him at all. There is no way, in the city-state, Luo Feng can still use the name of the Luo family in Xingyun City to save face. But in this wilderness, where monsters are everywhere, those ferocious monsters don't care about the Luo family in Xingyun City. If a monster fell in love with Luo Feng's skin and tender flesh, it would eat it if it said it. The Luo family in Xingyun City would not go out of their way to trouble ascertain monster just for Luo Feng. So don't follow closely. I said, "Well, Brother Qi Lu, are we really going to this kind of place to find monsters?" Listening to the frequent roars and the roars of various monsters, Luo Feng only felt that his clothes were almost soaked in sweat. If he twisted them, he will definitely sweat. Along the way, he didn't even dare to take a breath. Qi Lu said very calmly, "Don't be so nervous, Luo Feng. If you don't come to this kind of place, how can you find powerful monsters? They won't come to your face." He 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 he. However, Luo Feng, who heard these words, could only let out a dry laugh. When I was in the city-state, they really wouldn't come to my face, but here, it's not necessarily the case. Not to mention running to your face, even eating you into your stomach is completely possible. Let Luo Feng, an ordinary person, come to this kind of place. If it wasn't for Qi Lu, he would probably be too weak to walk by now. Okay, just wait here. Seeing that he was far enough away from the city-state, Qi Lu suddenly stopped. Luo Feng, who followed closely behind, was a little puzzled, looked at Qi Lu with a puzzled face, and said, "Wait here? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for those monsters to come by themselves?" "No, of course it's waiting for some guys who want to die." Qi Lu smiled and said lightly, "The so-called common man is not guilty, but pregnant is guilty." Luo Feng used the name of the Luo family in Xingyun City as a deterrent, and forcibly bought Long Lin. Although most of the customers can sell him this face, but definitely not all of them. To be honest, Chila looked down on those guys who were obedient on the surface and did not dare to bid formally, but instead chose to play tricks behind the scenes. If you have the ability, you can do it head-on, be more aboveboard. What is petty theft? For example, after Chila finished saying this, the guy who appeared in front of the two of them. An old man with a skinny figure, a sinister face, and a long robe, who was not a good thing at first glance. Interesting, you knew from the beginning that the old man was following you? After the old man appeared, his eyes fell directly on Qi Lu. Luo Feng on the side was ignored. He's just an ordinary person, but he has the status of a member of the Luo family in Xingyun City, and he is not a core heir. In front of some powerful practitioners, he is not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, you only need to pay attention to this young man who is not low in strength. The smell of the mice is so strong that it's hard not to smell it. Hearing this, Chila couldn't help but sarcastically.